No, I'm not going to do that. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast. No, I am not Bonta Hill. He is out in Hawaii, chilling out, relaxing, maxing, just doing whatever he wants to do on the beach out there with the lovely Anna. I am your host, Joe Spadoni, alongside with Joe Shasky.
What's up, dog?
The Butcher Boy. Good morning, man. Hey, real quick, this is awesome. I get to talk with you. We were on the Butcher Shop, RIP, about, 3-4 years ago now? Man, me, you, Covey, Lucas Alexander. And
I know.
Now we're doing a morning show.
I know. We've each risen to some prominence, I guess,
a little
to a
bit.
degree.
You more than I, but
I don't know about that.
I think so. Speaking of prominence, the San Francisco Giants.
Unbelievable. 5
straight coming out of the break here, sweeping the Pittsburgh Pirates. And Joe, we can start here. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Okay, Dave Chappelle?
Chappelle, Silvio, Michael Corleone, whichever one you want. But this Giants team, where are you at with them right now? Because they've been Katy Perry, hot and they're cold, yes and they're no. They're not the most exciting team, but they're only a game and a half back in first place. Like, where are you at? And I know you're all decked out in your Giants gear right now. You're a diehard San Francisco Giants fan, and I kind of want to get your pulse on this squad because, yes, it's July 17th. It might not be the most sexiest topic, like all day in and day out baseball, but this is a damn good team, and people should be getting excited about it, right?
No doubt. No doubt about it. I mean, this is a team with the 3rd best record in the National League. They've got a really good run differential, better than the Arizona Diamondbacks, which is the team that they're kind of battling with for second place right now in the NL West. Obviously, the Dodgers are the cream of the crop, as always, which sucks because we're all trying to determine their demise.
They're unbelievable, dude. They just keep popping guys out left and right like it's Philip Rivers and his children. They just keep getting new ones every other day.
But they're down 1 million guys, and they're still finding a way to develop.
That JD Martinez signing was so underrated for them.
I mean, it really was. It really was. And so I look at the Giants right now, and I'm like, hey, look, I'm along for the ride. I went kayaking over the weekend, and, sometimes you got to kind of let the current take you down the river.
Nice. Where were you at?
Up the river.
Nice.
Yeah,
Russian
it was beautiful. River? 100,000 degrees up there.
Oh, my God. It was so... we went to the boardwalk this past week, and we'll get into that. Most rigged games of all time, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call in. Also text in on the Comcast Business text line. Also, shout out Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. We are live and streaming there. Like and subscribe. And also download that Odyssey app, Joe Shasky. Favorite 95.7 The Game for all your Giants, Warriors, Niners, rookies reporting tomorrow for San Francisco. And Stephen Curry, speaking of Warriors news.
Did he do something?
He hit a hole-in-one, guys. I got the highlight here, Joe Shasky, and I'm going to be playing my own stuff over from this board. Here we go. I'm so excited. Stephen Curry, not only did he win yesterday in Lake Tahoe, he had this over the weekend.
It's obvious he can really play.
Boy, this is right at it if it gets there. How about that?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Well, hey, Rod, all I'll say is this. I think he pulled the right club. Oh, my goodness gracious. He may not stop till he gets to the Bay Area.
Goodness gracious, indeed. Ultimate dad saying by my dad, Papa Spinoni, might say goodness gracious at least 3 times on the golf course. That was one of them. Stephen Curry hole-in-one on the 7th as he wins the American Century Championship, the ACC, not that ACC. But my God, Steph, come on, man. You can't be perfect at everything, Joe. Damn it.
I mean, he is.
Everyone loves him. He doesn't do anything wrong. He's dual sport athlete. This guy's probably amazing at bowling, too.
And his celebration running down the fairway.
Loved it.
Even though it's a par 3, it's technically not a fairway, but I'm getting really inside the
weeds. Miss me with all the people he's running on the green. Relax, all right? This isn't the Masters. This isn't Augusta, which he's played at. Come on.
Do you have a hole-in-one?
No. Gotten close a couple times.
As have I. I don't have one in
Pop's brother? No?
No, neither my brother. My dad, though, years ago at Northwood, an 8th hole. It's a little a little flip wedge, if you will. It's like 115, 120, depending on where the tee box is. he scalded one and goes, let me drop another one, hit another one, boom, and drops it right in. My grandfather, without hesitation, turns and goes, that's a hell of a par.
I love Grandpa Shasky. He's the best, man.
He really is.
He's an OG. Like when I think of the OGs, like sitting around in the Sopranos and stuff like that, I think of Papa Shasky, Grandpa Shasky there.
But I mean, it's not only does the guy get a hole in one, he wins the tournament with an eagle walk off. Now, here's a couple of things for those that are uneducated and maybe just don't understand golf well enough. Steph's very good. There's no question about it. Very good. We all have to pump the brakes a little on this. Could he go pro when he's done? And
no.
I just don't.
Who's saying that? Who's saying he's going pro?
Well, it's just I think people recklessly put things out on the internet about how good Steph is in one sport and how it'll translate. Once he retires, if he dedicated all his energy and effort to trying to get into, it's not going to happen. It's just, again, he's awesome. He's amazing in golf. It sounds like I'm trying to be a hater. I'm not. I'm saying I think people are discrediting the amount of skill it takes to even make it on the Korn Ferry Tour.
No,
these are the best of the best of the best.
Well, we did this with Tony Romo about like a decade ago when he was still with the Cowboys. And we usually had segments on it because it was the quarterback of the Cowboys. Is he too distracted with golf? Is he spending way too much time on golf and not focusing on his football craft? It's like, relax. All right, Skip, I know you're talking about. That was the guy who was talking about it. Skip Bayless.
Well, a lot of Warrior fans were too.
By the way, do you see who's rumored to be the next in line for that job? Undisputed. Richard Sherman.
Richard Sherman with Skip Bayless.
Can you imagine that?
Richard Sherman with Skip Bayless. Actually, I could.
I could imagine that. You think of the way back, the battles they had.
Smart, though.
Is he?
Yeah,
Stanford
I think he's
educated.
too smart for that. I think he's just too smart for that. But not needless to say, look, Steph's excellent. He's excellent. I just think that people don't understand the average college player that's going into, the Korn Ferry Tour or guys that maybe have dropped down from the PGA Tour. The amount of golf balls that they've hit in their lifetime is through the roof. And as great as Steph Curry is, could he make it on certain circuits and have a nice weekend? There's no question about it. All right. The game is extremely humbling. Michael Jordan is a great example of somebody like he went to the minors and he struggled in minor league baseball. You know how good he was to even struggle in minor league baseball as opposed to getting himself laughed right off the field?
No, it's a good point. And he's one of the greatest athletes in the history of forever. So a great weekend in sports. Yes, Stephen Curry winning the ACC championship there up in Tahoe. Another great weekend for Carlos Alcaraz.
He's still amazing.
He's still amazing. Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz too, the 20-year-old Spaniard taking out Novak Djokovic. Wimbledon, awesome. It felt like a passing of the torch there too, and I want to get into that as the show goes on today at 888-957-9570. Passing of the torch moment in sports. We saw this with Federer and Pete Sampras back early 2000s, late 90s, whenever that was. Rafa with Federer, him winning in Wimbledon in the fifth set also. And now Carlos Alcaraz taking out the old man, Novak Djokovic, 20 years old. He feels like, this is going to be his time for the next decade plus. When did that feel like in other sports? Was it Brady and Mahomes? Was it, I don't know, was there a Bonds moment where he passed it to someone else that took that next step? 888-957-9570. Passing the torch moment in sports, because it felt like that when I was watching it yesterday, and Novak came out strong, 6-1 first set, and it felt like, oh man, maybe the nerves are too big for him. And this kid, he's unflappable. 2 straight sets, and then Novak gets another one, goes to the fifth and final decider. The athleticism that he showed yesterday, and Novak Djokovic is one of the most well-conditioned athletes in the history of tennis.
Yeah.
For him to take him out, and Novak was going for the calendar slam on grass, it was unbelievable.
Passing of the torch, in retrospect, did the 2015 finals feel like a passing of the torch between LeBron and Steph Curry? Not necessarily that Steph was better than LeBron, but that now that we've looked back on it, we didn't realize the effect it would have on basketball, on the media landscape, on the cultural impact. I don't think we felt that way in real time, but I think in retrospect, that first finals for the Warriors, I don't think you get what the modern game and what the high school and youth level game has become without that moment.
No, it's a great point. You see the 3-point game has just exploded since then. It's pretty crazy. And then just not only the branding of Stephen Curry. Like, just think of Steph from that moment winning that first chip. He's global, man.
Yeah.
He's up there with LeBron, with Kobe before him, with Michael Jordan. Like, this guy is a global brand, and it's kind of turned into this thing, and maybe we'll get into it at some point this week. This player... being a fan of a certain player, Joe, not being fans of certain teams anymore, because we're seeing that more and more. We saw it with this weekend with Steph Curry. Those were his fans, not necessarily Golden State Warrior fans.
It's
They're
crazy.
just Stephen Curry fans there.
Are there more Steph fans than there are Warrior fans?
Man.
Am I naive to even suggest that? Like, as in, like, duh, of course there are, because the Warrior fans don't exist all around the world, but you can be a Steph fan and still be a Knick fan.
It's going to be similar to, I think, what Michael Jordan was with the Bulls, and you can speak more onto this because that was more your era when you were younger. I was like 5 or 6 when he was just
the
getting
Jordan
wrapped up.
fans are crazy.
It's like, but they stay Bulls fans.
I work with one every day.
Oh, boy.
Not you.
Oh.
Bonte. Like, where, and I look, Jordan's awesome, but like, Jordan could do no wrong. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what. And I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like we've Joe Montana, Michael Jordan, because of the lack of social media and kind of the mystique and aura around those particular individuals, we've elevated them to almost godlike status.
Speaking of godlike status, and we're bouncing around here because it was just an awesome weekend of sports. 888-957-9570. This is the Morning Roast. I'm your host, Joe Spadoni, in all week for Bonte Hill, who's out in Hawaii. Relax. And he needs to stop texting the group thread. Bonte, get some sleep. It's 3:15 a.m. I know you're not chiming in. I hope he's not. Just relax, buddy. Go have a Mai Tai. Go have, what do you have? A pina colada? Sex on the beach. That's what it's called, right?
Drinks tend to give you the big headaches because you get dehydrated quicker.
Well, he was saying, he's like, I'm not a big drinker when it's hot out there, and it's probably really toasty July in Hawaii. But come on, man. Is he a pool guy, you think? More of a pool guy than a beach guy?
Yeah, probably more of a pool guy.
There you go.
Well, now I know.
Thanks, Stephen A. We'll have a Stephen A. segment at some point this week. Guarantee it.
You know, we've talked so much about like the passing of the torch. That Mahomes Tom Brady moment that you had a couple of years ago, even though Brady won it, you saw the incredible, like he was running for his life. Patrick Mahomes.
He had no chance. He had no chance in that game.
Yeah, but even then, everyone was like, yeah, Mahomes is still one of the greatest players.
Oh, absolutely. He was making plays, scrambling, and throwing it to Tyreek Hill. Was dropping it. Kelsey dropping it. Like these plays.
He had no offensive line.
He had no offensive line. And in hindsight, the amount of people that were hammering the Chiefs in that game when 2 of his starting offensive linemen were out was low-key disrespectful to the GOAT, who was playing at home in the Super Bowl. So it's pretty wild. No, that's a great comp there. You just saw the talent level, and then you saw it last year in the regular season. We're watching this quarterback doc on Netflix, and if you haven't, urge you to check it out, because we'll be discussing it throughout the show today.
Hard Knocks is done.
And throughout this week. Yeah, absolutely.
Hard Knocks, in my estimation, if you're going to give me this quarterback thing, I mean, having Mahomes on there, I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's on Netflix. You should check it out. It's 8 episodes, and I don't want to give away all of it, but you could watch the first couple episodes, and to me, I would say to you, it's the best current Hard Knocksian, look in the everyday life of a sport athlete that we've seen.
It's really cool too, because you have the best of the best. You got Mahomes, the greatest of the greatest right now. Then you got kind of a middle tier, above average, and Kirk Cousins, your 10 to 15 tier. And then you got Mariota, a journeyman type, just trying to stick around. So you get the different perspective of all these guys at different parts of their careers. It's amazing. It's incredible. And just Patrick Mahomes for a second here. I hate how good he is, Joe Shasky. Like, I'm a Raider fan.
You gotta love him even
But
more.
you got, like, and him and Crosby going at it in episode 1. It was so damn cool. But I look at him and I compare him with Brock Purdy. It's hard for my head to wrap around. And I know Brock was unbelievable in those 8 games. He was unbelievable. But those are the guys you're going to have to beat in the Super Bowl.
I mean,
and I know he looked great when he came out, but hurt arm on an already kind of a noodle arm for Brock Purdy. He's not super athletic. He's mobile, but not super athletic. It just gives me a little pause as rookies report tomorrow and then the veterans report in a week from now. The San Francisco 49ers quarterback position is just, I thought we'd have clarity on it by now, and maybe we'll never have clarity under the Kyle Shanahan era. I don't know. But when I watch this doc and watch Patrick Mahomes, no one's beating this guy. No one's beating this guy. If he gets there, is Brock Purdy beating Patrick Mahomes?
I mean,
is he beating Joe Burrow? Is what I'm saying.
I've got a lot of Brock Purdy thoughts for later on in this week. A lot of them.
I got some Kirk Cousins thoughts too, because I'm tired of the slander on this guy. I'm just going to leave that at there.
Okay.
And maybe, just maybe, if Kyle Shanahan gets his hands on him, maybe something special could happen.
Well,
I'll tease that for another time.
I don't want to give up everything. I'm gonna demand from our audience that you take the 45 minutes and watch the first episode.
At least the first episode.
You
That's
will
all
get
you need.
sucked in. I want you to watch. I think it's one of the best things that's out there. And you know who created it?
No, who was it?
Peyton Manning.
Oh, I did see him in the beginning. That makes
Omaha
sense. Okay,
Productions.
that's great.
So Peyton
I
Manning,
thought it was Coward because he chimes in every other time with the Volume Network stuff. It was like, was this pre-recorded for this specifically?
Absolutely.
It kind of felt like it. This was not off the cuff, Colin.
But Peyton Manning doing it, God, he's so good. And Peyton Manning, whatever he puts his hands on is going to be a very successful product. And I go back to Mahomes, you're talking about him, and he referenced this in the doc later on in the series. He's like, Tom Brady dedicated his life to football. And Tom has said that, hey, I dedicated, if you want to beat me, you better dedicate your life.
You've seen the sacrifices he's made off the field. Like you're seeing that all this last couple of years. Like he sacrificed a lot of time with his wife and with his children. Hey, for the betterment of his career in that sport, that's great. But there is sacrifices for that. For greatness, the great one sacrifice. You saw with Michael Jordan, The Last Dance, man. That guy sacrificed a lot. He was getting teared up about players and people coming at him for his competitive nature and how it alienated teammates. He was getting emotional about it. It's an emotional thing for these guys because they care so much about winning. And it brings me back to the San Francisco Giants real quick, Joe Shasky.
Yeah.
I think that's why the fans care so much about this team because they've seen so much winning this last decade. I see a guy like Shohei Otani out there. Go get him. Go get this guy. Show me you care, Farhan Zaidi, about winning. Show me, front office, that you care about winning, about getting the big fish, about going for it. Because I think that's what a lot of Giants fans are craving in this next month and a half. Just going for it. And what does that mean? Is it just a Shohei? Maybe not. Is it a Shane Bieber? Is it a Lucas Giolito? What will show you the Giants are quote-unquote going for it, Joe Shasky? Because I feel like it's wide open, man. I really do. The Braves, okay. I can hear a conversation about anyone else, though. I'm not fearing the Dodgers. I'm not fearing the Arizona Diamondbacks. This team's won 5 straight. This is a crucial road trip for them, starting again today in Cincinnati against one of the young phenoms that already exciting, Ellie De La Cruz. I want that for the Giants, man. I want a Shohei type. And maybe Patrick Bailey will be that next Buster Posey, and maybe that's unfair of me to say that. And he's been tremendous. He's been awesome. Maybe a rookie of the year. But I want that excitement built because it feels like even with how good this team is, there's no excitement there, man. Well, why is that?
Because it just feels, to me, it feels like the expectations of the fan base are you better have a superstar that we can wrap our arms around, or you better be competing for the World Series. Yeah. There's really no middle ground. And I know that, I've gone, hey, it's all about development of the future. It's all about the development. It's all about the development. And, if you make the playoffs, great. It's gravy. I want to make the playoffs. But I don't think that does anything. Like, you're not the Cincinnati Reds. Just making the playoffs doesn't do anything for this fan base. I think the symbolism of acquiring someone like Shohei Otani, to me, the symbolism is twofold. First, we are all in on the big names, and we're going to swing big to try to land them because we feel like once we get that guy in our system, we're going to find a way to sign him. That's number one. Number two, it sends a message not just to your fans, but to all of Major League Baseball. We are one of the big boys.
Yeah. Well, that's what fans should think too, right? You're a top 5 market. Absolutely. Like, this is a brand. This is Willie Mays player, Willie McCovey, Barry Bonds, some of the greatest of the greats. And it feels like the Giants are covered in a way, even by the national media. Like, they're the Miami Marlins. Like, what? Like, this is one of the top franchises in baseball history. How come they're not covered like it?
As a non-Giants fan, what's the biggest move the Giants have made over the last 5 years?
Oh, my God. 5 years.
Chris
Bryant?
And you lean forward. And even then, Chris Bryant's a good player.
That's the one, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
A deadline acquisition. And I know everyone's like, oh, you got to keep all these prospects and you got to. I'm at the point now, I mean this sincerely. If Shohei can get landed by Farhan Zaidi, I look at Farhan differently.
I do too.
I look at him in a bold light. I go, all right, you know what? You went outside your comfort zone. You went over above and beyond to bring this guy in. It shows me you got the brass cojones. What would John Lynch do?
Oh, he traded for Chris McCaffrey last year.
What would Joe Lacob do?
Oh, yeah, he'd go for it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You know what he would say? I'm so confident in where I am that once I get that person around us and around me, we're landing him.
Yes.
And look, I know you got to give something up, and it's going to suck. Guess what?
That's life.
That's it. You got to give to get.
Yes.
You've got to give to get. That's the down payment on having happiness.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com sportsmanship.com. So that's what I want to talk about this morning at 888-957-9570. I'm all in on Shohei, man. I think you are too, Joe Shasky. And when we say all in, again, we're not giving up everything for him. But I'm keeping Bailey and then a combination of either Matos, Harrison. Everyone else, though, hey, Artie Moreno, have at it. Because that was the report this past weekend. They are willing to listen, Joe Shasky. And that wasn't a report just yet. And that was, I believe, John Morosi, MLB Network, had that. They're willing to listen. Make the call. And I think they will.
Make the call? No, you need to get a pair and make the risky move. Do the risky thing. And even if you lose him, I'm telling you this right now, even if you lose Otani in free agency, I will look at this organization and that GM and say, you know what? I trust that dude. He's got balls. He's got guts. He's got the cojones and the smarts to wheel and deal on the biggest level. That's what I would say. Even if you lose him, it's worth it to me.
Is it worth it to trade for Shohei Otani, even if he lives in free agency? 888-957-9570. This is the Morning Roast. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni, filling in for Bonta Hill all week long. And this segment was sponsored by AC Transit. What's coming up on the game? Shohei Otani. Bring him in. That's what's coming up on the game on 95.7 The Game. Joe Spadoni for Bonte on the Morning Roast along Joe Shasky as the Giants sweep the Pirates. They've won 5 straight. They take on the Cincinnati not-so-red-hot Reds today. They're scuffling a little bit. Tough weekend for Ellie De La Cruz, the young phenom who they're going to be watching the next 4 days, Joe Shasky. No hits, a lot of strikeouts. The league will humble you. He's still exciting. He'll be fun.
He's a bust.
He's going to hit a home run this series, I guarantee you. He's going to hit a tank off someone.
He threw the hardest ball from a position player after O'Neal Cruz did it last year.
That's what I was going to say.
You know, a guy who grew up 5 blocks away from him or whatever.
It's unbelievable.
It really
is. Right near each other.
I know. It's pretty incredible. But I look at someone like Ellie De La Cruz and it's like, look, who knows what he'll eventually develop into? But let's be real with ourselves, Giants fans. Like, Matos is a really nice story. Does he feel the way Reds fans feel about Ellie De La Cruz?
I'd say no, but the guy who's making me feel that way a little bit, not the same way because he's a catcher, is Patrick Bailey. That's the guy for me.
Do you know that they're 15 games over 500 since Patrick Bailey got called up?
I'm not saying he's Buster Posey, but it has a Posey-like feel to it, the way he just commands everything.
Since being called up, he leads the team in hits. Since being called up, they're 15 games over 500. Since being called up, the pitching staff has unequivocally praised his due about how amazing he is, both strategically when it comes to his mind and his pitch selection, and then defensively what he's done. And then the arm is so obvious. He had the big hit and the throw out on Friday night. I mean, he was an absolute stud.
And would he love to catch for a guy like Shohei Otani, right? That's the question on our Twitter poll. Search 95.7 The Game. Like, subscribe on Twitter. But like our stream, too. Chime in on the poll. Yes or no, would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants fans if he's still left in free agency? What are we saying, Sammy? Ring the bell or something? There's like a bell thing.
Ring the bell so you get notifications for whenever we go live.
There you go. Ring the bell.
That's what the kids are doing these days.
Speaking of ringing the bell, like ding, was it?
Not Saved by the Bell.
No, not Saved by the Bell. I was thinking the bell, Shame, the Shame bell from Game of Thrones. I'm usurping, by the way, speaking of Game of Thrones, I'm the usurper this week of the king.
Oh, nice.
Bonte Hill. I'm Robert Baratheon.
Oh, I thought you were Littlefinger.
No. He's the
whisperer in my ears.
No. He's the Mad King. Bonte Hill's the Mad King. I'm usurping him.
It's a shame.
We should call him the Mad
King.
King.
He's the Mad King.
I like that a lot.
I like that too.
Who does that make me? Jon Snow?
Johnson. That's all right.
I'll be Jon Snow.
You die for that, Johnson. The locks of the Jon Snow. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely.
You get a little stabs in the back, but he'll come back to life. It's fine. Spoiler alert.
I'll be Tywin. I'll be anyone.
No, that's Sam Lubman back there is Tywin, dude.
Yeah,
he's rolling this thing with an iron fist back there. Someone said that's disrespectful. So I was like, no. Tywin commanded respect, and so does Sam Lubman.
I love that. All right, so getting back to the Giants right now and Shohei, it's interesting to me because like they're in second place in the NL West. They're the third best team record-wise, fourth best team record-wise in all of the National League, and it doesn't feel like that today. And I know that the Giants have a very inflated self-worth of where they are in baseball, in the hierarchy. But if you step out of this bubble, and I know Mark will disagree with me. Mark Willard going to come on 2 o'clock, and he'll disagree with me. And I understand where his point is. Like, you are one of the haves. No, you're not. And this is what I would say.
They're not covered like it anyways. They're not.
Get outside of the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And you talk about the Giants. When I went to Arizona, I'm like, what do you think of the Giants? Oh, man, they were a great team a decade ago.
Yeah.
That's how people view them. When you go back east, okay, because I've gone back east, whether it's Philadelphia, whether it's Boston, New York, what do you think of the Giants? Oh, what a great team a decade ago.
Yeah.
They don't view them as one of the power brokers for players in baseball. They view the Red Sox, Yankees that way. They view the Philadelphia Phillies that way. Now the Braves are being viewed that way. They clearly view the Dodgers and the Padres that way, and the New York Mets. You're not one of those teams. Now, that doesn't mean you can't compete. That doesn't mean you can't be good. But I think if you make a move as bold, and it's risky, and I'll get to the risks, as bold as trying to get someone like Shohei Otani, you instantly catapult yourself back into that forefront where you say, we are going to be a player for the big top dogs.
And other players, you don't think other players see that too? I was like, oh, wait, the Giants just traded for Shohei Otani? Man, they're really going for it. Maybe I want to play with an organization like that. That stuff does hold weight with these guys in the offseason. Listen, I want to play for a team that's going to go for it. I have been miserable as a fan, Joe Shasky. I'm an A's fan. I know what it's like not going for it and having an owner that doesn't care. That's all I want as a fan. I want to see my team go for it and try to win. When you have an opportunity, at least try to win. Now, the Giants, I'm not saying they haven't. Like the Chris Bryant trade, it was solid a couple years ago. Like I saw Shohei, I was like, okay, he gave the fan base a bone there. Wasn't going to re-sign him, obviously, in hindsight, and they didn't. And it looked like that was the good move because Chris Bryant's been hurt a lot with Colorado. But just going for it, I think, does send ripple effects, not only to your fan base, but to the players around the league, that this is for real. Say what you will about the San Diego Padres, and they haven't really done jack, and they've actually been kind of a disaster this year with Bob Melvin and co. But that signals to other players, I can still go there because I know they're going to pay me, and I know that I'm going to show out there at least. Like, there's individual talent. The problem is there's individual agendas there, too, with the players. That's what's really going on there. But the talent is undeniable, and players will continue to go there because the owner is willing to spend. Now, with the losing, we'll see what happens there. But I think Giants fans and other players around the league are just waiting for them to get that one big splash. Happened with Barry Bonds, right?
Yeah.
Changed everything.
Well, everybody brings up Barry Bonds. I'm glad that you do that because, like, we all do. Oh, Barry Bonds. And that was a great signing. You know what the trade was? And everyone's going to reference Matt Williams and Jeff Kent. And that was a great trade by Brian Sabean early on. How about the in-season trade that, to me, was the line of demarcation of the Giants are in this bad boy, and they're going to swing big? It was the white flag trade. You don't even know what I'm talking about. The White Sox were selling, basically, in 97. And so as you were going up to the deadline, this was the first real deadline for Brian Sabean. The Giants were in on a huge haul. Keith Folk, okay? The Giants gave up Keith Folk, Brian Howry, all right, Bob Barrichello. No one's even heard of these guys. Mike Caruso.
That's a made-up name.
And here's
Alex Caruso?
A bunch of prospects, basically. And Keith Folk ended up being a good player. But you know what? The Giants, it didn't matter that Keith Folk left. This is who they brought in. A lefty in Wilson Alvarez. They brought in Danny Darwin, and they brought in Roberto Hernandez. And then they would also swing a deal for Joe Carter later on in that day. They went all in to win the NL West in 1997. And it's one of those seminal moments that, to me, spoke to, what Brian Sabean was going to be during his tenure. I am swinging big. I am going to swing for the now. Let's try to win it all.
Absolutely.
I need that same message sent by Farhan.
I want to hear from Giants fans, too, at 888-957-9570. That is the number, the Comcast Business text line, as well as Twitch and YouTube. Like and subscribe there. Again, our poll question: would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants if he's still left in free agency? Well, we bring up Shohei to the Giants because Eric Karros, former big leaguer, former Dodger, former Oakland Athletic, he was on Fox, whatever it's called over on the weekend, whatever Fox show they're called, on MLB, and he was talking about...
I hate Eric Karros as a Dodger. You got to understand...
I love him as an announcer. I think his arrogance, low-key, is great when it comes to the air.
You got, as a Giants fan, just hear me out here. As a Giants fan, Eric Karros signifies their amazing run in the 90s of rookies of the year in a row. Yeah. They had Hideo Nomo, Raul Mondesi, Piazza, Eric Karros.
It's pretty unbelievable.
They had a string, I want to say it was 5 consecutive guys who won the rookie of the year in a row.
It was like them and the A's. Like they were just dominating,
Incredible.
Right?
So when I hear Eric Karros talk, I'm like, oh, God. But he is a good announcer. I totally acknowledge that.
You might like what he has to say here in regards to Shohei Otani to the Giants?
He's going to play in the postseason. He has to play in the postseason. The Angels need to trade him. If they don't, they're doing a disservice to the organization. Now, you want me to take it a next step further? Who's he going to be playing for? He's going to be playing for the Giants. Whoa. That's who he's going to be playing for.
Oh, Mr. Dodger?
No, I'm just telling you, that makes all the sense in the world. They have the wherewithal to do it. Then they get him for a couple months to try to court him so they could sign him for free agency. It makes all the sense. And you don't think that the Angels would want to trade him to San Francisco to spite the Dodgers? Come on. This is drama.
There you go. This is drama, Joe Shasky. What's this, TNT? We know drama? Come on.
This is not Charmed.
Love Charmed.
Eric Karros, he brings up some great points, but don't you want to hear from this team, like, we're going to be a player on every big move that's out there? If the left fielder right now for the Padres is going to be available, come on, we all know Juan Soto. If he's going to be available, we're in on that. If, just down the line, player X from the Toronto Blue Jays, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., if he becomes available, we're in on that guy. That's what I want the Giants to signify here. Is it risky? Of course it's risky, and I'll get into the risk right here. But no risk it, no biscuit, baby.
Let's get into the risk on the other side. Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni, 888-957-9570. This segment, or should I say what is coming up on the game, is sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. Would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants if he's still left in free agency? Joe Shasky has his thoughts on the risk right here on 95.7 The Game.
11 minutes? You can do better.
Morning Roast. I am Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky alongside. Talking some Giants. Talking about our weekend. I went to the boardwalk this past weekend in the warm California sun. Feel free to have the boardwalk drop ready. Sam Lubman back there whenever you can find it. He has no idea where it is. It's all right. Sam Lubman doing 2 jobs back there at once. Appreciate you, Sammy. Host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys alongside Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job.
Didn't think we could be more hollowed out, but yeah, here we are.
Here we are.
One guy behind the glass today.
He's crushing it, though. Orange Crush. At the boardwalk this past weekend, playing a lot of games, as you do, right?
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love the boardwalk. I still hold that the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk is the ultimate first date spot because you have so much different options.
Interesting.
You got, see if they're a beach person, first of all. Maybe they're not. See if they like to get a nice tan, go in the water. It's beautiful. Maybe not. Maybe go to the arcade. A little fun, play some games there. Got mini golf, Joe Shasky. They got games. Win a stuffed animal for the Mr. or Mrs., if you will. Or you can go on some rides. You got so many different options. And you got bowling right down there, too. The Boardwalk Bowl. Got everything you need. It's the ultimate first date spot. Am I right? No, you're out on it.
Well, you get a good feel for what your food palate is. Are you a trooper? Are you willing to deal with like a little bit of wind?
I think you learn a lot about a person
I'm with
when
you.
you take them to the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk in the warm California
Your
sun.
first ever vacation with anyone, you learn everything about them.
That's a fact. And I feel like the boardwalk is a little bit of that, right? It's just
Yes.
a day away. It's a nice little.
I kinda like that.
See, you kind of like that? There
I
you
do
go.
kinda
Thanks.
like that.
I'm trying to vamp here while I find my boardwalk drop. But as I digress, I brought that up because I was playing so many games this past weekend with young Benjamin. He came along, my 3-year-old Benny boy, and my wife Jade. And they won like 5 different stuffed animals. The one we kept winning on was the one where you shoot the water into like the clown and then the balloon pops. I got to tell you, though, the most rigged game of all time, and this is fair, carnival included, the ring toss game is the biggest racket in the history of mankind. No one, and I want you at the Comcast Business Text line and the YouTube and Twitch, we are live and streaming, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. I'm excited here. No one in the history of ever has ever won the ring toss game on a glass bottle, Coke bottle, anything. Have you ever won that, Joe?
No.
How much money would you guess that you've
Lots of
spent
money.
on that?
Lots of money.
Any family members win at that?
No.
I have never met a single person in the history of ever that has won the ring toss game. Now, Benny, the one with the wiffle ball into the little peach basket, if you will, he won first time. Threw it right in there.
Right in.
Won a little stuffed Mario. He was so
go,
damn
Benny.
excited.
Benny Otani.
Oh, he's crushing it. Yeah, sign him for a 2-way deal, far home. Player option, of course. Another one that they have that's kind of rigged is this one where you hang. You just hang in the air on a pull-up bar. The thing is, if you hang on it, you realize that it's not a real grip. It's like this sweaty grip, and you're out in the 80-degree wet heat, and it twists.
Oh, my
It's not a real
goodness.
pull-up guard. I was like, there's a stick to this. There's a shtick or a gotcha here.
Are they carny folk trying to mess with you?
Yes, and if you hang on for like 150 seconds, you win the big screen TV, and it's damn near impossible because of how it's obviously you're in the sun and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, rigged games that you can't win no matter what, 888-957-9570. A rigged game that I know that the Giants can win, it's not rigged, is the Shohei Otani sweepstakes, Joe Shasky.
No, I'm glad you're bringing this up. So, my wife and I have been working on, we're trying to get a new vehicle, right now. And I'm not big on like new cars or any of that, but like, I want to do my research. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do my research. And so I did a test drive. Now, this is applicable for a lot of things in life. Nothing is worse than when you're shopping online and something comes in and it doesn't fit, right? Part of what makes the shopping experience better when you're in person is you're able to try something on, right?
Yes.
You're able to go into the dressing room and physically try it on. We've had this conversation before. Not all companies is large or medium or size 32 waist fit the same on me.
No.
Okay. And so in some brands, I'm a medium. In some brands, I'm a large. Some brands, I'm an XL,
Yep.
which is crazy.
I'm rocking the Lacoste sweater today. I'm a large in this, but if I do the Gap, it's too small. So
Exactly.
There you go.
And so,
I
sometimes
could
you
not
know,
sounded more white right there, but go ahead.
but then you also have to try it on and like see, does it even look good on you? You know what I mean? Are you comfortable? Do you like the way it fits on you? I look at the same way when you're buying a house. You go out and you go to houses. There's a reason that most real estate agents stage a home. They want you to visualize what it's going to be like when you go in there and you start to see like, oh, this is where my kids' room would be. This is where our room would be. This is what the kitchen would look like. When you're in an empty house, it leaves a lot for the imagination.
Yes.
I look at free agency for the Giants, and they've been very close for a long, long time. But it's been very difficult, I think, for a lot of people to try on or visualize what it would be like being a Giant.
It's true.
Why would you go make the deal for Shohei Otani now? Now, I understand. Guys that get traded, there is not I don't even know if there's any marquee player who's been traded at the deadline who actually re-signed with that team. But this is a unique circumstance. And we understand if you're going to spend the amount of money that the Giants are going to spend, hopefully to retain Shohei Otani, talking about what it's like living in the Bay Area, talking about what it would be like playing for the San Francisco Giants, I don't think that that's enough. That's like online shopping.
Yeah.
I want Shohei to try on the Giants uniform. I want him to walk through a staged condo somewhere downtown near the ballpark. When you walk around or you drive around in a car, I can understand why people are like, I don't know. I don't know about the Bay Area. Yeah. I don't know about downtown. But if you had to walk into that stadium every single day for a couple of months, I'm not saying that it's going to be a signed deal delivered. No doubt about it, he signs here. But I think your impression of a place changes the longer that you're there. You become more amicable. You find that coffee shop that you like. You find that restaurant that you like. You find the things that you and your family find interesting. And that's why you got to do the deal now on someone like Shohei Otani. Get a head start and let him try on the Giants outfit.
Get his foot in the door. That's all you're asking, right? You just want him to get a little taste of everything.
Exactly.
See how the coffee is made, if you will, here in San Francisco. And I'm tired of it, man. Bonte talks about it a lot, too. The rap that the Bay Area gets, like when you go somewhere else, you travel somewhere else, and you say you're from the Bay Area, I hate the people who say, oh, well, he live in Oakland. Yeah. I love where I live. Oh, scary.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
It is. Thank you, Bochy. And the Rangers are balling, of course. But I hate that. Like, I would love a free agent to come here willingly, but if they're not, trade for them, get their foot in the door. And a guy like Shohei Otani, are you kidding me? If he ends up re-signing with the San Francisco Giants, I think that changes not only the Giants' landscape for future free agents, changes the whole Bay Area. This is the biggest, I don't say this lightly, Joe Shasky, this is the biggest potentially trade deadline piece in the history of American sports. Shohei Otani. He's going to be the biggest free agent in the history of American sports. Not even close. And I say he's bigger than KD a few months ago to the Suns. Bigger than whoever you want to toss in there as far as football goes. Antonio Brown, Randy Moss, whatever. This is
Christian McCaffrey?
Bigger than that.
Than the Christian
bigger
McCaffrey deal?
Yes.
Because that feels like one of the bigger deals over the last couple years.
We're dealing with one of the most unique sports figures ever. This is Christian McCaffrey if Christian McCaffrey also was Charles Woodson. Like, this is like the comp. That would be the comp. Like, everyone wants to say, like, oh, two-way player, yeah, but, it's like if Patrick Mahomes is playing special. No, it's like Patrick Mahomes playing defense all the time.
It'd be like him being Nick Bosa and Patrick Mahomes.
Like, that's the comp. Like, no one is ever touching what Shohei has done currently. So that's why I think getting his foot in the door is worth it, even if it takes a Harrison, a Wisden Hunt, and a Matos. Like, I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
Let me ask you this. You've seen a little taste of Matos, and I like him. I like him a lot. Is it moving the needle for the fans?
No. It's not doing what Ellie De La Cruz is doing for the Reds. Like, Ellie De La Cruz is an untouchable for the Cincinnati Reds. I haven't seen that with anyone outside of Patrick Bailey for the San Francisco Giants.
And I like Matos. This sounds like
he hasn't looked. No,
it sounds like I'm crushing him. I'm not. But
no, he's been good.
If I were to ask you right now, multiple-time All-Star in his career or not, you have to bet $100.
Not.
I think most people would bet not, right?
Yes.
Like, and again, I'm holding out the hope that he takes a leap forward and things start clicking because he's only 21 and he's got this long way to go. You're talking about one of the best players in sports right now. So, are there risks, Joey? Of course there's risks. There's risks with anything. Look, I could lose my job tomorrow, right? That's life. Right? Risks are there. I have so much overhead right now when it comes to bills and debt and things like that I can't afford to take any losses. The Giants have so much debt and so many bills when it comes to this farm system. They can't afford to move off of all of these guys. But here's the part that I would say to them, that they're being a little misled. Look, I like Wisden Hunt as a prospect. I like the kid lefty who's from De La Salle in Harrison. I really want to see what Luciano has to, bring to the table. But to think that all or even some of these guys are going to hit the way that we think and hope that they're going to hit, It's probably not realistic.
No, it's probably not.
Maybe one hits.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you just play this game. Like, it's just not. You do the numbers, and Farhan is a numbers guy. Like, you have the opportunity to get one of the greatest players in the history of the sport. I think you do it, even if it's for 2 months. What say you? This is the question on the YouTube chat, on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. Like, subscribe. We are streaming. Good morning to all of you beautiful, beautiful people. I forgot to say good morning to all the electricians, all the nurses, the doctors, the pediatricians, the strippers. Yeah, I said it. There you go. The lady of the night, if you will. We appreciate you guys.
We do. We absolutely do. You know, it's very risky. Right? You've been waiting and you've been patient with your 401k and you've been stacking up and you've been saving and saving and saving and saving. But at some point, you gotta spend a little. And that's where we're at right now with the Giants. Look, you're 11 games over 500. And I feel like third best team in National League in terms of record. But does anyone really feel like they have the third best odds to represent the National League in the World Series?
No.
It doesn't feel like that.
It doesn't feel like it, but it is wide open. Like, baseball is weird. I do agree with Billy Beane in this sense when he used to say it was a crapshoot. I was like, that's just an excuse because your team doesn't have a lot of cohesion and it's not super together like some of these other teams that go out and get free agents. So it was an excuse a lot of the time. But to his point, you saw last year, like, no one saw the Phillies going there and going to the World Series. No one saw the Braves a few years ago going getting Jock Peterson. Like, that's your move? You guys were like a couple games under 500 at the deadline. Then you go on and win the World Series. Like, it could happen, but I would still be taking the Braves, probably. It's unlikely.
It's unlikely. So, okay, you surrender all these prospects, right? Or people that are on your big league club now, like a variety of players are going. It doesn't mean like the cupboard's barren. It also doesn't mean that you can't restock the cupboard because other people want to play with Otani.
Yes.
See, that's the hidden element that I don't think we're really actually diving into. Okay, so you lose, let's just say hypothetically, you lose Wisenhunt and Luciano. Okay, hypothetically. Are there not more pitchers available in the draft? Are there not more pitchers in your system? Are there not more pitchers in free agency?
Free agency is what I'm looking at. Okay. Oh, wait, Shohei wants to play there? I want to go play with Shohei.
Exactly.
Like, it has an NBA feel to it.
Absolutely.
We're not used to seeing that in baseball where you see like one of these big names signed there and it's like, oh man, well, maybe actually we do. The Padres, right? Like, I'm looking at the San Diego Padres, like, they became a destination.
Phillies.
Maybe it's not working, but they're a destination. The Phillies. There you go. Why can't the Giants be that?
And what about the next Japanese star that wants to leave? You don't think they want to team up with one of their countrymen who helped him win the World Baseball Classic this year? Because there are going to be guys. There's the youngster who's 21 years old. He's going to be eligible soon. There's the outfielder. He's going to be eligible soon. And if you want to get a head jump and jump the line, if you don't think those guys don't want to play with that dude, you're tripping.
Absolutely. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. The poll question right now, it is currently at 51% to 49%. Would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants if he's still left in free agency? 51%, Joe Shasky says yes. What does Nick and Berkeley think? Nick and Berkeley, you're 95.7 The Game. What's up, bro?
Me, Nick.
Man, with the price of garlic fries and the beer, man, it's like $50. I'm like, man, can y'all go out and just sign Otani, man? I mean, the one person that comes to mind after Bonds is Carlos Beltran as being a name brand. Can anybody think any bigger name than him? Come on, man. The Giants fans we deserve better, man. I've been a Giants fan since I was born, man. I'm 54. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. I mean, they won the World Series, man. But it was a lot of luck in that too. A lot of teams were making errors. If you remember those playoff games, we had some crazy plays and some weird stuff going on. But Panda was killing it, and Lefty was going nuts. But I'm just like, man, if you want to get over the top right now, go get that man. That's a special player right there, man. He's insane, man. And it was I don't even know why the Giants haven't signed, to your point, more international players.
Well,
like what? Anybody from Cuba, Japan, anywhere? Because what's going on?
I think there's an impression of the Bay Area, fair or not, and I think that what ends up happening is because you haven't signed anybody, no one's ready to take that leap.
Yeah.
Right? That leap of faith. And once you do get someone, now you become that destination spot. Look, like, again, the Phillies, the San Diego Padres, the New York Mets, they may not be winning at the highest level, but clearly they're doing something where guys all want to play together and join and get the big-time contracts. I'm looking at this lineup right now, right? Like, yesterday's lineup was Lamont Wade Jr., Jock Peterson, J.D. Davis, Conforto, Yaz. If I just keep it the same, let's just say hypothetically none of those guys are moved, and I keep it the same, and I put Shohei Otani in there, is Jock Peterson going to get better pitches to hit? I get Jock as a niche player.
Yeah.
Is J.D. Davis, who's been one of the better Giants this year in terms of home runs, RBIs, batting average, WAR, defense.
Oh, yeah.
J.D. Davis has been awesome. Conforto, who was clutch as hell yesterday.
Yes.
Well, does he not benefit from having Shohei Otani in the lineup?
It's everything benefits. From the top of the organization, it trickles down to everything, Joe. Like, that's why people were so in on Aaron Judge. It's because you thought getting that big name guy would have a ripple effect, a trickle-down effect from the top all the way to the bottom. Getting guys in here that are marquee free agents signifies to fans and the rest of the organization, we're in it to win it. That's why going for Shohei, I'm all in on it. 888-957-9570. Are you in on it? We'll continue to take your calls and texts as it pertains to Shohei Otani. What would you give up for him? If getting Shohei Otani means he wouldn't re-sign in free agency, would you still do it anyways? That is our Twitter poll question of the day. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. Hit the bell.
Is this bigger than Bryce Harper? When Bryce Harper hit free agency, is this bigger than that?
Yes. Yes, because I think Shohei at this stage is better than Bryce was then. I think he is more impact. Yes.
Okay.
I just think he's that bigger of a guy, and I know.
Yeah.
Bryce was pegged up as a phenom since he's been in high school. I get all that. But Shohei does it on both sides. He's just so unique, Joe. He's an international guy. He throws 100 miles an hour, and he hits tanks. Like, what is he at right now? 34 home. Like, what is he? He's on pace for 60 home runs, 59 home runs. It's unbelievable. There's no one like this guy. If it was just an Aaron Judge or a Bryce Harper, maybe I wouldn't be inclined. But because he can do it from both sides, I'm all in, man. I'm all in.
So the Philadelphia Phillies signed Bryce Harper in 2019, right? That offseason, if you will. They've really only been over 500 twice in that time.
Yeah.
And they went to a World Series.
They did.
Don't you think the Phillies are doing that deal every single day?
Yes. Well, because he's a name that you can market. All due respect to the Giants, who you marketing right now.
And he got hurt.
Yeah.
And yet, I look at how the Phillies have been built. You don't get Trey Turner without Bryce Harper. You're definitely not getting the outfielder Castellanos without him. And I definitely don't think you're getting to the World Series last year without him.
No, it's a good point. And they're missing Rhys Hoskins this year, but they look hot. Schwarber, by the way, just hits bombs after bomb after bomb. I feel like only the hits he gets are home runs.
In a row.
Are you serious?
Yeah, the Phillies have won. Yeah, they're on fire right now.
They're streaking right now. The Reds, they're cooling down.
The Orioles have won 8 in a row.
Okay.
They're whatever, like 8 for the last 10.
I do have the MLB standings up here as I have 50 million tabs open, so it does take a while. But I do know the Giants are at the top right now. They're a half game. They're tied with Miami right now in the percentage column. They're like at 0.01% of them. So they're technically in first. Then you got the Marlins. Then you got Arizona. Then, with the Phillies right there, right behind Arizona, half game back. You got Cincinnati. That kind of feels, Joe, like real quick, if you take a macro view, that feels like the cluster, like maybe the Padres going to run. There's a lot going on there, man. They thought Bob Melvin was going to be that dude. He's just, the individual agenda's there. And that's why I do appreciate a team like the San Francisco Giants, who may not be as individually as talented as the San Diego Padres, but they're cohesive.
But what are the two things that the Giants need for right now to win this year? Like, let's strip this back. What are the two things that they need right now for this year? A middle of the order popper.
And another starting pitcher.
This guy provides both of those.
Both of them.
All right, so
2 birds, 1 stone.
And look, and I'll worry about the offseason in the offseason. So you get the test drive of the Shohei Otani. But in the interim, you get a guy that you could slot right after Logan Webb, okay, in the rotation. You're already essentially doing a 6-man rotation with all these openers and whatnot.
Yeah.
And you now have a 1-2 punch that is formidable. Logan Webb, Shohei?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, let's say you get into a wild card game, all right? And you got to burn Logan Webb. Well, now you got Shohei in your back pocket.
And I feel a lot better about Alex Cobb as a 3 than I do a 2. Then you're feeling like, I just got an all-star at 3 right now. Are you kidding me? I have an all-star lineup, these top 3 guys, because that's what you need. Like 4 and 5, like do the bullpen thing. Like I'm fine with that.
Exactly.
Because as Bonte and you have said this past week and past couple weeks, Like, this feels like a legit playoff World Series type of bullpen.
Yeah.
Like, that's how legit it is. And let's be honest, that's how the Giants win those World Series. It was that core 3 guys, right? Think of the Javi Lopez, the Affelts, the Wilsons, Romos, Casillas, what mix and match you want, the Petites, if you will. Like, that's how you win playoff series, is going to the bullpen and being nails in that. So 888-957-9570. Tell me why not, like, why the Giants should not go for Shohei at this point. Like, I'm telling you, you can keep Patrick Bailey and a Harrison, Wisenhunt, or a Matos. Everyone else is on the table. Hell, a Luciano, you can keep him too. Why not go after Shohei Otani? 888-957-9570 is the number. Good morning to all of you beautiful people. I'm Joe Spadoni filling in for Bonte Hill. He's off this week. He's in Hawaii, living the life out in Maui, Joe Shasky. And man, what a weekend of sports.
Think about how devastating the trade for Trey Lance has been for the 49ers in terms of production from Trey Lance. Okay? In terms of the straight up production from Trey Lance. It's been horrible, if we're being totally honest with ourselves. He's played like 3 games.
Yeah.
Okay? And they gave up a lot. They could have had Micah Parsons. They could have had a lot of different players.
Could have had Justin Fields. Some people wanted him. Could have had, all these other different quarterbacks, yeah.
And they've won despite it. Now, you could say, Joe, they haven't won the ultimate prize, and if they had the ammunition from the Trey Lance trade, maybe they wouldn't have faltered, and they would have actually won a Super Bowl. My counter to that would be, they've won regardless. Yeah. And it was a risky, proposition that they executed. And honestly, looking back, I'm glad they did it. They went for the gusto.
Yes.
They swung big. Now, it might end up blowing up in their face, and Shanahan never hoists a Super Bowl at all, right? But there is something to be said for anytime there's a big-time move. I know the Niners are trying to go big. They're trying to win it all. They're trying to swing for the fences. McCaffrey, Nick Bosa's contract. You think they're going to penny pinch on the Nick Bosa contract? No, it's coming. They're going to swing big. They're going to sign one of their big guys. They signed Debo, right? They swung the deal for McCaffrey. They swung the deal for Trey Lance. They swung a deal to bring in Sam Darnold. Brock Purdy got hurt. They've got enough gusto to actually feel good about him. There's something about swinging big on your organization, and I see the Warriors doing it too.
I want to keep it on this 49ers topic because we've been watching that quarterback doc, whatever you want to call it, on Netflix right now. It's fascinating. It goes into the lives of Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota. I want to get into that, the conversation. The Niners, the rookies report tomorrow for training camp. So football is here, folks, right around the corner. Want to get into that on the other side. And that's all going to be brought to you by AC Transit.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Moses? We are so international here. Shout out Be Legit on The Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni, I should say. Joe Shasky. I almost called myself Joe Shasky there. 2 JS's. And for Bonte Hill, who's enjoying himself. Nice week off. Deserved week off out in Hawaii. No sports, Bonte. Stay away from the sports. Hang out on the beach. Soak it up. He needs to get those takes off somehow or another, though, Joe Shasky. We've been getting our takes off here. Shohei Otani is the conversation so far. We're going to pivot a little bit to football here, but the conversation remains on Twitch, on YouTube. We are streaming live there. Search 95.7 The Game. Like and subscribe. Our YouTube poll question here is, as I pull it up now because my buffers are really bad. This computer's need a hard reset. That is one thing I'm looking forward to in the new building. Hopefully there's new consoles there for us. That'll be actually faster. Joe Shasky's not holding his breath, though. He looks a little, that was a deep sigh there from Joe Shasky talking about the new building. I think that's about parking more than anything else. But the question on YouTube, would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants if he's still left in free agency? 51% said yes. No at 49%. You can continue to vote on that. Joe Shasky, we were talking in the morning thread and all weekend actually about this doc on Netflix, Quarterback. And it's following the 3 careers right now, or seasons, of Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota. All 3 very different, right? In the quarterback tiers, a lot of people have him. Mahomes, top of the top. He's the best. Way better than everyone else. A clear tier above. Then you got Kirk Cousins, 10 to 15, wherever you want to put him in there, in that category. And then you got Marcus Mariota, a journeyman. So we've been following along there. And listen, we're not going to do deep dive on the documentary. I urge you all to watch it. I'm only a couple episodes in. Joe Shasky's a few episodes in. Have you finished it, Joe?
I'm almost done.
He's almost done, but it's really good. We're not going to focus too much on that. But there's a lot of storylines regarding the 49ers in there. There's a lots of bits and pieces. It starts with the Chiefs beating the 49ers in the Super Bowl just in 2020, a few years ago. And it's just, you can't help but wonder, passing up on a Patrick Mahomes, right? In 2017, you heard John Lynch's comments.
I can't get over it.
John Lynch talking about, what was it, a year or 2 ago? It's like, hey, man, Shanny, we've got this guy, Patrick Mahomes here. We may have to change our whole board to try to draft this kid. He said that, like, obviously 3 or 4 years after the fact. And sometimes when you're a general manager, it's better to say nothing at all. It's like, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's just a gut punch to the fan base hearing something like that. It's similar when Farhan said, I don't think we ever were going to get Aaron Judge. Don't say that. Like, there's certain things you just don't need to be said.
You don't say the private part out loud.
No, exactly. So don't say that. But it's interesting to see, like, the different career paths. And I look at a guy like Kirk Cousins, who Kyle Shanahan has reportedly been in love with, infatuated with. He coached him, obviously, in Washington. His dad drafted him, RG3 and him, that whole escapade there. And it's just interesting looking down the road. Kirk Cousins is going to be a free agent next year, right? The quarterback position for the 49ers has been in flux, let's just say. Maybe they have a guy in Purdy. Maybe he starts all 16. It's all water under the bridge. He's that dude moving forward. Maybe it's Trey Lance. He gets the opportunity, runs with it. He stays healthy, all that. Maybe it's even Sam freaking Darnold. Everything everyone's ever said about him, you know what? He just needs right coaching. He gets the right coaching, and he's looks like that guy at USC. Maybe that was what happens. Or maybe, just maybe, none of these guys on the roster are the guy, and Kirk Cousins is available next week, and Kyle Shanahan says, you know what? This is a guy, Joe Shasky, that stayed healthy for most of his career. He starts every game. I know what I'm getting out of him. He's a solid 10 to 15 guy, anywhere in that range. I could win with him. I'm going to go get him. What say you? You roll your eyes, but you know what?
No,
I think Kyle Shanahan...
He's a solid player. He's a solid player. And I actually grew respect.
You're not that guy.
Oh, he is.
Let's just start here. Let's start here. Like, I don't want to get too ahead of people on this doc because it's absolutely outstanding.
Yes.
But off of one episode, all right, if you're just going to... I want to go back to, like, the first episode. We'll get to the pain tolerance and all that. Off of one episode, there is a huge personality difference between the 3 quarterbacks. Would you agree?
Massive.
Okay. Mariota, very quiet. Honestly, meeting Mariota, he seems like a really nice guy. And I'm just being honest, personality-wise, I don't think he could be my quarterback. And that feels so, you have got to be so good at playing the position. He's very quiet. He doesn't really command the huddle. It's just not in his nature to like scream and yell. And I don't know, like I'm looking for swagger. I'm looking for confidence. And so how you determine who the quarterback is, to me, like who you pair yourself up with, I think that really like gives me a window into your heart and what you're searching for.
I love Tyler Miller on the chat, and good morning to the YouTube chat. Tyler Miller, still trash, but good dude. It's just
Mariota?
Yes.
A great guy.
Great guy.
I want him dating my daughter.
Great backup. I think he was actually a solid backup when he was in Vegas, but he is not a starter in the NFL. I'd much rather see what I have with Desmond Ritter. That's the guy they're going to go with going forward than I would with Marcus Mariota. Great point.
But like, great guy. But like, you could tell, like, in terms of apex personality, like, look, you've seen Tom Brady, right? Now, Joe Montana's a little different because we haven't really gotten inside Joe Montana. But you watch that Peacock doc, he's in his 60s. Does Joe lack confidence?
No, he is still salty
almost
to this day.
Insufferably arrogant, right? Like, almost.
I don't know who I'm going to root for, Joe. The Chiefs or the Niners. I'm a winner either way.
Right? So the point that I'm getting at is, like, there's an air of arrogance that I demand from the position. Me, personally. I'm like looking into the soul of Kyle Shanahan watching the first couple of episodes, and I'm saying to myself, you're obsessed with Kirk Cousins? And Kirk's honestly, Kirk's a great guy and hard worker. Like, there are so many things.
That's the worst thing you could say about an athlete to start off, though. Oh, Kirk, great guy. That's the worst thing you could say.
Like, all these guys are great guys.
Yes.
Like, all these guys are great. There's a prerequisite. You better be a good dude.
And the family dynamic is something that this documentary does touch on, which I am very appreciative of the fact of that. Like, seeing Marcus Mariota going through a pregnancy and stuff like that, that gives you an insight to what these guys go through on a week-to-week basis. That's fascinating.
I really think, had they acquired Kirk Cousins 4 years ago, they might have a ring. Might. I'm not willing to say they would, but they might have a ring.
I think they do.
Okay, well, we can have that conversation. Yeah. But the fact that Kyle was so obsessed with Kirk, I can't get it out of my head. And I'm watching the doc, the first episode, and I'm going to myself, this is a guy in Kirk Cousins who is almost robotic, right? And is obsessed with a missed throw from 3 weeks ago and can't get out of his head. Conversely, I'm contrasting that with Patrick Mahomes, who misses a couple passes here and there, and he's like, I got to make that play. On the very next play, makes one of the sickest throws you've ever seen in your life, and he's obsessed about the misplay while he's making unreal plays down the field. Now, maybe it's unfair to compare and contrast anyone to Mahomes. Maybe that's just a fool's errand. That might be so. But I can't get over that Kyle Shanahan has been obsessed with Kirk Cousins, and he's a really good player. But I'm looking at the personality of someone like Mahomes, and I'm saying, is it he was so arrogant that he was almost insufferable? Was it that he freelances too much for your liking? What was it about Mahomes that you didn't even look at the film? What was it? Was it his freelancing nature? Was his over-the-top arrogance? Because Aaron Rodgers has been booked as over-the-top arrogant since day one. That was the coming out thing. I want to know.
But, I mean, he made a lot of mistakes in college. But so what college quarterback with a great arm doesn't make a lot of mistakes is what I would say, right? And even though it's at Texas Tech and they run that spread offense, Cliff Kingsbury, all these wide sets, all that sort of stuff, I get it. That might scare you a little bit, but just look at the arm. Like the arm, like you had to have seen that in individual workouts. The cannon that this guy had, it's the greatest arm I've ever seen in my life. Like it's better than Brett Favre. It's better than Aaron Rodgers. Hell, Tom Brady hasn't had a cannon at that age, but nothing like I've seen with Patrick. When he just flicks his wrist, Joe, he's getting tackled by a Max Crosby, by all these guys, by Nick Bosa, and he just flicks his wrist. John knows back there. He's a Broncos fan. I'm a Raider fan. Drives us nuts. We have this guy dead in the water half the time. He flicks his wrist. Oh, Tyreek Hill, bye-bye. Oh, Travis Kelce. Oh, 10-yard first down. Every single time he does that, and it drives me nuts.
He can also throw it with his left hand.
Oh, hi, John.
Oh, my God. It's the voice of God back there.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Hi, Joe.
We get into these conversations in life and in sports, and I see this in baseball a lot, and Mahomes talks about it a lot in the doc. I'm a baseball player. Like, the contorting of his body, the way he
Russell
throws.
Wilson, similarly.
Shortstop, he's obviously got the pitcher background as well because his father was a pitcher. But, like, we ask a lot about this, like, science versus art, right? When it comes to sports. I think too many times there are guys that are obsessed with the science of it, and you can almost get paralyzed by the analysis of the science.
Well, I thought it was interesting, and Mustafa Ward on the YouTube chat brings this up. Like, one of the aspects of this doc was the quarterbacks talked to, and specifically Kirk Cousins talked to a therapist, a team therapist. And he gets on the therapist about, like, listen, man, I feel like I focus too hard on the negatives, and I don't want this whole team. It was almost like he was talking about the whole team and not himself.
No, he was talking about himself.
But he was shadowing it like as a whole team thing. I was like, dude, you're talking to a psychiatrist. You can be yourself here. But even then, it was like, oh, man, I don't want this loss to bleed into the team, because if it bleeds into the team, then we're going to go on this losing streak. And if we go on this losing streak, we're all going to be out of a job and stuff like that. I was like, Kirk, relax, man. Like the greatest of the greats, yeah, those losses stick with them, but they could flip the page to the next one real quick. Like, you saw that with the Chiefs last season. They lost to a really bad Colts team early on that year. What'd they do? They won on Monday Night Football against the Raiders. They were down 17-0 in that game, scored 24 straight points or whatever it was, and won that game. Like, Patrick Mahomes, his ability, yes, and the greatest of the greats, to your point, they feel those losses and remember those losses more than they celebrate those wins, because that's what the greatest of the greats do. They are able to, feel those losses and pain. Stephen Curry's one of them. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, all these guys, Joe Montana, they feel those losses, and it fuels them to be greater going forward.
Well, I think there's no doubt about that. Going back to the science versus art thing, I would categorize Kirk Cousins more in the science category, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Robotic.
Yes.
Almost to a fault.
Derek Carr put in there too, similarly.
Right? And you've heard a lot from whether it's Mike Silver talking to Willard, whether it's other people talking about the 49ers. Kyle wants a guy who could just joystick what he wants done. He wants a robot. And I would argue to Kyle, the game is played by humans. I need a little blend of the art. Now, maybe Mahomes is way over into the art, a portion of how he plays the position, that it was never going to be a marriage. But I look at the way Andy Reid has handled him. Now, you see later on in the doc as it starts to go, and I don't want to get too ahead, but the Niners creep their safeties up. And he goes, oh, finally, safeties are going to play up? Well, I'm going over the top. He's keeping it simple, stupid, as in kiss. You hear this a lot in sports. And he's like, I'm just going to make a play over the top. Is he intelligent? Of course he is. Does he understand what the coverage is that he's going up? Of course he is. But there's also a freelancing artistic flow to how he plays the game that, to me, is the perfect blend of the position. And I keep going back to Brock Purdy, and I keep going back to Trey Lance, and I keep coming back to Jimmy Garoppolo and the obsession of Kirk Cousins, because I'm telling you, the metaphors on the Niners and the insights on the Niners are all over this doc. I cannot watch this doc without thinking about how Kyle Shanahan views football. And I keep coming back to, Kyle, I do think you're almost too obsessed with the robotic science of it, and you're unbelievably successful, but you have to be a little
off script.
Yes. And I think that Purdy brought the best out of him in this last year. And this is where I go back to the Purdy point, where Purdy did freelance a little. He did give you all the robotic elements with a little sprinkle of the freelancing. And we can get to all the other stuff, but I cannot get over the obsession with Kirk Cousins. Not that Kirk isn't good. He's good. But there's clearly a difference between Allen and Burrow and Mahomes and Kirk Cousins. And in the way that those guys are willing to freelance and let it rip. There's a recklessness to them.
There is.
That's almost a healthy recklessness.
No, it is. But also, to Kyle Shanahan's point, like, he wants a guy because he feels like he's the smartest one in the room, right? Like let's be honest. Like, Kyle Shanahan, more often than not, when it comes to play calling and stuff like that, he's up there with the elite of elite. He's up there with the Andy Reids, right? Like, when it comes to play, I think that's 1A, 1B. You go Andy Reid, I'll take Kyle Shanahan, or I'll take Sean McVay. Like, those are the top three. Anyone else you want to toss in there? Like, those are the dudes that believe that their S don't stick, and that's why even Andy Reid gets on Mahomes. Like, hey, man, I like what you did there, but even pull it back. I think Shanahan, until he finds that next dude, he's going to be constantly tinkering with these guys and just making it so simple for them because he doesn't want to see them fail.
What did you think? Okay, so like Andy Reid's temperament, would we agree his temperament is almost perfect for a wild horse like Patrick Mahomes? And I mean that in an endearing way.
Yes.
Where you got to
very calm,
steady. You got to rein that guy in every now and then.
And then even Mahomes said in the doc, he's like, hey, man, even if I'm going that nuts, even Andy, if he pulls me to the side, that means I'm going way too crazy. Like, he even just gives me a little nudge, like, all right, calm down, dude.
I think one thing that we underrated when we were looking at the Jimmy G Shanahan relationship
on the sideline.
No, I think Jimmy's temperament was perfect for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And I think very few players have the willingness to get chewed out left and right and not clap back at the coach. I actually think it's one thing now. I don't think I appreciated it enough in real time. Jimmy's temperament dealing with Shanahan was brilliant.
No,
I
it
don't
is.
know if some of these other young quarterbacks can deal with Shanahan that way.
And we like to get on Jimmy because he's so robotic with the media. And he's always like, it's just it's quarterbacks. It works. Like, you know who we learned that from? Tom Brady.
And I don't think Jimmy's that good.
No.
But I'm talking about in terms of the emotional ability to coexist with a guy like Shanahan.
Well, it was interesting, too, because Jimmy would take sneaky shots at Shanahan if he read between the lines, like especially last year with the acquisition of Christian McCaffrey and how much that helped that team and him specifically going forward. It was like, oh, yeah, it's actually nice to be able to, I get to cook, so to speak.
Yes.
Like, I get to run the offense. Like, it's nice to be able to do this again. We got to do this early on in my career, and that's basically saying, oh, wow, Shanahan's actually kind of trusting me again. That was basically the subtle shot he was doing. Is Shanahan going to do that ever with Brock Purdy? Is he going to do it with Trey Lance? Clearly, he didn't trust Trey Lance last year. Someone showed that he was running him up the middle, and he was getting hurt.
Well, there is absolutely a trust factor, but forget the coach for just a second on that one, because the players have to buy in.
Yeah.
Like, when you watch the other players and how they react to Mahomes, I mean, clearly they're like, oh, yeah, we're going. Like, whatever you say, dude, like, wherever you need me to be, I will be there. We're riding with you. And then you watch Minnesota, okay, with Kirk Cousins, and Kirk is really good. I'm not trying to knock him. His toughness, unbelievable. There's a point, and you'll get to it. There's a quarterback sneak situation where the game's on the line, and he goes, quarterback sneak, and you hear one of the players in the huddle go, really? Like, basically questioning him going for it, and he is audibly in the huddle and going to do his own thing. And Kevin O'Connell, his head coach, is like, why'd you do that? Yeah. Why'd you go to that? And to me, it was one of those things. We don't get enough of this in sports. We talk about the players and the locker room buying in. This was the players in real time with the game on the line and the ball at the goal line were questioning Kirk Cousins. And right then and there, I was like, had Mahomes said the exact same thing to his guys in the exact same moment, all the elements the same. You think there's one guy in that huddle saying, really?
No.
Well, why?
Well, that's the thing. Well,
you could hear it.
Well, Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time now in hindsight. But Kirk Cousins, to your point, he does make these plays, and that's why the knock on Kirk Cousins will always be, is he going to get it done in the playoffs? He's got one playoff win, and that was against the Saints a few years ago. It was a hell of a win. It was in New Orleans.
One of the greatest wins.
It was one.
In Minnesota history.
It really is. It was a tremendous win. I mean, I don't think it's the Minnesota Miracle quite like that, where it was Stephon Diggs and who was that? Case Keenum.
Such a great dog.
It was great. But Kirk Cousins, it always goes back to him. And again, we're talking about Kirk Cousins right now because he's going to be a free agent after next year. And let's be honest, the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position, it's up in the air. Whether you like it or not, who do you have going into week 1 next year? Is it Brock Purdy?
You mean this year?
This year, Joe Shasky.
I have no idea.
See, you don't even have any idea.
That's another. Well, I think it's going to be Brock. I think it's going to be Brock.
From all the reports, he's going to be doing first team reps in training camp. So we'll see if he's throwing there.
But again, for people keep texting in. For those that are asking, like, what are you guys talking about? It's on Netflix. It's called Quarterback. It's an 8-part series, and it dives into Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Mariota, 3 different guys at 3 different spots in their career. And you asked me who's going to play quarterback. It's funny. As you progress in the doc, and I don't want to give away all of it. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, but it's going to show you the pain tolerance. I believe it's episode 3 or 4. The pain tolerance of the quarterback position. It's produced by Peyton Manning, someone who had his neck fused multiple times.
God knows pain. Yes.
Absolutely, right? Toughness personified.
Yes.
There's a prerequisite level of toughness to play football that you have to have. But then you're seeing what it takes for these guys, not just to play 1 week, to play week after week after week after week. And I'm going to be real with you. As you progress in the doc, it's hard for me not to look at Trey and Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo and Sam Darnold and go, oh boy, like there is a physical prerequisite pain tolerance required at the position. Yeah. And I think it's up in the air on all 4 of those guys. I'm talking Jimmy for the Raiders now because he was hurt his entire tenure with the Niners. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold. I just don't think we understand the durability of Kirk Cousins, and he is a limited player on a variety of fronts and a good player. the pain tolerance is through the roof to suit up every week. And I think the jury is out on all of these quarterbacks that the Niners have.
That's what I'm saying about Kirk Cousins, man. Whether you like it or not, the guy plays the games and he starts them. And I think that's honestly
I can't knock it.
That's honestly all Shanahan wants. The reason they moved on from Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't because of his boneheaded throws. It's because he couldn't stay healthy. It's because the guy couldn't stay healthy. That's why they drafted Trey Lance.
Is so physical.
He couldn't stay healthy. The game is so damn physical. That's why I don't knock a guy like Kirk Cousins. And I get it. He's a punching bag because of his faults a lot. He throws some boneheaded mistakes. He'll throw short of the first down mark when you need it and you're on fourth down in the playoffs against the New York Giants this past year. I get that. But there is something to be said for Kyle Shanahan always getting there. And then, man, he got so close to Jimmy Garoppolo and it felt like he could taste it. And then what happens? You felt like you're going to get there again at least one other time with Jimmy, right? And he was hurt. That NFC Championship game against the Rams, he was hurt. He was limited. God bless him. He got him there, but he wasn't the reason they got there.
No.
His arm was falling off.
Well, I mean, you were watching the doc, like a hit you get in week 2 will linger all year long, and you'll have a bruise, and sometimes you got bruises that don't even expose themselves on the actual skin, and your breathing, it hurts, and this and that. And I kept thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo, like shoulder, labrum, ankle, finger, knee, this, that, and I'm like, God, and I know it's kind of like a running joke, like, oh, Jimmy's always hurt. Well, yeah, he's getting peppered. Cousins got hit more last year than any player in football.
They got destroyed.
And didn't miss anything.
Got destroyed. That offensive line was not good. Their defense was trash. And I think he had 8 come from behind victories. He had a hell of a year.
And here's the other big takeaway when it comes to Kirk Cousins. Justin Jefferson might be one of the sickest players the league has ever seen.
Oh, he's so good.
No, he's ridiculous.
I think Justin Jefferson and
they don't even dive into it enough.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Text line 888-957-9570.
I would trade everything for Justin Jefferson.
888-957-9570. Justin Jefferson, I think, had his top 5. They asked him about it, his quarterbacks, and I don't think he put Kirk Cousins there.
Do you blame him?
Well, kind of. You got to cape up for your guy. Devontae Adams said Derek Carr was a Hall of Famer. You got to cape up for your guy. And Devontae clearly knew that Derek Carr was not a Hall of Famer.
Dude,
you got to lie.
I'm just saying.
I put Brock Purdy. If I'm George Kittle, I'm gassing Brock Purdy or Chandler. You know what? I think if they play this year, I think they could be top 5 quarterbacks. Yes, you got to lie. Give him that confidence. Come on, Justin. Look, you can't do my boy Kirk like that.
In the first 2 episodes alone, I want to say 2 episodes because they only go through it's weird. They kind of jump around. So Mariota will be in week 4 and Mahomes will be in week 8. So it's not perfect chronological order. But there's 3 games in a row where Kirk just throws it up, and Justin Jefferson, 3 different games, is making one-handed, should have been intercepted.
Unbelievable.
Would have been catches of a lifetime, and this guy's making it week after week after week with the game on the line.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. He had Jalen Hurts over Kirk Cousins, and he had Mahomes, Burrow, and I think Josh Allen. So just pretty funny there. That's even one of the stars of the league, and Justin Jefferson. And it's interesting. We're talking about getting hits and putting your body on the line. Today's the franchise tag deal, signing day.
Yes.
This is the expiration day. So if you don't sign today, then you're officially holding out. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, those are the 2 big names, right, of all the running backs. And listen, it's a depressed position right now, and it sucks because I'm a Raider fan. I love Josh Jacobs. They didn't win the playoffs last year. They didn't get to the playoffs, but Josh Jacobs was the best running back in football. You can have the conversation with Christian McCaffrey. That's fine. But Josh Jacobs had the most yards from scrimmage last year, from rushing, that is. To see him not get rewarded for that, and to see what that does, and we're going to see what that happens in the locker room, because don't get it twisted. Guys like Max Crosby, guys like Chandler Jones, guys like, whoever's going to be due for a contract for the Raiders coming up, they're going to see what's going on in that locker room. You're not rewarding our leader. You're not rewarding the guy that put the team on our back day in and day out, week in and week out. You're not going to reward that guy. Why would I want to stay here? Right? Why would I want to stay there? And I get it. You can go, well, Spadoni, this is the cost of doing business. It's just the value. It's the positional value. But don't tell me that doesn't matter in the locker room. When you're a guy like Josh McDaniels, and this is your 2nd year now, do you really want to be that dude? If you're Brian Dable, do you really want to be that guy not rewarding good play? Doesn't that set a bad precedent going forward, Joe Shasky? And again, I get it. The value and all that sort of stuff. But to see a guy like Josh Jacobs not get rewarded, to see a guy like Saquon Barkley, who's been hurt, not get rewarded, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It does.
It feels like it's the most devalued position in sports.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Why?
It's because it's very...
Because we saw the Patriots for the last 2 decades do it with Tom Brady because they had the greatest coach and the greatest quarterback of all time.
And you watched the 7th-round pick in Pacheco dominate with Mahomes.
Okay.
But I would say that those circumstances are unique because they have outlier Hall of Fame generational quarterbacks. And so a lot of guys are going to look good next to those. If you're Daniel Jones, like if I just took away Saquon Barkley, who's going through a contract negotiation currently, if I took away Saquon Barkley, doesn't the value of Daniel Jones and the impact on Daniel Jones' play take a hit?
Yes.
Right?
No, it does.
Okay, let's do it with the 49ers. Were they a different team with Christian McCaffrey?
Oh my, it changed everything.
And I'm not ripping any of the quarterbacks.
Jimmy Garoppolo looked like younger Jimmy.
Oh, he looked incredible.
Looked incredible.
You could say that it was the best version of Jimmy that we've seen. And I would listen to that argument.
And I would like to see Trey Lance with Christian McCaffrey.
And
Darnold.
To
get a chance. And Darnold.
Even though Darnold's played with McCaffrey. But you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Right? Like, and so
with Shanahan.
I look at that position and, you know, your boy Josh Jacobs not getting paid. I do think that has something. And then you're looking over across and, hey, a guy on his 3rd contract, you know, Devontae Adams is getting more this year than I'll get guaranteed over the life of an extension.
Yes.
Right now, Saquon Barkley wants $22 million in guaranteed money. 22.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel's getting paid $21 million this year as a quote unquote playmaker. So I'm looking at the Christian McCaffrey deal because everyone says Christian McCaffrey's going to have to rework his deal. He's on the books for almost $11 million this year.
Man.
Okay. Then he's on the books next year for $11 million, and then the year after that for $11 million. So unless he wants to restructure and get more years and spread that money out, I think the Niners are in complete control.
Are you kidding me? That's a great deal for them.
Right?
It's not even close. And it's funny, we talk about running backs, and we always fail to, like, it's like, oh, well, it's always about a quarterback-driven league. Well, look at a team like the Tennessee Titans, who just signed DeAndre Hopkins over the weekend. Derrick Henry's been that guy.
Absolutely.
Not Ryan Tannehill. Every single time. And now you're starting to see the wear and tear, and he's 29 years old. This is probably the time where he's going to start breaking down a little bit more. He's probably the greatest running back outside of Adrian Peterson of my lifetime. And that's not, and I don't put that lightly.
He's up there.
He's up there. Probably LT, you want to toss him in there too?
Like, LT's got to be in there.
Yeah, LT's in there.
Sorry,
absolutely.
he's got to be.
He's absolutely. But I think Derrick Henry has meant more for the Titans than LT did with the San Diego Chargers because San Diego, I think San Diego had Phillip Rivers, who's been way better than Ryan Tannehill.
And Antonio Gates. Like they had 3 maybe of their all-time type of players.
And our guy Lorenzo Neal. Can't throw him under the bus. Come on, Lolo.
But it is interesting to see that, like, as we're discussing quarterbacks like crazy, running back really matters.
It does.
It really matters.
Like, look at the guys like Miles Sanders was a key cog for the Eagles last year. Pacheco, key cog for them last year.
Gainwell killed the Niners.
Gainwell.
Think about
Boston
right now.
Scott, their 3rd guy, was a good back, too.
Dalvin Cook's still sitting out in free agency.
Yeah, who's he going to go to? The Dolphins? Everyone keeps saying the Dolphins. Like, I think he's holding out to see what happens first. This first domino, and maybe we'll see it today because there's been talks. There's been contract negotiation talks with Saquon and the New York Giants. What's going to go down there? Like, what's it going to look like for those guys? Because I feel like once that first signing happens, then it's going to be Josh Jacobs. Then it's going to be, Dalvin Cook. 888-957-9570. That's the number.
When I look at, like, the 49ers right now, wouldn't you say even more so, like, you need wide receivers on the outside, but if I was just ranking importance, McCaffrey's more important to this year than Ayuk and Debo, right?
Yes.
And it feels unfair to even, like, try to, like, stack these guys up against each other. Is he more important than Kittle?
Yes.
Even though Kittle provides so much in the run game to help him out?
Yes. I would say Christian McCaffrey is the X factor for the 49ers.
You really think so?
I think so.
Yeah, he just opens up so much for so many.
He's the safety blanket for the quarterback. And where it used to be George Kittle, now it's this little dump off to Christian McCaffrey where he feels like he runs for 10, 15 yards every time.
Well, and last year when they acquired him, didn't it feel like they just, all right, every week, let's just throw as much McCaffrey at you as possible. I feel like this year they got to do a better job putting him on the pitch count and splitting him out as a wide receiver, and just so he's not getting those between the tackle hits as often. Now, you're still going to use him as a running back because that's where he's best suited, but doesn't he need to be on some sort of a touches limit? No? You want to get the best out of it. Like, it's so imperative that he is at his optimal come playoff time, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point. And it feels like the full 49er season is based on health. I mean, you could say that for any single squad, but specifically for the San Francisco 49ers, again, it comes back to Kirk Cousins because he stayed healthy. Can they stay healthy, Joe Shasky? That's all I'm wondering, man. Is it a coaching thing? Is it a training staff? Is it what goes into this team? And as we look forward, Nick Bosa. Like, that's going to be the next big contract for this team. And it scares me to potentially give all this money to a guy who, let's face it, came up a little short in the playoffs last year. He looked fatigued.
So
doesn't play every down.
You haven't gotten to this part in the quarterback doc, but the Niners play the Chiefs. And I want to pull the sound at some point off of the Netflix doc. Bosa and Mahomes meet at midfield. Now, Bosa had just returned from a hamstring groin injury.
Coming off the Super Bowl, right after the Super Bowl.
No. This was after
last year.
Whatever, 7, whatever week Kansas City came to Levi's. It was the game I went to with my grandpa.
McCaffrey's first game.
Yes. Week 7, whatever it was. And Mahomes meets Bosa at midfield, and they both have their helmets off.
Purdy comes in garbage time in that game, by the way.
Yes, he does. Yeah. Throws an interception,
he does,
late in that game.
Yep.
But Mahomes says to Bosa, hey, you're a great player, because he's always complimenting all these guys.
It's real quick. That was a great impression. He is Kermit the Frog meets Danny McBride. It's hilarious. No, if you've ever seen the compilation of him talking and then Danny McBride, they're the same dude. It's hilarious. Eastbound and down all the way, man.
But he says to Bosa, Mahomes does, he goes, hey, you got to get right, because I know you're not right, or you're not 100% healthy, or however he says it, and you get what he's saying, and Bosa goes, no, I'm healthy, and like the look on his face was like, no, I'm not healthy, even though he said he was. So like that is something I know we've talked a lot about how Bosa faded last year, and that's a big talking point. He's the number 1 sack artist in 49er playoff history. He's number 1. All right?
He's that dude.
All right, already.
Yeah.
Already.
Which, dude, it feels
less
weird.
Than 5 years in.
That's crazy.
But he faded last year.
He did.
All right, and so...
He was the DP... Like, no one's saying he's not the DPOY.
No, he's amazing.
He's the greatest defensive player in all of football. But he was hurt. He was clearly fatigued. And not having a guy like Drake Jackson, another number 2 there...
Exactly.
It hurt him.
He has got to be healthy all year. That being said, even though, let's say he was 90 or 80%, he's still better than the majority of the league. And you got to pay that guy. I mean, Joey, he's going to get... Quinn Williams got an extension last week. He's going to get
got an
paid.
extension last year. You're seeing the Myles Garrett stuff. He is going to get paid, and he is going to be, and he deserves to be, the highest paid defensive player in all of sports. Just the question is, do you shell out all that money for that guy?
You have to.
You have to, though. Right? And we're going back
to... We're talking about rewarding guys in the locker room.
We're talking about rewarding and what the message
He's been an All-Pro since day 1.
And then that feels like, and I'm going to say it feels like this is championship or bust this year, and it feels like this is your last great opportunity to win a championship. Doesn't it, Joe? If you're going to start shelling out these contracts, like this is when it starts to feel like this is the last, maybe, I'm not going to say the window's totally closed, but this is how wide it's going to be, because it feels like the NFC is so wide open still, right?
It's
like
so
I know the Eagles like are those dudes. They got all those Georgia players. They're stacked. The Niners, I feel like, were right there. If Brock Purdy was healthy in that game, they were right there, man. The Vikings miss me with the Vikings, miss me with all these other teams.
Well, even like if someone said to me, "Hey, the Packers are a playoff team,"
please, I'd be like, Jordan Love isn't doing jack.
But
please,
no, they might be, because I don't think highly of the NFC as a whole.
Yeah, sure.
All right, like they might be. I don't know. We'll see. You asked me about the Bosa thing, like. I just think we do too much time spending in football specifically. Too much time spending. You can't keep everyone, dude. The cap is exploding. They're going to go through another television deal, like a $30 million today. Who knows how we look at it 2 years from now or 3 years from now. Plus, you're spending a lot of money on that left tackle in Trent Williams. He is someone who could walk away at any point, and that alleviates a lot of money.
No, it's a good
because
point.
You got about $17 million in guarantees cooked up into him, right? So I know everyone wants to move this playmaker and move that playmaker. Pump the brakes. It's year to year in the NFL to begin with, and I'm paying Nick Bosa whatever he's worth.
Real quick, because we got rookies reporting to training camp tomorrow for the San Francisco 49ers. Can't wait. Training camp's right around the corner. Joe Shasky. Are you going? You going this year, bud?
What do you think?
Come on, dude.
Of course.
What do you rock to when you go to training camp?
Probably a golf polo and then like a big sun hat.
Very professional. Respect.
I mean, try to
be professional as possible.
Yeah.
What's the number one question mark outside of the quarterback position? Because that's obvious for you for this 49ers. Is it right tackle? Is it the offensive line? Is it the secondary? What are you looking at for this team that say, you know what, outside of the quarterback position, this could be the group that holds the Niners back?
I would say 3 positions. Opposite Nick Bosa, as in who's the other edge pressure guy, because you need that. Obviously, Javon Hargraves is going to help up the middle, but you need somebody opposite him. Right tackle, right? Keeping the quarterback healthy. And then I look at the secondary. I think secondary in the NFL is always going to be a question mark for every single team in the league. Who is your number 2 cornerback? Charvarius was awesome last year. You had a variety of guys play opposite him. Who's going to step up? Who's filling in for Jimmy Ward in the slot if one of those guys is taking that other cornerback
Underrated
spot?
loss, the Jimmy Ward one.
I mean, Jimmy Ward was a really good player for this team for a long time. Although I would say that last year...
Was he the longest tenured?
He
up
was.
until that point?
He was. Now it's Eric Armstead.
Now it's Eric Armstead, yeah.
And they're back-to-back first-round picks.
Wild.
Isn't that crazy?
It is kind of crazy how things work out like that. Man, I'm so excited. I'm so damn excited for football, man. All due respect to baseball.
Quarterback is like the quarterback Netflix doc got me ready for football.
Not even close. Like Mahomes, the Kirk Cousins effect. You're right. Looking at it through the lens of a Kyle Shanahan is fascinating.
As
when it
a
comes
Niner
to
fan, it's impossible to watch that doc and not have, oh my God, Mahomes envy, number one. A little bit of Andy Reid envy, like a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of Andy Reid envy. And then Kirk Cousins, and don't get me wrong, Kirk is endearing and he's very lovable. And I can understand why people fall in love with Kirk Cousins. I really do. But at the same token, when you're looking at Mahomes and Kirk Cousins and the personality contrast between the two of them and the play style contrast and just how they conduct themselves, I'm sorry. I am a confidence art guy, and I'm going in the Mahomes direction every time. And I know that sounds Joe, but being a player's coach and allowing people to be their personality traits shine through, that's the way I love my sports teams to be. That's why I love Steve Kerr. That's why I love, at times Bruce Bochy and Kapler when they allow their guys to be their guys. Like Panda is not Panda if it's, Leland, if Jim Leland is the coach, Panda's not Panda. Timmy's not Timmy. Yeah. That's why I love Bochy.
Absolutely. You know what else I love? The injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer & Gerson Law Firm. The Giants got closer to getting a key part of their outfield back this weekend. The team announced that Luis Gonzalez has begun a rehab assignment in the minor leagues. Gonzalez has been out of action since undergoing back surgery back in March. The belief is that he will be ready to return to the field in late August, as has always been the plan. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And Joe Shasky talking about San Francisco 49ers, and man, just got me thinking, Brock Purdy. Is this going to be the guy for the 49ers this season? Is he going to be, can he do an encore? Like, that's a hell of an encore performance to have. Going 8-0 like he did last season. Can he follow that up? Like, is the hype for him getting too extreme for him to live up to? I'm starting to feel like it might be. Like, can he live up to what he showed people last year?
Let's talk about the hype.
Unbelievable. I know the hype is starting to get off the charts with Brock Purdy. It's pretty like.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he was 8-0 last season. I think people are going to see him slot right in, and the Niners are going to go right back to just keep winning every single game.
15-2?
Yes. I think that's legitimately what people are going to think with Brock Purdy at the helm. And I think people are setting him up to fail. I think people, the expectations are setting up this guy to fail, in my opinion. We'll get to it on the other side.
Yeah, I want to respond to that.
I want your thoughts on that. I want everyone's thoughts on it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Twitch, YouTube, follow us on there. Also, the Odyssey app. This is the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast. Come on back. morning roast. It is not Bonte Hill. He's off this week. Decided the king wants some leisure, so he went to Hawaii.
It's Joe, baby.
Not bad. Give you a 4 there. That was my Steiny. Not bad. I'll give you a 4. It is Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky here. And we've been talking everything, man. This was an awesome weekend in sports. Giants, they're red hot.
5 in a
Reds.
row.
5 in a row. Taking on the red hot. Actually, not red hot Reds. They've been scuffling. They just got swept against their rivals over in Milwaukee, the Brew Crew. So huge series for them. And it felt like, Joe, real quick for baseball, because we'll get back into some football. We were talking about the quarterback doc on Netflix, Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes, as it pertains to Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and all these guys. But it felt like this was going to set the tone for the second half for the San Francisco Giants. This road trip, right? Like this is it. And this is a pretty damn good tone setter so far, sweeping the Pirates.
Well, think about how bad yesterday could have gone for those that weren't watching on the Peacock doc. I do want to get into that in a little bit.
Yeah, streaming. We had an Apple TV and a
Friday
Peacock.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Sunday you had on Peacock. And so for those that don't have that app, I have it because of my Comcast package.
Yeah, it's part of like the HBO
package.
and all that sort of NBC.
But I know a lot of people don't have it. But the Rodgers brothers essentially blew a save or a hold opportunity. Giants get the game tied up, and then in the extra innings, they went crazy. They went absolutely nuclear, and they dropped a bunch of runs. And Michael Conforto was an absolute stud over the weekend with multiple big-time hits, and so he's been clutch. Very, 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 very clutch, and that could have easily gone in the other direction.
Absolutely.
All 3 games.
And by the way, if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast featuring Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman, Slammin' Sam Lubman, as I like to call him. They bring you all you need to know about this Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. Joe Shasky, what are you guys talking about this week, huh? A little Shohei Otani action?
I mean, everything. I'm probably going to break down my top 5 players of the 1988 team. No, I'm just teasing.
Oh, boy. And Little League season's officially over for you guys, right?
Yeah, we're done.
Man.
It's all right.
How are your weekends now? More time, more free time with the missus? Does she like that or not like that?
I owe her big time moving forward. But we've got a lot planned moving forward because I got a cousin wedding. Probably the last of my cousins on one side to get married.
Okay.
That's going to be this Sunday.
Where's it going to be at?
Saturday.
Where's it going to be at?
Sonoma.
Ooh, toasty?
I'm going to be wearing the linen suit.
Okay.
So it's nice and airy.
You a groomsman?
No.
Okay.
No. This one is just stash and crash, baby.
I love weddings, man. As long as you're not like participating. Oh, yeah, they're fun. You get to drink, have fun, see family members.
Is Shanahan going to marry Brock Purdy?
Boy, that's a great question. Who has he married so far? Is he really? That seems like a lot of mistresses, a lot of significant others.
Well, they got married.
I think Kirk Cousins he got married to for a little bit. Clearly, he's the one that got away. Like, that's the guy he keeps wanting. He keeps getting linked to him, right? Talking about this doc with the quarterback doc on Netflix where it follows the 3 lives of Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota throughout last year's NFL season. And it comes back to the San Francisco 49ers quarterback, because doesn't it always come back to the quarterback, Joe Shasky? This is the evergreen topic. I don't think, even if they actually find a guy, like if Brock Purdy starts the next 10 years, we're still going to be talking about the next guy, because that's just kind of what the quarterback position brings. And what I left you with before we hit the break last break was the expectations surrounding Brock Purdy, and rookies report to training camp tomorrow for the San Francisco 49ers. So we wanted to get a little bit of the football in here. The expectations are going to be sky high for this kid, man. And I'm just afraid he's not going to be able to live up to them.
What are those expectations?
I think, what were they last year? Last year they were nothing, but then he won 8 straight games and he looked like a Pro Bowl kind of player. I think people are expecting them to look like what he looked like last year, which was a hell of a quarterback. Right? Oh, were you not as impressed as I was with his...
We're all impressed. I mean, like, there's no doubt we're all impressed. But
he looked like a Pro Bowler, did he not, when he got thrown in there?
No, he looked incredible.
Yeah.
He looked incredible. But
I think people are expecting that same level of play throughout this next season. Okay, is that unfair to him is what I'm asking.
All right, so regular season last year, not the playoffs. Let me give you the regular season. All right, he was 5-0, 67% completion, 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. So 13-4. Let's extrapolate that over, a bigger sample size.
Times 3, right?
It's not fair, but let's do it anyway. Times 3. So you're looking at a guy throwing 30-something touchdowns, 12 interceptions, close to 4,000 passing yards. Those would all be 49er highs.
Yes.
Since Jeff Garcia.
Yes.
That's asking a lot. That's asking a lot.
You don't think he could do it?
I mean, at this point, I just want him to establish himself as the starting quarterback in San Francisco multiple years in a row. I think you got to crawl before you can walk, before you can run, right? And I think last year was unbelievable sprinting, and the NFL is much more difficult than that. And I expect teams to adjust to him, and I expect him to, to battle different things this year.
Yeah, it's good. Specifically, it's just staying healthy, man. Like, that's it for the San Francisco 49ers. Can the quarterback stay healthy? Like, if I was going to bet, like you said, hey, Spinoni, I'll bet $100 that Sam Darnold starts 2 games. I might be inclined not to take that because I think he might start 2 games. Like, I think he's going to.
Darnold?
Like, yes, because of the track record. Like, the thing that happened last year was when Jimmy Garoppolo took over for Trey Lance, I said on this airways, shout out the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, a.m., that is, 5 to 6 a.m., right before the morning roast. You can catch the crossover at 5:45. Not this week, filling in for Bonte this week, but next week we'll get back to the pregame show. But I was talking about it. Do we really expect Jimmy Garoppolo to start this whole season when he took over for Trey Lance? Do we really expect that to happen? Now, it's unfortunate, and we can get into the whole injury-prone conversation and stuff like that, but the fact that in his rookie year, Brock Purdy took over, and yeah, it was a freak injury. It was a helmet or whatever it was onto the elbow. The fact that it happened, though, gives me just slight pause that any of these guys are going to be standing at the end of the year. Like, pick your poison. I don't know which one it's going to be. So, I'm frightened, man. I really am.
When you watch the quarterback doc on Netflix, you see the amount of hits these guys take. And I know we know they take hits, but usually your camera or your eyeballs end up, following the football, and you're not like hyper focused on just the collision that happened.
No, you see some where it's like, oh my God, he got rocked, but then you see like a bomb.
Exactly. And you're like watching that. I distinctly remember coming in here after the Jimmy Garoppolo New Orleans Saints game and telling Bonte, and I did the same thing after the Chicago Bears game. Yeah. Quarterback's getting hit way too much. There's no way you're going to be able to withstand the entire year if you're getting hit that much. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, or Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance.
Well, you saw it this past year with Tom Brady. That's probably one of the reasons he retired, man. That guy was getting hit way more than any time else in his career.
Absolutely.
He's 45 years old, getting manhandled by DeMarcus Lawrence in the playoffs.
Now, you don't face the Dallas Cowboys every week, and they were an elite defense. Yes. They tagged and peppered, Brock Purdy all game. Yeah. All game. Yeah. And were forcing him into some really difficult throws. They were elite. And I remember coming out of that going, dude, he's getting hit way too much. There's too much pressure. Way too much right now. Again, speed obviously plays a factor in that. And I'm talking about team speed for the Dallas Cowboys. I worry about all these quarterbacks. And there is something to be said when you watch these docs and you see, like, you talk about, like, can so-and-so stay healthy? They're all hurt. They're all getting peppered left and right. But there is not an art. There is a skill to training your body to be healthy and to have the pain tolerance to be able to withstand an entire year. There's also randomness, which I acknowledge. You go throw, guy hits you in the knee or in the elbow, and it's just unfortunate. And It happened to Tom Brady, it's happened to Drew Brees, it's happened to Russell Wilson, and those guys all had 5 to 10 years of didn't miss a snap, let alone miss a game.
Yep.
So there is a randomness to it. But, like, Purdy is smaller. He is, like, straight up. And, like, you can only run around so much, as Russell Wilson started to realize. And you've got to be physical. I go back to this. There's a prerequisite height, weight, speed. When you look at the Hall of Famers, that are out there, there's only a handful at the quarterback position who are under 6'2", under 6'2", who aren't 220 pounds and lighter. And those guys are few and far between.
Yeah.
So there is a physical size that you have to have withstandable staying power in the league. What's a fair, look at Brock Purdy is like the question you keep coming. Can you play 15 games, 14 games? Like, when's he going to be healthy at the beginning of the year?
That's the thing. Like, I don't know what's going to go down with these players. Like, you say Brock Purdy's ready to start week 1. What's it going to look like? Is he going to be fully healthy? Is he going to be good to go? Is that arm strength going to be finally there? I would hope so. Because if this guy's the future of the team, Joe Shasky, I would hope they're not putting him out there too early. Now, all reports are indicating that it's fine. He's all ready to go. He's ramping up, if you will. That's the term we like to use. He's ramping up his arm. But I would hope they're not putting him in a position where if he gets hurt again, then his career could be possibly over. I hope they're not doing that. I don't think they are. But it is a little nervous when you deal with elbows and you see how protective they are with pitchers at this level. I know you're throwing, it's different. The mechanics are different and all that, but how careful they are with pitchers in the major leagues. And it's a similar type of surgery.
If I said Jimmy G played 15 games this year, let's say when he was the Niners quarterback, you'd say it's a pretty good year.
Yes.
For health, right?
Yes.
If I said Trey Lance played 15 games, everyone would be shocked, number one, because he can't even get through one game without getting hurt. But like, wouldn't you say like, man, that'd be a great year?
I'd take that.
To me, like, let's say Purdy starts the year and he maybe misses a game or two, right? At the beginning, at the front end, but he plays the other 15 games. Forget the statistics. That would be an unbelievable accomplishment in itself, because sustainability at the quarterback position for health has been something for a decade the Niners haven't been able to do.
And to your point, it goes back to making the right plays. And I just hope the improvisation of a guy like a Purdy doesn't go away after that kind of injury, because you know what? I saw it happen with Derek Carr. I know it's a different type of injury. His arm, it wasn't as traumatic. He broke his ankle. The guy was never mobile again. And I just hope...
Was that psychologically or physically?
I think that was psychologically.
You think it was psychologically?
I think his legs were still somewhat pretty fine. When he tried to run, he would get it, but he just never wanted to scamper out there. Now, this is a different type of injury. Brock, he maybe is a different mental makeup than a Derek Carr. I don't know. But I just hope that element doesn't leave, because that's the one thing that I did see from Brock last year, comparing him to Trey. He did look, oddly enough, he looked quicker.
Yeah.
Like he did look quick, the short area burst, but being able to run out to the outside, get a little quick release. It did look like he had a little bit more quickness than Trey did. But I think Trey was gassed up like this guy that was going to be this amazing Lamar Jackson type. That wasn't his game.
No, I never
If you watched him at North Dakota State, that was not his game. But I think a lot of 49er fans felt like that was going to be the guy they're getting, but that's not who he was.
No. Yeah. But like, again, I'm going to go back to, once you get injured that first time, it does change your style of play.
No, it does.
Jimmy Garoppolo pre-ACL looked different in the pocket and behind the line.
You see Tom Brady, when he actually had that knee injury, that torn ACL, how many times did he just ground the ball?
Yes.
Every single time after. He's like, I'm not taking a hit to the knees.
Andrew Luck.
Man.
You know, I mean, he had the lacerated spleen, he had the separated shoulder. Like, his game took a hit.
It's pretty wild. I saw a poll question out from someone last week where it was like, is Andrew Luck a Hall of Famer? I was like, let's relax.
I mean, no.
Let's relax. Like, come on, man. Like, and by the way, Andrew Luck, there was so many like NFL mic'd up moments where he'd get hit in the NFL. You know what he'd do? Good hit, buddy.
Well, that's
great hit. Golly, that was
Mahomes,
what a shot.
When Mahomes hits the sideline and the guy doesn't plaster him, he's like, hey, I really appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, every time.
I'm dead serious. He says it all the time.
That's low-key some mental games, like
Absolutely.
mental warfare, like getting in that guy's head. Like Crosby was trying to, if you watch the doc, Max Crosby of the Raiders, it was Monday Night Football last year when they were going up against him. The Raiders were up 70-0, and Crosby does a little punch to Mahomes after the play was over.
Loved it.
5 seconds after, he just punched him. He's like, hey, man, what are you doing? Like, that's not cool. Like, kind of a thing. And then obviously Mahomes just goes on a tear. Travis Kelce has 4 touchdowns. But it's just little mental warfare games that players do that makes the game interesting. Good morning to all of you on Twitch, on YouTube. Appreciate you guys chiming in.
I want to get into this expectations thing. 49er quarterback is going to have a level of expectations. What? Just if I say 49er quarterback, we say you've got to take the team to the playoffs. Wouldn't most people say that?
Yes.
Which, fair or not, that's always going to be the standard.
Funny because we're talking about like big market teams and like the Giants we think are one, and then the expectation is like, oh yeah, they're good 10 years ago, as you said.
Yeah.
Niners, the expectation is, yeah, you better be competing every single year for a championship.
Yeah, so that means being in the playoffs, right?
In the mix.
But I think Brock unfairly is going to be scrutinized higher than that.
He is.
I think they're going to be like, we need you to be Pro Bowl level.
No,
which to me is kind of reckless.
The expectations, and what are they at 888-957-9570?
It's kind of reckless, isn't it?
I think so. Like, that's not fair to a guy. It's his second year. He hasn't even played a full season yet. But because he was this is what I'm getting at, Joe.
He was awesome last year.
He was so amazing last year that the expectations are through the roof. I don't think he's going to meet them.
Well, that's not the real NFL. Like the real NFL, it feels
kind of like how Steve Kerr said this isn't the real NBA when it's like when they had KD and stuff like that. This isn't real.
I mean, you're going to struggle a little. Like he's going to have a 2 interception game.
A lot more game tape now from the opposing teams.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a knock on him. Like I want to see what he looks like, and then where is he psychologically because of the elbow? I do think that's a big deal. When guys hit you square in the chest and you're in that pocket and guys are flying around you, are you able to step up? Are there more expectations for Brock Purdy heading into this year or Jimmy Garoppolo heading into 2020?
Danker on, sorry, real quick. Were you asking me a question right there?
Yeah.
I was totally just like real quick, one more time.
Pick the year for Jimmy Garoppolo. Were there more expectations for Brock heading into this year or Jimmy into any of the years prior.
I think it's that first. I think we were excited. No, it's definitely Brock because this is a championship team with Jimmy coming off that. What was it? 5 games he won. They didn't know if they were going to be a Super Bowl team the year after.
2020, the year that they had a really down year after the Super Bowl, weren't the expectations sky high? You flirted with Brady.
They were, but you know what the talk was? Super Bowl hangover. Everyone was just like, you know what? I don't think they're going to make it this year because of that Super Bowl. Like, no, seriously though, everyone was saying that. I think it's this year. It's not even close. It's Brock Purdy. Because they're so damn close. And it's because the NFC's wide open, by the way.
Well, that too.
That's the thing. Comparing it to a few years ago, where was it? The Rams were the dominant team.
Yeah.
They had all these other teams that were up there, the Packers. Tyler Miller here, real quick, on the YouTube chat. This team went to the playoffs with the last pick in the draft. LOL. The quarterback doesn't have to do much. Do you agree with that?
No, I disagree. They have to do more than... if that was the case, then why did Nick Mullins, do better? If that's the case, then no, I don't subscribe to that. I do think that maybe the quarterback isn't relied on to the degree that he is in other systems. That is fair because of the playmakers around. But dude, it's quarterback. Couple of interceptions, you fumble a snap, game's over.
Yes.
There's a lot that gets baked into it. I'm not going to downplay quarterback importance. And Brock was what he did on a Thursday night with a bum chest. He got blasted in the chest the week prior. What he did on that Thursday night was spectacular against Seattle. Up in Seattle, that's when he won me over.
No, that was a legit. And that's not the Legion of Boom, but don't get it twisted. That's a legit defense for the Seattle Seahawks, and they revamped. That's going to be very interesting when we look at, that division. It's just the Seahawks, right? And you said something pre-show that was interesting. It was like, are we sleeping on the Rams a little bit next year? I don't think so.
They're not done.
Really?
I just don't. If you told me they won 9 games this year,
Ramsey's gone.
Yeah, but if you told me they won 9 games this year, I wouldn't be that surprised. 9-8.
Do I even want that if I'm Sean McVay and the Rams? I kind of want to lose this year, right?
No,
you want to get a pick?
I just think...
Is that a team that could sneaky take for Caleb Williams? Do they even have a pick yet next year, by the way?
I don't know, but I'm not ready to close the book on Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, and Matt Stafford. I have too much respect for Sean McVay.
That's fine.
I think we're sleeping on them.
I think just Matt Stafford's
maybe I'm wrong.
I think Matt Stafford's body is just breaking down at this point.
Could be fair.
He got so much punishment in Detroit, and now we saw that last year. Maybe he's that guy, because if he is healthy, I do put Matt Stafford probably right behind Jalen Hurts in that top quarterback sphere in the NFC. Whether that's fair or not, what say you? 888-957-9570. I do put Matt Stafford in that top. Where do you put Brock Purdy if we're ranking the NFC quarterbacks next year? Where do you put Trey Lance? 888-957-9570. You have to put Trey Lance way down on the bottom. You just don't know yet. You put him in the rookies category.
Do you know more about Jordan Love or Trey? I feel like they're both the same. If we're doing different tiers, they're going to be in the same tier. Very low.
How many starts has Love had? 2?
What?
How many starts has Love had? 2?
I think 3.
3?
Yeah.
I feel like I've still seen more from him, though.
Well, he's played all those games.
Right?
Yeah, and there wasn't a monsoon in more than a quarter of one of them.
It's a good point. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. We got rookies reporting for training camp.
You're so excited. You're glowing.
I love football, man.
Who's the Raiders pick?
Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech. He's supposed to be this physical freak. He fell a few picks. He was supposed to be a top 5 one, but there were some injury concerns, which I guess are I don't know what it was, his knee or something like that. But this guy has Kevin Durant wingspan or arms or something ridiculous. He's 6'7". He's like a physical marvel.
Is his Twitter game as good as Kevin Durant?
I don't think so. Al Davis probably would have liked him because he's fast and he's long and he's strong. So if Al Davis liked him, then he's going to be a great pick. Well, shout out Darius Hayward-Bay.
The rookie that I'm most excited for the 49ers is the Penn State safety. And from all accounts, it sounds like he is going to get a lot of opportunities to showcase himself. They need a ball hawking type of a safety. They brought Gibson back. Gibson had a great year last year. Obviously, Talanoa Hufanga was awesome the first 8-9 weeks. Tapered off a little, hit the wall.
Hufanga's an interesting guy. I know he won All-Pro, but towards the end there, some of those games he cheats a lot, man.
In the Mahomes game, they're going to show it in the doc. The safeties come up, and he goes, good, I get to go over the top. He just attacked them over the top over and over and over again.
I looked at that game in Vegas, man. Jared Stidham carved them up. Devontae Adams, Stidham, man. Broncos legend. Watch out. Russell Wilson's got competition, Johnny boy. John.
He went to the Broncos?
He's a backup there. Sean Payton got his guy. I was actually in the camp. I didn't want to get Jimmy Garoppolo. It's fine. But I wanted Stidham to start all year, and if they sucked, so be it, because you can get Caleb Williams. But it's fine. You got Jimmy Garoppolo, who may or may not start a game. Real quick, Joe. We got another Joe joining Joe Spadoni and Joe Shaska. Got Joe in Concord.
Hey, Joe.
On 95.7 The Game. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy. What's up, Joey?
Yeah, I hear conversations like today and in the past about, quarterbacks being too small. Well, I don't know if size matters.
Thank you, Marcus.
You heard of a guy named Drew Brees?
That's an outlier. Outliers exist for a reason.
Well, an outlier counts too, right?
Yeah, for sure. I don't hedge my bets on outliers. What's that?
How long did he last?
Yeah, Drew Brees had an 18-year career.
Yeah, he was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah, and he was shorter than Brock Purdy.
He's also bigger than him, too, though, if we're going to be fair. And thanks, Joe.
And was a second-round pick.
He was also
Not that matters.
No, but he was a top. No, he was a legit prospect coming out of Purdue. Like, it was him or Phillip Rivers, and then the Chargers obviously moved on from him. And the rest is history. He goes to New Orleans and wins the Super Bowl. But, again, these are what I'm talking about, Joe. The expectations were really going to be Drew Brees. Like, that's so.
Well, that's what we said about Baker Mayfield.
That's so unfair,
I'm
man.
glad we're bringing up Drew Brees. No.
Baker Mayfield was a number one pick.
So he was a number one overall pick. He was 6'1", and a pocket guy, more of a pocket guy. But I
showed way more than Brock Purdy in college. By the way, he played in big games for Oklahoma.
His rookie year, he broke the rookie touchdown passing record.
Unbelievable.
All right,
Lincoln Riley.
He was amazing and breathed life into the Cleveland Browns, and then had a horrible second year. I would argue coaching and roster and him, Baker, taking on the onus of that. Where's Baker at now? I mean, look, there's been and I'm not
Tampa Bay.
This sounds like I'm diminishing Brock. I'm not trying to do that. But look at the history of the game. Vince Young had a great rookie year. Cam Newton had great rookie years. Some of these guys went on and had great careers. Cam Newton. Vince Young did not. I referenced Baker Mayfield. He was excellent in his rookie year. So was Andrew Luck. And Andrew Luck sustained that for the most part of his career. RG3. Like, we could find guys on both ends of the spectrum who were good early on and never reached the heights of their rookie year, and guys who were good early on and sustained it. I don't know what he's going to end up being.
And I think it's a fair question to question, his arm strength after having that surgery. This was a guy that came into the league with already limited arm strength. Now you added elbow surgery onto that. I mean, I'm a little concerned about it. Like, that means everything. Just a half second being too late in this league is the difference between a touchdown and interception.
Well, look at Peyton Manning at the end when he didn't have the arm strength.
Brock Osweiler had
and he's
to play
the
games.
smartest player of all time.
Yes. Like, he was not the reason that Broncos won that team. It was the defense, obviously, but he played smart, and the IQ, there is something to be said about that, and we'll see going forward if Brock Purdy, obviously, the S2 cognition scores.
Oh, my God.
The most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, by the way.
I do want to know, like, in terms of Brock and Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, if we had video cameras around them to be able to assess the way we've been assessing Mariota, Kirk Cousins, and Mahomes, wouldn't you feel like you knew them a little better and you'd have more insight as to who could be successful and who couldn't?
That's a great question, Joe. And we're going to...
how do the teammates react to them? How do the coaches react to them? What are they doing in their off time? Like, there's a lot that gets baked into this.
Let's take that out to the audience at 888-957-9570, Comcast Business Text line, as well as Twitch and YouTube. Download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game. Which 3 Bay Area athletes do you want to be followed along like a documentary, like the quarterback? So we're talking about this quarterback doc on Netflix. They're following the past seasons of Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota. Who do you want that to be in the Bay Area? Is it Stephen Curry? Is it, a young guy like a Patrick Bailey now? Is it Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa? Who do you want a documentary type series about? 3 players I'm giving you in the Bay Area. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you all on hold. Clark the Shark, Myrtle Beach. We'll get to you on the other side. We'll continue to take your calls and texts as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers and to get into more of this Shohei Otani talk. It is our poll question of the day on Twitch, on YouTube. Would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants, even if he's still left in free agency? Right now, the percentage is no at 54%, yes at 46%. We'll get all that and more on the other side right here on 95.7 The Game. And that's all going to be sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Not Bonte, but Joe Spadoni filling in for him on the Morning Roast alongside Joe Shasky. Thank you, Kevon. Been talking some 49ers, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. Been talking Shohei Otani, the Giants, the Red Hot Giants. They won 3 straight here out of the All-Star break, taking on the Reds today. But it's about the 49ers. Training camp's tomorrow, man. Rookies are reporting to it. I'm so damn excited. Football season feels like it's almost here. I'm starting to see it trickle down. See, it's on ESPN right now. They're talking about that quarterback doc on Netflix. Everyone's talking about it. If you haven't seen it yet, don't worry about it. We're not touching too far in there. They just follow the lives of 3 quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Marcus Mariota, and Kirk Cousins, all through their lens of last season, how it went. And it's cool because you got the best of the best of Mahomes. You got, an average, above average in Kirk Cousins, and then you got a journeyman, if you will, in Marcus Mariota, and how they're all kind of balancing their at-home lives with their on the court or on the field lives, if you will. And it's interesting just to watch the punishment that these guys take. And we're comparing it to the 49ers because, damn it, the 49ers quarterback position has been punished the last 5 years. The fans have felt punished the last 5 years because they just want a damn starting quarterback, Joe Shasky. That's all they want. Well, is it too much to ask for a guy to start every single game? And maybe in today's league, it is, because I see a guy like Kirk Cousins, say what you will about him, he starts every game. The question for the 49ers next season, will they get a guy to start every single game? Could Brock Purdy be that guy? And I think the expectations surrounding him, the hype has gotten so extreme that I'm afraid he's not going to be able to live up to it. We just had a caller call in, Joe in Concord, say, Drew Brees, why can't he be that? Is that what we're going to do here, folks? Are we comparing him to future Hall of Famers?
I think there's a size conversation that we
I think we need to get
have right
size
now.
does matter. Shout out Bob Fitzgerald.
No, like this is what I would say.
Size matters.
Thank you, Bob.
Right, like you can base your life on outliers. That's on you. Like, go ahead. Most people don't. There's a reason why we prod all of these guys and we get their height, weight, speed, all those things, because those things are factors. I'm not saying it's the only factor, but they are. Bryce Young just went number 1 in the draft. He's rail thin. I think he's like 175, 185 pounds.
He's very small.
He's
very
tiny.
accurate, very smart. That's why he got drafted all the way up there.
And I don't know. We'll see. We will see if he's any good. He was awesome in college. He had great feel, played at the highest level. I would say it wasn't even close to Alabama's best team ever. He was outstanding. Yes. He was their best player. He was unbelievable. And we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. There are like a handful of guys in the history of the game over the last 45 years, okay? 45. I'm going 45. Fran Tarkenton retired 45 years ago, people. Yeah. 45 years ago. All right? There are people that are grandparents that are in their 40s, all right? So take a deep breath, everyone. There are outliers. Russell Wilson, Doug Flutie, all right? Drew Brees. Now, Michael Vick had some success he was electric for quite some time. But, those are outliers. We're talking 7 guys in 50 years, 45 years.
And you're talking about a guy in Michael Vick who's one of the greatest athletes of all time. He is super athletic. And it's all for the size, that's fine. But his athletic prowess, he had arm.
Now,
he had the speed was one thing. And then also Russell Wilson, dual sport athlete.
Yes.
Thick guy, too.
Now, if you want to say that Brock Purdy will be one of those outliers, hey, I hope it happens too. I want him to be. I want no better than to be at one of his Hall of Fame inductions a decade from now, 15 years from now, and I'm like, yeah, I doubted whether he could physically hold up. You know what? People said the same thing about Joe Montana. Now, Joe was a little bigger and obviously was very mobile, especially given the times. He was a very mobile quarterback for that era. I think we've kind of forgotten that. And Joe had a ton of injuries. And part of why Joe didn't last as long, A, the era, because you could hit guys left and right without a lot of penalties or repercussions. And B, part of why he didn't last that long is because his body took an unbelievable beating. He literally went to the hospital after a game because he couldn't breathe.
Yeah. No, he did. And then literally that's why the 49ers moved on from Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not because he wasn't winning games. He was when he was out there. Problem was, he wasn't out there. So you drop Trey Lance, and then you get a guy, obviously,
and he hasn't been out there.
And he hasn't been out there. So now you get, and then you get the next guy, the Mr. Irrelevant, he gets hurt. And now you bring in Sam Darnold because you're not sure about all the other guys. So it's just this trickle-down effect. That's why, listen, I know we're looking far down the road. Next season, Kirk Cousins a free agent. I'm just floating it out there.
No, don't do that. No. I'm not letting you do that.
The 49ers would be Super Bowl favorites if they had Kirk Cousins this season.
Right now.
Book it. Yes.
Super Bowl favorite over the Eagles. No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
I
absolutely think they would be. If Kirk Cousins was the 49ers quarterback right now, quarterbacking the San Francisco 49ers, they would be Super Bowl favorites.
Over the Eagles.
Yes.
I disagree. Wow.
He starts every single game. He does what you need him to do. He doesn't need to do too much. You have the running game. You'll be fine.
Wouldn't we say
Shanahan trusts him?
Wouldn't we say that like Philadelphia has comparable weapons on both sides of the ball and has a much better quarterback than Kirk Cousins?
Comparable, maybe, but I still see. Listen, it sucks because we don't get to see what happened in that game because they didn't have the quarterback.
I still think
they were
Philly
sticking
wins.
around with Josh Johnson way longer than the Eagles fans wanted to admit. Josh Johnson was keeping in that game for a little bit, thanks to Christian McCaffrey obviously getting that touchdown, wheeling and dealing, breaking 50 million tackles. But I'm just telling you, man, I Vegas would agree with me. If Kirk Cousins was quarterback in the San Francisco 49ers this season, I think they'd be Super Bowl favorites. 888-957.
Strictly because of him being healthy?
Yes. Also, he's a good quarterback.
He's
Are we
solid.
acting like he sucks?
Solid.
Okay.
So you mean
Let's get this one thing straight. Kirk Cousins does not stink.
No.
People
he's
act
not
like he's a
He
scrub.
doesn't suck.
He's a multiple-time Pro Bowl
not Nick
quarterback.
Mullins.
He had like 8 game-winning drives last year, comeback victories.
But when you watch him play, I get the same sense from Jimmy Garoppolo. When you watch him play, there are times where he gets peppered and he cowers up. And I get it. I'm not saying that's part of how difficult the position is. There are times where the game is too big for him, and you actually see it play out in real time on the quarterback Netflix doc.
I don't think he'd be asked to do as much as he has in other systems. I think he's an elite thrower of the football, and I think he would just be able to hand it off to Christian McCaffrey, dink and dunk his way down, and be perfect. That's how he stays healthy. That's how he'd be in every game, and he doesn't need to do anything extreme. I just know I have a guy that's going to stay healthy. That's saying a lot.
But isn't there going to be a game down the line? There's going to be a moment, like in the fourth quarter. Great example. Let's go to the Super Bowl that the Niners lost. Okay, fourth quarter. Cousins is winning a leading. Say that out loud. Kirk Cousins is leading a game-winning drive in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs.
I think he could do it. I think he could do it.
That did not sound very, very.
I'm just saying.
Confident.
I think he. Well, against the Chiefs, it's tough, obviously, but why not? I mean, that goes to Kyle Shanahan and his trust in his quarterback, though, right, Joe? If Kyle Shanahan finally trusted this guy in Kirk Cousins, then yes, I'm all for it. He clearly didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo, Joe. That was the problem.
Well, yes.
He didn't trust him. And also, he got tight. That's another thing with Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
He gets very tight. Not running with Raheem Mostert when that was working, got away for that for some damn reason, and then he started throwing it. I
think Kirk has more arm talent than Jimmy.
Yes, I do too.
Okay.
I think fantasy football has shown me that.
But
yes.
I don't know about then I'm not saying that he's not tough. He's absolutely tough. I think similarly, though, both of them become very predictable and rattled. I think they're very comparable.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo has been put in great situations because his coaching situation has been awesome. I don't think
we'll see. Yeah,
I mean, we'll see with Kirk Cousins, right?
That's a good point.
Who's Kirk had in his career?
Kirk's been quote unquote successful at multiple stops now.
He's had Zimmer. He's had Mike Shanahan, right? Or who was it after Mike? Give me his name. Gruden.
Yes.
So he's had some guys, and he's had success in multiple. And there's something to be said for that. Kevin O'Connell now. So there is something to be said for that. Clark the Shark wants to weigh in from Myrtle Beach. What's up, Clark? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, brothers. God bless. It's good to hear from you. Anyway, we got Dueling Joes going on here, huh?
We do.
Oh, where's Bonte?
He's in Hawaii, Clark.
He's out.
He's on the beach like you are.
Yeah, well, we were on the beach yesterday. It was my anniversary, my 10-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
I and the wife.
Nice. Congrats.
It was nice. It was nice. But it was a little humid around here. That's one thing. It's not like the Bay Area.
Sticky. Yep.
Anyway, I got 3 points on Brock I'd like to present.
Yes.
Is that I think that we're selling him a little short. Now, I'm a Brock proponent here, but first off, in his college career, he wasn't playing for Oklahoma, which rolls in and just destroys teams. And, to be a great quarterback in Oklahoma isn't the same as being a really good quarterback at Iowa State. Iowa State went in and they got to the bowl games. And when Brock left, and they got a good coach there, when Brock left, they went like 1-12 or 1-11. it's showing how much Brock Purdy meant to that team. So I don't think that.
Well, time out. They also had Breece Hall. Okay, so they had a number 1 draft pick running back as well. So and he was taken in the 7th round. If he was that great coming out of that conference, he would have been taken in the 4th or 5th or even 3rd or 2nd round. So I'm not trying to diminish what you're saying, but there's some context to why that team took a big nosedive. Breece Hall's a stud.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Well. Okay. Here's the second point.
Okay.
Is that people are saying, well, he's not that big. Wait a second. Montana was 1 inch taller, but Purdy weighs more. I think he's like 215, 220, and everybody's saying, oh, he's not that mobile. What do you mean? He ran a 1.55 10-yard split. That's as fast as a lot of the D-backs. Now, don't tell me he's not quick enough, and that's exactly what a quarterback needs, is quickness in a short area. Now, come on now. Don't give him his credit.
We are giving him his credit, but he also got hurt with a 6-month sideline arm injury. Yeah. So I think it's fair to be like, damn.
I mean, this was a guy who had limited arm strength, so much so that he came to Mr. Irrelevant. That's why he wasn't ultimately, he can have wins in college, but it's about athletes. Why do you think Anthony Richardson got drafted in the top 5? Wasn't because he won games, Joe Shasky. It's because he has a big arm and he's huge. He can run fast and he can make ridiculous plays like a Patrick Mahomes. That's why. That's why I wouldn't mind drafting a guy like Anthony. And I get it. The Bryce Youngs out of Alabama, intelligence, you can't quantify that. It's important. Tom Brady had the best of both worlds. He was intelligent, not super athletic, but he knew where to slide in the pocket, and he had longevity, and he had underrated arm strength, by the way, Tom Brady. I think we think of him as a guy with a noodle arm. Yeah. That was very strong. Got stronger as he got old. Shout out the TB12 method. Trying to get on that, the avocado toast, Joe Shasky. But that's something that you have to monitor with Brock Purdy. He is already limited in his arm strength, and he just had surgery on that elbow.
Well, if he had not gotten hurt, let's say even if they get blown out in Philadelphia, I think most normal 49er fans would be like, we got a quarterback for the next decade. Yeah. Right? I think most of us would think that way.
Mark Willard.
And whether that was real or not, that's what we would feel.
Mark Willard was coming on the station last year during. He's like, man, we got our quarterback. He felt that strongly about it, saying that much so. And then obviously your guys are like, we thought we had our quarterback with Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Things can change, and maybe things have changed already with that injury. But you're right. It's just the hype for Brock Purdy.
Injury just kind of puts a little hole in the balloon. That's all.
It does.
And I think it's fair to question, especially considering this position for this team has been just decimated by injuries.
And I don't want it to get it twisted. We want Brock to succeed. We're not rooting for him to fail, and try to prop up Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. No.
I don't think I've even brought up Trey.
No, you haven't. I want this guy to succeed, though. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are like, oh, you guys are just being haters, stuff like that. No, we're just being a little skeptical, because that's our job to be.
Well, and I was all in.
I'm not going to be ha-ha, rah-rah for this guy all the time. That's not who I am.
I was all in on the Jimmy G experience. I'm all in on the Brock Purdy experience. And if he doesn't pan out, or if one of the other guys steps up, I'll be all in on them. I want the team to win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
I mean, Joe, I did this for Colin Kaepernick. I did this for Alex Smith when he first came in. I did it for Garcia. I've done it for Tim Rattay. I've fallen for the banana in the tailpipe as a 49er fan. I will shine up anything. At one point, I might have thought that Ken Dorsey was the dude. All right?
You're talking to a guy whose sports team's best quarterback the last 2 decades was Derek Carr. All right? They had Rich Gannon for a couple seasons. I had Derek Carr, buddy. In between that, I had Jason Campbell, Bruce Gradkowski, J.P. Losman, Charlie Fry. Go down in the
Andrew
list.
Walters.
There you go. And real quick, we have a Twitter poll up right now. Search us on 95.7 The Game. Morning Roast 957. If Kirk Cousins was the 49ers starting quarterback, would they be Super Bowl favorites over the Eagles? 888-957-9570. I say yes. Shasky says no. Gene in Oakland.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Gene in Oakland, what say you? 95.7 The Game.
I don't think so.
Morning, fellas. Definitely no. I don't think Cousins has that championship gene in him. Sorry. I mean, he's looked really good until he gets into the second round of the playoffs, and then he just folds. So no, I'm not a big Kirk Cousins fan. But talking about Purdy, well, let's talk about. Well, first of all, you said some things about Joe Montana, Shasky, that I'd like to address. First of all, he was 1 inch taller than Brock is, 15 pounds lighter, and then he went low in the draft because they thought he first of all, he didn't have a very strong arm, and they thought he would get killed, and he almost did. But the guy went on to have a 15-year career, and as far as I'm concerned, still the best quarterback of all time. So,
Gene, would you also grant me this? Gene, you also grant me this? The league has gotten physically gigantic in the 40 years since he was drafted. Like, I'm not saying that he wasn't big. He was bigger in terms of height, but the league has gotten dramatically more physical.
All right, but let's go back to Brock for a minute, okay? So, as I said before, just look it up. He's the same size as Jalen Hurts. He doesn't have the leg strength, but he's pretty damn solid. And I think he's tough and focused enough. He won me over in the second half of the Washington game last year. Okay, he went up against what was considered the best, or at least one of the 2 or 3 best defensive lines in the game. They gave him a hard time in the first half. He adjusted in the second half, and he beat him solidly. So I think he's got the toughness and the focus, and I think he's underrated and undersized, much as Steph Curry was. I'm not going to say he's going to be the Steph Curry of football, but who knows?
All right.
Let's hope.
Thanks, Gene.
The Cowboy game, oh, man, it was very constipated. He threw for about 200 yards in that game, 19 to 29, no touchdowns, no interceptions, took a couple of sacks. They struggled to move the ball, but I personally think that Cowboy, outside of the Eagles defense, I think the Cowboys was the best defense that they faced all year.
Not even close. Yes, absolutely. And the pressure got in his face, and I don't want to say rattled, but he threw some balls there that should have been picked off, Joe.
Hey,
look, that's just the route on the table,
that's
too.
The playoffs.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
But that's also the playoffs. When you face elite teams and elite defenses, it's not going to look pretty.
No, it's not. He did not look great in that game, but he made the winning throws that he needed to. I would contend that the play that he made to Kittle was probably the game winner, but that was more Kittle making an amazing catch than it was Purdy. Purdy had to make the throw, but Kittle able to contort his body and make that catch was pretty damn unbelievable, too.
Well, and regarding size of former players versus current players.
Real quick, on that, they're the exact same height and weight, Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts. If I told you that, would you that's what it's listed anyways?
That's surprising.
That's very surprising to me because I look at Jalen, he's like a physical. Look at his thighs. The guy's huge, and
he also squats like 700
Yeah, and
pounds.
he's able. That's why he gets all those QB sneaks, and they can push. And by the way, did they change that? By the way, I knew that was in a rules committee.
Oh, I don't know.
The QB sneaks where you can push the quarterback. We'll get in on that.
But trust me, I've done my research on this, and go back and look at the average offensive lineman size of 1981 when the Niners won the Super Bowl, and then you go look at Trent Williams and Aaron Banks, and you tell me that they wouldn't look like absolute aliens standing next to some of those guys back there. I mean, Fred Dean against Eric Armstead, and Fred Dean is a Hall of Famer.
Are you kidding me? Look at Myles Garrett. You see that guy? You think he's going to go out there in the 90s and 80s and stuff like that, and not dominate? Are you kidding me? We're getting a lot of calls and texts on this, 888-957-9570. Again, the Twitter poll question for you. If Kirk Cousins was the 49ers starting quarterback, would they be Super Bowl favorites over the Eagles? We're discussing that now. Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill. That's Joe Shasky. It's the Cross Jover extended, if you will, if you're a pre-gamer, like I know a lot of you are. Dave in Stockton wants to weigh in here. Dave, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man?
What's up, fellas? So I just want to tell everybody, let's be realistic here. Nobody is discrediting Brock for what he's done or what he's worth to the team right now.
Exactly.
If you are discrediting him, you have no leg to stand on, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to Trey Lance, if you are discrediting Trey Lance, you have no leg to stand on. I don't even think Kyle can come out and say that he knows Trey is a bust. I don't think he can do that because we're talking about practice is the only thing we've seen him in, really. Now, when it comes to the game time, if Justin Fields and Josh Allen were given up on, like we think people are giving up on Trey Lance, what would have happened with them? Because they sure didn't look anything worth putting any money into in their first year. But my bottom line is nobody is discrediting Brock, and I think he's a great talent. But if we give up on Trey this early, we are basically saying, you know what, 3 picks are not worth waiting to see what you can actually do.
Well,
that's all I got.
No, it's a good
Thanks,
point.
Dave. Appreciate
I think this is my setting. Brock has proven he can play.
Yes.
He can play at an elite level.
He's a legit
for
NFL
a long
quarterback.
period of time.
Yes.
He can play. Can he stay durable and healthy throughout the time? We'll see. Time will tell. Stayed pretty damn healthy last year till the very end. freak injury. I'm hoping he can come back from it. We'll see.
He's passed the most important test. He's an NFL quarterback. There's a lot of guys you can't say that about. Zach Wilson being one of them.
I don't think we've said anything about Trey this morning, but here's what I would say about Trey Lance. Football has a way, and sports have a way of giving people opportunities to prove whether they can or can't play.
The ball finds you.
And at some point, he'll have an opportunity to prove that he can play or can't play. Brock got an opportunity, and he balled the hell out.
He did. He ran with it. Shout out YouTube, shout out Twitch, shout out Xfinity Mobile Text Line, and download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can probably find a Star Wars pod on there somewhere. We can talk Star Wars this week. The King's not here. He doesn't like his Star Wars and sci-fi talk. I like it. I also like this Niners talk. Again, I think Kirk Cousins, if he was quarterbacking the 49ers this season, they're Super Bowl favorites, and dare I say, I'd put $100 on them to win the Super Bowl. How about that, Joe Shasky? How about that? You know why? Because I know he's starting every single game.
I just don't know if they're getting
I know
through
he's going to
Philly.
produce at an elite level. I know that. In fantasy, he's going to be cooking. Am I right, Johnny boy? Johnny's giving me the thumbs up back there. Producer extraordinaire. What say you, Deli boy, on 95.7 The Game? What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are we doing today?
What's up, Deli?
We're doing swell.
What's going on? What's going on?
Dude,
hey, let me just say this. I'm tired of this Kirk Cousins talk. That shit has stale. All right? I don't know why you guys keep bringing up his name. We have 3 quarterbacks right now that are ready to play. And right now, I don't care who gets to the Super Bowl. I just want the Lombardi at the end of the year. I don't care if it's Trey. I hope he plays out. I hope that he can ball. Brock, I hope that he comes back healthy. Sam, I want to see what he can do, but really, I don't care. I just don't want to see Kirk Cousins. I'm sorry. That ship has sailed. I think we need to move on. I don't know why we're obsessed with him. I don't know why you guys are keep talking and bringing him up.
Well, we brought him up. We brought him up, Deli boy, real quick. You can stay on here. We brought him up because we're watching this doc on Netflix right now called Quarterback, and it follows the 3 lives of quarterbacks: Patrick Mahomes, Marcus Mariota, and Kirk Cousins. And the one thing I'll say about Kirk, he comes off very tough in this documentary. At least I think so.
You grow an appreciation for his toughness and his dedication to the game. That is undeniable. And he makes great throws in that.
And I will say, throughout his career, you can knock on a lot of shortcomings in the playoffs. He starts every game he plays in. Like, he plays in every single game, and he is there. He may have some injuries here and there, but he's going to play. I can't say that for a 49ers quarterback under Kyle Shanahan outside of that 1 year with Jimmy Garoppolo, and they made the Super Bowl.
Yes, I can hear you, but at the same time, we've been talking about Kirk Cousins for years now, and I just think that we're just so, I don't know, emotionally vested in him. It's kind of like when we finally get here, what about if he doesn't pan out? Then all this build-up that we had about him, now it's kind of like, what now? Nope. He was the guy that we were supposed to have, and all of a sudden he doesn't pan out. Look, we got 3 very good quarterbacks right now that are ready to play. I mean, we know that Brock can ball, right? I just hope his arm is healthy. Trey, we got to give him a chance. He didn't get a fair chance last year. We got to see it. And Sam, we know that he's a decent quarterback that can, do what he needs to do. But I'm sorry, but it's just I think it's just we're too emotionally invested in him.
Yeah, good call.
Thanks, Deli boy. Appreciate you chiming in there. Listen, I'm just saying, we like a lot of flack on Kirk Cousins, and he's a pretty damn good quarterback, and I think we are very underrating him here just because Kyle's infatuation with him. I get it. It's nauseating. It's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. We're never going to get this guy. Why are you talking about it? Well, he's a free agent next year, and if things don't pan out with Brock Purdy, and if things don't pan out with Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold looks like Sam Darnold of old and not good, then I think it's an intriguing option. Is that crazy to say, Joe Shasky?
It's not intriguing to me at all.
It's not?
No.
And I get the age. Deli boy brought this up.
No.
Like, is he going to be the same guy he has been?
If you go from Brock Purdy and the
no.
Brock Purdy mania to Kirk Cousins, I'll be pretty sad. No,
really?
that would be a big level down. You go from Mr. Irrelevant, who's balling out of control like a Disney movie, and on the precipice of taking his team back to the Super Bowl, to Kirk Cousins.
It's about winning games. Kirk wins games, Joe. Kirk wins in the regular season.
He'll
That's
be
all I need.
35 next year.
That's all right. Do it one and done. See what you got.
Well, I think it's interesting.
Or 2-year player option. Shout out Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone keeps chiming in and the league was way more physical in the 80s and blah, blah. No one is denying that the Lawrence Taylor late hits happened way more in the 1980s than they do now.
People were getting paralyzed back then.
But we're acting like the game is not ridiculously physical. Think of just in last year alone. Think of who got hurt. the Niners, Trey, Jimmy G, and Brock Purdy all went down. Kyler Murray went down. Stafford went down.
I mean, we had some.
Russell Wilson went down.
I don't want to get too serious here. Someone almost died on a field, dude. The game is still super physical.
Extremely violent. All right, Lamar Jackson, one of the seminal players in the league, went down last year. Go around the league. There were injuries galore. Marcus Mariota loses his job, got hurt, and he was hurt as well, and walked away from the team. Go around the league, and you tell me if staying healthy at quarterback isn't a prerequisite for any team's success. Every team in the league, if Jalen Hurts goes down, Philly's like, damn it, we're screwed.
They're done.
Right? And I'm not trying to diminish. I don't even know who their backup is.
Is it Minshew still?
It might be.
Or he's on another.
Maybe you can win a couple games. That's what most teams think. Maybe you can win a couple games. What the Niners did last year is almost unprecedented.
Minshew's a Colt now, I think. I think he might be starting for the Colts and Anthony Richardson.
Another team that can't stay healthy at quarterback.
No, that's literally been their one knock. And it's so funny to watch that quarterback series and look back on certain teams. And it is kind of ironic and poetic, if you will. The Chiefs started out the season winning in Arizona, and then they finished the season winning in Arizona. Dave in Fremont wants to chime in here. Dave, you're on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni on 95 on the Morning Roast. What's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning. Just wanted to call in, chime in on this conversation. One, I'd rather take Trey Lance with a wooden peg leg than Kirk Cousins.
Wow.
I don't want a guy on the team I don't want a guy on the team that's going to throw the ball 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage on 4th and 10 in a playoff game. And not only that, I mean, the fact that, that we're still talking about bringing Kirk Cousins in, I mean, that's kind of a testament to just the quarterback situation. But I'm going to say one thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to take my comment off the air. I just want to ask you guys a hypothetical question, okay? Let's just say Trey Lance was the guy who came in during the season after Garoppolo got hurt. Had the same exact season that Brock Purdy did. Same stats, ended up getting hurt against the Eagles. Would we even be having this question about
for sure.
starting quarterback going into next
season? It's a great question. And in fact, I actually answered this before the beginning of last year. I said, let's just say, hypothetically, Trey Lance, this is before the season started, had Rookie of the Year and broke all these records and whatever. Wouldn't we all say, well, you got to do it again?
Yes.
You got to do it over and over and over again. That's what the real hallmark is. And we talk about this right now. Trevor Lawrence has higher pedigree than both Trey Lance. I'm talking about in terms of as a prospect and the resume. Higher pedigree and prospect rating than both Trey and Brock Purdy. And he had a really good bounce back year last year and had one of the great comebacks in playoff history. What are most fans saying? You got to do it again.
Yes.
For a whole season.
Yes, that's the hallmark of a great quarterback. Again, this is
I do think that the rhetoric, though, around Trey, before you continue, around Trey Lance, we would view it different because of the pedigree of being a top 3 pick. We bestow more. We bestow more equity. I believe because you're a top 5 pick, as opposed to Brock.
A benefit of the doubt, if you will.
I feel guilty every time I say Mr. Irrelevant because I feel like I'm knocking him when I'm not. It's just part of his story.
Absolutely.
But I do think that people interpret that as being like, oh, he's an overachiever. He shouldn't be here.
No, I think it's a great name. I would always go by Mr. Irrelevant for the rest of my life because of that. I think that's a huge chip on his shoulder, and he uses it to his advantage. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe the channel while you are there. The question we have right now on Twitter as well is, as I pull it up here, I unclicked it. Sorry, Sammy. You sent it to me. I have it. I lost it. Lost it again.
Well, while you look for it, and I think it's a fair point to ask out loud. If Trey was the one that got hurt and Trey was the one that did with Brock Purdy, how would we view it?
There you go. And also, if Kirk Cousins was the 49ers starting quarterback, would they be Super Bowl favorites over the Eagles right now? I say yes.
Yeah, I say
Joe
no.
Shasky?
I'm going with Philly. I think Philly. I like Jalen Hurts, what he's become. He's just an absolute star. But again, Jalen Hurts, almost MVP season last year. Even me, as someone who says he's worthy of the contract he got because that's what it costs to get someone, even I'm like, well, let's see what he has as a repeat. He was awesome. In that Super Bowl, he was incredible. Did you watch that thing? Running, throwing, doing everything. And most people are like, yeah, I'd like to see him do it again. Right? Herbert. If I was going to knock Herbert, what do most people say? You haven't won anything.
No.
And he's put together some great years.
He also just had the biggest playoff choke job ever.
Exactly.
But
what are most people saying? Like, win something.
Yeah, win something. Okay? Exactly. That's the next big thing.
About Lamar Jackson, MVP season. We all can agree.
Lamar's
pretty damn good.
He is winning the playoffs.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Right? Like Josh Allen, unbelievable talent.
Winning the playoffs.
Right?
Joe Burrow, I think, is getting a pass because he's gotten there. Didn't win the Super Bowl, but he's gotten there. So he gets that number 2 behind Mahomes, and respectfully so, and deservedly so. The conversation, by the way, real quick, before Mahomes won last year, people were trying to put Burrow ahead of him. Just, if you watch this doc again, we're talking about the quarterback doc.
But Burrow's pretty damn good.
He's good. He's not Mahomes.
No.
Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks.
Mahomes is one of one.
He's so much ahead of everyone
You and I
else.
said this before this doc came out. We said it like a year ago. I feel like I'm watching the greatest quarterback of all time in real time.
Yes.
This doc only further cements that belief.
I feel like we were one of the few people here at the station that picked the Chiefs to win that Super Bowl too, because of just Mahomes. Like, that was the difference.
Well, honestly, I remember even before last year, going into the season, people were trying to be like, oh, I think the Chiefs could finish in last place. Like, they're here. Look how deep the AFC West is. And, like, that's just how good Mahomes is.
They lost Tyreek.
He turned all those those preseason picks that the Chiefs were fading, completely turned them on its head. And no one's going down that road again for the next several years.
Doug, he's been to 5 straight AFC Championship games. And even he says, like, I feel like I've underachieved.
Yes.
It's like, what?
And that's the mark of a winner right there. Focusing on the losses more than the wins. Like, seriously. Like, that's the thing with Patrick Mahomes, man. He lost Tyreek Hill. Oh, Juju Smith-Schuster, I'll just get you paid. Oh, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, I'll get you paid. Oh, this kid Pacheco, yeah, we'll make him a baller too.
He is.
But honestly, though, it's going to be interesting because the guy in the straw that stirs the drink in Kansas City is Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Once he moves on, that's going to be interesting to me. Because when Brady loses a Gronk or something like that, it shows. When you lose a Jerry Rice or something like that, that shows. Like, that's who it was. Tyreek wasn't that dude. He was legit. Don't get me wrong. He was, God, he would get over the secondary every single time, and if Mahomes had a daylight, he would throw it to him. Just a small inch of it. But if you lose Kelce, I do think there's going to be some, maybe a down season here or there. Not saying that all the time, because he's that good where he elevates everyone else. It was like Peyton Manning with Dallas Clark.
Oh, yeah.
Every time, like, Dallas Clark wasn't doing anything without
he made Demarius Thomas. What was the other Thomas?
Julius Thomas.
Julius, Orange Julius.
Julius Thomas. He was sick,
He was sick for those couple years.
I like Julius Thomas, absolutely. And R.I.P. Demarius Thomas, who you mentioned.
I do think that, like, as you bring up Herbert and as you bring up Trevor Lawrence and Josh Allen, the one thing that we do for Purdy, which is unfair, that we don't do for those guys, is we don't go like, well, everything that they've done, is it an outlier? Is everything that they've done fool's gold? Like, what he did was what he did. He did those things.
He did them.
Those things are real. Now, will he sustain and be that excellent over X amount of years? That we'll see. But I think that there is doubt baked in because of 7th round Mr. Irrelevant, which is so unfair. Because once you're taken, you're taken. And once you're in the league, you're in the league. You either can play or you can't. But that stigma of being a 1st rounder or being a 7th rounder or being undrafted like Kurt Warner, it does follow them. I felt like it didn't, like Kurt Warner, we didn't finally give him his just due till he landed in Arizona and did it there.
Which is crazy because he was an MVP and the Super Bowl MVP and had one of the greatest runs of all time. The greatest show on turf. How many records did they break? Are you kidding me?
So good.
Tony Romo, the same thing.
Yeah.
Damn good quarterback. Undrafted. Yeah. But what was the conversation every year? I can't get it done.
Yeah.
Like this guy,
But there is some irony in you saying all these guys can't get it done and yet bestowing Kirk Cousins as the Niners would get to a Super Bowl.
With Kyle Shanahan, yes.
Okay.
That's the caveat.
Okay.
Like, I think Tony Romo, are you kidding me? Tony Romo have had Kyle Shanahan. You don't think he's getting in the Super Bowl?
I think he would have coached out some of the freelancing.
This shows how highly I think of Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle Shanahan loves Kirk Cousins that much. If you love him so much, go get that guy, right?
I just don't see Mahomes, like the freelancing Mahomes and Shanahan. I'm watching it and I'm like, I just don't know how the attitude, and because he's like, I'm him, that's what I do.
You don't think Shanahan likes that? You don't think he vibes with a guy like that?
Shanahan strikes me as very rigid.
See, I think a guy like McVay would love that.
Oh, he would be amazing with him.
Like,
absolutely. Sean Payton, I think, would empower that in him as well. Shanahan, like, only certain quarterbacks can thrive under Shanahan.
So you're saying,
and maybe I'm misreading Kyle Shanahan, and I'm being completely unfair.
It's an interesting conversation. The thought of Kyle Shanahan handling an ego at quarterback. Because say what you will about Kirk Cousins, he doesn't have an ego really.
Oh no, he's like he's a robot. Yeah, except for when he did the QB sneak and Kevin O'Connell's ready to kill him.
Yes, but even then he's like, oh man, oh golly gee, like oh shucks, kind of a guy. He's not going to be going out there getting like super rowdy and in your face and stuff like that, like Mahomes did with Max Crosby, or like even hell, a Matt Stafford does at times.
Kaepernick did that, and everybody hated against Green Bay. Kaepernick threw a slant to Michael Crabtree, and then one of the linebackers was talking smack, and Kaepernick came flying up and headbutted him. And I remember a ton of people were like, "Well, you don't do that." But then you're watching Max Crosby and Patrick Mahomes do it, and it's like, well, it's Mahomes. And when you win that Super Bowl, all of your behavior is classified as winner guy stuff.
No, it's just part of the tape, right?
If Baker Mayfield did that, wouldn't we look at it a little? Wouldn't we?
Well, Baker Mayfield also got
I know.
I'm just trying to run away from the cops. It's on tape when he got tackled, by the way. That's an all-timer, just going back. How did that guy get drafted number 1 overall? Oh, wait. Wasn't the guy that told him to draft a number 1 overall Jimmy Haslam?
I thought it was a bum.
Was it? Yeah, it was a homeless guy, I'm saying. He's like, he was driving around. He's like, was it Baker or Johnny that he told him to draft? I don't know which one it is. But talk about 2 of the all-time college guys that they drafted, the Browns, and neither of them are playing. Deshaun Watson is there. Another guy.
Even Deshaun Watson, as talented and as great as he is, he had the one great year, and they lost a ton of games. There's a lot of question marks on Deshaun.
They had that Chiefs team on the ropes. What was it? The divisional round?
Yes.
They had them on the ropes.
They were
down
up 20.
24-0, right?
Yeah.
And then Bill O'Brien got scared, went for the field goal, should have gone for it, should have gone up 28-0. And at that point, you probably win the game. They didn't. Rest is history. Chiefs go on, win the Super Bowl that year. Probably might change the 49ers' fortune because I love the 49ers' chances against either the Texans or the Titans who ended up playing them in that AFC Championship, Joey.
Thanks.
Sorry.
I really appreciate that.
I'm just saying it feels like that Chiefs team is kryptonite for the 49ers for whatever reason. Does it not?
No.
No, I'm sorry. Am I opening up wounds here? I don't mean to at 9:08 in the morning on the morning roast.
It's just hard to watch Mahomes because every single time you see him, I don't think he'd be this player with the Niners. I think he'd be very different. But it's like 2017. They can't shake 2017. And I get nauseated by the amount of times Bonte brings it up between you and me. Like he brings a 2017, you could have had him. But he's right. And when you watch this quarterback, Doc, I now think the way he thinks. I can't unsee it. Like you guys passed on this guy and you passed on Deshaun Watson.
Solomon Thomas, right? That was the guy. I mean, and God bless him. It was a bad pick.
Imagine being the Bears. You took Trubisky.
Trubisky's at least a backup now.
Stop it. Stop it.
Trubisky, come on, man. All I know is Kirk Cousins stays healthy. Will the 49ers quarterback this season stay healthy? I think that's just the name of the game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Looking at the contract details right now for Kirk Cousins. And listen, he signed through this. He's got this year $10 million base salary. And he's got all these different signing bonuses for the next few years and stuff like that. So, listen, I'm just saying, Kirk Cousins, if he was the 49ers quarterback this season, I think they're Super Bowl favorites. The poll, by the way, if you want to answer that, is up on Twitter, Morning Roast 957. 76% say not a chance. Kick rock, Spadone. 24%, if you're out there, 888-957-9570.
The first question to Kyle Shanahan this week when he reports, it should not be about the quarterbacks in-house. Have you been watching the Netflix doc Quarterback?
Yeah. Listen, I love this. And that was the question I posed earlier. What Bay Area athletes do you want this kind of documentary style with?
Draymond Green.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I would have loved for it to be Jordan Poole, but he's not here anymore.
Steph's too perfect.
Steph is too perfect. I would actually get more angry watching him. I was like, all right, this guy.
How about Debo?
That's a good one. Bosa.
Bosa's a good one.
Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo would have been great. Or would he have been boring like Kirk Cousins too? Jimmy, I think, gets way down and dirty than we like to think he does.
Jock Peterson.
Oh, God. We watched that little snippet of his personal life. I actually go to the chiropractor.
That's about as good as it would get as that little snippet the Giants did last year.
He goes to the chiropractor.
I have to admit, during the rain delay, I watched the John Brebbia with Alex Pavlovich where they were going through the bullpen. Brebbia, more of a personality than I gave him credit for.
He's a bullpen guy. Those guys are fascinating.
Yes, Brebbia actually might be weird enough where a documentary on him would actually be kind of interesting.
Like a Brian Wilson type when he was here would have been interesting. Sergio Romo's an interesting cat.
Of all the people at 95.7 The Game, the one that I want the doc on, who I think would be the funniest, it's Matt Hegan, our program director.
He's going to be a good one.
Weirdo tendencies.
Watching Huddy in Boston out there, man? Come on, man.
Either that or Guru, right? I mean, where's Guru
Guru's
going
too
today
obvious.
then?
Yeah. I was day drinking. I give myself a 3 there. I love Guru, man. No, he's not day drinking. He's on the sodaweightloss.com, baby. Guru looking good, man. No Guru today. It's going to be Kruger and Evan. I'm excited about that. Krugs and Evan, but it's Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky in right now, Morning Roast. We got one more break. Then we got more of your phone calls, more of your text, YouTube, Twitch. Hit us up there, 888-957-9570. Kirk Cousins was the San Francisco 49ers quarterback this season. You taking them over the Philadelphia Eagles? I am. Shasky's not. More of that on the other side, 95.7 The Game.
11 minutes, you can do better.
Hey, it's Willard from the Willard and Dibs Show. Listen to us every day, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with the Bay Area's biggest Jimmy G fan, Bonte Hill, and a great guy to share some garlic fries with, Joe Shasky. All yours, guys.
This is the morning roast. Thank you, Mark. Willard and Dibs will be on from 2 to 6. Doing a hell of a job. Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill this week alongside Joe Shasky. Been talking some 49ers, talking little Kirk Cousins, little Brock Purdy, little Trey Lance, talking a little Otani earlier in the show as the Giants, they're red hot. Could the Otani chowder get louder? Say chowder, chowder, either one.
Chowder.
I love some chowder.
Yeah, said
there you go.
chowder.
Can that get louder, if you will, if the Giants keep winning? And it's like, you know what? Shohei's getting shopped. Why not sniff around it? So we were talking about that. Been talking about Purdy's size. Does that concern you? Does the quarterback in general concern you? Because it does for me, for the 49ers, man. That's why I'm all in on Kirk Cousins. If they have the opportunity to get him, go get him. We've been talking about the quarterback doc on Netflix.
You gotta be kidding me.
He starts every game. And
that's it? It's just he starts every game.
And he's good. There it is. He starts every game and he's good. You're going to the Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan. There you go.
I don't know about that.
I do.
I don't think he's good enough.
As long as he beat the Eagles, no one else will scare me in the NFC. I'll tell you that.
That's a big if. I don't think just plopping Kirk Cousins onto the 49ers gets them over the Eagles.
I think it does. What say you? 888-957-9570. We have the poll up on Twitter. Search Morning Roast at 957 the game, and we'll see what numbers we're at right now. Currently, not a chance at 77%. Yes, they would at 23. So keep those votes coming in. I heard something off air talking to our guy Evan Giddings, who's going to be on next with Larry Krueger. He's never been to a Chili's before in their lives. He's never been. A Chili's. Baby back ribs, Joe Shasky. That's sacrilege, man. That's un-American not going to a Chili's. I got to call Evan Giddings out on that.
What do you mean?
He's never been to a Chili's. I've never met someone that's never been to a Chili's. 888-957-9570.
This is a valid call out. You actually have to you have to go to a Chili's at some time in your life if you were a person in America.
Yeah, I'm revoking his citizenship, actually.
I'm going to be real with you.
He might be fine with that.
Ask you, have you been to a Chili's?
I've been to a Chili's.
There you go.
But I would never go to a Chili's anywhere in San Francisco because I'm from the Excelsior, a block off of Mission. That's where I was born and raised.
That's fine.
And I'm getting real, the authentic
If I'm at an airport, though, and there's just chains there, I'm going to the Chili's.
I mean, I grew up in the suburbs.
Hi, I'm Joe Spadoni, and for Chili's here, I like to go with my baby back rib special. Morning Roast 95.7.
Baby back ribs or fajitas?
No, not the fajitas. They're overrated. I will say that.
I always get Chevys and Chili's mixed up.
Do they still give out the sombreros at Chevy's, or is that cultural appropriation?
Well,
We're not doing that
Chevy's
anymore.
chips were warmed, and they were delicious.
I like the Chili's chips, too. You can microwave those in the bag at home. Probably not
Really?
safe. Yeah, they're in a plastic bag. You can microwave them for like 45 seconds. Probably not the healthiest option. That's all right. Speaking of not the healthiest option.
I'm just out on it.
49ers quarterback. Who's going to be the healthiest option? You like that segue? 888-957. No, that wasn't one of Joe's favorites there. But I'm just saying, Chili's, it's a rite of passage. Good morning to all of you on the Comcast Business text line from the 650, the Sizzling Fajitas. 650.
When it comes to Chili's, I mean, the fact you're just going to throw the fajitas aside so casually in favor of the baby back ribs.
They're
I don't
overrated.
know if I get on that.
I'll say that. The baby back ribs are better.
Everyone says the fajitas are overrated until they come out of the kitchen. Then where are your eyes going to be when they come out?
That's all sizzle and no substance. Pun intended, specifically. It's not that great. The meat's dry. I've had it. And maybe I had Chili's this past weekend, and that's why I'm talking about
Here's the problem with
you just
any
had a bad trip to Chili's.
Not a good one.
I'll keep this short and sweet. My big problem with fajitas is that I don't like to actually make the tortilla wrap. I just eat the steak and all the peppers and everything.
Oh, it's fine. Well, what I do is
what I'm saying? I go fork into the beans, fork into the rice.
I kind of do a little finger food, if you will. Like I kind of tear the part of the tortilla off, and I pick it up with the tortilla, then I eat it it's like a little sandwich, if you will. Good morning.
Yeah. See, for me, I'm kind of the opposite. I kind of like being able to build my own little wraps there. Kind of feel like I'm in control there. It's like a build your own meal kind of thing. It makes it more fun and interactive.
There you go. I'm cool off that. Damon Chang says, make your own baby back ribs. I was like, I don't got time for that. I don't know, I can do it in the oven. I don't have a smoker in the back. Do you got a smoker, Joe?
No, but I will tell you how to do the best ribs of your life. So uncovered for an hour, 350, then cover it. But you make sure you put some liquid in there. Some people do soda, water, chicken broth, beef broth. It's really whatever you want. And then slow cook it, 200 degrees for 2 to 4 hours.
Is this like St. Louis style pork
Bro,
ribs?
these things will be so falling off the bone, it won't even be funny.
Is this a smoker or just like your standard barbecue?
No, this is just in the oven. If you want to do it in the oven. Now, you can do it in the smoker, but that's the way I like to do it because it is barbecue season.
It is barbecue season. And it's
Your boy's been queuing up a storm.
And it's baseball season. We've been talking Shohei Otani. We've been talking San Francisco Giants. And what got us into that conversation was something that Eric Caro said on MLB on Fox this past weekend. Caro's obviously an analyst for them, former player, former Dodger. He thinks San Francisco might be in play for this guy named Shohei Otani. Take a listen.
Give it to me.
He's going to play in the postseason. He has to play in the postseason. The Angels need to trade him. If they don't, they're doing a disservice to the organization. Now, you want me to take it a next step further? Who's he going to be playing for? He's going to be playing for the Giants.
Whoa.
That's who he's going to be playing for.
Oh, Mr. Dodger?
No, I'm just telling you, that makes all the sense in the world. They have the wherewithal to do it. Then they get him for a couple months to try to court him so they could sign him for free agency. It makes all the sense. And you don't think that the Angels wouldn't want to trade him to San Francisco to spite the Dodgers? Come on. This is drama.
And Eric Caro's 11 o'clock, Willard and Kruger, not Willard and Kruger, but Evan and Kruger, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, it'd be nice if somebody helped us with that booking. That's excellent.
Well, that's all right.
That has Nat Nahigian written all over it.
Oh, man. You know what? Don't sleep on E-Dog. He's producer and host. He does both, man.
Let's take on the back end of what he said there. Out of spite to the Dodgers. It's interesting because if you hear from real executives that are now out of the game that are talking for a living, that's what a lot of them are doing nowadays. There's the guy that used to be the GM for the Dolphins who's on ESPN. There's David
Tannenbaum.
Tannenbaum, thank you. There's David Sampson. Obviously, Mangenius at one point was an advisor to a lot of different people. You'd be surprised how often teams make moves with other teams' rivals out of spite.
Yeah, that's
if
weird.
you are running the Angels and you're Artie Moreno, you've probably been looking at the Dodgers for years with envy.
Which is funny because they have the same amount of World Series titles since the century. But
no, but I'm saying like you're competing in the same market.
You are.
You're competing for eyeballs, for market share, for Q rating.
And you've had the best player in all of baseball, and you're still the number 2 there in that market.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you've probably been hearing nonstop for the last 2 years, he's going to the Dodgers, he's going to the Dodgers, he's going to the Dodgers. And out of spite, I could see Artie Moreno because if you pay attention to all the voting in Major League Baseball when it comes to the owners, he always goes against the grain.
Yeah, it was very odd. He put the team up for sale, did he not?
And then he get the number that he was looking for, and he rescinded it.
What was the number he was looking for?
I don't know. Much higher than what he was getting.
I gotta imagine someone was, and Joe Lake was part of that process, right? He wanted to be a part of that ownership.
Let me tell you this right now. That team is for sale. Okay. Even though it may not have the for sale sign on the front of it, it's for sale. He just needs somebody to meet the number he's looking for.
So if that's the case, and he's still looking to trade it, wouldn't it be more apt to hold on to that guy, making your franchise more valuable?
They say that players that you have on your team are not, it doesn't change the valuation that much. That much.
I have a hard time believing that when I just see what Steph Curry has done for this franchise, right?
Build
Chase Center. I know Joe Lake was the guy that is the X's and O's.
Otani. He's not signing with you. So let's say you hang on.
Do we know that for sure, though?
What?
Do we know that for sure?
That's pretty well known.
Really?
Yes.
I think there's a chance that he still re-signs there.
With the Angels?
Chance?
I
disagree. Are we all assuming he's done there?
Yes.
Okay. Then then the Angels should know that then, right?
If he's a star of that magnitude with the Angels, imagine what he'd be with the Dodgers or the Yankees.
Well, if the Angels know that, then they're absolutely trading him at this deadline, no?
Well, a lot of people make a big deal about the comp pick. What was the comp pick for when Bumgarner could have been traded, but they didn't, and they held on to him, and he left in free agency?
Glowinky?
Jimmy Glowinky.
Who?
Jimmy Glowinky.
Yeah, exactly.
Who?
Jimmy Glowinky.
Well, where is he?
I'm a roaster.
He is somewhere in the Giants minor league system, probably playing mediocre baseball.
Okay. So they're not gonna just get some comp pick. They can get tremendously more from someone else than whatever they'd get for the one comp pick.
This is the greatest.
Would you agree?
This is not only the greatest potentially trade deadline acquisition in the history of American sports, but definitely a rental. Not even close. Like not even close. I look back to what the A's did with John Lester, right? That was a true rental. You're going for it all in that season, trying to win a World Series. You got Samardzija, you got Jason Hamill, you traded Cespedes, all these guys, Addison Russell. The rest is history. They ended up choking and losing in the wild card game. But I say this for the Giants. I'm not scared of anyone else in this conference. The Braves, okay, they're good. I feel pretty damn confident if I have Logan Webb and Shohei and Alex Cobb as a 3 tandem against whoever it is for the Braves. Who is it? Morton, is he still there? Strider.
Strider, and then they have the lefty Fried.
There you go, Fried.
I
Max
always pronounce
Fried.
it wrong.
So
Fried.
those three, that trio, right?
Yes.
I feel pretty damn good about my chances against them in Atlanta, if that's the case.
Atlanta feels pretty
they're
deep
stacked.
and stacked.
They're stacked.
They're an excellent team. The Rays have the best run differential. The Braves have the number 2.
Yeah.
And the Rays got a lot of that in the first 60 days of the season. Braves have been on fire since then.
Yes.
I would say this about it. Like, it's not just acquiring Otani for the now, which is what the Giants want to do to try to win now. There's no doubt about it. And, bolstering their rotation, adding a number 4 hitter to put guys in a better spot. Like Conforto in the 5-hole, much better.
Oh, yeah.
With Shohei Otani batting in front of him.
Everyone, it's a trickle-down effect.
J.D. Davis in front of him or vice versa, you look tremendously better. It's about what it signifies to the rest of baseball. It's about the message that it sends to the real players. Like right now, fair or not, I think a lot of people are like, I view the Giants the way Judge views the Giants, which is Aaron Judge used the Giants to drive up the price. He never really wanted to come here, just to go back to where he wanted to be. And I think a lot of free agents see the Giants as a team that will up their value so they can go to their real destination.
Where does Farhan's stock out right now with Giants fans? Where do you think it is?
Right now, I think it's teetering.
Because it was just a month ago, I'd say it was at a sky high. You saw all these young guys. You saw Schmidt. You saw Matos. You saw Bailey. Oh, you know what? We're starting to see the fruits of this labor pay off. So what if we missed on Correa and Judge? You know what? This youth movement's happening and we're winning. I see the vision. I'm all in. Just a month later, Schmidt struggling. Giants struggling. Now they're hot again. They're five in a row.
Schmidt is struggling.
He's struggling, though. He might get sent back down. So it feels like, again, we go back to these prospects. Nothing's a sure thing.
Well,
I feel like if I am good, I'm keeping Bailey, and I'm keeping either Harrison or Luciano. Everyone else, I'm keeping a Matos. Everyone else is up for grabs, man.
When I look at Farhan right now, I think most people would say he's a bargain basement shopper.
Yeah.
He shops at Ross.
J.D. Davis was a good one last year at the trade deadline.
You could find gems.
No, seriously, yeah. That's one.
He shops at Ross. And
yes.
I shop at Ross.
Dress for less. I like it.
Right?
I got a nice Puma jacket from there.
But every now and then you got to shop at Neiman Marcus for the
Burberry.
life.
There
right?
you go.
Right?
Yep.
Like every now and then for the anniversaries,
Lacoste,
you got to shop somewhere expensive. This would signify a change that they're bold and they're ready to go in. And I do think it matters. I really do. When I look at the Manny Machado trade, think of how Giants fans felt when they swung the deal, the Dodgers did, for the rental of Manny Machado. The Seager was out for the year, and everyone knew they're getting him for a rental. He's going to test free agency. And yet it was like, wow, that's a big time move. Look at the Dodgers. They know they're losing him, and they're getting this guy for the now. Look what that signifies.
Yeah.
And then you wonder, like, obviously their brand is big, and they might have signed Freddie Freeman regardless. But a couple of years later, you sign Freddie Freeman in free agency, and it's on brand with all of the other moves that they've done. They did the same thing when they acquired Trey Turner and Max Scherzer. Now, Trey Turner had an extra year of team control, but Max Scherzer, they were going to lose in free agency. They gave away their number 1 and number 2 prospects. Yeah. And I don't think they're really hurting.
No.
So at some point, you got to change your philosophy and show me that you're all in on the big-time players, and I think it would be a big-time buy.
Not only does that send a message to your own team, it sends a message to the fan base, right, Joe? Like, we're going all in. Like, I think that's just what's been starving for Giants fans. When they traded for Chris Bryant, that at least signified to them, like, you know what? At least Farhan's going all in. No, it didn't end up working out. It didn't re-sign him. But that move alone signified it. Is there another move outside of Shohei Otani that would signify to you that, man, you know what? I respect Farhan.
Well, one question I want to throw on top of this is, let's say the Giants do acquire Shohei Otani, and you get 2 months of him, and then he leaves in free agency. And let's say you give up Harrison, Luciano, and Von Brown to make it happen. Now, Shasky, you're saying that whatever, hypothetically here. Shasky, you're saying that that's a sign that, the Giants are going for it. They're going to make those big moves. But then if you make that move, Shohei leaves for nothing, he walks for nothing, you get that sexy comp pick, and you lose, 3 of your top 10 prospects or whatever. Are you going to feel like the Giants actually just took a step forward after all that happened?
It would feel like, to me, I could take them serious in the free agent market. They're already in on the Conforto types. Oh, you want to come here and rehabilitate yourself? Kevin Gausman, former flameout first-round pick, come here. they have yet to proven that they can actually go all in on the megastars. And so, yeah, even if he lost in free agency, it's a huge risk, and you're losing on that proposition. To me, what it signifies is like you're a player to be reckoned with when it comes to the big time stars. Right now, I don't view you as such.
But are they still considered that in team even if Shohei walks just like that? I mean, you don't feel like you're back to square one if that happens?
No, I think you send a message to your fan base and to your team that, listen, Farhan Zaidi can actually get these guys. Like, until then, he's been always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Let's do
the biggest signing we've got.
Let's do
Let's
do an exercise here, guys. All right. Week 4. Do you guys know what week 4 is for the 49ers? Does anyone know?
No.
Okay, week 4. Let's just say, hypothetically, Brock Purdy's returning. All right, and I'm running the Giants right now. Brock Purdy's coming back. You're facing the Arizona Cardinals. Brock Purdy's coming back. Or even if he's not, it's Sam Darnold. It doesn't matter. The Cardinals aren't even going to be playing Kyler Murray. It's the Niners. It's football. It's a Sunday. It's October 1st. It's also the last day of the year for the San Francisco Giants. The Giants are facing the Dodgers. You're telling me, if I'm thinking about market share and I'm talking about being relevant in this market, and it's Sunday, October 1st, and I got Shohei Otani, who I'm handing the ball to on the final day of the year, batting 3 or 4 times in that lineup with an opportunity to go to the playoffs, that's not going to mean something to this market? You're not going to be watching the Giants versus the Dodgers on Sunday, October 1st, over whoever the Niners are playing in the Arizona Cardinal game? I'm asking sincerely.
No, I'll at least have that on my phone. And then before that, I wouldn't have it on any screen at all.
The second football starts, and look, the Giants might back into the wild card. The second football starts, the Giants are losing a ton of their audience.
Yes.
And that's what I'm talking about. And I know we could say, oh, well, people like my dad or me, who I'm hooked on Giants baseball, I'm going to be there. Yeah, but the casual's not. And you've got to prove to the casual fan, you are star hunting.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It not only does it send, again, it sends a message. It has a ripple effect everywhere if you get Shohei Otani. That's what I'm saying. For the franchise, for the employees, for the team, for the manager, for Farhan, for the fans, for us talking about it. It changes everything.
Absolutely.
Would you want to talk about Shohei Otani every single day, Joe Shasky?
Absolutely.
I would love to talk baseball every single day here for 3-4 hours. That'd be great. Problem is, people tune out.
No.
That's just a fact.
Well, look,
because I get to talk football.
You know what I want to do? I want to come talk about Casey Schmidt right now because everyone's losing their minds on Casey Schmidt. Brandon Crawford has 41 hits this year. Casey Schmidt has 37. Who should I be more worried about?
Well, we know Crawford's done.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, for example, we're losing our minds. But if we talked about that, our audience ratings would go down. All right? I want to talk Giants baseball every day. But you know what the audience wants? Chris Paul talk, Jordan Poole talk, Brock Purdy talk, Trey Lance talk.
Yeah. Stars.
So if you're running the Giants, if you're not recognizing what the algorithms are, shame on you. It's an entertainment business. Remember what Goober said? Hey, if you don't understand the entertainment aspect of running a professional franchise, you will not be successful.
And that's especially in baseball. Like that, this is what they're trying to hammer down on. That's why the whole thing with the pitch clock was massive, because they are trying to make it a television product more so than ever. Like that's why they're doing this. That's why they're trying to speed everything up. And I know a lot of people, Sam Lubman included, don't like that. But it's for the betterment, I think, of the sport overall because it brings in money. And more money is good for everyone there anyways. Not so much when the owners just pocket it. Shout out John Fisher and so. But 888-957-9570. Would trading for Shohei Otani be worth it for the Giants if he's still left in free agency? That's the question we have on our Twitter poll. Right now it's at no 54%, but yes at 46%. It's pretty split, Joe.
Look, if you acquired Otani, all right, even if you lost him at the end of the year, like, is Luciano ever going to be an all-star?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
I mean, the guy's batting like 227 in the AA right now. Now, I mean, he might be able to turn it around, but like,
I have no idea.
I mean, Sam Lubman, you are the most authentic Giants fan I know. You are over the top. Like, if I said to you, you have $100 to bet, one-time all-star or not for Luciano.
Yeah, I think the odds are very much in favor that Luciano could scrape together at least one all-star season.
One. He said one or
So the
more?
Giants haven't had an all-star homegrown outfielder for 35 years, 40 years, and you think this guy will be one of them?
He could I think it's very well possible. Yes, it's very well possible that could happen. Is it 100% guaranteed to happen? No.
So that's
he can literally
nothing.
blow out his Achilles in his next game. But no, it's a simple bet. If you think that he can make at least one All-Star game, the odds I think are in his favor to make at least one All-Star game in his career.
I think you're being a little reckless.
Explain to me why. Because he's hitting
optimistic.
227 in AA. That's it. Put a cap on his career. It's it. It's
no,
done.
I'm
no
just
more caring
saying
about
that
it.
you have to play the percentages, right? And I'm looking at it right now. And
That's
it's
what I'm doing. I'm playing the percentages. The percentages are that he could probably make at least one All-Star game during his career.
I'm going in the other direction. It's really hard to be an All-Star. It's really hard to make the major leagues.
Even in today's game, when everyone's an All-Star, it's even hard today.
That's the thing. Everyone could become an All-Star, so he could probably sneak in. Maybe he's on a bad Giants team and he's in everybody gets one. Maybe he gets traded away in part of the Shohei package and he's like the Angels' lone All-Star in 4 years. There's lots of different ways a guy can become an All-Star.
So we're going to wait a couple more years for him to come up and see if he might or might not be the guy.
The question was, could he be an All-Star at some point in his career? I think that's the answer is yes. He could probably be an All-Star at some point in his career. Is it going to happen next year? Probably not, seeing as he's still a year or so away from. I mean, that's how prospects work, though.
Congratulations. I still want Shohei Otani even if he's an All-Star. Do not care.
I mean,
give me 4 years of 5 years of Shohei over a 10, 15-year career over Marco Luciano. Don't even care.
I mean, obviously, I'd take 10 years of Shohei or 5 years of Shohei over Luciano, but 2 months?
But Luciano hasn't even eclipsed over 250. You're talking about a guy that I'd say 98% of the fan base has never seen.
Well, I'm taking 2 months over nothing because that's what Luciano's going to give you. He's not going to give you anything right now. So I'm taking the known over the unknown. Absolutely.
255 in the minors?
Don't know. Don't care. I know what Shohei's doing. Stuff that's never been done in the history of baseball.
I mean, they held on to Ramos for years, and we saw a little taste of Ramos. Come on.
I do think the notion of getting your foot in the door with negotiations is massive.
Yes.
Because this perception, the perception of San Francisco and the Bay Area, trying to turn that around in that 2 month span is massive. Because I do think there's an aspect, and who was it? Who signed with the Cubs? Maybe Sam can help me here.
It was the Japanese superstar.
The Japanese superstar that signed with the Cubs. Seiya Suzuki listed San Francisco when he visited with them that his wife was afraid, right? Or I don't know what the exact quote was, but she wasn't vibing with the city. Didn't feel safe, I think it was what it was. I think that is a massive, massive turnoff for a guy like Suzuki who is tight with that Japanese squad, with the Otanis, with the Yoshidas, with all those other guys. That plays into it.
Well, look, I'm a Bay Area native, and I'll be the first person to defend the Bay Area at every single turn. But I also acknowledge when you take a step back, we overrate the allure of the Bay Area. When the reality is, if you're not from here, there's very little things that draw you into wanting to be here. Now, are there people like Hunter Pence and Tim Lincecum who have come to this region and made this their home and found a lot of love here? Absolutely. Absolutely. The cost of living for a lot of these guys is insane.
It is.
And they're making insane money, and they think it's insane. There is a safety element. There's a commute element, right? There's the California tax element. There is a variety of elements that people factor in any sport before they want to come here. And I just think in general, most of us Bay Area natives cape up for the Bay Area. And the reality is, if you're not from here, a lot of those people would say you're overrating the experience in the Bay Area.
But doesn't it feel like we only make that excuse when it comes to the Giants? Because like when I look at other athletes throughout like Bay Area, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, all these guys, obviously homegrown, I know, but we're trading for a Christian McCaffrey. We're trading for these studs, right? These stars.
McCaffrey did go to Stanford.
He did. He's not from here,
His dad played here.
His dad played here, but he's not from here.
No, I know. But there's a lot of elements he's familiar with. Would you grant me that?
Okay. Deebo Samuel, not even close to being from here.
But we also heard last year he was willing to leave.
He was. But he stayed.
He's
gonna resign, and that's gonna be
the Warriors. I'm glad you bring up the Warriors. This is the last time. Durant's the greatest free agent sign of all time. Name another.
Yeah. Barry Bonds, right?
Ronnie Turioff.
Well, for them, but
Derek Fisher.
If we're just going Bay Area, Corey Maggette.
No, they got Corey Maggette because
deal when that happened,
the Clippers ran out of money and they signed Baron Davis, and our consolation prize was him
Derek Fisher?
we didn't get Elton Brand.
Derek Fisher?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not even hating. Like, the Warriors were no one, so they shouldn't be getting free agents. But, like, we do this thing like, we got Durant. We did get Durant. It was a once-in-a-generation acquisition.
Shout out Bob Myers.
Name another one.
Trades. They're always trades. I think of Randy Moss to the Raiders. I think of Antonio Brown to the Raiders. I think of big names like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, they don't come here willingly.
Am I underrating the Bay Area?
No, because if you just look at, again, as you just said, we had a hard time finding guys just coming here willingly. Like, it's either homegrown or through trades. They just don't come here. And I don't know why, other than Durant, which is massive. I will say, Kevin Durant coming here and picking Oakland, and it was Oakland. It wasn't San Francisco.
Yeah.
That was massive.
It was huge.
And that counts for a lot. But when you compare it to the Los Angeleses, the Miamis, the New Yorks, you come up short a little bit.
Well,
Hell, even Chicago I'll throw in there.
Well, you talk to people like, for example, Nick Friedel, who's been all around this country.
Nick.
He's been everywhere.
Love you, buddy.
You know, he loved the Bay Area, and he had a great experience. But rating it to Brooklyn, rating it to L.A., rating it to Miami, to Chicago, it falls flat. Now, I'm from here, so I'm like, oh, come on, Nick. You know, I'd argue with him all the time. He's like, Joe, you just don't understand. And like the lifestyle. And so there's a lot of things that we don't account for as local residents that these guys do, because once you hit that level of finance and whatnot, you just view things differently.
How do you view the Bay Area as a sports market? 888-957-9570. I'm talking to a lot of Bay Area bred and born here on the Comcast Business Text line, as well as Twitch and YouTube. We are live and streaming. Like and subscribe. Ring the bell, as Sam likes to say. What is it? Whom the bell tolls or whatever. Shout out Metallica. There you go. From the 925, Joe, San Francisco is completely out of control. The open drug use, the homeless, the defecation on the sidewalks, not to mention the senseless crime and stuff like that. It's madness. Why would guys want to come here? But I could say that with that. Like that's
it is bad though.
It's bad, but LA's the same.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. No. Nationally, we get way too much of the blame.
Yeah, but that's
LA's the same. New York's the same. Chicago, all the major cities. I'm sure Miami, they all have these similar problems. San Francisco just likes to be the punching bag because we're at politics 101 of a certain party, so we get crushed the hardest because we're at the epicenter of a certain political branch. I truly believe that.
But let's also, like, weather's a factor. You know, parking's a factor. Cost of living is a factor. Like, it's not just those things.
I love our weather.
What?
Yes, I love our weather.
You and I do, but you know what? A lot of these people want the sun.
Oh, you know, down at the beach boardwalk, you see the sun on my face. I got some red ears, Joe. It was 80 degrees.
Yeah, but if they're playing in San Francisco, let's say if it's for the Giants,
live in
you're
the East
playing
Bay.
in the fog every day.
Where'd Buster live? Walnut Creek? All these guys live in the East. You can live out there. It's toasty. Bay Area is big is what I'm saying. It's not just San Francisco.
You get a lot more sun than you think. I mean, you go to these Saturday games where it's like a pleasant 75 out, and you look at like St. Louis where it's also sunny, but it's like 95 with 98%.
Yeah, but they also
humidity.
don't have to cross 3 bridges. You know, like, I get what your guys are saying. I'm just saying, like, we have to take a step back and understand that, you know, you get way more bang for your buck in terms of the actual acreage and what you're getting. And then there's the school systems, which I think is a low priority for all these guys.
I agree with you on that. I just think weather is a plus in the Bay Area. I don't think it's a minus.
From the 408 Comcast Business Text line, it'll be easier to keep Otani next year if we get him now. Get rid of the kids to give us a shot to keep him long term. I agree. And we're not saying get rid of all the kids. I'm keeping Patrick Bailey, and I'm keeping either a Harrison, a Matos, a Wisenhunt, one of those guys. So 2 of them. I'm fine with that. Everyone else, we can discuss. I don't think that's crazy, is it?
No. And of all the
We're
guys...
talking about the greatest, potentially, trade deadline piece in the history of sports, people. That's not hyperbole. It's one of the greatest players of all time.
Wouldn't you also accept, hey, we tried to test drive one of the greatest free agents ever, and we gave it our best shot. And instead of looking from the outside in as you're competing with all these other teams, we brought him into our system, and we did everything we could to woo him for 2 months so that he could familiarize himself. And if you took a swing of that magnitude and did that, I could live with the results of both of those guys developing into superstars.
Absolutely.
Couldn't you? Because even if they develop, they would have to be top 5 at their position to even sniff what Otani is currently.
He is literally having the greatest stretch. I don't mean this lightly, and maybe you disagree with me. He's having the greatest stretch in the history of baseball. Stretch. I am saying this. He's doing it at both sides of the plate. No one's done this before. Miss me with Babe Ruth. This guy is a generational, and I mean generational talent that we've never seen before. And damn it, I want to see him in the orange and black. I would like to go see him. I'm tired of seeing him as an angel going over to the Coliseum and watching him shove against the Brent Rookers of the world. See him in the orange and black. And just, listen, get him in the foot in the door, sell him. You don't think, and listen, maybe Aaron Judge is never coming here, but as long as Otani's on the team, I'm getting Stephen Curry to hang out with him.
Well,
right?
Did you see the Messi?
Oh, what happened?
So there was a Messi video welcoming him.
The introduction was yesterday, Inter Miami. packed stadium.
And apparently Steph Curry was involved not only in the recruiting process.
Are you serious?
But he was also in on the congratulation thing. Yeah. So how did the Giants not get Steph Curry in on Aaron Judge? Yet Inter Miami got Steph Curry
all
involved.
The way across the country. We're getting
it
Steph Curry.
It almost makes me angry.
Wait, hey, Steph, you could have done that with the Earthquakes? Now Messi's not coming to San Jose in the PayPal Stadium. I get it. Shout out to Earthquakes. We love what you're doing down there. And I'm definitely, Station, Joe Shasky, you going to come watch Messi with me when Inter Miami comes here?
I love the pink jerseys. I think pink is an underrated color for teams.
The pink and black and the Miami
Why
Vice.
haven't any teams gone pink?
I don't know. The stigma around it, the color, it's not quote-unquote masculine enough.
Fluorescent is in.
Well, it's funny because all the Premier League teams and all the European teams, they have alternates that a lot of pink have them. So I'm all with it. And we have the breast cancer awareness stuff, and always pops when you have the hot pink cleats and all that sort of stuff. So 888-957-9570. Man, you and Bonte were talking about last week. Just Messi, by the way, quick detour here before we hit our final thoughts in the Xfinity Fast 5. Messi just walking around in a, what was it, Publix is what they have over there?
Yeah.
A Safeway version, if you will.
It's their equivalent of like a Whole Foods Safeway hybrid.
Right?
More of a Safeway than a Whole Foods.
Just walking around. Just chilling. Can anyone else do that in America? Mike Trout, maybe. That's big of a star.
Mike Yastrzemski.
Yastrzemski? Okay. All right. You need to relax with that comp.
I'm teasing.
Mike Yastrzemski, the Lionel Messi of baseball players. Teasing. But this is literally like, and no hyperbole
Chris Paul
here.
Couldn't do it.
Lionel Messi is the greatest soccer player of all time. If you want to throw Pele or Cristiano Ronaldo, no. I'm throwing Lionel Messi. You guys just see what he did with Argentina against France? Did we not all watch that World Cup final in awe? He's walking around and no one even recognized him except for the one guy taking the picture. Yeah, he's 5'7". He's got some tattoos. But nowhere else in America is that happening with some of our big athletes. It's wild.
If Lincecum walks down the street in St. Mary's Park, I hear from 50 people.
Yeah.
Oh, he was with the dog. Oh, he's walking around.
It's actually funny we say this now because I'm reminiscing. Do you guys remember Shohei Otani taking Bart a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
He got lost. He didn't make his start because he took the northbound train to Pittsburgh Bay Point instead of going or what was it, Richmond? Yeah. Took to Richmond instead of going to the Dublin Pleasanton
train. Here's what I would recommend the Giants. Don't put him on Bart. Okay, that's my recommendation.
Hey, Shohei, Bart,
it's a recommendation
you're there, buddy.
for everybody, though, but not just Shohei.
Joey Barton, you're there. What's going on with him? Is he getting trained at this deadline? Feels like he might be a goner, right? See what you can get for Joey Bart.
If Joey never came back up again, I wouldn't be surprised.
Someone said Joey Bart for Brent Rooker. That'd be a steal for the Giants.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
All day.
Although Brent's been struggling. He batted like 100 in the month of June, and he was still somehow an all-star. He looked good, though. He had a ground rule double. Hey, he's getting swept this past week. I got to get the... Come on. They're plucky.
Some hit a loud fly ball on Saturday. That was pretty cool.
Sam was at the Coliseum this past week. How many people there, Sammy?
I think they announced 10. It was like 12,000. Those Saturday days. It was a beautiful day for baseball.
It was a beautiful weekend. I was at the boardwalk. Shout out Benny. Shout out Jade. It was the in-laws' birthday. They want to take the grandkids. Shout out Bob, Diane. Happy birthday to you guys. Are doing shout outs here. And shout out Jade, who texted me at the 831. Joey, for the love of God, stop with the Chili's talk. I like Chili's. It's fine, Jade. Maybe we'll have that tonight.
Hey, you like what you like.
I like you. It's fine. I like you. I've liked my time here. Was that a slight right there?
No,
I love
it.
Chili's. I love the bag of Chili's, the chips. Again, Sam likes to say it's empty calories. I don't think so. I can smash the Chili's chips as well as some fajitas, overrated, or a double cheeseburger. 888-957-9570. Let's get to Xfinity Fast 5. Can we do that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Let's do that.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5 with the four of us and one listener give our final thoughts on the show. Oh, am I supposed to read this? I'm reading this now. I don't even think we do that anymore. We just do it around the horn. But we do give a listener because you can hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube, or the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. It's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Final thoughts, Joe Shasky.
My final thought is this. I am demanding of my audience that they watch Quarterback. It's a documentary on Netflix. Watch one episode. You will be hooked. 10 minutes in, you will be hooked. It is a fascinating glimpse into the world of the quarterback. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Mariota are the three guys that are being profiled in it. Peyton Manning is the one who's producing it. It is unbelievable.
There you go. Sam Lubman, what do you got, buddy?
I'm also going to talk about quarterback because, I got into it last night, too. And when I was watching it, I really like how they're kind of really kind of splicing together the storylines of 3 quarterbacks. Mahomes, your elite quarterback. Cousins, your mid-tier quarterback. And then Mariota, your coming off the bench quarterback. One thing I noticed was that when it would switch from like Patrick Mahomes to Kirk Cousins, my interest just declined. Like, I love the Patrick Mahomes storylines. He seems like such an interesting guy to follow. And then you go to Kirk Cousins, and it's just like, dude, you have the personality of a potato. Like, no, I don't need him over here. I don't need someone dressing like he's always going. Like, he dresses like someone who's like, remember when you were in elementary school and your mom would dress you up for photo day?
You know
and,
what?
Like, comb your hair and everything like that. He dresses like that every day. It's like, dude, you are boring. You are lame. I don't.
You know
I don't
what,
want
Sam?
You here.
You can do a lot with the potato. You could fry them. You could cut them. You could saute them.
You're not winning a Super Bowl with the potato.
You could mash them. You know what? Now
Very
that I think
versatile.
about it, that's a compliment to Kirk Cousins, a potato. You can do a lot with them.
Potatoes may taste good, but they don't make for great
They'll
Super
be
Bowl
there
winners.
every single day. I know that. I'm having a potato substance at least once a day. They're starting 16 games, 17 games for me. Tell you that right now. Johnny boy, what are your final thoughts?
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
There you go.
I'm going to just go out on a limb. I think I'm with everyone in the Bay Area here, though. But Stephen Curry is the greatest athlete I have ever seen in my life. Watching the Century Championship this weekend.
Bo Jackson?
Not only,
Otani?
Ryan Jordan?
Bo Jackson's not winning a golf tourney. I'll tell you that right now. Not only that, but the last round of that tournament was some really, really good golf. I know that they're not professional golfers, but Joe Pavelski, Marty Fish, and Steph Curry were playing lights out, and to come down to a 20-foot eagle putt to win it, Steph Curry is amazing.
And let's hear Steph talking about winning the ACC championship real quick. I want to play the sound.
It's very similar, just knowing, I have more time to think about it in this scenario. On the court, it happens a lot faster, but just being able to lock into the moment, knowing what the stakes were, accepting it. I've always dreamt of like a situation like this on an 18th green in front of a crowd like that to make a putt. And you just stick to the routine, have so much confidence in yourself, live with the results. Thankfully, it went in, which is insane. Been playing in this thing for almost a decade, and to know finally got a win, it's pretty special.
Only the second active professional sports player to win the ACC championship. I think the other one was Alda Greca or something like that, place kicker from the 90s. Maybe I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but he was a place kicker from the 90s and the second basketball player ever to win that. My final thoughts is, it's a fun show, Joey.
Hell
Let's do it 4 more times. And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Shout out May Money. Potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, a la Lord of the Rings. And speaking of Lord of the Rings and Evan Giddings, Larry Krueger up next, 95.7 The Game.
What is going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings here alongside Larry Krueger, sitting in for Steiny and Guru from 10 to 2 on a Monday. Don't worry, Steiny's going to be back on Tuesday. Unfortunately, not with a championship, but he will be back Tuesday. Guru had to take a playoff, and so now we got the opportunity to work together. I'm looking forward to it, Larry. What's going on, man?
Yeah,
How are
good
you?
to see you, man. Seriously, I mean, Dan Patrick show the other day. You're exploding onto the scene. One of the Bay Area's bright young talents.
Well,
I'm fired up for this, man.
It's fun. Like, I'm getting a chance now to work with Steiny and Guru, and in Crosstalk we got Willard. Dibbs will be back. Alan Stiles. But getting a chance to chop it up with you, I'm looking forward to it because I've been able to produce for you. I know what you bring to the air. I know you obviously got a ton of experience, and we got a lot to get into today.
We do. I mean, this is, it's funny. I just spent a week with the family down in San Luis Obispo, hanging out at the beach.
Nice.
And it's like the calm before the storm. And I kept saying that to my kid. I'm like, this is the calm before the storm, because once training camp rolls around, which I think the rookies report tomorrow, and then the veterans, I think maybe on the 24th.
Yep.
It's on. And, the Niner talk is going to be huge. We just had Summer League with the Warriors. Now you got the Giants, who I wasn't sure at the beginning of the year if we were going to get to July and the Giants would be like a story that you put away. But they're anything but. They're interesting. Their pen's been good. Bailey's been great. And there are a lot of people thinking maybe they'll dip their toe in the water on something significant at the trade deadline. So we got a lot to get into.
We do, and I want to absolutely get into training camp, what we're talking about with the 49ers. And there's also an interesting, in addition to the Warriors NBA Summer League, a one-on-one with Joe Lacob done by Madeline Kenny of the Bay Area News Group that I want to discuss. Some interesting quotes in there. Also, you brought up a conversation from a former 49ers quarterback about the current ones as far as the mentalities of that hierarchy in the quarterback room. I do want to get into that. We got Eric Karros, who's a Major League Baseball analyst for Fox Sports, coming up in an hour at 11 o'clock. He had some interesting and I think kind of fiery things to say about Shohei Otani and where he might be going, both at the deadline but also beyond the season, as the Giants are trying to get in that mix. And that's kind of where I want to start, Larry, because you brought this up when we were chatting last night. Like, kind of what's the plan right now for the San Francisco Giants? Because they've now won 5 in a row. They sweep their first road series out of the All-Star break against the Pittsburgh Pirates, a couple of which in come-from-behind fashion. It appears that they're right back on the tracks of the train that was rolling prior to the break. And now you're looking at a team that's 11 games above 500, best they've been this season. They're a game and a half back of the Los Angeles Dodgers for the division, a half game up now on the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they're in first place in the wild card right now. So the Giants got things moving in the right direction.
Well, they do. They absolutely do. And I wasn't sure if they were going to have things going in the right direction, but they do. They've passed Arizona. Arizona, I think we can all say, is a 2 starting pitcher team, right? They got Merrill Kelly. They got Zach Gallen. Kelly went down. They sunk like a stone. Those 2 guys, I think, have artificially kind of lifted Arizona. And I don't think Arizona's that great of a club. Now they're coming back to earth a little bit. But the Padres have been a tire fire. I don't know what's going on there, but there's bad chemistry there, clearly. The Dodgers are the clear class of the division, but the Giants are playing well. And the bullpen has been awesome, led by Doval. And Patrick Bailey has been equally awesome behind the plate. So, what do the Giants really need? I saw Mark Feinsand through like the 10 guys that he thought were going to get traded, and one of them was Cody Bellinger, and he said the Giants would have interest. The other was Tommy Pham. And I thought to myself, are we going to put Tommy Pham and Jock Peterson on the same team? Because those guys, of course, mixed it up in the outfield where Pham actually struck Peterson in the face. Wasn't that long ago. So
yeah, fantasy football vendettas, Larry. They come back to bite you.
I'm telling you, man. Don't cheat in fantasy, or don't have the perception of cheating. But what are the Giants going to do? Tyro's out for another 3-4 weeks before he's back. So do you trade for a middle infielder? I don't know that you do, because you've got Crawford, you've got Casey Schmidt, you got Wisely, you got Tyro. What are you going to do if you trade for somebody and then 3 weeks from now, then you've got a surplus there? Do you pick up an outfield bat? Do you try to find another starter? This kid Wisenhunt is just looking awesome in the minor leagues. Then there's Kyle Harrison. If he gets some consistency going, it seems like they've got some good options as far as the rotation.
Well, and that's kind of the thing that we're asking at 888-957-9570. Not only what is the trade deadline plan, but what do you want to see from here on out? Because they're kind of in the driver's seat, in my opinion, Larry, as far as if they want to add something at the deadline. But also, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked not to see them sell, but to kind of see where they can get better and how they might be able to get younger. Because one thing that you've been at the forefront of is the youth movement throughout this season, and that has paid dividends largely. I mean, even though Matos and Schmidt haven't been as hot as they were to begin their essentially rookie campaigns, Patrick Bailey's been fantastic. He's been one of the best defensive catchers in all of baseball, one of the best defensive players since he's come up in baseball, and it feels like they've injected an energy into this roster that they've used to kind of ride and has really sparked some of their vets, a la Lamont, a la Yastrzemski, as well as even a guy like Jock Peterson and others. So for me, the Giants, what is the trade deadline plan? To me, it's not an all-in, but it is a recognition of where you are at this point in the franchise's kind of development. And to me, next season is the one that has got to be the all-in type of year to me because of the way that they sort of set the stage so far right now. They're playing great baseball. And to me, if I'm looking at what they do currently, maybe better than a lot of teams, they take care of business against the teams they're supposed to beat. You are supposed to take a series from the Pittsburgh Pirates. They took all 3. Now, you got 4 games against Cincinnati.
And Cincinnati looks good.
Cincinnati is good, so I'm looking forward to this. And then, of course,
tonight.
Washington. You winning that series? We'll find out. Detroit on the back end. They are right now amidst a tough road stretch, but I can identify a team that has formed an identity, and now it's about adding around kind of the margins, which seems to be what Farhan loves to do.
It's weird. I have a trust in Farhan just a little bit because of last year's deadline maneuvering. I mean, Darren Ruff for J.D. Davis and 3 minor league arms or whatever it was, that was a thievery. And I just think he's competent. I mean, I think he's proven his competency at this point. I think he's sitting in a great spot. What I don't want him to do as a hardcore Giants fan, don't trade away prospects. If you have guys that you don't think are going to be any good, trade them. I don't care. Trade them for days. You got guys at the back of your 40 man. You got prospects lower in the minor leagues that you don't believe in. You want to pawn them off for some veteran addition. Go for it. But no big boys. No Carson Wisenhunt. No Kyle Harrison. Preferably no Marco Luciano. No Matos. Because here's my thing on it. Every spot where they need help, they could go from within. Like, they could use an outfield bat. Have you seen Elliot Ramos the last few weeks? He is just absolutely ripping the cover off the ball in the minor leagues. I'd rather promote Elliot Ramos than trade away some future, stud arm for some rental of some outfielders. So that's one. That's in the infield. Yeah, they need an infielder. I'd rather call up that kid Tyler Fitzgerald, who they have in the minor leagues, who's swinging it, and instead of, somehow giving away a key piece of the puzzle down the road. Starting pitching-wise, I mean, I read today the Dodgers want Lucas Giolito. I would love to have Lucas Giolito, but I'm not willing to move Carson Wisenhunt and Kyle Harrison. My point is we're now getting to the point where you've got a choice. You can trade these guys, these prospects, for vets, or you can just call up more young guys and go the youth route. And Evan, I'd rather see them go the youth route. I'd rather see them call up Wisenhunt, call up Harrison, call up Fitzgerald, call up Ramos, roll with that, see how far it gets you. I'm not about moving any of these big time foundation piece prospects because of where they're at right now. I would show more patience. I think it's the smarter play.
Well, and right now they are moving in that younger direction. But are you willing to potentially, let's say, get rid of a few of those top-notch pieces, if a name like Shohei Otani is on the table. Because I do think he is gettable at the deadline, the way that the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim are continuing to move downwards. But and this is where kind of the conversation around the station, Larry, is circled is, are you willing to give up a piece like a Luciano or a Wisenhunt just at the rental opportunity of a game-changing talent like Shohei Otani?
I'm not. I mean, I think your whole pitch to Shohei in the offseason is come to San Francisco, make a mint, but everybody's going to offer come to my city and make a mint. But I think what the Giants could offer is look at all of these players that we have coming up around you. You're not going to be naked in this lineup. It's not going to be an Anaheim situation where you get paid handsomely, but guess what? You never go to the playoffs. We're going to the playoffs here. So I don't know. It's funny. I talked to Ned Colletti, the former Giant assistant GM and former Dodger GM. I said, Ned, what would you do? I made you the GM of the Giants today. What would you do as far as Shohei? He said, you know what? I think I got a better chance to land Shohei if I keep my prospects and sell that and use that as my pitch to him to come here over. I mean, because realistically, you're not getting Shohei Otani for one prospect. You're probably, Anaheim's going to want something major.
Sure.
They don't want him to, Artie Moreno doesn't want to move him to the Dodgers. But so, let's say the Dodgers are one of the teams, but I think, I read today the Yankees, if they want Shohei, they're going to have to offer their number one outfield prospect, Jason Dominguez.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way I'm moving Wisenhunt. There's just no way. I mean, that guy throws 96 out of the exact same arm slot. He's throwing like an 83-mile-an-hour changeup.
Yep.
We had Farhan on with Willard when I was sitting in a few weeks ago, and Farhan was called his changeup a plus pitch. So, it's Austin or Kyle Haynes said it was a Bugs Bunny changeup where you literally pull the string on it. So I'm not moving Wisenhunt. I guess if I could be influenced to move Luciano if somehow some Giant farm person said, you know what, at the end of the day, Luciano's not going to be a shortstop, not going to be a third baseman. He's going to be a low average left fielder with bat speed and power. Okay. So now he's no longer, A-Rod or, some awesome third baseman. Now he's just he's a left fielder, and he might be kind of a low average left fielder, and he's had back problems. See what I'm saying? If you really kind of had skepticism whether Luciano was ever going to make it, based on where he's rated by the rest of the industry, and if you could get Otani almost straight up, let's say he was the key cog, maybe I would consider that. But even that, I'd have to have multiple Giants farm people say, you know what, Luciano's not going to be the next awesome thing. He's just going to be solid.
Kruger and Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. Steiny's going to be back tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back as well, coming up in 24 hours on Tuesday. But what we're talking about here, Larry, in my opinion, is an opportunity to make the pitch. Now, I'm generally inclined to agree that you should not mortgage your future for the chance at a 2-month rental. However, the San Francisco Giants right now have, depending on which gambling site you look at, the 4th or 5th best odds to land Otani at the deadline. You're looking at teams like the Dodgers, the New York Mets, the New York Yankees, the Seattle Mariners also in the mix. I imagine all of those teams, in addition to the San Diego Padres, will be in the running for his services come this offseason. If you're talking about Shohei Otani, and Alex Cobb said he's going to be a San Francisco Giant, I don't know if I believe that, but what he said matters to Shohei Otani is winning. If you, and even if it costs you multiple top-flight prospects, can get Shohei Otani onto a team that's the best it's been this season, that appears destined for a postseason run, no matter how long or short it's going to be, they're in the commander's chair for the wild card spot. You're telling me that 2 months in that building over there on 3rd and King, along with the chance to immediately impact winning, to immediately get into the playoffs, isn't a better pitch than the offseason?
Well, I would have to know a little bit about Shohei to make a better, more informed decision. Like, I know he's desperate to win, but if you trade your prospects, isn't that hurting your ability to win in the future? So, to me, the number is 2. I'm willing to move 2 guys, and they have to be guys that I want to move. I'm not moving Wisenhunt. The guys who have the Giants' top 10 right now is Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano, Luis Matos. Obviously, Matos is up. Wisenhunt's 4, McRae's 5. I'm just giving you MLB pipeline here. Vaughn Brown's 6. Averson Arteaga, the shortstop, who's supposedly a phenomenal defender, 7. Reggie Crawford, the two-way player, who's looked really good from University of Connecticut. He's a left-handed pitcher. He's a left-handed power hitter. They're expecting he won't make his major league debut till 2025. He's 8. Mason Black, who's like the fast riser through the system. He's now at AAA. He's a right-handed pitcher who's thrown well. They say he could be up this year. He's 9, and Eric Silva's 10. If I could move one player out of the top 10 and maybe 2 other players that were more in the top 30, I would do it. As far as people asking on the text line, Larry, what prospects would you give up for Otani? It's not really about what I would give up. It's about what they're going to want. Teams usually, the guy I would not move is Rainier Arias, the 17-year-old kid they just signed, who's supposedly, he's probably not going to make his debut till 2028. But he's a guy that I wouldn't want to move. But you know what? You brought up an interesting point that makes me think, which is if Otani really is desperate for October baseball, and you could make the right move and get to October baseball, how much would that influence him to sign here in free agency? Because, Evan, let's be honest. The Giants have shown that they can't go into the free agent market against all these other teams and figure out a way to win. They just can't. They didn't win with Stanton. They didn't win with, you name it. They didn't win with Judge. They did win with Correa, and they backed out. But they have not landed a big-time guy. So whatever their pitch is probably isn't any good. I would say I'd be willing to do it, but it has to be the right kind of deal. And it can't, like if they want Will Bednar, who was the Giants' #1 pick, but he's kind of struggling a little bit in the minor leagues. If they want guys who are a little bit more speculative, I'd be willing to do it because at the end of the day, a prospect's a prospect. But I got to know what his mindset is because if it's about I want to compete, then aren't you hurting your chances to compete if you empty your farm system? And aren't you going to have to land him?
Yes, you are hurting your farm system, but not to the point where I'd be uncomfortable for moving that for, again, a game-altering, a franchise-altering player. 888-957-9570. What is your pitch to Shohei Otani? Because mine right now, Larry, is this season. I don't trust the San Francisco Giants to be able to go out, even if Alex Cobb's in the meeting, Buster Posey's in the meeting. Anyone under the sun could be in that meeting between the Giants and Shohei Otani, which I'm sure they're going to have. I don't trust them to seal the deal right now. I know for a fact that the Los Angeles Angels are willing to move Shohei Otani if the package is right. And again, you don't have to give up potentially half your farm system. You have to have a better offer than the next man, which right now it sounds like no one wants to give up one of their top guys. So it might be 2 of your top 10 prospects, not 3, not 4, but 2. That might be able to get it done for a 2-month rental. That sounds not great, yes. But again, my pitch is, Shohei, I want you to experience what it's like to play postseason baseball for the first time in your career. He's been in the World Baseball Classic. We've seen him rise to the occasion on that stage. Why not do it in San Francisco for the final 2 months of this season? Prospects be damned, and give yourself an opportunity for the first plate at the table to present to Shohei Otani with a bundle of cash and say, not only can we pay you 10 years for whatever, a blank check that we're going to write to you, but we also have had 2 months to get you in this building, see what the culture's like, get you with a cast of players that can complement you and that you can help elevate internally. I think that's the best pitch they have because, again, I do not trust them to get it done in free agency because I haven't seen it. If they trade for him now, I think that gives the Giants the best chance to retain him in the offseason and also potentially give yourself a chance to make a run in October, because this is an average offense right now statistically. Shohei Otani automatically catapults you into the top 10. This is quietly a pitching staff that has been top 5 in the NL, but is missing what? A third starter, or even maybe a number 1 starter, according to some. Shohei Otani fits that bill. All of that together, I think, is worth the price of a couple, maybe even 3 top 10 prospects in your system right now, because you know what you're getting, and you're giving yourself the first crack at keeping Shohei Otani in San Francisco.
I mean, there's got to be some dialogue. Like, does he want to live in Northern California? Is he committed to living in Southern California? I mean, there's a lot of speculation that the Dodgers are number 1, number 2, and number 3, and that he's going there. So I want to know before. I mean, I'll say this: if I felt like, is there a price tag? His agent's Boris, right? Is there a price tag that Boris would bypass free agency for? I mean, Giants' offer is going to have to be astronomical anyway. We know it's going to be record-setting money. Is there a price tag that because let's get this show going right now. We got some momentum. If you're Farhan making this pitch to your ownership, hey, look, we got some momentum right now. The division's totally winnable. The Padres are on the verge of selling. Arizona's fired their best shot. They're probably going to sink like a stone. We got a chance here, if we could get a player like this, to maybe outrun LA. And even if we can't outrun LA, we've got a chance to bring Shohei to the postseason for the first time in his career. What are we willing to pay this guy AAV? Is it 60? Is it 50? I was told that the bidding's going to start at 10 years and $500 million. And that if you're not willing to go to the table with $50 million a year, don't even bother. So that's an ownership question. Hey, Larry, what do the boys down the hall think about $55 million a year for Shohei? What do they think about $65 million a year? What price tag could they possibly buy out as free agency? Because, I mean, that if you're going to trade prospects, the first thing you're going to want to know is this guy a 2-month rental? And if he's a 2-month rental, I don't want to trade a lot of prospects. But if there's a viability of signing him, and maybe you could even buy out his free agent market, now, you know what? Maybe I'm not as worried about the prospects. Maybe this could be a way to kind of, wedge yourself in there and make an impact on the guy. At the end of the day, what you really don't want is you don't want what happened with, was it the Yankees? Or was it, the Yankees traded Aroldis Chapman to the Cubs for Gleyber Torres, and then turned around and signed Chapman in the offseason. I mean, is it one of those deals where Chapman told the Yankees, wink, wink, I'm coming back here? Because then I'd rather keep my Gleyber Torres. I'd rather keep my prospects if that's the case. So, I mean, I want to know where Shohei's mind's at. I want to know where his agent's mind's at. Is there any dollar figure that you could offer that would make him say, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I want to be a free agent, but I love it here. I'm winning here. I'm getting paid a boatload here. I'm going to stay here.
Well, I got a price point for you on the other side that I want to get to. 888-957-9570. Number one, do you think Shohei Otani is attainable? If so, what would that take? Where would that place him among all-time Giants? Right now, they have been looking for a face for their franchise since Buster Posey retired. And throughout their history in San Francisco, it has not been long since they've had someone to associate with. Is Shohei Otani the next guy? Are you willing to give up anything for him? Because at this point, I'm getting pretty damn close to it. And I got a monetary number on the other side that I think might be able to get it done, either at the trade deadline or in free agency. I see Leroy. We're going to get to you on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Larry Krueger in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Both of them will be back tomorrow. We got Eric Karros coming up, Major League Baseball Fox Sports analyst at 11 o'clock. He had some interesting things to say about Shohei Otani, what he thinks it might take to acquire him both at the deadline or in free agency. We got some Warriors news to discuss with the end of Summer League. Also a one-on-one with Joe Lacob. That was done by Madeline Kenny. I want to dig into that. And, of course, Larry's got some, I think, an interesting question about 49ers training camp that we'll get to. All of that coming up from 10 to 2 here on Steiny and Guru. Evan and Larry in for Steiny and Guru. We're back on the other side after these messages.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kruger and Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. The boys will be back tomorrow. And Larry, what we're talking about right now, and I want to keep it going because Eric Karros is coming up at 11 o'clock. Major League Baseball analyst had some fiery things to say this weekend about what the Giants might do at the deadline as it pertains to Shohei Otani. And here's where I'm at, because I think it's a tough spot. Like, you're trying to thread an obvious needle here that is going to be very expensive one way or another. Either it's going to be at the deadline with a bunch of prospects and then a bunch of money in the offseason, or it's going to be a bunch of money in the offseason. But where I would start, if I'm making a free agent pitch, and we're just talking dollars, the highest paid pitcher in baseball is Max Scherzer. He makes $43 million. And you Shohei Ohtani's a better pitcher than Max Scherzer?
No, I don't. I mean, right now, yeah, but as far as overall, no. I'll take Scherzer's career over Ohtani's. You're asking me going forward?
Yeah, I'm just saying for this season.
And going forward.
Yes, because that's who you want on your team.
I'd rather have Otani going forward than Max.
Okay, and right now the highest paid position player is Aaron Judge, not Arson. Aaron Judge makes $40 million a year. Shohei Ohtani might not be, well, wasn't as good of a hitter last season, but he's second in MVP. He's a pretty comparable position player to Aaron Judge, correct?
Yes, I think I see where you might be going on this. Are you gonna couple them together and say 43 plus 40 is 83? So offer him 85.
85 million a year.
Did I read you correct?
Yes, sir. $80 million. What's that conservatively? If you want to make a splash and you want to pair the best position player with the best pitcher, and you get the new face of your franchise, well, go ahead and start the bidding at $80 million a year.
I mean, it is high-stakes poker, because guess what happens if you put him on the injured list? You have $80 million plus
That's true.
On the injured list. So, I mean, but he is a unique player. He's a very unique player. So, that to me...
He's also 29 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you need to stack him right on top, but to me, are you telling me that if you came out with a 10-year, $750 million offer for Shohei Ohtani, that you would get outbid? I don't believe that. I just don't believe anybody's going to offer more than that. I mean, think about what that would do to the structure of the game. You're talking about, you're now making a guy, I mean, usually you see the AAV go up by $3 million, $5 million, $7 million. Now you're going to have it go up by, what'd you say? Who's the highest paid guy in the game?
Max Scherzer, $43 million.
So you're going to have it go up by in your case, $40 million.
It'd be unprecedented. It would be something that we haven't seen before.
It's an unprecedented talent.
Exactly. And he's a player we haven't seen before.
I mean, okay, let's talk about it intelligently, business-wise. There is not a bad deal for Shohei Ohtani when you factor in the merchandising, the marketing, what it does to their ratings, radio, television, just merchandising on a global level. There's also, and I've heard this one a couple times, I don't know if you have, but I've heard that you can mark off Seattle, that he wants to be, like, he wants to make his mark as the most dominant Japanese player in that market, and that, Ichiro's already commandeered the Seattle market. So I didn't, I don't know Shohei, so I have no idea what makes him tick or what is really vitally important to him. But I thought that was kind of interesting. So the Giants had Masanori Murakami. I believe he was the first Japanese-born player to ever pitch in the big league. So they have history there going back to the 60s. But Shohei would clearly be he would be the biggest star, the biggest Japanese star this franchise has ever seen. It would be, I don't think you can make a bad deal from a financial standpoint unless the player, got hurt and was, you didn't have use of the player and you've got that kind of money just sitting on the sidelines. If he's a healthy player, even a relatively healthy player, look, I don't know that you can make a bad deal, because think about what their season ticket base is at. They were at 30,000, I believe, at their high point. I think they're at like 6 or 8 right now. The Giants' season ticket base has evaporated before our eyes. If they want to rebuild that thing closer to 25 or 30,000, This is the guy in front of Judge, in front of Stanton, in front of Harper, in front of Soto. I mean, Shohei is the guy that transcends the game and would put butts in the seats.
And would put the Giants back on the map in a way that they've been asking for since Buster Posey retired, even maybe before that. I mean, I know 2021 was a miraculous season, but I don't know if anybody saw that coming. The expectations would return to the Giants to be back in a place that they were in the middle 2010s, and that was competing for World Series titles. If they acquire Shohei Otani at the deadline, again, no matter what it cost, to me, that also catapults them into the conversation because of something that you were talking about during the commercial break. And I know that you spoke with Farhan Zaidi on this very station with Mark Willard, talking about how he thinks in terms of postseason series, who's going to be your number one, how your lineup's going to look against the best of the best. And right now, outside of the Atlanta Braves, I don't think that there's a team that I wouldn't say that the Giants couldn't beat. With Shohei Otani, that might get them into that category because you have your number one starter, you have a cleanup hitter or third hitter, however you choose to deploy him. It takes an immense amount of pressure off your lineup. And again, from an average offense, they immediately, in my mind, become a top 10 offense. Their pitching staff gets only better. They've been top 5 in the NL all season long, even without a consistent cast in the rotation. Shohei Otani's played 155 games as a position player the last 2 seasons. He's made at least 23, 25 starts each of the last 2 years. There's no reason in my mind that he can't not only remain healthy this year, but do it in the near future moving forward. Years be damned down the line. An albatross contract is the only way I think a team is going to acquire Shohei Otani's services. And so why not try and blow him out of the water with some ridiculous money that we've never heard of before?
I see the reasoning. You've got to do something. The old no pain, no gain. You're not going to, get a player like this without considerable pain. That pain may come in the form of dollars, AAV. It may come in the form of prospects. But you're not going to... This is the most coveted player in the game, in his prime, and the most coveted gate attraction in a sport that has none. That's the other thing. If you don't get Shohei, what's plan B? Let's talk about that for a second. Who puts butts in the seats?
Yeah.
There is no plan B. There is no plan B as far as merchandising. Nobody who means the kind of value that he could potentially mean to your franchise. Would you pause if you felt like, you know what, maybe there's not long-term durability as a pitcher? What if you're going to pay this guy as a two-way player and he's somewhere in the length and the duration of the contract became not a two-way player, just a one-way player? Maybe he can't pitch after a certain point, but he can hit. Does that matter to you? Is he still worth it? I mean, he's still the same person, right? I mean, when people are buying a jersey or buying tickets, are they sitting there going, I need to see both Shohei as a pitcher and as a hitter? Or are they just going, wow, this is a once-in-a-generation player, and I just need to see him? So then, I'm not sure what the impact is, but I like the idea of being bold. I mean, that's how the Giants got here. But here, let's also not forget the point that the Giants didn't win a World Series with their last big bonanza, transcendent player in Barry Bonds. They didn't. They did not win a World Series.
Got a game away.
Now, was that a successful run? I will say this. I think the park down the street is the house that Bonds built. I don't think that park gets built if the Giants aren't a viable contending team in the second half of the 1990s. So you can credit Sabes and Coletti and the ownership all you want, but those people were buying tickets to watch Barry freaking Bonds. So, he put butts in the seats, and it was a financial success.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was an on-field success because they never got that title, and they got 3 when he was gone. But as far as a financial investment, man, it was a home run, and I think it would also be a home run here. The question is, would they win? Would they win with Shohei? But I did think it was interesting that you brought up Farhan, because when Willard and I asked him, what are you looking for to improve the team at the deadline? He immediately went into a discussion about the playoffs, and that he oftentimes looks at, okay, if the playoffs were today, who's our game one starter? And that's kind of his view of the world. Well, and the Giants clearly now 2 years in a row now, we've seen Reggie Crawford and the guy they just drafted the other day.
Eldridge. Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, Bryce Eldridge. Both two-way players. The Giants are kind of on the cutting edge of the two-way, player movement, more so than any other team. Maybe the idea or the possibility of putting Shohei as a game one starter in this year's playoffs, maybe that's enough for them to take a big risk. Because let's be honest, if they trade prospects and a bunch of them, they're dangling. And suddenly it's like, in some ways you could force yourself to bid more money because you traded a big prospect haul to get this guy. And I don't know that you want to hurt your own leverage and cost yourself prospects. You see what I'm saying? If you trade Marco Luciano, Carson Wisenhunt, and Reggie Crawford to the Angels, now it's like, okay, way to go, Giants. You got Shohei. The fans are excited. You go to the playoffs. But guess what? Everybody's saying the same take. You sure as hell better sign Shohei. And then you've upped the ante and upped the pressure on yourself to retain the player. So do they want to put themselves in that position? It would be gutsy, man. It would be gutsy. And to me, I like seeing guts in my in my executives, but that would be gutsy by Farhan. It would be an all-in kind of a maneuver.
It would be, and it's the sniper scope that the San Francisco Giants haven't necessarily put on themselves. And I understand the reason for apprehension. Look, a lot of people argue, hey, look, Otani's the greatest player we've ever seen in baseball. How come he can't get to the playoffs by himself in Anaheim with Mike Trout from the 415, $75 million invested in any one player is a bad investment. You can frame it how you want. The risk greatly outweighs the reward. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a risk. We're talking about arguably the biggest risk in franchise history if you threw that kind of money at him. And it sounds like the apprehension is something that Leroy out in Oakland has. Leroy, what's going on, man? You're on with Kruger and Giddings here on Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, lifelong Giants fan. And, I agree with you guys. Bonds put people in the seats. Shohei would put people in the seats. But I also think that winning puts people in the seats also. And even though I'm a lifelong Giants fan, me and my wife, we didn't know who J.D. Davis was. And we didn't know who Wisely was, number 70. Yep. And I was born in 1970, and I would just see 1970 doing stuff. I would just see 70 doing stuff. And my wife's favorite number is 7, and she would see him on SportsCenter always coming in to score, always. And she goes, who is that? And now she wants a J.D. Davis jersey, and now I'm going to get a Wisely jersey, number 70. So I say no on Shohei because I like the job that Gabe Kapler's doing, right? I mean, he's doing such a great job, and I think as long as he keeps getting better, we're going to be okay. I mean, I think he's learned his lesson when he was with Philly. I mean, the reason he got ran out of Philly was because he couldn't develop young players. Well, he's making Philly eat crow now because he's developing young players, and he's getting better, and that's what I like. The skipper's getting better, and he's coaching these young kids up and these veterans. And one more thing, guys, I like that we're having fun again. Jock Peterson is like our panda, man. And we had Posey back then. He was so serious, but we always had that fun-loving guy.
Yeah.
And I think our team had lost some of that, but now we've got that back with Jock Peterson leading the helm on the character part of our team, man. And we're having fun. So I say we stay pat as long as Gabe keeps learning and getting better, which he is. I think we'll be okay, guys.
It's interesting. Thanks for your perspective, by the way. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, maybe we ought to back away from our question into the bigger question, which is the Giants' attendance. Those stats I read to you are not, they're not my opinion. Mm-hmm. Those are facts. They had 29,000 season ticket holders. They have like 5 now. Might be closer to 8.
I think they're 14th or 15th in MLB right now in terms of average attendance.
Right, but their season ticket base has evaporated. But I think the bigger question is why? Because here, let's fast forward 4 weeks. What's going to be the hot topic in 4 weeks? It probably in the old days would have been Giants baseball. Giants and Dodgers separated by a game and a half. The trade deadline coming. Dodgers talking Giolito. Giants are talking about making additions. But now it's not. It's not going to be about that. It's going to be about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers. That's what the discussion is going to be, first and foremost. And shortly thereafter, it's going to be about Chris Paul and Steph Curry and the remade Warriors. So, what happened to the Giant ticket base? Is it that baseball is dull? Or is it that the Giants were not competitive? Or is it that the Giants didn't have a big-name guy? I will agree with the caller that I do get the sense that for a lot of people, it's not about the big name. It's about how competitive are you. So that's one factor. But then it may I think there also is a big part of this. It's just like, hey, man, baseball's tired. I'm not into baseball. I was into it. I'm not as into it anymore. Now I'm more into the NFL draft in April, and I'm more into the NBA Summer League in July, and I'm more into NFL training camp in late July and August, and I'm really not that into baseball. And is that happened? Because maybe the Shohei Otani edition would not really change anything if people walked away from the Giants because of those reasons. Had nothing to do with the Giants. It had more to do with the fact they're just tired of baseball. Baseball's too slow. Baseball's too poorly run. Whatever it is that they're just turned off by MLB. So, these are all big questions. And then the other thing I would say is don't forget 2011. What happened in 2011? Giants won it all in 2010. 2011, they came out, Buster Posey, Scott Cousins, done for the year, Buster. Well, what did the Giants do? The Giants traded Zach Wheeler after that injury to the Mets, I believe, for Carlos Beltran. And what did the Giants do as soon as they got Beltran? They felt the pressure of expectations, and they sunk like a freaking stone. So that's the other question. The Giants have a fun, lighthearted, hey, they got young kids, nobody's expecting them to. It's like they're like the guy walking around the casino with like extra couple $100 in his pocket that he wasn't expecting to have, and they're feeling good, right? Got a couple extra $100. What happens if you make a move that then applies the burden of expectations to them? Will they sink like a stone? Will they fall out of the race? Because that's really, I looked at the standings. They were just on the screen in the studio here. Giants are the number one wild card team in the National League.
They are.
They're only up by like a half a game. And they one bad week or 1-2 week stretch of bad ball, and they could be out of the playoffs. What if you traded Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano, and Carson Wisenhunt in a trade for Shohei, and for whatever reason you sunk like a stone and missed the playoffs and didn't re-sign Shohei at the end of the year? You're just like a 3-time loser, and you just took your entire positive spin season, flushed it down the toilet, and made fans have another reason to complain about you. So this is high-stakes poker, man, and it could go a lot of different directions if you really think about it.
Absolutely, and we can talk about some of those directions with MLB Fox analyst Eric Karros. Also had a long-time career in baseball. He had some things to say about the Giants and Shohei Otani. That's in 10 minutes at 11 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Off of that, though, while we're talking about hypotheticals, let's say the Giants go out and make a big splash, make a trade, maybe give up some of a lot of pieces of their farm system, go get a guy like Otani. You make a run. God forbid, you win a World Series, and then Shohei walks. Is that something then you can live with? Because you got what mattered. You got a chip. You got a deep postseason run out of it. But now you got to say bye to him. Like, to me, that's really the only way that high-stakes poker game you're talking about, fans, that is the one scenario in which you could get him, give up a lot, and he leaves in free agency. Well, then you'd have to win it all, right?
Yeah, but man, you're putting an awful lot then into this season. And the Giants aren't the favorite. They're not even the favorite in the National League. The Braves are the favorite. And if it wasn't the Braves, it's the Dodgers. And if it's not the Dodgers, it's probably the Brewers. I'm just saying the Giants are not one of the two or three favorites in the National League.
Yeah, I got you.
But you're right, though. Your goal is to win a World Series. I guess my whole thought on it would be like the Giants clearly have their core growing up around them, right? Kind of what we saw in the aughts right before 2010. Here came Pablo, here came Buster, here was Lincecum, then there's Kane, then there's Bumgarner. And you could see the clouds forming. You could see that team coming together. And then sure enough, they got 3 World Series in a 5 or 6 year period there. I would hate to shortchange their next great run because you had this flirtation in 2023 in July with Shohei, and you wound up paying, giving away foundation pieces of your next great team for a chance at Shohei when you may not have anything more than a chance by trading for him. You're still going to have a chance even if you don't trade for him, right? In the offseason. I don't think he's coming here unless they really offer him a monster deal. So,
well, and that's why I feel like it's either got to be a ton of prospects or a ton of cash, or both. And with the money too, because something else we were kind of kicking around before the show is, at the very least, you got to try and drive up his price, right? I mean, even if you offer an $80 million annually a year, that's a ridiculous, incredible, unprecedented, historic amount of money. But even if he turned you down in that case, that would be deflating. That would be embarrassing. But maybe it means the Dodgers got to go out and pay him $60 million, $65 million a year, or if not more. Another team, you're going to drive up that price. And so even if you get left at the dance the way you have with Stanton, Harper, Judge, Correa, and others, well, maybe not Correa, but others, at the very least, you are putting a fat dent in your competitor's pocket, right?
Yeah, I guess. But we're talking about an uncapped sport. And also, I mean, look, how many times, if you're the Giants, are you going to tease your fans and leave them? Seriously. I mean, there's got to be some fans that are turned off by this, this annual pursuit of big names and not getting them. I mean, at some point, you got to land. You can't be a bridesmaid forever. At some point, you got to land somebody. So there's that. I mean, there's a lot of factors here. I don't want to be led around by Boris, led around by the nose and, pay tons for prospects and then lose out and have the Dodgers give nothing in prospects and then all of a sudden sign this player. And they spent a lot. Yeah, but who cares? I mean, the Dodgers, if you look at their revenue last year, their revenue was like over $600 million. So, I mean, these rules that they have about, these drags that they have on salaries and it's only working a little bit. I mean, the top teams still have so much money that it's not. The NBA is a little bit ahead of the game. They've attached punitive penalties to spending at a high level. The MLB's trying to go in that direction, but they're not quite there yet. So I don't know if just making the Dodgers spend a lot is going to really appease Giants fans. Yeah, we didn't land this guy again, but guess what? Our number one rival that did land this guy again, yeah, but they spent a lot to get him. I mean, talk about a weak, comeback. I mean, that's almost the definition of a weak comeback.
It is. And no, look, what we're trying to figure out is how you can thread an unbelievably tight, narrow needle into an even tighter, kind of Shohei Otani size gap. Like, we're talking about something that is very difficult to do. And maybe trying to help us a bit on the other side is going to be Eric Karros, MLB analyst for Fox Sports, over the weekend, said that he believes the Giants are a team that not only could get Shohei Otani, but will get Shohei Otani. He is along the lines of Alex Cobb saying that Shohei Otani is going to be a San Francisco Giant. So I want to get into that with him next. After that, we'll transition. I do want to get to the 49ers because training camp is 8 days away. Like you mentioned, Larry, earlier, just a day away from rookies reporting. The vets are coming on next week. A ton of interesting and juicy storylines to dig into. I also wanted to get to the NBA Summer League. I know you got some takes about Trace Jackson-Davis, yes, Brandon Pochemski, as well as the one-on-one that Joe Lacob did over the weekend. I think it's fascinating and all stuff I want to get into as we continue on. Kruger and Giddings in for Steiny and Gruber here from 10 to 2 on 95.7 The Game. The boys will be back tomorrow, but coming up next, Eric Karros, longtime MLB veteran, now analyst for Fox Sports. He's going to join us next to discuss what we are talking about, Shohei Otani and the San Francisco Giants. All that's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in, Larry Krueger in for Steiny and Guru here on a gorgeous Monday in San Francisco. And it's time to bring on a special guest, Eric Karros, Major League Baseball analyst for Fox Sports, played 14 years in the show. Very familiar with him out here in the NL West, a longtime Los Angeles Dodger. But he had some interesting things to say this weekend about the San Francisco Giants. Eric, I appreciate you joining us and taking time out of your afternoon, or I should say morning, pardon me. How's it going? How are you?
All good, all good. Thanks for having me on.
Well, Eric, I want to start with what you brought up this weekend, and it was, I believe, on the MLB Fox Sports pregame show talking about Shohei Otani's near future. At the deadline, could the Angels be moving him? Your answer was yes, but you went even further to say that you believe the San Francisco Giants are the team he could be going to. I got to ask you why and what you think that might take.
So, yeah, the question was he going to be pitching or playing in the playoffs? And I said yes. And so then then I followed it up with, I'll even go a step further. I think it's going to be the Giants. So the thought on that is this is, again, only one person knows if they're going to trade him, and that's Artie Moreno. And so conventionally speaking, he's got to go from a baseball standpoint. Now, I don't know the X's and O's as far as how much money he's worth, keeping him at the gate, and does it make more sense, all that sort of stuff. So the reason the Giants, for a couple things, if he goes to San Francisco, one, I think San Francisco is going to be in the hunt come the offseason. You get a hold of him now, you've got 2 months to basically wine and dine him and sell San Francisco, how great the organization is, living in the city, all that sort of stuff. I don't know that, at least historically, if you look what's happened with San Francisco the last few years, just trying to go out and win the market on the free agent sweepstakes has not gone well, right? It didn't work with Correa, did not work with Aaron Judge. And it always seems like that's the one piece that kind of just keeps the Giants, at least, lately, from getting over the hump. Now, what are you going to give up? That's, you probably have to start with Kyle Harrison. So that's number one. And then you've got, if I'm Farhan, I say here, here's my list of top 20. You tell me what you want, and whether Bailey's involved in that, Matos, Luciano, I mean, it's going to take a handful. And yes, it's a gamble. There's no question it's a gamble because you're giving up something and you don't even know if you're going to be able to sign him. But I believe you'll have a better chance of signing him before he goes to the market. If he goes to the market and he doesn't have any experience with San Francisco, I think it's going to be tough to sign him. I don't know that there's going to be many teams in that market, and everybody kind of expects where he's going to go. So that's why. And I don't know, who else really benefits both ways by getting them early. I don't know, and it would be great for San Francisco. Start putting people back in the seats. The team's a playoff team, but you add him, then it becomes much more than just a playoff team.
Eric, by the way, somewhere in my laundry room, my wife has a Eric Karros jersey from your Oakland A's season. We didn't go Jersey, but we went Jersey. And I know because I've got a Crosby and a Karros, and my kid's like, Karros played for the A's? Yeah, he did. At the very end.
Opening day first baseman in 2000, I think 2004.
There you go.
Trivia question.
Yeah,
Oakland
seriously.
A's.
Trivia. That's a trivia question. What do you think the AAV is going to be on Shohei wherever he winds up? I mean, we know he's going to blow it out of the water.
It's got to be 50, right?
50?
It's got to be 50. But so when you say AAV, it just depends on whether or not, is somebody going to go a shorter term and, then the AAV gets pumped up, right? Or does he look for the years? And I think when you're talking about what he would be looking for, I would guess you would go years just to lock in that number because, as we all know, most of these contracts, the end doesn't really bode well. You're overloading the front. So I look at 10 years at 500. I could see that. I think the one thing though that's going to be interesting is somebody's going to have to go out of the box and not put in stipulations, because one of the scares becomes, okay, I signed Shohei for this amount of money, and then what happens, say, God forbid he hurts his arm pitching. Well, you don't just lose him for pitching. You could theoretically lose him as a position player as well. So do you lose him for a year or two? Like, there's got to be some sort of protection, I would think. But there'll be some ball club that will kind of just waive that and just say, we don't care. But I could easily see 10 at 500.
Eric Karros joining us here on 95.7 The Game. He's a Major League Baseball analyst for Fox Sports, played 13 years. I'm curious with the San Francisco Giants. You talk about not only Otani playing in the postseason, but particularly playing for them. I understand it might be a risk, it might be a gamble, but if Shohei Otani does indeed join San Francisco this season, do you look at them as a legitimate World Series contender? Because in my mind, that's the payoff. That's what you're hoping for, is a championship. Even if then he walks, you got what you wanted. Right now, the San Francisco Giants are number one in the wild card, but they're a game and a half back in the Dodgers. The Atlanta Braves look like the cream of the crop in the NL. Does a Otani put San Francisco into that conversation of a top two, maybe even the best team in the National League?
Look, you just don't know. I still think San Francisco, regardless, needs something up the middle defensively, right? If Estrada is out, and you just don't know how long that's going to be, right? I still think defensively you probably could use some help there. The pitching is off the hook, right? The starters and relievers are really good. Offensively, you could probably use a little bit more. Look, anybody that Otani anybody that gets Otani automatically becomes in the conversation for deep run into the postseason. We saw last year anything can happen as far as I think the Dodgers won 111 games and didn't get past the Padres, right? The Phillies, kind of sneak in and go to the World Series. So that stuff just becomes really a roll of the dice. And so, look, here's the thing: if San Francisco does go out and do something, which would probably be out of character for Farhan, right? Because he's done such a good job of building things. It's kind of been a workmanlike. Gabe Kapler's done a great job of managing this group. But the reality is San Francisco is clamoring for some sort of star, right? You need to fill the seats. You need to put, the marketing, all that sort of stuff. It was, for so many years it was Bonds, right? And then it became the World Series runs. And then back in, 21, you have the resurgence of Crawford and Posey and the guys having great years. And I don't know that energy is there right now, even though they're a very good team. But why? What's the allure of going out to watch the Giants, right? And that's one of the reasons why the Angels may not trade Otani, right? It just they may not be in anything, or they're fading. But it's just like if you watch last night, people just go get in their seats to watch Otani hit, and then when he's not hitting, they're going to the concession stands or whatever. So. Who is that player on the Giants? I mean, Logan Webb, maybe. I don't know. And so that's somebody that they've tried to get, whether it was Correa or Aaron Judge, so close to getting him. So it's a risk. It's no question you're rolling the dice. And it's that question. Do you feel lucky?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. You got Artie Moreno. The Dodgers are the team that's everybody's, favorite to sign him in the offseason. I can't imagine Artie would ever move a guy like Otani to the Dodgers at the deadline. So then they're probably not a player. Let me ask you this from a player's perspective, Eric. The Giants had that kind of year where they're playing with the house's money, right? I mean, nobody expect them to be any good, and now here they are. It's late July, and they're right there. They're right there, and they probably feel pretty loose. What do you think is going to be the impact on them? Obviously, it'll be a positive impact if they get a player like Otani, but mentally, when suddenly you go from, hey, we're playing with the house's money, there are no burden of expectations, to, wait a second, there's huge expectations. Do you think that plays on their psyche at all?
I don't know. I don't think so. Just because when we say there weren't expectations, I believe that. Look at Gabe. I had some games earlier this year in San Francisco. I've got them coming up against the Red Sox. Gabe 100% felt like that there were expectations and that the team was going to be competitive. Got off to a slow start just because of injuries. Farhan is one of the smartest in the game. Absolutely. There's no question about that. And so from a fan's perspective, you may look at the team, and if you don't know it really well, if you're a casual fan, you look at it and you go, okay, I get it, but I mean, they're not that good, are they? But you start breaking down things, and where they win, they win on the margins. I mean, you've heard it said 1,000 times. San Francisco puts a good player out or above average player out at every position. The pitching staff is excellent. That organization is as smart as anybody. They run games extremely well. But there are things that they can improve on. So I think they expect, if you ask them, they expect to get to the postseason. Going out and getting an Otani, I think more than anything, it just bolsters the morale. Not that it needs to be, bolstered at all, but if you get that kind of infusion, I know that if you're a player and the front office supports what you're doing on the field and in the clubhouse, absolutely, that fires you up. What is frustrating is, and I would say this, if I would be surprised if San Francisco does nothing. The Otani thing would be, great for baseball. It'd create a ton of storylines. It would create more of the NL West, what's going to happen, all of those sorts of things. But again, look at it. What are the chances of that happening? I'm not betting my life on any of that stuff, right? Again, only one person knows, and that's Artie Moreno, if they're even going to entertain stuff. But man, the San Francisco thing for me makes a lot of sense, just because, as you said, I can't believe Artie would ever trade him to the Dodgers. There's no way he's going to go in division to Seattle. The San Francisco thing, though, that they move him, I just feel like that's a place that makes a ton of sense.
Eric Karros, thank you so much for shining some light on it, kind of expounding on your comments from the weekend. And like you mentioned, it's a gamble, but we certainly hope it's one that could benefit the Giants. So thank you for taking your time out for us.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Eric.
Major League Baseball Fox Sports analyst Eric Karros, here on 95.7 The Game. That's him, and those are his comments. Look, it's a risk, but it's one that he feels like is probably the best chance to get Shohei Otani, because it sounds like in his mind there are other better suitors if you get to the offseason.
I mean, he's kind of threw out the argument that I threw out, which is, the Giants' a plan of attack has not worked in free agency. So maybe you mix it up. I'll tell you, the guy that intrigues me maybe more than Otani for the Giants is Cody Bellinger. I thought Bellinger should have been a guy the Giants should have gone after in the offseason. They didn't. Bellinger's had a weird career, right? I mean, it wasn't that long ago. 2019, he hit 47 bombs, drove in 115, hit 305 with a 406 on base. And then the bottom fell out. 2020 was pandemic year. He hit 239. 2021, he hit 165. He had the big hit against the Giants in game 162, or was that in the playoffs? Off Doval, but then he hit 219 coming back last year. Mm-hmm. But now he's in Chicago.
He's been tearing it up.
300. He's got a 358 on base, 12 bombs in 61 games. He's far cheaper. The Cubbies are probably out of it. Giants and Cubs have gotten together on deals in the past, so you'd think those front offices maybe do get along pretty well. I don't know. I mean, a guy like Bellinger who can play first, he can play center, he can give you a threat in the middle of the lineup. You might be able to, sign him long term. And you're getting a guy who's major force, major athlete. What do you think of Mark Feinsand, who's threw out, Tommy Pham and Cody Bellinger. The Pham thing, because of the presence of Jock, I don't think makes sense. And also didn't Pham get shot or something last year in the offseason? Or
he's had some off the field troubles.
He may run a little hot.
Yeah.
But Bellinger, if he is kind of solved his issues, you're talking about a 27-year-old player who's got 3 or 4 prime years left that isn't probably going to cost you anywhere close. Now, he's not going to pitch. He's not going to be your game one starter in the playoffs.
That's true.
And he's a different deal altogether. He's not a transcendent player who attracts all kinds of people. I don't even like baseball, and I'm sitting here. I go to Giants games every day because they have Shohei Otani. He's not going to be that kind of a guy. But as far as the price tag and looking for an impact in your lineup, a guy like Bellinger could be the answer.
It could be. I also think there's somebody else on this road trip that is coming up in Washington that they might want to keep their eye on. That's Lane Thomas. He's been a pretty darn good center fielder day in and day out for Washington. Not a sexy name by any means, but the Nationals are going to be looking to move some guys, and he's something I would certainly keep my eyes on. If you want to go big, a guy we saw in the home run derby, Luis Robert, might be available for the Chicago White Sox, although
I don't think he's
that division is...
from what I've heard in the last day or two, I thought I saw a thing saying that everybody's available except for the Cal kid who's at first, Andrew Vaughn, Luis Robert, Elroy Jimenez, and one other guy.
Yeah,
they're not going to
Mount Eloy. Yeah, he's got a big bat. But the Giants, I think, could use one. I'm with you. I think in a way, sometimes the way I look at their lineup, I mean, they've had to come back ad nauseum, especially during that hot month of June. They did it twice against the Pittsburgh Pirates. I would like to see them go out and get a bat, in addition, of course, to an arm. That's Larry Krueger. I'm Evan Giddings. We're filling in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. The boys will be back tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game. We got you until 2 o'clock. We just heard from Eric Karros talking about how this might be the best opportunity for the Giants to acquire Shohei Otani. I'm with them. If not, I think it's going to be a lot of money. Could be a lot of prospects now. It could be both, like Larry is saying. But I do want to transition, Larry, and I want to get into the 49ers now because training camp for the veterans, 8 days away. Rookies reporting tomorrow. And I know you got your eyes on a few different guys. And I'm just curious what kind of jumps out to you when NFL training camp is presented on the table. When the San Francisco 49ers roll things out next week, all eyes are going to shift to them. And what are you going to be looking for? What are some of the questions that you're hoping can get answered before, of course, September 10th, week 1 in Pittsburgh?
We'll get into it. Yeah, absolutely. The Niners are loaded. They're loaded. And it's a really, really good roster, but they do have questions like all NFL teams do, and we'll get into it.
Yes, no doubt. Look, we're going to talk about potentially. Look, we already know the biggest free agent signing, Javon Hargrave, but I think you brought up an interesting question, who the biggest acquisition was this offseason. 888-957-9570. There was also some, I think, interesting sound, some chatter that Alex Smith had this week and up in Lake Tahoe talking about the quarterback situation and the mentalities really of both Brock Purdy along with Trey Lance. And that's something that is always a hot button topic, is always something that we're looking to see corrected because it hasn't been so far. But like you mentioned, it's really all because of how great the rest of the roster is. And right now, Larry, if you just had to, kind of place the 49ers among not only the NFC, but the entire NFL, what other teams are even in the same category as them when it comes to overall strength of roster?
I mean, to me, sometimes everybody's got a different opinion as far as the tiers. I always like to see that article at the beginning of the year when somebody who knows the league says, okay, here's the top tier, here's the second tier. To me, in my opinion, the top tier includes the Niners, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. And everybody else is in a tier below that. And obviously you could break it down from there. You got teams like Buffalo, you got Cincinnati, some people like Dallas, some people, the chic pick is Detroit, and everybody's got their favorites. But to me, like DeAndre Hopkins went to Tennessee today, and I was just really glad that he didn't go to Kansas City. Because to me, I saw it was New England, Tennessee, and Kansas City. And he went to Tennessee, and it's largely because the O coordinator for the Texans when he had a big year is now the O coordinator in Tennessee. Vrabel was there with him in Houston. So there's a relationship that D-Hop had going back to his Texans days with some of the higher-ups in the Tennessee organization. But I just didn't want him. I mean, to me, it was anywhere but Philly or KC. Just the fact that he's not in Philly and not in KC, that I look at as a total win for the 49ers. But, yeah, to me, the NFL top tier is the Chiefs. They're the best until somebody takes them down, and then it's the Niners and the Eagles. And some people might even have Buffalo or Cincinnati in that top tier. I don't. I've got Kansas City 1, Philly, and the Niners 2-3, 3-2, any way you want to slice it. But those, to me, are the three best teams in football.
I'm with you. No, I think the 49ers are absolutely in that category from top to bottom. And you're talking about, wide receivers, mentioning the 49ers along with Philadelphia all there. We didn't have a chance to kind of talk about what happened last week with Deebo Samuel. And
I'd like
Zach
to get
Hill
into that,
on CBS Radio.
I got some strong feelings on that, and I know a lot of people were blaming Deebo and raking Deebo over the coals for, he should have treated that announcer better. It's like, what? You got to be kidding me. That's your take, that Deebo somehow owes Zach Gelb, 15 good minutes or something because he was promoting some product? That's asinine. That entire comment was asinine. We can get into it.
Well, and I just want to pick your brain because, look, I'm a novice in this. I've been able to get on air, but I don't have a ton of experience in those type of situations. Have you ever had someone hang up on you like that, or gotten into kind of a weird vibe of a conversation with an athlete?
I've gotten into conversations with guys who were very brief.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten into conversations where, I did an interview once with Milton Bradley, and the intensity of Milton Bradley shocked me.
Wow.
And I can remember like it was yesterday. He was in the Dodger clubhouse at Oracle Park before he got traded to the A's. And he was just so intense about everything he was saying that it was like I was catching myself flat-footed, never really thinking of my next question because I was listening to what he was saying, every answer that he had. And it was so much power and intensity in his delivery that it was like sidetracking me. But to me, I haven't had too many where I can't even really think of one where somebody's like, dude, I'm done with you. Goodbye. And to me, that shows that, and I worked for Mad Dog Radio. I know Russo well. I understand that whole Northeast sports talk machine. It's a different deal. It's like, I know that guy's Gelb thought he was doing a solid. Like, he's been talking a lot of S about Deebo, I'm sure, and Deebo's comments after the Niners-Eagles game where he said the Niners would have won that game if the quarterback hadn't gone down. But, and I get it. It's like, I've been talking a bunch of S about Deebo all offseason, and now I have him on my show, and either I'm going to look like a wuss to the audience, or I've got to then fire off a bunch of questions. So you then fire off a bunch of questions, and the athlete gets turned off, and he bails. But guess what? I do interviews with players all the time. You do as well. There's nothing. We don't sign contracts. I will be doing this interview from 10:15 to 10:40, and you will be here for the entire time. The entirety of the relationship is, or the coming together of the host and the athlete. It's the rules of the engagement are pretty much known to everybody. You can leave whenever the hell you want to leave, and I can end this interview whenever the hell I want to end this interview, and those are the rules. You don't owe me anything, I don't owe you anything, and that's it. And so that's, to me, the way I always look at it. To me, it's a failure on Zach Gelb's part that he had an athlete basically say, here, handler, you deal with this jackass, I'm done with him. I mean, that's basically what happened there.
Yeah.
Deebo didn't want to play along, but guess what? Deebo doesn't have to play along. And this idea that he owes Zach Gelb something because he was promoting something, I don't care what he was promoting. It doesn't matter. If somebody's rude to you or somebody takes you down a road that you don't want to go down, you bail out if you want to bail out. And all these hosts that are such hypocrites, it's like I've done sports radio for 30 years. I can't remember more than one or two times where a host allowed a caller or an athlete or anybody to just go off on them repeatedly, continuously. Usually it's like a 2-comment thing, and then it's like a motion to the producer, cut this guy. So don't I've seen hosts do it time and time again. So I mean, I've seen it up close.
Well, we just got a motion from our producer. We got to hit a break right here, but I want to continue that conversation on the other side. Evan Giddings and Larry Krueger in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Boys, we'll be back tomorrow. Big thank you to Eric Harris joining us here at the top of the hour. Up next, 49ers training camp. What is the most interesting storyline from your perspective? We'll get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570, and that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and Larry Krueger in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny and Guru will be back tomorrow. Guru is off, had something to take care of today. Meanwhile, Matt Steinmetz is, he might be still on the links. Do you golf, Larry, by the way?
Yes, not well, but yes.
Okay. I'm in the same boat. I know how to pick up a club.
I drive well, I putt well, but like I don't hit my, I have a 2-iron in my bag, don't hit it well. Don't hit my 3-iron well. Don't hit my 4-iron well. Don't hit my 5-iron well. Don't hit my 6-iron well. Don't hit my 7-iron well. Okay? But as far as my putter, my driver, my 8, my 9, my sand wedge, my pitching wedge,
okay,
I hit them great. Seriously, I can putt, I can chip. If you watch me drive, putt, and chip, you're like, man, that guy can play. Then if you watch my iron game in the fairway, you're like, I don't want that guy anywhere near any course. I mean, seriously, I cannot hit. I hit my irons better in the off the rough than I do off the fairway. When I go off the fairway I'm like, oh, thank God, because I'm chunking earth. I mean, it's just I can't hit any of my irons really, except for
you and I can play alternates then, because I'm not a great driver, not a great putter, but I got a decent touch with the 7 through 4 or 4 through 7. I don't even know how to say it properly.
Yeah, we could go
decent mid game, exactly. So you and I can kind of counterbalance each other. And that's what we're trying to do here on 95.7 The Game, trying to get into the balance of the 49ers right now, because they're a day away from rookies reporting to training camp, 8 days away from the veterans getting home. July 25th, the expected training camp starting date for vets. And everyone wants to talk about not only the amazing roster, some of the offseason acquisitions we'll get into other than Javon Hargrave, but you pointed something out this week and I thought was really interesting, Larry, and that was Alex Smith, of course, former 49er quarterback, and a great one at that. Some comments about not necessarily the hierarchy of Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and even Sam Darnold, but kind of the mindsets of each guy and where he would be. So I do want to get into that sound. And this is Alex Smith talking first about Trey Lance and kind of how he would be approaching the position in which Trey is in.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get into that. I think if you were to say that, hey, listen, if we were just grading draft picks and if you were to play it out and he doesn't, and it's because Brock Purdy does, like, you've also hit on the last pick of the draft, which nobody else has to that level. I still love Trey's future. I think he's incredibly talented. I think he's a great kid that works really hard. And I think he's got, he was so young. He was 20 years old when he got drafted. His college experience was so unique. He's battled some injuries. So for him, he needs to block out the noise, block out the distractions, and continue to go to work and just become the player he wants to be and work towards that. And that's hard. That's not easy to do, especially as a young kid.
And so that's Alex Smith.
I love Alex Smith. I think Alex Smith is so smart. I mean, he is really smart. I think he graduated Utah with an econ degree after like 2 years. I think he set the record for the Wonderlic test. He'd be a phenomenal 49er quarterback coach, but I doubt he ever wants to do it because he's made so much money and the coaching hours are awful.
He did a great job on the ESPN broadcast last year.
He did, and he's really, really cerebral guy. And I agree with him about both quarterbacks. We'll hear from Purdy or him on Purdy in a minute, but I agree wholeheartedly with what he just said about Trey Lance. I love Trey Lance's future as well. I think he's incredibly talented. I thought it was interesting that the guy that he worked with this offseason, his throwing coach, Jeff Christensen, says that 49er fans should expect to see a different-looking player from Trey Lance when he shows up in Santa Clara this week for training camp. And I agree wholeheartedly with Alex Smith. I mean, this is an unprecedented player. And we're talking about a guy who was drafted at age 20. No first-round quarterback selected in the last 40 years had thrown fewer collegiate passes overall than what Trey Lance threw at North Dakota State. So, it's not going to look like other people's development because it's not other people's quarterback. And this is a very, very raw quarterback. And the fact of the matter is, here we are, a couple years in. They redshirted him a year. He lost a year because of injury. Now we're in year 3, and you got people speaking definitively, like for sure he's a bust. Those people are going to wind up eating those words. This kid is not a bust. He's going to be really, really good. Now, it may not be by week 1 this year, and I don't expect it to be by week 1 this year. But I'll say this, I'm very much in the camp that the 49ers don't have a franchise quarterback, that they have 2 franchise quarterbacks. One is Brock Purdy, and the other is Trey Lance. Purdy is ready to play right now. He showed it last year. Lance is not ready to play right now based on what I've seen, but maybe, that opinion will evolve here in the next few weeks. But I really think that long term, I still think Trey Lance is a really, really good quarterback. And I think if the 49ers decide to part ways with him, they will rue the day they did. This is not the quarterback that you want to get off of. He's too smart, too athletic. Football's too important to him. There's too many great traits attached to Trey Lance to want to separate from him just because it hasn't happened right away. You have to show patience with Trey Lance. The fans do, and hopefully the Niners will.
888-957-9570 if you want to get in on the conversation. Evan Giddings and Larry Krueger in for Stein and Guru. The boys will be back tomorrow. I think that's part of why this conversation is so fascinating, Larry, about the quarterbacks and why all eyes are on that position is because of that kind of gray area that you touched on that I think is hard for some people to wrap their minds around. You can like Trey Lance while also liking Brock Purdy and understanding that based on what everything has come out of the 49ers' mouths, that Brock Purdy, if healthy, is going to be the week 1 starter, but that doesn't make Trey Lance a bust. I mean, how do you kind of, I guess, navigate those waters of the likability of both? Because Trey Lance has his entire future ahead of him, but I think people just assume because Brock Purdy won every game he played and finished last year, and he's supposed to be, the next man up at the beginning of this season when and if he clears all the obstacles or the hurdles to return from injury. Like, a lot of people, both on the YouTube chat, on the text line, are talking about how, Trey Lance is perceived as this, and he's that, and he's bad, and Purdy's good. It's not that black and white. And to me, I don't feel like the 49ers should give up on Trey Lance, partially because I think they need him as a contingency plan, but also that doesn't mean that Brock Purdy shouldn't get first dibs if and when he's ready.
I mean, there is no debate. Brock Purdy played and played well. I mean, if the job is to win games and play efficiently, then it's his job. I mean, seriously. I mean, I laugh at it sometimes when we talk about it. Niners went 7-0 in games that Brock Purdy started and finished. He's like the third rookie in 52 years to win 2 playoff games. What he did last year was incredibly special, and it's too bad because we're so kind of everything's a competition, and there can only be really one starter, and I get it, but I don't get this. I'm a Brock guy. I'm a Trey guy. I don't get it. Are you a Niner fan? I mean,
yeah.
If you're a Niner fan, you should be in on both of these guys.
Exactly.
I believe in both these guys. Now, I don't believe. It's not like I believe in everybody. I don't believe that much in Sam Darnold. I really don't. I saw him at USC. Turned it over a ton. Saw him with the Jets. He turned it over a ton. I watched him with Carolina at the end of last year. I've got the NFL Plus. I've watched the All 22 on all of his games that he played with Carolina. He had some good games. I saw him at the end of the year against the Saints in Week 18. He had 4 turnovers. He had 2 interceptions. He had 2 fumbles. He looked terrible. He had like 41 passing yards. So this idea that like Sam Darnold is somehow this awesome guy that has just, you didn't see the end of his career at Carolina and what he did. I'm not impressed. I'm not. I mean, he'll be better here because of Shanahan. He'll be better here because of the weapons. He'll be better here because of the line. I mean, he'll be better because the surrounding cast is better. But this idea that Sam Darnold is some superstar and that the Niners have stumbled on this, I don't buy it. I'm not buying it. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll prove to be a superstar, but I don't really believe in him. I do believe that Trey Lance is going to get there. And I don't know that it's going to be by preseason. I don't know if it's going to be by week 1.
Yeah.
To me, there's no doubt that Brock's the starter, and if he's healthy, and that he'll play well. All these other people, he can't get any better. Why? I mean, that's the dumbest take of all time. I asked Brock about a month and a half ago at the minicamp. I said, where are you now compared to where you were at last year at this time. And he's like, oh, God, it's night and day. Last year, I was just trying to remember the plays. Last year, I'd walk to the line of scrimmage and trying to remember the formation and the play. And now I know all the plays. I know the playbook, backward, forward. I know the nuance of every play. I mean, so he's going to be quite a bit better than he's been as long as that elbow and he has, checks out. He hasn't lost strength. He hasn't lost explosive ability in that elbow. As long as he's healthy and he's the same player, he's going to make mental strides that should. You got to remember this. Matt Ryan was pretty ordinary year one in Kyle's system. Year two, he won the MVP of the league. So it's a complicated system. It's not an easy system. And I thought Alex Smith had some really interesting things to say about Purdy.
He did, and I want to get to those in a sec. But you mentioned something about Darnold that, and I hope you can kind of help me out with this theory I have, that the reason why the sentiment around Sam Darnold of him, it sounds like potentially being a backup quarterback this season for the 49ers, even if you disagree with it, is because I feel like there is this place where Kyle Shanahan wants to have a comfortability with his quarterbacks. Brock Purdy showed it in the 7 or 8 games that he played last season, and so that's why in my mind he's first up if he's healthy. Sam Darnold's played 55 games in the NFL, and like you mentioned, not all of them have been good. In fact, the majority of them probably haven't been very good. He's been below average in his first 2 stops in the NFL.
Worse than that, even. He's got the lowest passer rating
there you go.
of any quarterback since he's been in the league. He's of 36 quarterbacks, he had a 78.2 passer rating since he came into the league. That's the lowest in the entire league.
Translation, not good.
Not good.
But I do think with Shanahan, because there is no question mark, or there doesn't seem to be a question mark about him, like he knows what Sam Darnold can and cannot do from having seen those paltry numbers the first 3 years in his career. I do think there is a place where if Brock Purdy is delayed or he's not there ready for week 1, or he befalls injury and is out for a couple of weeks, something that's not season ending, there's something in my mind, Larry, that tells me, and you can tell me this fair or foul, that Kyle Shanahan just wants to know what he's getting at quarterback instead of throwing a question mark in there, even if the question mark is far more potential, and that would be Trey Lance. That's, to me, the reasoning behind why Sam Darnold is gaining this traction as a potential backup quarterback.
Well, I mean, part of it is the money they gave him, right? They gave him $3.5 million guaranteed.
It's a lot for a third-string quarterback.
It's a lot. Sam Darnold has the 12th highest cap figure on the entire team. So are you giving the 12th highest cap figure on the entire team to your third-string quarterback when the average third-string quarterback in the NFL is making $1 million, and you're going to pay your guy $5 million? You're going to pay your third-string quarterback 5 times what everybody else in the NFL is paying their third-string quarterback? Maybe. You can get away with it because you're paying Purdy $840,000. But, I mean, I think that's part of it. I think also the 49ers are looking at Trey, and they just don't know. They just don't know what he has.
Exactly.
And last year, they were willing to maybe lose some games early for his development. It sounds like they're not in that mode this year, and they're not sure where he is developmental-wise. And so I just think that they vowed the same thing that all Niner fans vowed when they saw the final 3 quarters of the Eagle game, which is, this can't happen again. You know what I mean? This can't happen again, where this team that's super stacked and loaded and has all this talent on both sides of the football runs out of quarterbacks, or they lose a game because their quarterback's just not ready to go. So I think that's what Darnold's doing here. I think that's what Allen's doing here, is that they just don't want to be caught in a situation where they don't have another guy to go to. And maybe Jed has said to them, hey, guys, quarterback whatever will not be an acceptable excuse if we huddle at the end of next season. Maybe he said that. He might have been very clear with them and said, hey, you know what? We've been in 3 of the last 4 NFC Championship games. John, we love you. Kyle, we love you. By the way, we're not giving away another year to quarterback whatever. Okay? Do we got that? You get it? Okay. And maybe that's, for all we know, that's their marching orders. And if that's their marching orders, then yeah, stack the room with as many qualified NFL caliber quarterbacks as you can, and let the competition commence, and let's see what you got.
And where are you at with the competition? At 888-957-9570 from the 480. Lori's weighing in from Phoenix. It's about who gives the 49ers the best chance to win, is ready to play now. This roster is built to get back to a Super Bowl. Can't be experimenting with the quarterback now. I'm generally with her, but also, I mean, really, you're experimenting because nobody is right now a known and valuable, commodity between Darnold, Purdy, or Lance. There's a hierarchy, but each one, in my opinion, has question marks. The one at the top currently is Brock Purdy, and it sounds like Daniel Martinez wants to weigh in on that. What's up, Daniel? You're on with Larry and Evan here on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Larry and Evan, how are you guys doing today? I'm doing great, thank you.
Good, man.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
Brock Purdy gives us the best chance to win right now. He was great in college. He had a 150 QBR rating. He started his freshman year. He started after I think from week 3 until he graduated, and he was just the starter the whole time. And all he did was do well. And he comes in to San Francisco and goes 7-0. And if he doesn't get hurt in that game, we don't know what happens. I just think that he's the man. And I understand that we have 2 other top 5 picks in, Lance and Darnold, but Purdy is just, he knows a way to manage the game. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Peyton Manning, kind of reminds me a little bit of Tom Brady, and I just want to see him succeed.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I mean that's a fair comment. All I'd say is this. Here's a fact. The 49ers have used 3 quarterbacks in a season in each of the last 6 seasons, excluding the 2019 season. So the bottom line is you need more than one guy. It's a rough game. Guys get hurt. It's just the way it is. And last year, they ran out of quarterbacks in the biggest game of the year. And we just watched one of the ugliest NFC Championship games ever because of it. They ran out of quarterbacks. So they don't want that to happen again. And as far as Brock and what Brock's got, Alex Smith said it. He's like, there's a lot of factors when it comes to quarterback. You can talk about height. You can talk about his 40 time. You can talk about his arm strength. He said that stuff's secondary in the NFL. He says, I think, that it's about processing. It's what you got between the ears. And that he is all in on Brock as a processor.
Yeah, and we can actually, I do have that sound, Larry. We can run the clip. Yeah, this was from Alex Smith over the weekend talking about Brock Purdy and what he's got between the ears.
It's really between your ears. You got to be able to process a lot fast. There's not a great way to quantify that yet, right? I mean, there's in our interview process and the combine and all the weird tests you take. They haven't really found a great way to quantify that. And I think Brock showed he's got it right between the ears. It's not too big for him.
And you can tell that immediately.
I mean, this is a guy I know didn't get many reps in training camp. Yeah. Finally got backed up to number 2, so he's running scout team. You're still not getting many reps. And then to step in and just operate the way he did, it wasn't too big. You could see him dial in. And I know in that system, there's a lot on the quarterback's plate from a processing standpoint. I think he showed enough that absolutely, he's got it. And again, height, 40, arm strength, that stuff really is secondary at the NFL level. And I think he's got the things that you're looking for to win sustainably. And again, accuracy, timing, and processing, number 1.
He's got it.
That's...
Per Alex Smith, he's got it.
I could not have said that better myself. That is just absolutely spot on. That's what he's got. And the key word there is sustainable or sustainability. Alex not only believes that Brock's got it, but that it's sustainable, that it's something that he is going to have going forward. And that this is not just a guy, this is your guy going forward because of these traits. We think of size, but, one of the things that matters a lot when you're talking about size is how big are your hands. Brock's got big hands. We can talk about 40 time, but your 10-yard split probably means more because you're not running 40 yards, but you are running 10 yards to get away from an NFL defensive lineman. And he's got a 1.54 10-yard split. It ain't sexy. But guess what? That gives him escapability. So it's the arm, the accuracy, the processing. He's got those traits that where he knows what he's looking at pre-snap. To me, there was the one thing that was really what's the main difference between him? A lot of people say he's the same as Jimmy. Oh, he's totally not. He's way better than Jimmy. Jimmy on the play action, the Niners stopped doing play action with Jimmy from under center. and put him in the gun, because in the gun he could do the play action face without turning his back on the defense. Because when Jimmy turned his back on the defense, when he turned back around, he never was prepared to throw. He always had to reassess, where are the defenders? Where are my receivers in the route? Who's open? He had to kind of look at that picture again. And then after he got a full second in it, then he's making a throw. Where you saw Brock several times, he's under center, play action pass, staple of Kyle's offense. He carries out the mesh point on the handoff to the running back, keeps the ball, flips around. As he's flipping around, he is literally got this arm up and he knows where he's going with it and he's about to release it. That is head and shoulders better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And the play action game is a major component of the Niners offense under Kyle Shanahan. So to me, that's just one element where Brock's clearly more advanced than Jimmy. He doesn't need to turn around and then reassess the picture. He knows in his head where everybody's going to be, and so he's delivering the ball as soon as he's flipping around. And that level of not just efficiency, but quickness in the recognition is a big part of getting the ball out on time. Then, of course, your accuracy is your accuracy, but that's a big part of it. And to me, that was clear that Purdy was better than Garoppolo, even 2-3 games in last year.
Yeah, well, and the numbers showed it, the efficiency showed it, the ability to move the ball down the field. All the statistics you're talking about were in Brock Purdy's favor, but there are some things that I do want to get into on the other side that at least have me concerned, that give me pause about Brock Purdy, and in relation to Trey Lance, might actually be a benefit to him. So that's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in with Larry Krueger for Steininger, where the boys will be back tomorrow from 10 to 2 here on 95.7 The Game. What is your concern about Brock Purdy? If you're of the mindset that the hierarchy is established, Purdy 1 if he's healthy, whether it's Darnold or Lance 2 and 3, however you want to slice it, well, then what's your concern about the starting quarterback for the 49ers? I got some that I want to throw at Larry on the other side, and that's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Larry Krueger. We're back after this. Dibbs, who's returning after a hiatus last week, was talking to him about his golf game, and he was up and down, it sounds like, over the weekend, a 110 and then an 85. He was more like Steph Curry on Sunday, it sounds like, who, of course...
Dude, how incredible is
on the
that?
American Century Golf Championship.
Steph Curry is just, I mean, he's an incredible basketball player, but beyond that, I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest hand-eye coordination athletes this country has ever produced.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's not good at golf. He's great at golf. I don't know if you saw Gronk, who was like, are we sure that Steph Curry couldn't play on the PGA Tour? I'm pretty sure that he probably could.
I'm with you. Like, it's one of those questions of, is there anything that he can't do? I mean, we're talking about great dual sport athletes, but he does it as a hobby, but he's really good at it. You know, the first person that comes to my mind is like Mookie Betts with bowling. Like, he can just go out and bowl a 300 and also, by the way, go out and hit 40 home runs in a season and be an MVP level player. Like, Stephen Curry is that, but then some, because he's arguably a top 5 player ever, but then he can go also and hit a hole-in-one.
Oh, I know. I mean, well, first of all, pro athletes, it's funny. There's so many of them that can play other sports. When I was in the Canadian League, we had a kicker or a punter from University of Texas, and I forget his name even. But, you know, this guy could do it all, man. We'd go play hoops. I mean, this guy could shoot lights out, you know. We go play golf. He's driving. He looks like a pro golfer. And so it's, you know, one of the coaches said, "Hey, Krug, man, you better stop playing sports competitively against pro athletes because they're going to kill you in every sport no matter what." And I'm like, yeah, I'm starting to get that picture. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, Hawk Harrelson made the cut at the 73 British Open.
Seriously?
Yes. Look it up. So, I mean,
I'm just imagining him call that right now.
Put it on the board. Yes.
You can put it in the hole. Yeah.
Put it in the hole. Yes. Good guys. But yeah, I mean, so that always amazed me. Also, Hawk is the guy who invented the batting gloves. Like, guys never used batting gloves.
I didn't know that.
And Hawk he was an incredible golfer. He had a red golfing glove. Obviously, you know, you just use one glove. And he used his golf glove. He had a red in BP, and the Red Sox were like, "What is that?" He's like, "Here's my golf glove." And that from there born out the tradition to wear batting gloves, if you're wondering.
Well, now it's not only batting gloves, but you got armor up and down your arm, all these different braces. I mean, Barry Bonds had bigger arms than, well, he did have big arms, but of course looked like twice the size. He was like this Megatron cyberkinetic like being with all the armor he's got. You got guys wearing shin guards, knee guards, probably. I mean, they got the softball flaps on some of them.
Don't forget the pot holder when you're running the bases. Every kid, my kid plays high school ball. Every kid comes to the plate with a gigantic thing in their back pocket. I'm like, what the heck is that? Sure enough, they get to first base. They put on the pot holder to protect their fingers from getting jammed. How about this? Slide feet first.
That's an option. Or you just go in like a B-2 bomber, like Ricky Henderson. You just all straight in. Like he used to, I would just, from watching old clips, just the way that dude would hit the ground, it was like cement. It would just go straight in like an anvil. I mean, that's the way that a lot of people don't know how to slide nowadays, and is one way to get hurt. But I guess you could just go in foot first, try and keep it safe.
That just speaks to Ricky, by the way. 130 stolen bases for Ricky.
In one season.
Nobody's getting to half that. 130. 130.
I think, Acuna's over 40 right now, just slightly beyond the midway point of the season.
So he's going to wind up with 80.
If he keeps stealing at the same pace and stays healthy.
Yeah, if he stays healthy, he's going to wind up with 80. I mean, Ricky outdid that by 50. I mean, that's unbelievable. Nope. I mean, it really is. I mean, Ricky was the great, and Vince Coleman. It was just different era of ball. But
what about De La Cruz? Do you ever see him getting anywhere close to that?
I'm going to need to see a little bit more from Ellie De La Cruz. No. I'm just kidding. He's a fantastic talent, but
he stole second, third, and home the other day.
He did on 2 pitches, by the way. He stole second, then stole third. Pitcher ran back to the mound, took off, headed home. That was incredible. But his stolen base numbers aren't actually that ridiculous. Like, he's just such an all-around five-tool talent, and the Giants are going to get a close look at him this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, Willie McGee, I think of those Cardinals teams from the 80s where they had Willie McGee and Vince Coleman and Ozzie Smith, Tommy Herr, all on one team. And they just stole 200 bags or plus a year. I mean, it was a different sport. It was a totally different sport. Now you just don't see guys running that much. I would love to see it come back because it was dynamic to watch.
Shout out to the YouTube chat. Mickey YD, Estieri Ruiz, the A's has 44. That's a lot. Actually, not for an entire summer, but shout out to the Gwynns, Brian Gwynn, his son BJ, and of course their dad Jim Gwynn, who is the scout who recruited Ricky Henderson back in the day. But they brought out, I used to play for him in summer ball, and they brought out Willie McGee because, of course, he's an East Bay legend, played at Contra Costa Community College, and he came out to help us coach for a couple games, and it was incredible just to hear like the collective knowledge and wisdom from a guy like that who not only could steal bases, but National League MVP. That guy was an incredible hitter back in his day.
Great player. Came up with the Yankees. Yankees stupidly traded him. I forget what it was for, Bob Shirley or Ed Whitson, or I forget exactly, but man, that was the Cardinals, just thievery right there, taking Hercules' own Willie McGee away. And he was a great Giant, one of the greatest Giant teams I've ever seen. I'll go as far as to say the greatest Giant team I've ever seen was 1993, and Willie played right field on that team. That team had Barry in left, Willie in right, and D. Lou, Darren Lewis in center field. One of the greatest defensive outfields ever assembled.
And no armor or braces necessary, unlike a certain quarterback for the 49ers. I'm assuming Brock Purdy will be playing with a brace this year on that right arm, if and when he's able to go. And before the break, we were talking about this piece of sound, Larry, as far as what Brock Purdy has that not only probably separates him from the other quarterbacks in the 49ers room, but also some of the other young quarterbacks that are trying to make a name for themselves and what allowed Brock Purdy to be so successful. Here's Alex Smith over the weekend on NBC Sports Bay Area talking about it.
It's really between your ears. You've got to be able to process a lot fast. There's not a great way to quantify that yet, right? I mean, there's in our interview process and the combine and all the weird tests you take, they haven't really found a great way to quantify that. And I think Brock showed he's got it. Right between the ears, like it's not too big for him.
This is a guy that immediately.
I mean, this is a guy I know didn't get many reps in training camp. Yeah. Finally got backed up to number 2, so he's running scout team. You're still not getting many reps, and then to step in and just operate the way he did, it wasn't too big. You could see him dial in, and I know in that system there's a lot on the quarterback's plate from a processing standpoint. I think he showed enough that absolutely he's got it. And again, height, 40, arm strength, like that stuff really is secondary at the NFL level, and I think he's got the things that you're looking for to win sustainably. And again, accuracy, timing, and processing, number 1.
Accuracy, timing, processing. I think those things Brock Purdy has in spades. But like I was saying at the tail end of the break, Larry, the thing that concerns me the most about Purdy, and maybe I'm just caught up in the Netflix quarterback documentary hype, just seeing the amount of hits and the physicality that comes naturally with the quarterback position, but Brock Purdy's not the biggest guy. And I just wonder if that frame is going to be able to hold up for an entire season because, like you mentioned also, the 49ers have not been able to keep a quarterback standing up and healthy throughout an entire season for quite some time. And I just don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be the guy to buck that trend.
I mean, did you feel the same way about Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yes. I mean, I thought it was kind of a ticking time bomb with Jimmy.
Do you feel the same way about Jalen Hurts?
I have a little more faith just because of what Jalen Hurts has both done at the college level and early playing the style of football that he does. But anytime you're putting yourself in harm's way the way that he does, I guess your radar has to go up.
My point is just that Brock Purdy is basically the same size as those guys.
As Jalen Hurts.
Is the same. I mean, they're the same physical, exact everything, almost exactly the same. I think Hurts might weigh 2 pounds less, 2 pounds more, but Brock Purdy, he is 6 feet and change, but he's 225 pounds. I mean, he's not frail by any stretch, and he's basically the exact same size as Garoppolo, except minus about a half inch of height. So they're very similar. But I mean, you got to have backups just because everybody goes down. I mean, Trey Lance broke his ankle in week 2. Sam Darnold, hasn't played a lot of football. Brandon Allen, they signed after the draft. He was the backup in Cincinnati. Purdy's coming off an elbow injury. So, I mean, you've got questions about really all of your quarterbacks. But I think Smith said it best right there. It's the processing and the accuracy that you can't coach. You can't coach accuracy for the most part. You can improve it a little bit, but you're either accurate or you're not. And Brock's pretty accurate. Then you look at what he did at Iowa State. Iowa State was not a juggernaut team, and they had some of their best years in that program under Brock Purdy. And then what did they do last year without Brock Purdy? They went 1-8 inside the Big 12. So, I just think that nobody really saw Brock Purdy coming, myself included. I was not excited when they drafted him. I thought, oh, man, this guy's got kind of a college arm. He doesn't have an NFL arm. But what happened was he went to Jacksonville and worked with those guys on trying to get the most out of his mechanics and basically picked up, if you believe it, the average NFL quarterback throws about 54, 55 miles an hour. When Brock showed up there, he was throwing 50, which was slightly below NFL standards for starting quarterbacks. And through mechanics and working with these guys, they found 5, 6, 7 miles an hour on the fastball, and he showed up throwing like 56, 57 miles an hour in Niner camp, which is slightly above what NFL quarterbacks typically throw. And I think it's had a profound impact. I'm not saying it's everything because it's not, but it takes a below-average arm and makes it requisite, and at least he has requisite arm strength. And I think Smith just laid it out perfectly there. I mean, this is a guy who was awful as a rookie and almost won a Super Bowl at the end of his career. So he developed quite a bit, but it's about processing. And it's about processing and accuracy, and they don't have a measurable necessarily to define that, in a way that teams feel real comfortable about. And so it's a little bit of a crapshoot on some of the most important elements of playing the position.
Yeah, look, I think that the physicality to me could be something that's an issue. I guess you could say it's with every position at quarterback. I am with you that it's less about how the ball looks as long as it's there on time and it's where it's supposed to be. I could give a rip if you're throwing left-handed behind your back, if you're throwing with a rocket laser of a right arm. I don't care as long as the football is out on time, that it's going to the right place, and all of those things like you're talking about within a very complicated 49ers offense appear to be things that Brock Purdy doesn't have a problem with. So it sounds like the quarterback is not a concern of yours.
No, it's not. I mean, it's always a concern.
Well,
but
sure.
It's not on this team. It's not anywhere in the top 5.
Interesting. Okay, 888-957-9570. Outside of the quarterbacks, I mean, what does concern you about this roster? And Larry, it sounds like you got a couple lined up.
Well, I mean, the schedule is tough. There's no question. The schedule last year was quite a bit easier. They didn't leave the Pacific time zone, I think, after Halloween. I mean, it was the Niners had a very travel-friendly schedule.
They did.
This year, they have 5 road trips to the Eastern time zone. So that's a challenge. I mean, that is always going to be a challenge. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the defensive end depth behind Bosa and Drake Jackson. I love Drake Jackson. I think he's going to be terrific. And Bosa's Bosa. The Niners are on the verge of handing him $30+ million a year to be the highest paid defender.
Real quick, should a defensive player be allowed to make quarterback money?
I mean, it's just if you're worth it. I mean,
you have to pay him that.
Well,
like Aaron Donald's making $30 a year, so you got to go above and beyond with a guy who's 25 and still in his prime, but is also the defensive player of the year already.
Yeah, I mean, it's a capped sport, and you're going to have to pay these guys commensurate with what the top guys at their position are making around the league, and that's about $30 million a year for Nick Bosa. But I'm concerned because they went after Hargrave. They're going to re-sign Bosa. They've got Drake in year 2, and Drake's going to be worlds better. But what if Bosa goes down for a month with a hamstring injury? What if Drake pulls a quad? And now you're immediately down to Kerry Hyder and Cleveland Farrell. I mean, that's That is not Samson Ebukam. That is not Jordan Willis. That is not Charles Omenihu. They gave big money to Javon Hargrave, and justifiably so. But that money had to come from somewhere, and they basically just exhausted all their defensive end depth. And their backup defensive ends in this system play. They play. Look at the reps from last year. The Ebukams, they lost 700 snaps at defensive end with those three guys. And Cleveland Farrell's got 10 sacks in 4 seasons. And Austin Bryant, I don't know. And Kerry Hyder, I don't know. And Robert Beal is athletically talented, but that was a wild swing for the fences in the draft. And he's far from a lock to just, hit the ground running. So what are they going to be at defensive end if Bosa has any kind of an injury, or God forbid they lose Bosa and Drake? To me, that the defensive end depth last year was a strength. This year it's a weakness.
But isn't that because you go out and you do get not only a big boy in Hargrave, but someone that is extremely sturdy? So those snaps, you lost a lot of them on the end. But if you're talking about guys who can get to the quarterback, or at least create lanes for others to get to the quarterback, well, Javon Hargrave has missed, 3 games in his entire career?
Yeah.
So you do, in a way, fill some of those snaps, but also you make the job a lot easier for Drake Jackson if he's starting. If he goes down, then Cleveland Farrell, Austin Bryant, you kind of make up for that absence with 2 now very good interior defensive line with Hargrave and, of course, alongside Armstead. So
Yeah.
Doesn't that calm your concerns a bit?
Well, it does. I mean, the Niners were 10th last year in sacks in the NFL. It wasn't like they led the NFL. And they're getting a guy in Hargrave who had 11 by himself in Philadelphia. And his presence with Armstead will change the entire shape of the pocket. Instead of being a teacup, they're going to get pressure up the middle, and you're going to see the quarterback trying to slip out the side door. And if Bosa and Jackson are healthy, they might run into a dozen sacks. I mean, those guys, just because of the presence of those 2 elite pass rushers inside. But, I mean, Chris likes to use lots of D linemen, and to me, that's a concern. That's a concern, is what are you at defensive end? Can you burn the edges and put pressure on the quarterback from the outside all year? Can Bosa stay healthy? That's a major one for me. The other one is the offensive line. You're moving in Colton McKivitz from McClinchy. I think McKivitz will be better as a pass blocker, but maybe not as good as a run blocker. And then, you had a $5 million for sure automatic kicker in Robbie Gould, and you basically kicked him to the curb for a rookie kicker that you're going to pay, $750,000 to, or whatever the league minimum is. And he's got a huge leg. He made a 63-yarder, but how consistent is Jake Moody going to be? I think that's a concern.
It's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. The tight end depth behind George Kittle, they drafted Braden Willis. They drafted Cam Latu. They've got Dwelly coming back. You've got Charlie Warner there. What's that going to look like? Because it seems like Kittle gets hurt almost every year. So that's a concern as well. I mean, Brock's elbow is among the concerns, and it's a primary issue, but I think you're going to find out early on if he's a diminished player. As long as his elbow doesn't make him a diminished thrower, and he loses 5 miles an hour off the fastball, and he doesn't have the same throwing capability that we saw a year ago, that would change their season and change things dramatically. But outside of that, I don't have a lot of concerns at quarterback.
Well, and one of the reasons why I'm concerned about the quarterback position is kind of linked to one of the reasons you threw out about the rest of the roster, and that's the O-line. Like, as much as I do believe that Colton McKivitz is a much more team-friendly option, because you don't want to pay McGlinchey $85 million or whatever the Broncos did, and tackles along with, I think some of the even guards this offseason were getting big paydays. I know you don't want to go out and maybe spend that money compared to where you did on the D-line, which is a much better deal. But if I'm thinking about Burford and Banks in the middle, along with now Jake Brendel, that's a very young interior offensive line, McKivitz on the outside at right tackle, the only guy you feel comfortable with is, of course, Trent Williams. He's also going to be, 36, 37 years old. If there's some regression, I wouldn't be shocked, even if it's coming from an all-pro level. So that offensive line, to me, is linked to the quarterback because Brock Purdy right now is coming off an injury. Trey Lance has already had multiple injuries and has lost a season due to one. Sam Darnold has maybe not been as injury-prone throughout his career, but I don't necessarily want to see him on the field more than those other two guys. But how do I know that offensive line is going to keep them upright, is going to keep them healthy? Because you're asking a lot for four guys in my mind that have shown something, but have not yet demonstrated that they can be the group up front, that can be an offensive line that can tussle with the top D lines that you're going to eventually have to if you want to go to where you're trying to get, which is a deep postseason run.
No, I hear you. But, I mean, the 49ers with this line last year, minus McKivitz and McGlinchey was there. And as I said, I just think McKivitz is going to be a better pass protector than McGlinchey was. The Niners allowed the 6th fewest sacks of any team in the NFL. So that's where they ranked last year. 6th fewest sacks.
How much of that is because of the running game, though? And if you're saying McKivitz is less of a run blocker than McGlinchey, then wouldn't it not be surprising to see the running game take a slight step back?
Possibly. I mean, I'm not saying that. I just thought that McGlinchey had one weakness. McGlinchey's weakness was that he really had a struggle against speed rushers, kicking out and getting outside off the edge against those speed rushers. And so what happened was he would just lunge out there and lose all of his balance. And then you saw the kinds of plays that we saw in the Dallas game where Parsons just clubbed him on the inside shoulder, and because he was lunging so far to his right, he became like parallel to the ground. And that to me was where his game broke down. But I mean, you got to remember this. You got Trent Williams, the best left tackle in the game still. You have Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford, two guys that basically were rookies last year because they both were playing in their first year. I expect those guys to be quite a bit better. And then you've got Jake Brendel, who's a Pro Bowl alternate at center. To me, the best pickup for the Niners in the offseason was John Feliciano, because Feliciano is a monster center guard. He can play. He's played for the Raiders, the Giants, a couple other teams, I think. But he's 325 pounds. He's super wide-bodied. I mean, you got Aaron Donald in the division. The Chiefs have Chris Jones. The Eagles have Fletcher Cox. So you got to get the interior monster blocked if you want to do anything. And I think now they got Brendel and you got Feliciano. And if you saw Burford in the minicamp, Burford's put on a really good weight. He's had a great offseason. He looks primed to take it to the next level. I kind of think Burford and Banks are going to be their starters at guard for the next decade. So I really like what they have in the interior. Really, I feel pretty good about this line. I don't feel great about the tackle depth. So that could be a problem. I mean, if Trent Williams went down, who steps in? If McKivitz struggles, who's there to compete with him? To me, that's the biggest concern, is like that third tackle, and can McKivitz, step in for McGlinchey and play a full year and not get hurt?
And all of that under the umbrella of a very, very important season. And there were a couple of 49ers greats you're very familiar with, Jerry Rice and Steve Young, that kind of talked about that at the same event. I believe that Alex Smith was speaking about the quarterbacks and their mindsets. I want to get into that on the other side at 888-957-9570. Jerry Rice and Steve Young kind of referenced it implicitly that the window for the San Francisco 49ers is open, but for how much longer, and how much importance does that place on this season when we're talking about some of the question marks, whether it be the O-line, the schedule, even the kicking situation, all, of course, behind if you feel like the quarterback room is undecided, if it's got question marks. We want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings and Larry Kruger in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. They will be back tomorrow, but on the other side, back into the 49ers we go. And we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. That was all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Larry Krueger in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, taking you up until 2 o'clock. Mark Willard and the return of Dan Dibley back after a week from vacation, so looking forward to that. You know, Larry, we're going to get to the NBA Summer League. I also want to talk about some of Joe Lacob's comments from over the weekend. Did an exclusive one-on-one sit-down with Madeline Kenny. I do want to get into that, along with some of the things that you brought up during the break about the Warriors. But before we do so, to kind of wrap up this 49ers conversation, to me, everything that we're talking about, some of the concerns we're picking at the O-line, even the quarterbacks, you know, some of the schedule, the kicker, the depth potential issues on this team, it all comes down to the sense of urgency that seems to surround this season. And that is because, look, 3 of the past 4 years, they've gotten to the NFC championship game or gone deeper. Now everyone is fixated on the Lombardi, and they always are. But is that because you see the 49ers window, if we're talking about championship windows, do you see it closing? 888-957-9570. I don't necessarily see it as an end-all, be-all year, but when you go out and trade for Christian McCaffrey last season, it's something that makes sense, but it's also because I think there's a sense of urgency on the now. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 49ers get aggressive again at the deadline, trying to bolster this already fantastic roster. But when you've had, you know, plenty of opportunity to see windows open and then close as far as the NFL is concerned, where do you see the 49ers right now in their Super Bowl window, or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough thing to evaluate because the Niners have acquired big-time players. It's seemingly in every offseason. 2 years ago it was Charvarius Ward. They added a number 1 corner. This year they had Javon Hargrave. He's one of the premier free agents. So it's like, you know, I guess you could point to Trent Williams and say, well, how much longer is Trent going to play? And maybe their championship window's tied to that. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, are you telling me that if Trent Williams decides to retire this year, that there's no way the 49ers could win the Super Bowl next year? No, I don't believe that. So as much as I think it impacts their Super Bowl window, I don't think it controls it. The biggest controlling factor is the age of your general manager, who's young, your head coach, who's young, and your quarterback, who's on a rookie deal. So I don't see their window closing. I really don't. I think the Niners have a stacked roster. They have a stacked roster for a couple of reasons. One reason is that they understand free agency, and they allow lots of players to leave. Then they take compensatory picks back, and so they're always replenishing their 53-man. And then they've had an unbelievable run of drafting guys on day 3 of the draft or signing players as undrafted free agents. And, you know, we all know the names: Emmanuel Mosley, Raheem Mostert, going right on down the line, Kevin Givens, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, DJ Jones. I mean, guys that they were Pro Bowl caliber players that they got in the 5th round, 6th round, 7th round, or after the draft. And they've done it again this year with some good players. So I just think that right now they've got a great equation rolling with Adam Peters and John Lynch working seamlessly on the personnel side. They got a young quarterback. They got a young head coach. So I really don't subscribe to the theory that like their Super Bowl window's tied to Trent Williams. And that would be the only guy that really has age on him that may not be here a year from now. So I think their window's open. I'm not saying it's forever open because you got to keep replenishing. You're never quite arrived personnel-wise at restocking your roster in the NFL because of the injuries and the turnover. But the Niners have added a ton of young talent. Go look at how many guys they have that are either in their 1st or 2nd year. It's a huge percentage of the roster. So, no, their window's not closing.
Well, and we're going to see a ton of those guys coming up in 8 days. The veterans report to training camp July 25th. And I'm not saying that these two guys that we talked about before the break are disagreeing with you, but Steve Young and Jerry Rice, the resumes speak for themselves, were asked about kind of this question of where the 49ers window is right now over the weekend in Lake Tahoe. And Jerry Rice responded with a quote, we're going to win it right now. That's how he wants the team to think. And, of course, that's how an ultimate winner like Jerry Rice as a player always thought. Steve Young, a window for a Super Bowl contender, he defined as 4 to 5 years. Now, there's some leeway in there. There's some specific cases in which it's longer, or maybe even shorter, like the Los Angeles Rams going all in and trading a bunch of picks to try and maximize one season. But his message to the team, Steve Young's, was, let's go get it. Like, you never know when the window could close, to your point. And so if we're looking at a 4 to 5 year definition of that, well, then this might be one of your last best chances to go out and try and win a Super Bowl, because you might have to make a financial decision at the end of the year about your wide receiving core, Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. You're going to have to pay, like you mentioned earlier, Nick Bosa plus $30 million, or $30 million plus dollars. And so you do have a cheap quarterback, but you also got one of the most expensive tight ends. You got an expensive linebacker. You got an expensive wide receiver. You got an expensive even fullback. You got an expensive defensive end coming. You just paid Javon Hargrave. There's a lot of money wrapped up in this team, and I don't mean to get financial. Exactly. I don't mean to get financial, but it does feel like with all the money they have wrapped up at a top-heavy group, there is a specific focus. Like, this needs to, in a way, be the season, because we can't look beyond 2023.
I agree. I mean, I would just say this. Look at the last couple of years and the teams that have gotten it done, and look at the urgency of which they attacked it. I mean, the Rams went all in, acquiring top-tier talent at the very top of their roster, and they got it done. I mean, teams are pursuing this Lombardi trophy at a really, with everything they got. And the reality is that the Niners have not climbed to the top of this mountain in 28 years. You got 1994 was 28 years ago. So that was the last Super Bowl title, January of 95. So they've got to be all in. They are all in. They invested hugely in Javon Hargrave, and went cheaper at kicker and cheaper at defensive end. Now they got that. What does that mean? That means that that Hargrave's got to be worth it, and Bosa and Drake Jackson have got to step up, because they don't. And Jake Moody, a rookie kicker. Ironically, the last time the Niners did win the Super Bowl, they had Doug Bryan, De La Salle's own Doug Bryan out of Cal, who was a rookie in that 94 season. So maybe history repeats itself. They can only do it with a rookie kicker. We'll find out.
We will find out. And again, training camp for the veterans begins on the 25th, coming up in 8 days. That's officially when training camp starts. All eyes will be on the 49ers then. But the Warriors, Larry, are coming off a summer league in which didn't amount to a victory, but they did pick up a couple of guys in the draft that played big minutes. Brandon Pochemski, we finally saw Trace Jackson Davis, who we had on the program on Friday, was very articulate and expansive about what he hopes to contribute this season. I know it's a guy that you're very high on, but I'm curious just where you feel like the Warriors are at after most of the dust had settled. It appears that they have their roster pretty much formulated at this point, outside of a couple of back-end roster spots. There are some concerns absolutely about this roster, but after having watched Summer League along with what's transpired so far this offseason, where are you kind of at with the Golden State Warriors?
Well, I mean, they're a title contender, but nowhere near the favorite. So
how does that math look, though? Like, because I think they absolutely can be a top 4 seed this year in the West, but that might mean 4th and not anything above that. Like, I think they are battling with, obviously, Denver. I would throw Los Angeles in there. Sacramento, who was the 3rd seed last year. Phoenix. Like, those are the 4 teams that I kind of have circled as the ones that they're going to need to try and jump.
To me, it's about how many players can play like they're in their prime of their career. And, that's on this team, you've got some older players. So that can Kevon Looney be in his prime this year? Can Saric continue in his prime? Can Wiggins play all year as opposed to missing a ton of games? Can Moody and Kuminga elevate from their kind of the youth era of their career to their prime? As far as that, they got a lot of age here. I mean, I've got a lot of concern. To be honest, I mean, Curry's older, Paul's older, Klay Thompson's older, Green's older. Gary Payton gets hurt a lot. Corey Joseph is an older player. I mean, they're kind of old. They're kind of small. I will say this. I think it sets up for Trace Jackson Davis to play some minutes. I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, well, Trace Jackson Davis won't play. I think he is going to play. I mean, you know, what do you got in the front court? You got Looney, and you got Green, and you got Saric. And that's it, right? I mean, so, I mean, maybe they'll get another big man. Maybe Kuminga can play a little 4. But I like Trace Jackson Davis, and I think they got a really nice player there who can do an awful lot. And I'm excited to see. I think he's going to have to play minutes, but I also think he's capable of playing minutes. I mean, he's not 19, he's 23. He's not stepping 1 year out of school with an unrefined game. This guy, you know, I think led the Big Ten in double-doubles. He averaged 20 in the Big Ten. That's a really, really good league. Plus, he gives you, I think, you know, ability as a distributor off the pick and roll. He's a finisher off the pick and roll. I think eventually he'll be a pick and pop guy in the mid-range. But I like what he brings. I mean, you're talking about a shot blocker and a facilitator and a scorer and a guy who I think really, I like his decisive body movements in the pick and roll game. I think that was a steal. I think that, you know, the Warriors got an absolute steal at 57. I'm shocked, actually, that he went 57. If he had gone 27, I thought that was probably his neighborhood. But the fact that he was there at 57 is amazing. And but it's also they're also going to need him.
I think they will, and I think that's one of the reasons why he got 2 years guaranteed right off the rip as a second-round pick. Not only because it keeps him at a little lower value, which helps the overall luxury tax and doesn't increase it that much, but because I think they also believe he can play. And look, as a 4-year guy in college, we've heard Steve Kerr talk ad nauseum about how experience and years under, in Trace Jackson Davis's case, multiple head coaches, but a system is very important for Golden State. People are chiming on the text line in the YouTube chat. They believe so as well. Like I saw Aussie Rules say seems to have good floor awareness, finds space, block shots, talking about TJD. I'm with him. And in just 2 games, you can see there's a feel for the position. Now, what I do question, and you brought up the name Jonathan Kuminga, I do question along with Saric, and if TJD is going to play, which I don't know how much, but I think he can help this team a little bit off the bench, how does that impact Jonathan Kuminga? Because Trace Jackson Davis plays the 4. Maybe he's a small 5. Dario Saric is more of a 4, in my opinion, a stretch 4 than a 3. Steve Kerr has defined Jonathan Kuminga over and over again last season as kind of a 4. Defensively, he can check other perimeter players, but offensively, he fits in as a 4. So if that guy does need to play, TJD, Dario Saric we expect to play, played 57 games last year with Phoenix. How does that impact Kuminga? And I wonder if he's going to be okay with that, because we heard him last week talk about how he wasn't sure how the Chris Paul fit was going to work. He was surprised that they made the move. And Jonathan Kuminga's also been outright about his role, or we've heard his agent talk about how he wants an increased role this season. If we're bringing in guys that know how to play in the Warriors system, or that I should say fit in the Warriors system, where does that leave Jonathan Kuminga? Because that's a big question mark that did not seem to get answered last year.
Well, I mean, first of all, I have zero concerns about playing time, because you got all these older players, and you're basically you're going through what is NBA season's a marathon. It's 82 games. It's like over 120 games if you mix in the playoffs, the regular season, and the preseason. It's a boatload of games. I'm not worried at all about is there enough minutes to go around. My concern is there enough players? Do they have enough players? I mean, you're going with older players that are going to need rest. Green, Looney, Thompson, Curry, Paul, Joseph. I mean, all these players are Saric. They're all going to need rest. So I'm not concerned at all about is there enough minutes for Kuminga? There's plenty of minutes. There's more minutes than people. There's going to be more minutes than people want. Because there's going to be injuries and there's going to be rest, and there's just, I think every able-bodied Warrior is going to get every minute that he wants and then some. Now, is he going to develop? That's up to Kerr. That's up to, Jonathan. That's up to their developmental staff. I thought the one hugely disappointing part of last year for the Warriors was they sold it in the beginning of the year as we're going to develop guys at 5 o'clock and we're going to win games at 7 o'clock. Well, they didn't do either. They barely won games at 7 o'clock, and they barely made the playoffs, and they didn't develop anybody. Moses Moody basically developed a little bit by playoff time, but he could have played way more minutes, you would think, in January and February, just didn't get those minutes. Kuminga seemed like he was on a nice little run, had a nice stretch in the springtime where he was playing 28, 29, 30 minutes a night, giving solid contributions. Suddenly the playoffs rolled around, and he showed some level of rawness or inability that made Kerr's antenna go up, and Kerr just benched him. It was like, sit down. So, you're going to have to develop these guys as you go. And I thought last year, they did a horrendous job in development. They didn't develop Moody as well as they could have. They didn't develop Wiseman, obviously. They didn't develop Kuminga enough to give him consistent minutes. And they leaned on guys like Lamb and Jerome and their two-way players to kind of get them through. Okay, it got you through, but guess what? You ran out of guys at the end. And to me, I'm much, much more concerned about Golden State running out of usable players again over, oh my God, is Moody and Kuminga going to will they be afforded enough minutes? No, there's going to be plenty of minutes to go around because of the age on this roster. It's just a matter of, can you develop them to a point where that you can trust them in big moments with the game on the line?
But to me, those are two things that were issues last year that I don't think necessarily get solved under the, I guess, premise of what you're talking about. When I hear Kuminga, he wants to be in big moments in big games. Like, I don't doubt that there's going to be minutes to go around because they got an older roster. Like, Paul's going to miss some games. Curry's probably going to miss 15 games at least. Klay Thompson, they're going to have to, I would hope, load manage to have him right for the playoffs, a place where he couldn't shoot at the end of the postseason. The fact that Draymond Green played 73 games to me last year is not something that's necessarily repeatable. So I don't doubt that there's going to be minutes to hand out, but the issue is not the minutes that Jonathan Kuminga got as a starter. The issue was the minutes that Jonathan Kuminga did not get when they had their full cast of characters, and that's ideally where you want to be at the end of a season. That's what you want to be at full strength to try and compete for a championship. How does Jonathan Kuminga fit into that rotation? I think that's what he has an issue with. And what I saw last year was a guy that when he couldn't crack it or was given small opportunity and did not come through in a 5 or 10 minute spurt, nothing on him. That's not a lot of time. But he didn't show the kinds of signs that a Moses Moody did in his 10 or 15 minutes in a playoff game. Jonathan Kuminga was not able to flip the switch the way that we saw Moody did, and I don't know if he's going to have an expanded role just because every single place filler that was in front of him last season, there might be different names, but there's still guys in his way of impacting big minutes in a big game. And that's why I think he's eventually going to run into a similar kind of frustration as he did last year, because as a year older, he's going to get a chance to start. He's going to get a chance to play when guys need rest. But he wants to play when the lights are bright. And I don't know if the Warriors can give him that opportunity, nor if Steve Kerr wants to.
Well, you got to ask yourself, what is Jonathan Kuminga? He's best when he's a finisher. He's a finisher. He's not a guy that you want pounding the dribble. He's a guy that you want finishing. And now you added a big man who can really pass the rock. We just referred to him in Trace Jackson Davis. I think he should help Kuminga. And the guy who really should help Kuminga is Chris Paul. Especially if you run Chris Paul and Curry together and you've got, multiple guys. If you have Curry and Paul and Green on the floor together, you got three guys who can essentially are all point guards. And if those guys should be able to set up Jonathan Kuminga for all kinds of bunnies and dunks and easy buckets inside, and that's where he needs to be. He's a finisher, and that's where I would like to see them. It's all about how well does he play off of the other players that he plays with, and then also you got to bring him along over the course of the season. I didn't like the way they brought him along last year. I mean, he played sparingly, then he kind of played a lot, and then all of a sudden it came to playoff time, and it was like, you can't do this. You're benched, and I understood. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people about why Kerr benched him, and I understood it, but that ultimately they ran out of players this last year, and you couldn't play your two-way guys anymore. Then you suddenly had to play your young guys because you had no other options, and they weren't ready to contribute. I mean, Charles Barkley called the NBA playoffs the second season and refers to the regular season as the preseason. I don't know if I'd go that far, but the regular season is to prepare you for the playoffs. So I think they got to do a better job at preparing Kuminga for whatever role they want him to play in the playoffs. And it's partly on him as well. But you know what? I'm not going to be nearly as critical as some people are on Kuminga, because look what he is. He's a 19-year-old kid who's lived away from his parents since he was 15.
He's younger than Trace Jackson Davis.
He's a young player, but he's also a player that is moving to a different country. He's been without his parents. It's the guy. The fact that he was able to acclimate as well as he has, to me, is more amazing than what he didn't do. Now, Moses Moody had a different deal. They were the same age chronologically, but as far as Moses Moody, he played a year in the SEC for Eric Musselman, and a different background, much different than just playing in the G League for the G League Ignite team. So I just think that I want to see the Warriors figure out exactly, how they want to use Kuminga and figure out a way to, impart that to him so he's got a real idea of what his role is on the floor on a night-to-night basis. And that may change, right? In an ideal world, everybody's healthy, and maybe his role is one thing when everybody's healthy. He's more of a finisher. But then there are going to be nights when Draymond's not going to be there, and Steph's not going to be there, and Chris Paul's not going to be there. And then that Jonathan also may need to show that he can create for himself and make plays off the dribble, and maybe create for others on the perimeter by being one of their few players that can penetrate into the lane and draw doubles and pass out of those doubles effectively. So there's a lot that has to happen here, but I was in the camp of do not trade Jonathan Kuminga, because you're going to regret it. I mean, he's just too talented, too athletic. I really believe those reports when I saw that there are 10 teams in the league want him. Yeah, 10 teams want this guy because he's a freak athlete, and he's only just begun to kind of realize some of that incredible potential.
No, I'm with you, but I do wonder, again, if the point is to win a championship, which it absolutely is in Golden State. You are trying to maximize Stephen Curry's window in which he can still be a top-flight player. I believe he is. To me, it is not, the emphasis is not on Kuminga right now. And I wonder if he's going to be okay with that, because, and we can get into this coming up next, Joe Lacob had a couple of interesting quotes I thought about the future of the Big Three, the future of Golden State's organization. He sat down with Mennel and Kenny of the Bay Area News Group for a one-on-one and was talking about essentially how he wants the Big Three to finish in Golden State as it relates, in my opinion, to Kuminga. That kind of pushes him to the side. And so I want to get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570. The two timeline thing is be damned. What do you think about the singular timeline that the Warriors are on currently as it relates to this season? If Jonathan Kuminga fits into it, if Moses Moody fits into it, it's all about the Big Three, in my opinion, and I want to look at that next coming up on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Larry Krueger is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. The boys will be back tomorrow. Coming up next, your calls and much more on the Warriors on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
3 hours down, 1 hour to go. Evan Giddings, Larry Kruger in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson. Steiny and Goo will be back tomorrow. We got about 45 until the crossover. Willard and Dibbs are going to be coming in and chopping it up with us. And Larry, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors and kind of the direction of this season. Well, Joe Lacob offered some insight to that over the weekend. A one-on-one with Bay Area News Group's Madeline Kenny, speaking about a myriad of things, some of the trades, I should say the trade for Jordan Poole and Chris Paul, what he brings, along with maybe how they're going to fill out the back end of the roster, which you can talk about in a sec. But my kind of biggest takeaway from it was his quote about the big three, and that is his goal for Stephen Curry, newest winner of the American Century Golf Championship, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, is for all those three to retire in Golden State. So it sounds like whatever thought of a two-time line or a future approach or looking down the road, whatever we thought that was going to be last season, 365 days later, that's dead. Joe Lacob is all in on the big three.
Well, it is interesting. It's defining. This is a huge moment. I know it's just a random, whatever the date is, 17th of July, 2023. This doesn't feel like a defining day in Warrior history, but it is. It is absolutely a defining day in Warrior history because we didn't know what kind of owner Joe Lacob was. And it was Joe Lacob going to be the kind of owner that's like, hey, man, I'm hell-bent to win the title. Feelings be damned. I'd cut my mother to win a title. No, he ain't. That's not him. Joe Lacob is the kind of guy that kind of is warm and fuzzy, and he's kind of like the teddy bear kind of a guy who just wants to have what he loves, and he'll hope they win, but he's going to go with the guys he loves and who the fans love to the finish line. Winning be damned. That's what it sounds like to me. And maybe if I'm reading that wrong, correct me, but that was not like we will do whatever it takes to be competitive. When I thought during that Bob Myers presser, that's kind of what I heard from him. Like, yeah, we're going to be, excuse me, this is my microphone. We're going to be competitive. That's what I felt like he was saying. Now I get this kind of like, hey, kumbaya, everybody, nobody's leaving Camp Warriors unhappy. Steph's going to be here. Dre's going to be here. Clay's going to be here. Everybody's going to be here. So rest assured. So He's not the I'll do anything in my power to win a title. He's the I'm warm and fuzzy and I want to have a product that I love. And I love these guys and I'm going to go to the finish line with these guys. And I'm sure that plays well to the fan base because the fan base probably loves these guys more than Joe does.
They do. And look, from the 602, Warriors will follow in Curry's greatness in Tahoe and reclaim their NBA title next season. Well, I'm sure that would make Joe Lacob happy and make the big three happy because that's all he seems in this quote to care about. And I don't necessarily believe that, look, the goal is for the big three to retire in Golden State. I believe that to be true. But I also believe Joe Lacob, if, for example, Jonathan Kuminga pops this season and he's a big part, and it looks like he, along with some of the younger guys, are maybe going to need a little more time and a little more runway. Well, if the Warriors can't get it done this year, I don't necessarily know that Joe Lacob wouldn't be open to trying to maximize, or I should say reopen that contending window if this big three in this current iteration of the Warriors doesn't prove that they can be a championship team. If this Warriors team gets bounced in the first round, do you think Joe Lacob's going to be happy with running this thing back just so that the big three can retire in Golden State? Because that, Larry, I kind of have a hard time believing.
They got bounced in the second round this year.
Yeah, and they almost lost in a Game 7 of the first round.
Yeah, you're basically saying if next year, what happened this year happens next year, there's going to be heads are going to roll? I don't think so. And here's the quote. We'd like Steph, Draymond, and Klay to retire as Warriors. That is my goal, our goal, and I think it's a good likelihood that it'll happen. Well, of course, you're the owner, and you're basically in charge of all basketball operations, and no move gets made without you. So if you're saying that these guys are here to the finish line, why would any of us think otherwise? You have the ability to make it a reality. So these guys are here, and to me, this is defining. Now, nobody would question the Steph factor because Steph's Steph. But there are people that would question the wisdom of going to the finish line with Draymond or Clay. I think, as long as you have Steph and the way Draymond plays off Steph and vice versa, I kind of think that Draymond and Steph are almost a package deal all the way to the finish line. Now, Thompson is the one that I thought they would pivot off of because I don't think Clay can handle all the different chapters of his NBA life. And I think we're starting to see that. He was such an easy guy, easy breezy guy coming up, and nothing bothered him. He just wanted to play and play and play and play and run and run and run and run and shoot and shoot and shoot. And he didn't care about this or that. But now he does care about this and that, and he's pointing to his ring finger, and it's all about, let me tell you what I've accomplished. And I don't know. I mean, that to me sounded like Klay Thompson's going to get $35 million a year on an extension at the end of the year. And I wouldn't pay him anything close to that. So, and I got to wonder about the wisdom of that, to be totally honest. Based on what I saw this year, I thought he had an awesome year from three. I thought he had a regression on both the defensive end and what he was offensively from two. And he's not the same two-way player that he was, but it sounds like Joe is committed to going to the finish line with these three guys. And I guess the question would be this: are you happy with that because you love those guys, or does that bum you out because you don't think you can win with those guys? You know what I'm saying?
That's a good question.
It's like, hey, the Warriors are going to the finish line with Steph, Dre, and Clay. I think most people's thing would be like, yeah, good. And then you think about it and go, wait a second, can you win a title that way? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not saying that they can't, but I don't know that they can.
Well, is nostalgia good enough for people? At 888-957-9570, when you hear Joe Lacob say, I want the big three to retire in Golden State, well, technically that's not a reality yet, because you do have, like you mentioned, Stephen Curry and Draymond Green lined up for 3 years. Draymond's got the player option for a fourth, but Klay Thompson is playing without a contract beyond next season. Steve Kerr's the head coach. He's coaching without a contract beyond next season.
Which is weird.
And Joe Lacob was asked about that, and he said, quote, I'm sure we'll figure something out. So how is that tone? That is, to me, a far different tone than the one you just used about your players, which is these guys are retiring in Golden State. Meanwhile, Steve Kerr, who's inextricably linked, yeah, I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Well, first of all, don't take Joe at his word any longer. This is a guy who basically admitted that I didn't know Klay Thompson was leaving until this morning. Who bought that?
Well, but then how can I take his word for him wanting all three of those guys to be with the Warriors forever?
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying I would not take him at his word. I don't really think that, that he didn't know that Bob Myers was leaving until the day of the presser. I think he had several indications well ahead of time that Bob Myers was leaving. And we don't know, is Kerr not signed because Joe doesn't want him signed, or is Kerr not signed because Kerr doesn't want to be signed? I get the sense that it's probably Kerr, that doesn't want to be signed. Otherwise, I mean, you're going to replace Steve Kerr? You're going to replace the coach of the Olympic team? I know there's people, wild idiots everywhere saying Kerr sucks and he's overrated, but those people should not be listened to. I mean, Steve Kerr is one of the best basketball coaches in the country. College, pro, he's coaching the Olympic team. He's a proven entity. I know there are people that he can't play young guys. No, he didn't play these young guys. Doesn't mean he can't play young guys. I think Trace Jackson Davis will be proof that he can play young guys this year, because he's going to have to play them, and I think he will play them. But sometimes Joe says some things for effect, and you got to filter him the same way you got to filter anybody. He's not being 100% forthright if he came out and said that I didn't know Klay Thompson was going to leave. And then how about the Tim Kawakami question of, well, Joe, you said you're going to hold him to his contract. The draft is in between. Is Bob going to run the draft? And instead of just going, no, Bob's not running the draft. He's like, well, Bob, I don't know. Do you think? Come on. So at that point, it was like I hadn't thought things through, and now I'm sitting in front of a live mic. So I just think that you got to filter Joe a little bit. You got to filter him.
Well, I'm with you. And actually, I think in the one-on-one, he kind of filtered himself a bit when he's talking about Chris Paul, because at first the quote was, Chris Paul can help the second unit. And then he went on to say, or the first unit if he plays there. So I think he kind of caught himself because not even we know what Chris Paul's role is going to be. And that's where I'm not saying that I don't believe Joe Lacob. I believe him to be a man of his word, and he's done great things for this organization. But if the Warriors, I think the reason why I can, if I'm putting myself in his shoes, justify running it back this season is, well, you were just a year removed from a title. So it's kind of hard, I think, to pitch giving up on the dynasty or the history to go into a rebuild mode. And I'm not saying that's what they'll do at the end of this season, but it's hard to justify beginning the rebuild when you're just a year. You've only given your big three one chance to prove that they can still do it. Well, are you telling me that after 2 times, if they can't prove that they can do it, then are you going to be okay with giving them a third crack at it when Stephen Curry is going to be going on 36, 37, Draymond Green's going to be moving towards 35 along with Klay Thompson? And that's why I do think this year lines up for a great, potential final shot for those big three, their best chance to do it, along with a restored Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney. You know what you're going to get from him. Who knows what Chris Paul's future is going to be beyond next season. I imagine one of the reasons you got him is that so you can clear $30 million off your books before the new CBA kicks in. That's a player that you can't replace. So this is a built roster to me to make a postseason run. But if you don't get it done, you got Klay Thompson, that's on an expiring deal. Steve Kerr's on an expiring deal. I think at the end of next season, Joe Lacob could look at it and say, I gave you guys one amazing final opportunity. I did everything you did. I traded Jordan Poole away, and I got a veteran member who can help stabilize the second unit or help you guys when you're not healthy. I gave you everything that you asked for. I tried to maximize your window, and you guys couldn't get it done this year. That is where I can see the quote of the goal is for them to retire here, not remaining so.
I just think, what are your choices? I mean, what are his choices? I mean, you're not going to piss off Steph. And if Steph wants Draymond and Klay Thompson, then what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You going to tell Steph no? No. So I think it's very situational. We act like, Joe has all the control. He's the owner, but he's got to make sure that the thing doesn't unravel to a degree that nobody wants to go. And if nobody wants to go to this opulent palace known as Chase Center, that's going to be a problem because it's very, very expensive. And then in an ideal world, he wants it to be, they want to make sure that they are a contender. What level of a contender? I'm not even sure if that even matters. They just want to make sure that they're a contender so that people keep coming through the turnstiles. So I think that's a big part of it. This thing, could have unraveled on them if they, it's about Steph. It's about what does Steph want. And if Steph, so you had to have Draymond Green, whether Joe or Dunleavy or anybody else internally thought that maybe it was time to move on from Draymond. If Steph said, hey, I want Draymond, then guess what? Draymond's staying. And if Steph says, I want Klay, guess what? Then Klay's staying. So I just think that, they had to move off a Poole. Why? Because they had to keep Draymond. Why? Because they had to make sure Steph was happy. So I don't know. It's a weird situation. And then you had Steph, publicly thanking, Poole for his time when he probably is the guy that put a bullet in him at the, when push comes to shove, right? You telling me that if Steph went to Joe and said, no, you're not moving Poole, you're keeping Poole, that they're going to move him for Chris Paul anyway? No. So this is what happens when you have players that, that mean so much to your franchise. You're literally beholden to them. And as far as Chris Paul is not, I don't think Chris Paul is about Chris Paul. I think Chris Paul is just about what is going to be an easier asset to transition off of. Jordan Poole and his ridiculous contract that pays him way too much money that he's not worth, or Chris Paul, who's going to be a $30 million expiring at the end of the year. And they just gambled that, hey, we'll just gamble on the $30 million expiring being a better asset, a more valuable asset in the minds of more teams, and we'll go in this direction. I think there's a chance that he gets moved at the deadline. Maybe he's not even there by the end of the year. And I don't think it doesn't seem like he's a real natural fit. He makes you smaller, older, not as good defensively. You're going to do better taking care of the basketball. Your players are going to feel better about one another. Your chemistry might be a little bit better, but you still lost a 20-point scorer who's in the prime of his career for a 38-year-old point guard when your point guard is Steph Curry, who's small, he's not going to be able to defend two guards. So I don't know. I mean, I understand why they made these moves, but I think we'll have a much better feeling about the Poole move for Paul once we see Paul moved and what that actually brings the Warriors.
Well, look, if you disagree with the trade, I'll hear you. I mean, like you said, 23-year-old entering his prime for a 38-year-old on the back end of albeit a Hall of Fame career.
Has it ever happened before? Ever?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah, I can't think of it ever happening.
But the bottom line is it made sense. What I question is if Joe Lacob is going to be willing to continue to pay, as he is this upcoming season, the most expensive roster in NBA history just for it to make sense. He's paying that bottom line to win. And if that doesn't happen, I don't necessarily believe, and nor would I also hold him to the statement of making sure that all three of the big three retire in Golden State if that's not going to result in a championship, and it also costs you beyond next season. The Chris Paul thing to me is also interesting because that's not a player that you're going to be able to replace. Like, you can't, once Chris Paul leaves because of the new CBA that's impending, you can't just go out and get a $30 million player. So
you could move him at the trade deadline and not have that cap savings.
That's true. Well, I mean, you'd have to bring a player in that also meets that criteria. But in my opinion, if Chris Paul, I think they brought him in to play. I think they brought him in to help. If you agree or not that he can't, that's a different conversation. But here's what I would say about Chris Paul at the deadline. If Chris Paul is traded, and he can't be traded before January, if he's moved by the end of next season, I think that means the season's gone horribly wrong. I think that means that they are not competing for a title, that Chris Paul is going to be flipped to try and bring in some younger guy, and that would kickstart the quote-unquote rebuild that everyone thought that they might have been moving towards this last offseason before they traded Poole and signed Draymond. If Chris Paul is traded by the end of next season, the Golden State Warriors are not competing for a championship in my mind.
I think you're probably right. But let's be realistic about this. The Warriors were not the best team in the West this year. They won 44 games. They were the 6th seed. Are they better than Denver today? No.
Nope.
Are they better than Memphis today?
Well, the games that Ja's out, then yeah.
Okay, but Ja's on the team, so if Ja's back,
when he's back from suspension,
Sacramento, are they better than Sacramento?
I think they can be.
Are they better than Phoenix?
I think they can be.
Are they better than the Clippers? Are they better than the Lakers who knocked them off?
I think they all of it. No, you're right. I see where you're going.
OKC,
yep.
New Orleans. I mean,
teams on the come. Yep.
They can be lucky if they make the playoffs. I think.
The Warriors?
I think the Warriors
are lucky if they make the playoffs.
Yeah, they're the 6th seed this last year. And they had Jordan Poole go for 20 a game. And now you replaced him with a 38-year-old point guard. Now, do you believe that the Warriors won 44 games because they had bad vibes? If you believe that, then maybe you look at Jordan Poole's departure as a addition by subtraction. But I think they had some bad vibes, but I think you're also talking about a guy who played a lot of good minutes. Played a lot of minutes, too.
He did.
So, I mean,
not the ones that counted, though, unfortunately, because he couldn't seem to turn it on in the playoffs this last year.
Yeah. No, I mean, I look at Jordan Poole as a broken player. I'm not a Jordan Poole fan. In fact, people have ripped me for saying I'm too negative on Jordan Poole, but I just see a broken player, right? I see a player that isn't Steph Curry from 3, but thinks he is, loves his heat check threes, shot 25% from 3 in the playoffs, only shot 32% from 3 in the regular season. But he plays the game like he's got Steph Curry's game. But he doesn't have Steph Curry's game, and he's on a team where he needed to penetrate, get into the lane, draw fouls, and live at the foul line. And guess what? He doesn't like contact, and he's got a terrible reputation with officials. So what is he doing? He's either on the ground pouting, or he's angry at an official, and the game keeps going. And so he only took 4 free throw attempts in the Lakers series. 4 in the entire series. The guy should have more than 4 every game. When you shoot 94% from the foul line like he has at times in his career, you got to live at the foul line. He doesn't live at the foul line. He doesn't want that contact. He hasn't cultivated those relationships with the officials. And it's like, so to me, continuing to pay him absurd amounts of money was very risky, because what happens if it blew up this year again? And now you have to trade this guy, and now you're looking around going, wait, nobody wants this $35 million, player who doesn't play defense and is broken offensively. Then how do we divest ourselves of this? We don't. So now we have this poison pill sitting on our bench. So I think it was smart to turn the page and to get what you could. But I
just didn't like the piece that came back.
Well, I like Chris Paul, and I think Chris Paul will be fine. He'll take better care of the basketball in the half court. I think he'll make Kuminga better. The guys who need to be set up at the rim will be set up at the rim. But you're traded a 20-point scorer in the NBA who's got his whole future ahead of him for a guy who is, at best, you're talking about cap relief. I'm talking about, like, maybe they could flip him for a younger player at some point going forward. But, I mean, if the whole plan is to just let him walk, then I don't like that plan at all.
But that appears to be like that is the most logical avenue, I think.
I think you're right.
Just financially. I mean, you got to get under the second apron by the beginning of next season. You gave Draymond Green $100 million. Stephen Curry's getting paid $50+, and it continues to go up. Are you going to pay Klay Thompson $40 million? No, maybe not. But like you're saying, you might pay him $35 to keep the band together. Well, then you are looking at a place where you not only can't keep Chris Paul, even if you did like him, but you're not replacing him with anyone. You're not going out on the free agent market and acquiring any services.
The only way to do this is to trade Chris Paul for two players, one who's an expiring and the other who's a useful piece. Then you could potentially pivot off of him that way. Otherwise, you're right. It's just he's going to amount to whatever they can get done this year and cap savings. Are you okay with Jordan Poole being turned into one more year at a title, one more year run at a title in a year where you're not probably going to be one of the favorites, and then cap savings for Joe?
Well, and that's
I'm not.
That's why I think the good likelihood that the big three will retire in Golden State is not as cemented as it sounds, or as it sounds coming out of Joe Lacob's mouth, because I do think there are financial realities that they're going to have to maneuver if they want to continue to win. And now, if you say that they're done winning, well, then maybe you should have started the rebuild this last year. I believe this team can win a championship. It's just going to be very, very difficult. And I want Phil Mike to hang on the line because he wants to talk to you, Larry, but we got about a minute and a half here before we got to hit the break. So I want to get to him on the other side. We got about 15 minutes until the crossover with Mark Willard. Dan Dibley is back from his vacation. Steiny and Guru, by the way, well, Steiny's on vacation. Guru had something come up today, but they will both be back tomorrow. Evan Giddings and Larry Krueger in for the boys, so looking forward to them returning tomorrow. And I'm sure they're going to have a lot to say about this, Larry, because we got Joe Lacob talking about how the goal of this iteration of the Golden State dynasty is to keep Curry, Thompson, and Green all together, have them retire as Warriors. Is Steve Kerr going to retire a Warrior? How does Chris Paul fit into that beyond this season? Does that mean you're sacrificing a chance to win a championship or a chance to live in the past? I want to hear from you. We got about 10 minutes left on the other side. 888-957-9570. Do you take Joe Lacob at his word when the goal is for Curry, Thompson, and Green to retire as Golden State Warriors? I'm inclined to believe that there's some wiggle room there. Is he as cemented on it as it sounds? We'll dig into that on the other side. Again, Evan Giddings and Larry Krueger in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny Guru continues on the other side after these messages on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And beginnings with Larry Krueger in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson. Steiny and Goo will be back tomorrow from 10 to 2, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. 10 minutes away from the crossover. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley going to be hopping in on the conversation right now, talking about what Joe Lacob had to say over the weekend about the Golden State Warriors, and in particular, the big three. He wants all of them, Curry, Thompson, Green, to retire as Warriors. Are you buying it? At 888-957-9570. We got someone on the line who wants to talk to you, Larry.
Let's do it.
Philmo Mike, station favorite. I'm assuming he's out here in the city. But Philmo, what's going on? You want to holler at Krueger?
Oh, man, Larry.
What's up, man?
Like, I don't know what you smoking. You dogging during pool, brother. What's up, bro?
I'm not a pool fan. Are you?
Not invited to the party.
I could tell you're not a pool fan. Let me ask you a question. How many free throws do Steph Curry, 90% shooting ass, shoot a game?
How many does he average per game?
Exactly. He don't shoot a lot of free throws as he should. That's my point.
No, he also doesn't go. He doesn't go to the bucket. What's that?
But you Jordan Poole like he's a finished product, bro. Like at 23 years old, what was Steph doing?
Steph's a shooter. This guy's not a shooter the way Steph's a shooter. He thinks he's Steph. He's shooting heat check threes. He shot 25%
shooter
in the playoffs.
Larry Krueger. Who is he supposed to think he is? Chucky Atkins? Come on, bro.
He's got to go to the hole, man. He's got to go to the bucket. First of all, on this team, he should go to the bucket simply because that's what he needed to do on this team. That was his role on this team, was to go to the bucket. He's not a defender. We can live with that. That's fine. There's a lot of guys in the NBA who average 20 a game, and they're not really defenders. That's fine. But he was a non-factor in the playoffs, and he just got worse and worse and worse. I just looked at him as kind of emotionally and mentally broken. And I bet you he'll go to Washington. I would not be surprised at all if he winds up thriving there and maybe even leading the league in scoring. But here, on a team where he needed to live at the foul line, biggest series of the year, he shot 4 free throws in the entire series. That's not enough. It's not enough. And as far as, they replaced him with Paul and Podziemski. Podziemski shot 26% from the arc or from the field, 21% from three.
By the way, thanks, Fillmore. We appreciate it.
So, I mean, they replaced Poole with Paul and Podziemski. And I think the Paul part's going to help because he'll take better care of the basketball. He won't turn it over as much. He'll probably get Kuminga involved a little bit more. I think he'll be smarter with the ball. But Podziemski shooting 21% from beyond the arc, especially when Whitmore had a big summer league, that looked bad. That looked really, really bad.
Yeah, that one's not going to fly. Who knows if Podziemski can crack the rotation this year? I think he looks like he still needs some grooming, unlike Trace Jackson-Davis. And speaking of big men, Daniel in Berkeley wants to address that subject. What's going on, Daniel? You're on with Larry and Evan. You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Okay, hi, I'm good. What I want to say is I think you guys are overlooking an essential thing, which is the Warriors definitely, not maybe, they need a big man. Every team who's any good that they play in the West has a 7-foot guy that no one on the Warriors can stop. Now, somehow, Kerr, who used to believe when they won the first 3 championships, believed that it was necessary as a part of the team to have a big man. However, something has changed. I don't understand it. But that should have been a priority. I would have much been more glad if he picked up instead of Joseph. I'm not talking about a great big man. I'm talking about a big man that you can put up against some other 7-footers, and at least you could take away fouls from Draymond and the Moody. And I don't understand it.
Well, they have one more roster spot.
They do.
They actually have 2, but they were only going to fill one more roster spot. And there are some options out there.
Does a guy like JaVale McGee interest you? Expected to be no longer with Dallas. He's going to be 36 years old next year.
Yeah, I would have interest there. I mean, that's the debate. The debate is, what is this 14th player what should he be? Should he be a JaVale McGee? Should he be a Frank Kaminsky, like a shooting big, or a Sarge the shooting big? And should it be a defensive wing? I've heard people argue that maybe they should go for a defensive wing instead. They are awfully small. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Kuminga I think of as a small forward, but in the way he plays right now, he's more of a big. So he's like your backup 4, and you got Saric, and you got Green, and you got Looney, and you got Trace Jackson Davis. So, I mean, yeah, am I missing somebody? That's pretty much the front court. They could definitely use a JaVale McGee.
Yeah, look, they don't have anybody above 6'10" as of right now, so they don't have any 7-footers, and I don't think they necessarily need like a preeminent 7-foot shot blocking big. But someone like JaVale McGee, who's got familiarity with the system, I think fits. I would hope that player's, whether it's the 14th or 15th man, is not seeing much time off the bench. But you never know. I mean, if Kevon Looney, God forbid, he misses a game at some point in his career, you might need a 5 that could step in and play some minutes. I think JaVale McGee could be that guy. People are throwing out Dwight Howard. I know Boogie Cousins is a name that Guru brings up a lot. I
don't think they want those guys.
I don't think they do either. And I think if you're getting a 39-year-old Dwight Howard, that probably also says something about the rest of your roster.
I'd rather have Dwight Howard than Boogie. But I think Kerr's already had a season with Boogie. If he wanted him, he would have been here by now. Right? And Boogie's been begging to get back into the league. Literally begging.
He has.
And he's got talent.
So it sounds like you would prefer, all things being equal, a wing.
Well, they're awfully small. I mean, it would be. I mean, who do you? The only thing is that if Podziemski had shown more, who's your backup to Clay? Lester Quinones?
I mean, right now it's probably Moses Moody.
Okay,
I see him more of a 2 or a 3.
So then, who's your backup to Wiggs?
I mean, ideally it'd be
Moses Moody.
Well, I was going to say Kuminga, but he projects probably more as a 4. Again, like that's why they are kind of stuck in why I hear your point about the wings. It's like they are a little thin behind there. Quinones, I think, could be serviceable, but he's not a guy that you're ideally looking for in a big game. I mean, he's here to help you get through the regular season, right?
Right. I mean, I loved what I've seen this summer from Quinones, and he's a shooter. I mean, he's a real shooter. If you check his past, he can flat out shoot it. Then you also have Gary Payton. What's Gary Payton? Is he a 1? Is he a 2? Is he a 3? Is he a 4? Is he a 5? I mean, on this team, he's almost kind of like a 4.
What do they call him? The smallest power forward in the league or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, he's a finisher inside. So, I mean, I thought the Corey Joseph signing was very bizarre because you have Steph and you have Paul, and it seems like those are the minutes at the 1, and then you sign Corey Joseph. And I know that he's kind of considered to be kind of a jack of all trades, combo guard, but I think of him more as a 1 than a 2.
I agree. I think he's there as a contingency to the older 2 point guards that are in front of him. Just because one thing he's always been able to do is take care of the basketball, and he shoots it relatively well, and he stays healthy. So I think again, these are all players that I feel like if they're getting big minutes, we're talking about some trouble. But the last kind of roster spot for the Warriors, to me, I mean, I'm looking at their team right now, and I don't see how they don't change your viewpoint, Larry, of them looking old and small. Like, that's what they're going to look like this season, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's an older, small team. I mean, that's what it is. I guess, if it came, I don't want just any big man because I'd rather have a useful wing than have just another big man. But I guess I'd have to know who are the two-way players going to be. And maybe because those guys may wind up playing some roles on this team. I mean, the depth, when you're old and you're small, your bench is going to have to play. And you're going to have to play these guys bigger minutes than you actually maybe even are planning to in training camp.
Yeah.
So but I don't see I've heard Terrence Ross, but I don't see
Rudy Gay's been another guy that if he gets let go by OKC, he's a little bit longer, bigger, but he's also old. That's something we can run by the guys on the other side. We got to hit a break here. Crossover is coming up next with Willard. Dan Dibley is back from vacation, so stick around for that. I want to talk to them about this Joe Lacob thing. I think it's fascinating. I also know Willard's got some takes potentially on the Otani stuff we were kicking around earlier with Eric Karros of Fox Sports. Also, some 49ers we got to get to with the guys. All of that is coming up next after this commercial break. Evan Giddings and Larry Kruger in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. They'll be back tomorrow. Crossover's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now. During the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit Ram.
how refreshed this man looks. He doesn't look a day over 51 anymore.
Got a little bit of
Look at
sun
him.
too.
Yeah, a little bit of sun. Man, that
How'd you
mountain
shoot?
air.
How'd you shoot?
It's funny you asked that because
Of course I asked that.
played Coyote Moon Friday.
Yeah, how was
practice
that?
round. I enjoyed the moon.
Nice place, right?
Beautiful
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
I was able to get out, played solo 89, which is, a good round for me.
Look at
on
you.
the road. So I'm coming into the tourney on Saturday, and I'm feeling like, okay, it's been 5 years since I won the jacket. Today's my day. 110.
Yeah.
Oh, 110
If
on
you-
Saturday.
If you are not right at all.
110 shots
and
to get home.
Didn't Steiny shoot a 99?
And he played pretty well.
Yeah. Old Greenwood, if you are not right, and I know it's also ready, it's at a tournament level right now.
They're playing the Barracuda on Thursday.
That is a very, very difficult course.
Your boy didn't play well, but combining bad shots with bad luck and a few bad choices, you make the turn at 58, and I'm thinking I might shoot a $120. I mean,
Dibs, come on. You
was one of
got
those.
to know better. You got to come off the course and be like, hey, pin placement. Let's talk pin placement.
well, we could talk pin placements
I would have
because
faked an injury.
the pin placements were awful. There was a couple holes where the pin is on top of a crown on a ridge, a couple tucked in the whole deal, whatever. So I walked to the car, and actually I sat down for 30 minutes by myself away from the group. I needed a 30-minute cooling off period. Sat
meditation
there,
sensation.
had a couple of claws straight from the car
there you go.
that were about 112 degrees each because
Wow.
they had been sitting in the car. Didn't care.
a
Didn't
hot
get
claw. A hot claw.
a couple of hot claws. Two hot claws to the dome. And then I thought, you know what? Tomorrow's a new day.
Shake it off.
Went back, went to sleep, woke up on Sunday, went to the range, and started just picking it. It's like, okay, today's my day. 85 on Sunday.
Okay.
So
Well
that
done.
was that was at
That's how you bounce
Gray's
back.
Crossing.
At Gray's
A
Crossing.
25-stroke
It's a
differential.
more gettable course, but that's I'm
much
sure,
more
yeah,
gettable,
yeah.
and it suits my left to right ball
Yeah.
flight. But
Did your 110, did you keep it together or you drop a bunch of F-bombs?
no F-bombs. And, I do run hot, admittedly, but there was only a couple of moments of like, oh, mother father.
Actually, a couple of
And just-
hot claws.
Well, and unfortunately, and we actually had to ask the groundskeeper about this because the bunkers were rock hard. And I said, dude, what's up with these bunkers?
Yeah, what are you doing?
You're questioning the groundskeeper?
Well, because they have the tournament coming up Thursday. And I said, this can't possibly be the way your bunkers are going to be set up. And they said, no, we're going to go in after today and, dig them out a little bit, soften them up. Because they were rock hard, Larry.
Well, thanks for not doing it 24 hours before you hopped on the course.
Dude, come on. Because it's one thing to have a bunker that's super full of sand and fluffy. I can deal with that a little bit better. But when you have a rock hard bunker,
Nothing you can do.
no.
Nothing
So
you can do.
you go to pick the ball and the club bounces and then pew! So I'm hitting skull. I mean, you want to talk about skulls, dude. It was like Halloween out there.
People calling you the
So
real
what-
Dibber Claws on YouTube.
So what place? What place did you finish in after the
I think
85?
I finished I think I finished like 11th, 10th or 11th.
How many people?
40.
And where'd Steiny finish?
Steiny was, I think, one better than me or one worse than me. I'd have to check.
Was he also complaining about the rock hard bunkers or?
No, I don't know how his Saturday round went. I know he shot a 99, which was way better than what I shot. But, for me, it was more than just the bunkers. It was a collection of ground balls. Tee shots were pretty good, but everything else was just atrocious, Larry.
There you go.
Or ferocious, as Low Neal would say.
Unlike Stephen Curry, who was unbelievable this weekend.
So
He's
I'm
got
shooting-
more championships
I'm
than
shooting
hole-in-ones,
a
by the way.
110 on Saturday, and I'm just checking my phone because whatever, the group in front of us, so it was a 5.5 hour round.
Oof.
Which it was cart path only, which means because they're getting ready for the tourney,
Gotta
a lot of
hydrate.
walking. So
Wah.
I'm sitting in the cart on like 11, and I'm just sick and tired of waiting, and I'm terrible. And I open up my phone, and I see Steph Curry running because he got an ace, and it's like, can I hate any other human being more than I
Well,
hate this
I
man?
had the same
Steph
thought,
Curry,
except for my.
I hate you.
Yeah, my brain
Sorry.
does it a little bit different way. Like,
Because you don't know about hate.
not
You're
yet.
hate free. I mean, give it time.
Soon to be.
I know we've learned not to sort of act like we can tell what's going on in someone else's life, right? Anthony Bourdain took his own life when he looked like he had one of the greatest lives out there. So I'm not assuming anyone's mental health. But have you ever seen any sports life that appears to have gone better than Steph Curry's?
He's done some winning.
It's not just winning. It's the enjoyment of it. It's the nature of it, the surrounding pieces, the celebrity wife, the gorgeous looking 3 kids. the way he seems to enjoy that. 18 basketball players will walk by that hoop in Tahoe, and they'll all miss. Steph's goes in, that kind of thing. There's just something about that dude. The pre-game show that he puts on at Chase, there's something about the whole process and the untouchable resume. The fact that, like, right, how surprised would you be if you walked in today and opened up Twitter and it's like, Steph Curry got arrested outside a nightclub. Do you know what I mean? There does not appear, in my eyes, to be a life of a superstar that ever appears to have gone more smoothly than this one.
He's got the total grounded by faith, right? I think that's a big part of it. Really high character.
My man.
Lived the NBA life vicariously through his father, so he probably saw all the mistakes that potentially can be made, whether they were made by Dell or maybe Dell's teammates. So he's kind of has some advantages for sure, but he's made some really, really good decisions, and he seems to be in a good spot mentally, emotionally, spiritually, doesn't he? I mean, I don't see. I've been around him. I've never sensed any resentment about anything. He was picked, he could have gone number one, didn't go number one, but it doesn't like dominate him. His thoughts. I just think that he's a high character guy. We're lucky to be rooting for a guy who's this solid. I mean, there's a lot of solid people in the world, but maybe we don't see them all the time in our sports superstars. And he's all wrapped up into he's both.
Well,
right?
I did this over the weekend. Good exercise, everybody in the room. If I said to you, right, we're radio hosts. If I said, okay, I give you an hour, say, come up with an angle on something debatable, controversial, something for people to chew on, where there are opinions on both sides regarding Steph Curry. Go ahead.
Oh, it'd take me 5 seconds.
Place in history.
What?
I mean, yeah.
Well, no. That's not that.
No,
that's,
just like his
but
character.
That's not him. I'm talking about him. If I asked you about LeBron, if I asked you about
Right.
Michael Jordan,
You're gonna
if I
hate it,
asked
but you know my answer.
about Kevin Durant. Like, please don't tell me because he threw a mouthpiece one time. What is it?
No, it's because of his NIMBY stance on fair and equitable housing down. And you're welcome. And I rest. I didn't need an hour, Mark
Atherton.
I did. Thank you. I didn't need an hour. I needed 5 seconds.
And you're going to get 0 calls.
I'll go with
NIMBY,
but that's
888-957-9570. Thank you.
I'll go with he made it seem like in his goodbye to Jordan Poole like he's just another guy on the team, when in reality he made that call, and you know it, and we all know it.
He ordered the code red.
He at least was. It was.
Well, he had the key and then he threw it away.
Whether he made the call or signed off on the call, that I guess is debatable.
We talked about that day,
Yeah.
and again, my response would be that. I mean, if that's what we got.
I mean, that's really all we got.
If that's what we got.
Well, I had more, but he poo-poos it because
I sure do.
He's not connected to
would
the general housing crisis in the Bay Area.
Would you say that's probably as close as we're going to get to anything that's actually debatable?
And I mean, even that's in the moment. I do remember when he gets a technical foul because of a thrown mouthpiece. It's almost like we have to act like he punched somebody, because that's as far as we're going to go to Steph did something wrong. Like, when has Steph done anything that would make you go, he shouldn't have done that?
I'll give you one right now.
Okay.
He wouldn't work out for the Warriors before the draft.
Shameful.
How'd that work out?
Still took him
Genius. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't believe anything happened at all.
Basically, he told Larry Riley and Don Nelson, I don't want to be there,
Right.
and they picked him against his will.
Yep.
I mean, but to bounce off of that, not just because of that point, but I don't know if there's been a player or an athlete right now whose career started as rocky as Stephen Curry's that has been as smooth since his ankle injuries. Like, it wasn't as if he just came into the league and he was LeBron James scoring 20 points in Sacramento his first ever game. Like, he was not a perfect project to begin with, and yet now we almost don't even talk about that because of how the rest of the years have gone.
And think about when they traded Monte Ellis, what the reaction was of the fan base. Basically, the organization chose
good point.
Steph, I can't remember how to pronounce it, Curry, instead of Monte Ellis. And the organization, the fans, they booed the new owner. Like, how dare you trade Monte Ellis, a known commodity, 20 a night, for this unknown guy with bad ankles. So that's, I think, Evan, speaks to what you're talking about, the rocky, quote-unquote, beginnings to his career.
Except for, again, that's nothing that he even did.
And
There's nothing that he did. That was all
but
sort
that
of...
speaks to where he was in terms of what the fans thought about him at that time.
Right, and I think it actually builds the legend, the point that you're making,
exactly.
which is that he does not have a LeBron body and the expectation coming in. He had to build up to this level.
People didn't boo, Joe based on that. They booed Joe on the idea that Monte was the most entertaining player on the team.
Yeah.
He was one of the best athletes on the team, and you traded him at the time, not necessarily for Steph Curry, but for a broken down, he can't play tonight, Andrew Bogut. That's really, and people didn't.
It was all of it and more.
And it was a little bit
right.
of like a projection of what Bogut was going to eventually become. But the Warrior fan who wasn't certain, super dialed in on exactly where Bogut was in the injury process was like, what? You passed on T-Mac for Adonal Foy, you passed on Kobe Bryant for Todd Fuller, and now you're trading, Monte Ellis for an injured big man?
Right.
I think that was a lot of it.
And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Well, and this kind of takes us to where we were before you guys came in, and that's bouncing off of Joe Lacob's comments in his one-on-one with Bay Area News Group. He wants the big three to retire in Golden State: Curry, Thompson, Green. Are you taking his word for it?
Yes, because it makes great business sense. And we're going to get into the Shohei Otani business angle in terms of however much you think that you're going to have to pay him, you're going to make that back maybe twofold based on what that would mean for the Giants. And if you're Joe Lacob and you look at the big three and you think about 3 more years, maybe 4 more years of them playing together, what does that mean in terms of money as opposed to what happens after the fact? And let's take winning out of it. Let's say they don't win another title. Let's say they become like they were this year, 2 playoff series and you're out, and they're that team for the next 7 years. Well, financially, you're going to make way more money with the big three here than you will after the big three are gone, considering the same level of results.
My only fear would be the flexibility, not now, but say 2 to 3 years from now, based on this second apron, CBA, the penalties, and all of that. I've said this 1,000 times this year. I think the decline of the big three has been wildly overstated. So I have no concerns about their production this year. But if you're going to do this for 4 more years, let's go 2 or 3 seasons from now, and everybody is making top dollar to the point where you don't really have any flexibility to add around them. Can they still be the three, like the 3 best players on your team, and have you not, have you still be a playoff team? I have questions about that, but I think it's the right. I still think it's the right move. If that plays out in a negative way, you bite the bullet. You bite the bullet for players like this. It is the right thing to do from a basketball sense now, and the right thing to do from an emotional sense down the road.
It is interesting.
In my opinion.
It is interesting, though, because we kind of openly debated this, maybe either me and Dibbs or me and Mark a couple weeks ago. Like, Joe, this was going to be a defining move. This offseason, in a lot of ways, is going to be defining for Joe. Is he a sportsman and he's all in on the titles, or is he a businessman and he's going to do what's best for his pocketbook? And I wasn't really sure which he was. Because I don't know him that well, and he's fairly young in his ownership group. But at this point, I think we know he's a businessman first. And Dibbs said it right. It's about making money, and it's about it's not. I'm not saying he doesn't care about titles, but he cares a lot about the business side of it.
But I don't think that, to Mark's point, the next 3 years you are sacrificing the chance at a title as much as you would be if you didn't bring back Draymond and you traded Clay and you got younger and you tried to elongate whatever you're trying to do. I think bringing back Steph, Clay, and Draymond with Wiggins and Looney and GP2, and now you got Chris Paul, a move that I like. And you and I talked about it when you were in for Mark. I don't think that prohibits you from winning in the next year, 2 or 3. I think it's after year 3 or year 4 when Steph is gone and Clay's gone and Draymond's up and Wiggins will be in his player option. At that point, you might be back in the lottery, but if you're Joe Lacob, I think you're willing to sacrifice whatever happens in 2027, as Mark likes to always talk about, like, we're really going to worry about 2028 or 2030? If you're Joe Lacob, you'll worry about that when you get there.
You do, but I also think that sends a message, and maybe like all young players be damned, but if Clay says, I want to be back after the season, I want to line myself up with Steph and Dre, okay, well then you give him 2 years or 3 years, however you want to slice it. Okay, so that puts Stephen Curry in close to 40, Draymond and Clay age 37-ish. If you're not competing, and Joe Lacob has said multiple times that he wants to be in contention, I think his goal was, Jerry Buss, 16 and 33 years as far as finals. If you don't show that you can be in that category this year, well, then you are kind of punting, in a sense, on the last 2 or 3, however you want to slice it, with the big 3 of trying to get to a finals and trying to compete for a championship. Maybe that's good enough for people, and that's why the question we threw out was, is nostalgia good enough? Like, if they don't win, are you going to be okay with just simply watching the twilight of players' careers and watch them continue to get older and decline?
The answer to that's no. And it's close with these 3, but I'm only saying that just not based on my opinion. I'm just saying historically a fan base will start to get frustrated. I
agree.
People named Brandon and a guy named Buster, the fan base in 2019 was done with them. They were done. It's like we handed out a bunch of thank you contracts. This has not gone well. This is boring. It doesn't work anymore. Then a pandemic hit, a new regime came in, and then those guys came back, all had career years at the same time, 107 wins, and everybody was all thrilled that they were still in Giants uniforms. But I don't forget what was happening 2 years before, which was people were super ticked. People were done. People wanted new blood. People were excited about young players. So I hear what you're saying, and I wonder how the finances around these guys will look as we go to 2 years and 3 years, and does the cap widen, and is there more space to add people around them? Because I think that they can be the centerpieces that they've been in the past 3 years from now is not realistic. So it's a little split the difference. Nostalgia is great, provided that you're not the 11 seed.
Do you guys, to me, it comes down to the how do they pivot off of Paul? If they let Paul walk and he walks away and it becomes a cap savings, that is a way to kind of get your financial house in order. But that's not going to be as popular as, hey, we could turn Paul into player X and player Y, and maybe one of those guys leaves at the end of the year or so, but the other guy is like a piece to the puzzle.
Yeah.
I that to me is going to be interesting to pivot off of Paul.
Now, I don't know if they'll keep the payroll at the same spot where it is now. I know he spoke on that over the weekend about how this is going to be the most expensive team in the history of the NBA this year. If Paul's deal is gone, so there's 30, and I know that this is still in the tax penalty area, and then Clay gets a new deal, but the number is lower. In theory, you would have some flexibility there to go get some pretty good players or a great player to put around those guys who provide some youth. Plus, there are other things we don't know between now and then. Does Jonathan Kuminga become a dude?
That's it. Yeah,
right. I think it's possible.
What if
I
2
don't even know if
years
he's
from now,
allowed to be, though, with the people on this roster.
Well, they have a team option, so at the end of this year, you'll either decide that Jonathan Kuminga gets Jordan Poole type extension, less than Jordan Poole, or you just pick up his final year option and say, all right, Jonathan, you're going to have to play this one out. And a lot of it, to me, also depends on Klay Thompson. If Klay plays like last year, and I think I asked both of you, Larry and Mark, this question, like, how would you value last year in terms of on the open market? And you both said about $30 million a year.
Well, we're just puppeting Bobby Marks. He came on our station and said that right now is about a $30 million player. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
Good listening skills.
Yeah.
So,
Bobby actually agreed with me. I had said that. No, I'm just joking.
Actually, you were the one who wanted to trade Klay Thompson.
That's right.
Get him out. Pre-draft, yeah. Although you also did say the Warriors should take Podziemski, and I took your Podziemski and put my Podziemski in Mark's face, and so I ended up being right on draft day. Thank you. I gave you credit.
3 summer league games later, everybody now hates Podziemski.
He shot 21% from 3.
I mean, what are you going to do?
That's
they
life
were
in the
all
big
good
city.
looks. It was a couple of, a little bit of an in and out for Podziemski.
He was sick. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, I think the whole thing for me is fascinating based on how Klay plays. Because if Klay plays like last year, which overall was a good year, it was a $30 million year. If he plays a little bit better than that, having actually, I don't know, played this summer and comes in shape, and he's now a $35 million a year player, that changes everything in terms of what you can do.
Yeah, and I think it's important that he plays well for his own psyche, because I think he's going to have, to me, and this is from afar, but it just looks like he's going to be the guy who has problems adjusting to the downside of his career. And if he could bounce back and have a very soft down arc, let's just say, I think that's going to benefit him, the team, everybody.
Yeah, I just wonder at the end of this season if you're stuck in the same place as you were last year, which is, close, banging on the door, but clearly a level down from whoever's coming out of the Western Conference. I guess I just have a hard time with seeing Joe Lacob looking at this team and saying, you know what? I'm going to keep paying that tax bill, maybe try and bring in some guys. Obviously, we're going to try and compete. But you know what? I'm just going to keep footing this bill for a first or second round team. I don't believe that he's shown that to be in his DNA thus far. Well, and I'm not saying that this quote doesn't mean that he's, he wouldn't continue to pay the big three, but 365 days from now, look, how much changed from last time this year to now? Like the entire shape and scope of where the Warriors are going in as an organization, it seems. They've leaned into the one-time line, even though he said there was never a two-time line plan. I don't know. It feels a little reactionary to me, and that's why I wouldn't be surprised to see them react again at the end of next season if it doesn't go their way.
I mean, it depends on as always, it depends on how it goes. Like, I mean, there's two different kinds of bad things that can happen. You know what? Like to me, where they would be wrong with their selection of the only timeline, but timeline one, going with veterans, where they would be wrong is if everybody ends up hurt. If it just shows that these guys cannot make it through an NBA season anymore, that's
very well could happen.
And that could happen. And so if Chris Paul is hurt and Steph got ankles and Klay Thompson's dealing with lower body stuff and Draymond's dealing with a back, if that's all happening next April, then the Warriors probably end up with some egg on their face and I think would have a hard time kicking the can down the road. But I think that they believe that with the correct approach, that they physically can get those guys ready come playoff time, as they have the last 2 years. And I think they also believe that their production is still good. You know, I mean, every Warrior fan can walk away from this season and decide why they fell short. I don't look at production of those three players as the problem this year at all. As I've said to you guys, they were all three of them individually better than they were the year before when they won a title.
But there's no guarantee that that's going to kind of just, evenly distribute. Injuries are a funny thing. They could come in huge doses and wind up changing the narrative quite a bit. Or it could just be kind of like what we saw this year, and it could just be another kind of a year. To me, I thought this year was the year they kind of ran out of players as the season went on, and I'd like to see them do a little bit more to make sure whatever flow they get Kuminga, Moody, and their young core in, that they can maintain that into the playoffs. Because if they can't, it's not. Who cares if you win a bunch of games in the regular season and then, we're 2 games in the playoffs, Kuminga's not trustable, sit down. Now what? All
right, help us kick this off, what we're about to do. You guys want the Giants to get Otani in these next 2 weeks or not?
I'd hope so.
No.
Okay. One of each. No. We have that. We have that on our show too.
Alrighty. No.
We have one of each on our show too.
Bring him to the bay.
Go ahead. Why?
Because I really believe that the Giants season is about the youth, and they played better when they brought up youth, and they need an outfielder, and Ramos is ripping. They need a starting pitcher, and Wisenhunt looks awesome. They need a shortstop, and Tyler Fitzgerald is there. They have internal solutions that will allow them to still play free and easy, keep their money down, keep their focus on the future, have this be a successful year, make the playoffs as is, and then you've got all your cachet of young players to say to Shohei in the offseason, not only are we going to pay you X amount, $60 million, $70 million, whatever, but we also have a cachet of young players, and they're all on the verge of breaking through. Come to San Francisco. So that would be my pitch. I don't think I'm really fearful of the Beltran situation where they traded for Beltran in 2011.
Years old. Yeah.
And as soon as they did, and I've talked to guys who were on that team who said, you know what, we were playing above our heads after Buster went out, but as soon as the Beltran move got made, we kind of knew from above that there were now expectations, and we felt the burden of those expectations. I'd hate to see the Giants trade whatever collection of prospects, get a guy like Otani. I'll have the burden of expectations and maybe fall through the floorboards, and then maybe he walks at the end of the year and you're looking really bad. So I would rather play it a little bit more conservatively.
And why are you a yes?
I'll keep it short because I think if you don't trade for him, you're not getting him in free agency. I think
Why
it's
do
the
you
only chance.
think that?
Well, you just laid out a couple of reasons, but history, for one, I think there's better suitors for Otani. And when have they been able to get a guy? Like, why is Shohei Otani going to be the first guy? That's a question.
First of all, he's not. He's not. We get into this semantics argument all the time, but Carlos Correa said yes to a contract. So he doesn't play for the team, but he said yes. Actually, this is
Carlos Correa in the same stratosphere as Shohei Otani.
Aaron Judge is.
Yeah, nobody is.
Yeah.
Like so,
they came close.
Bryce Harper's in the same stratosphere.
Yeah,
They came close.
And when you say
Stanton,
better, when you say better
they
suitors,
came close.
better suitors for Otani, who?
The Dodgers
and
Padres,
Yankees, maybe
the Yankees, the Mets.
Okay, I got some info for everybody.
Okay, appreciate it. That's what's coming up from
inside sources.
I got Pete.
Can you wait till I get to the garage and do my 14-sided turn?
Well, it depends. Which I got all kinds of info. Which info do you want?
I'm going to need a number of turns. I might need to leave right now.
Which item would you like me to hold? Because I got all kinds of stuff.
I want to hear.
By the time you get to the garage, he'll just be able to speak.
That's
because
right.
you know I'm pretty ball dominant on this show. So I'm going to give you about 7 or 8 minutes.
We've booked.
I got All-Star game thoughts too.
Between now and 2:45, it's just welcoming Dan back. We're going to go hole by hole at Old Greenwood
on Sunday.
Of the 85,
Saturday.
of the 85.
We're going to start on the back 9 just to really mess with people.
Good Lord.
We'll get to the 18th and they'll think we're finally done. And we'll be like, then on the first hole, yeah, that's what we're going to do. So
a good little drive. Started up the left and caught a little piece on the right side, Mark.
Okay, so you should be in your car in plenty of time.
I should be plenty of time.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll even stop. Maybe I'll stop on the way downstairs.
Get an afternoon coffee, right? A little iced coffee. It's a beautiful day outside.
And we're playing with listeners, I understand, right? Next Tuesday?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I have not started my practice routes
Let me know who the winners were so I can vet them properly.
I do not have names. There were people.
We need names.
What if in front of the listeners or with the listeners, you fire like a 125 or something?
Dude, then they're going to get to see my 5-iron fly through the air.
They're going
like
to get to meet. They're going to get to meet the real Dan Dibley.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a Dan day.
It'll be a total
it's
Dan
not
day.
a Dibs day.
No,
a 125. Even the look on your face changed right there. It's the idea.
He turned into the same color as his hoodie.
It's actually a Willard and Dibs day coming up next on 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up.
I'm a fat red pumpkin.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Get over here, you fat red pumpkin. Come on. Let's go.
I'm trying. I'm
Willard and
cleaning up
Dibs.
after Larry.
Woo! We are here. You are here, and all of you are there, and we appreciate you so much. What's up, YouTube? Hey, Twitch. Comcast Business Text Line. Our lines wide open, 888-957-9570. We welcome Dan Dibley back into the fold. He is looking refreshed, rested. That will probably only last about 7 minutes. We'll see where it goes from here. So you are pro Tani. You are pro Tani.
Yes. I'm a Giants fan.
And that means you would like to acquire this man here in this month of July 2023.
Would love to see it.
Why?
Because you're not getting him on the open market. I don't believe that you're going to get him on the open market.
Can we get into
we can get into that?
Why?
Because you're not the most attractive destination.
Well,
Shohei Otani is already in Southern California, and the team that also plays in Southern California is better than you, and they're more equipped than you to win. So for me, the best way to get Shohei Otani to agree to be a Giant is by acquiring him and showing him what makes this place so special, because you don't get to see that from the outside. You love the skipper, Gabe Kapler, and I think that
I love how he talks.
Well, you like what he's done with the team.
Well,
they've done better. I think during his time,
he's done a lot more good than bad.
Better than their collection of talent would indicate that they normally would be.
He's done a good job.
And I don't think that you can see that from the outside looking in. You see it more when you're here and you watch it. The one thing about Gabe Kapler that I admire the most is his relationship with his players, because they all speak highly of his communication. He's got an S-ton of coaches. They communicate a lot. And for the most part, guys know what the expectation is. And I think if you're dealing with Shohei Otani, a guy who has very unique expectations, he wants to know exactly what he's looking at in terms of his responsibility. And I think you look at this team, this GM, president of baseball ops, the manager, all the coaches, I think that they've got the right stuff internally in terms of chemistry, clubhouse, and all the rest of it. And if Otani was here, he'd be able to see that more than he would be able to look at it from the outside.
I guess that's the question, and I'd call it the $1 million question, but it's the $550 million question that I want to know, and I'm not qualified to answer it. I'm qualified to ask it, and that question is, when you're acquired by a team at the deadline, do those 10 weeks actually help? Do they actually help convince you? And I guess that's an answer person by person.
Yeah.
Except for he's different in this scenario. There are free agents, and then there's the free agent. He's the free agent. In fact, he's the free agent of all time. So Shohei Otani, and I know this, I think we all do, but I promise you, CAA, Creative Artists Agency, they are bringing him to free agency. There will be no pre-deal. Not with the Angels, not with the Dodgers, not with the Giants, not with the Steinbrenners, nothing. There is no deal. They are getting to free agency. So if that's the case, then this whole thing is completely up in the air come winter. And I so far, and I will admittedly tell you, I don't know if I'm wrong, but I do know this. I personally reject the idea that the 10 weeks for an acquiring team is going to matter that much in terms of convincing him where to go next.
Matter that much is an interesting phrase.
Yeah.
Matter at all or matter that much?
Maybe,
because
even if it matters a tiny bit.
That might be all you need.
Maybe, but I listen, this is
that to me is where it becomes an interesting topic.
It's super interesting. And again, I guess only he could answer it in terms of like, oh gosh, I went somewhere and I fell in love with it. You could also go somewhere and hate it.
True.
But there is one thing and one thing only, to me, that turns into an absolute atomic bomb disaster for the organization. They have spent 5 years rebuilding their farm system. Mission Rock project being built, absolute cash register coming through that building. And a big part of why they have moved all of their deck chairs where they have is to go after this guy. If you take 5 or 6 or 7 prospects and totally gut your farm system and you acquire him here in July of 2023 and he plays for the Giants for 10 weeks and then right after Thanksgiving we're still full and he announces that he is leaving in free agency to join the Los Angeles Dodgers, you are talking about a move that has set your organization back 4 years. That's the risk you're taking, and it is a real one.
Well, it depends on who the prospects are, and it depends on whether or not they pan out, because you're assuming that you give up 5, 6, 7 of your top prospects.
That's what they're saying.
And 5, 6, and 7 of them actually pan out. And we could look at their top 7 prospects, or let's look at their top 10. Of their top 10 prospects right now, guys who have not come to the majors yet, How many of those guys are going to be legitimate major league good regular players?
Probably only 2 or 3.
Exactly.
But the bottom line is, but the prospect, even when he doesn't pan out, is still valuable while he's still a prospect.
But he's only as valuable as either what he does for the big club or what you can get for him in a trade.
There you
and
go.
I think about the
He's an
aforementioned
asset.
Beltran trade. They traded Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran. And at the time, I was anti the trade because I loved Zach Wheeler. But even though I loved Zach Wheeler, you didn't know that he would turn out to be an all-star, which he recently was. I think he's a 2-time all-star. He's a legitimate...
He's an ace. He's an
ace-ish.
He's a...
I call him an ace-ish.
He's an A-minus.
He's an ace-ish.
Yeah, there you go.
If
he's an ace-minus.
Yes. He's kind of like if Jordan Poole's your best player.
Yeah, he's not a B+. I'll give him better than that,
If
but he's not
your
an
2, if he's your 3,
God.
you're a World Series
If he's
team.
your 2 or your 3,
Exactly.
I love him.
He's an ace-ish is
Yeah.
what I call him. But so you traded him, and he turned out to be that guy. And I think about it in terms of this year's ace-ish, Kyle Harrison. He projects to be about as good as Zach Wheeler. If I told you right now that he would be Zach Wheeler for the Giants,
oh gosh,
then you probably wouldn't want to trade him. But if he
not.
But if he is that guy, if you trade him and 3 other prospects for Shohei Otani, or 4 other prospects for Otani, of the other 4, maybe one of them's going to turn out to be that good.
But I feel like
it's a crapshoot.
Yeah, of course it is. However, they remain assets while they're assets. I feel like the conversation gets a little caught in the weeds when we go, okay, would you give up 5 players who you think might be good for the greatest player ever? Well, of course I would.
Exactly.
But that's not what we're doing.
It's exactly what we're doing.
No, you're giving them up for 10 weeks of the greatest player of all time.
Well,
10 weeks.
And I think a leg up on keeping him, but and that's debatable.
And that's where you and I see it differently, even though we both admit there's no way for us to know if either of us, I have no idea what that actually does. I'd love to talk to Hunter Pence, who in my opinion is the greatest example of a player being a deadline acquisition, falling so in love with a city that he bought a scooter and never left. He never left.
Now he's a fixture.
He is. I mean, he's literally a logo now for the damn city. You know what I mean? Fox News wouldn't come near that guy with what he says about this city.
Nice.
Right? So that's the greatest example. But understand that, Hunter Pence was never an A-level free agent or deadline acquisition. He's kind of a B+ level. The A+ guys usually don't stay. And you know, Beltran didn't stay. Chris Bryant didn't stay. Randy Johnson back in the day didn't stay. It's more common than not that acquisition who's like, no, I'm going to free agency. The deck reshuffles come November. That's how I feel. And this is a lot for 10 weeks. There's a lot more to say here. And yes, I hope Larry's in his car. I got a few things to say about some of these potential destinations that you think are in the game for Shohei Otani come this winter. Would you do it now or would you wait? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Dibs is back. We're sponsored by AC Transit, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt? AC Transit wants you to join the crew. Help us drive the East Bay. No diesel experience? No problem.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't want to say I can firmly state, but Krug, this is for you.
I love it.
And I'm not going to say where I got this. I'm just going to say that this is what has been told to me through certain back channels.
You got sources.
Certain back channels.
You got sources.
All right, you ready?
I've been ready.
This is one.
Waited all week for this.
This is one brick on the wall. It's only one brick on the wall. And one of the things I love about this conversation is there's no wrong answer. We all can have our perspective here, and we have no clue what Shohei Otani actually wants to do or what makes him tick. We got a lot of people who have given us a lot of insight on it. Here's one thing. Certain back channels.
Sources. Thank you.
The Mets and Yankees could offer Shohei $1 billion.
$1 billion?
And he ain't going. You can
to New York?
You can take them off the board.
Both of the New Yorks?
Bye-bye.
Why? He doesn't want to take a bite out of the Big Apple?
Not his deal.
No?
Not his deal.
The city that doesn't sleep?
Not his jam. Now, the East Coast is not automatically off. However,
stay in it.
I would state that there is only one team about which you should worry if you would like Shohei Otani to play with your team on the West Coast.
The Miami Marlins. That's an East Coast team. Yeah. I'm a Marlins. I always want to be a Marlins.
Hey, how come 30-second aside, how come Florida and places in the South, they never call it the East Coast? Like you say East Coast, you know,
right.
New York, Boston. Florida is also the East Coast, correct?
Technically, absolutely.
I think there's a coast there. I've been there. There's a beach.
But Florida feels like if you were going to take a saw and like cut off parts of the U.S.
Could we?
That
would be great.
You would take out a good part of Texas, Florida, bye-bye, Florida. It would make the country a lot straighter. If you want to straighten that baby out.
Out there with a little fork and knife.
Yeah. Even if we had to lose Louisiana as a result, New Orleans would be a tough loss, but that would be a part of the...
they're not attached.
The cutoff.
Yeah, they're not attached.
It kind of dangles.
It does.
You're looking at the dangling
like
portion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's not Miami.
No.
Okay.
No. I think the only East Coast team about which you should have any concern whatsoever would be the Boston Red Sox.
Interesting.
Yeah. And that's kind of circumstantial and quirky. Just some of their relationships that they directly have, some of the players they've signed who are friends of his, some of whom are from Japan.
Daisuke?
Yeah. So
Matsuyama? Matsuyama?
Yeah. I apologize, but yeah, no. What's the guy's name? They just signed him this year. I forget his name. That's what Yoshida. That's who it is. So anyway, I think keep an eye on them. Still a dark horse. Keep an eye on them. But I would say this. Look, I sort of believe that you can make a case. You can make a reasonable case that this is really mainly, not 100%, but it's mainly about the Dodgers and the Giants. And
no Seattle, no San Diego.
They're at the table.
Okay.
They're at the table, but they both have problems. Seattle's going to have a hard time. If you think Seattle's your spot, then why wouldn't you think Anaheim's your spot? You're probably going to do the same amount of winning with those two organizations.
Which is not much.
The Padres' problem is they have paid $18 billion for their current roster, and all of them are signed through 2058. And so what the hell are you going to do to fit this in? That's their problem. The Dodgers and the Giants offer similar things. Most of them lean in the Dodgers' direction. That I understand. The Dodgers will not be outbid. I don't think the Giants are going to be outbid. I think that the money is going to be fine from both of those organizations. I think they both offer California coasts. The Dodgers offer a more sure thing roster. The Giants probably offer Shohei Otani more of the center stage. Wouldn't you agree? The Giants offer like, Shohei, you're our dude. The Dodgers would offer Shohei like, you're our dude, but we got a lot of other dudes, and our city has a lot of other dudes. And this one does too. Steph Curry's got a few more years as the dude.
That would be the only guy who could possibly outdude you.
And he's not going to last the life of the contract.
No, exactly.
At all.
But does that matter to Shohei Otani?
I don't know.
And that, to me, is the biggest question in terms of what you're talking about. Because if he really wants to be the dude, then you go to Seattle. And you're going to be the biggest thing since Ichiro Suzuki.
But you got to win. You also got to win.
Not in Seattle, you don't.
No, Otani.
He wants to win. Sure.
Like, that is numero uno. Every single person I talk to,
well,
that's
then you
numero
go to
uno.
LA. And that, to me, is what this comes down to. If it really comes down to I want to win, the Dodgers have a better chance to win than the Giants do. And I know it's hard for you to face that.
No, I don't disagree with that. But I think every athlete knows that no place is a sure thing for World Series.
Right. The Dodgers have what? One World Series since 1988?
A half is actually the correct answer.
It's yeah.
But yes, that's exactly right. I think the Dodgers and the Giants can both, without snickering, sit at the table and say over the next 10 years, we're going to offer you 10 shots at like realistic shots at a World Series.
But if you're the Dodgers, I think you could look track record wise and say we have a better shot than the Giants based on roster right now.
Sure.
Which is why, for me, your best chance, if you're the Giants, to land Shohei Otani, and let's just assume what you're saying is true, and I totally believe your sources. Let's take the New Yorks out of it. Let's just say it's LA or San Francisco. If you're Otani and you're looking at the two situations from afar, and the Giants say, we're going to give you 10 and 500, and the Dodgers say, we're going to give you 10 and 500, whatever the number's going to be, I do believe, whatever, it's going to be the same, right?
I'll take the over,
Let's
but
say
go
it's
ahead.
10 and 550, whatever the number is.
I think both teams will be totally comfortable matching whatever the other team says.
Let's say that the numbers are identical, and you're Otani, and then you're looking at situations, and you've been in Southern California, you've lived there, and you've probably enjoyed it to the extent that you can.
No doubt.
You've never lived here. And all you know about San Francisco is what you've seen when you visited. And San Francisco is not the same city that it was 5, 10, 15 years ago in terms of maybe a cultural attraction. So for me, if I'm the Giants and I'm looking at how can we possibly land Shohei Otani, the best way to do it would be to get him in here, give him a 10 or 11 week look, maybe do a little bit of winning, make the playoffs, and show him, hey, we're close to being a winner.
Yeah.
We're as close as LA is. And if you're here and you live here and we can show you the best parts of our city and our area, that to me gives you the best chance to keep him.
I get it. I can't totally dismiss what you're saying, obviously. However, for me, the math is off. And the math is basically saying this, which is, okay, we're going to give, and again, I don't know what it's going to take to get him. I don't know what it's going to take, but I know what the industry is saying. Jim Bowden said earlier today, you're talking about literally a 7 to 10 player deal. That's what they're talking about. Now, I don't know if anyone will do it, because I wonder if y'all understand this. The industry over the last 5 years or so has really gone away from the idea of big payments for 10 weeks. Even look at what the Dodgers did with the Nationals a few years ago.
With Soto?
Max Scherzer
With,
is a massive name, but the Dodgers are like, I'm not giving you our top prospect for Max Scherzer. And Washington's like, how about Trey Turner? You could have him too, and he's got another year on his deal. Now we're talking. The industry's not going to give you top prospect dollar for someone who's only going to play for 10 weeks. Now, is this a different guy? Sure. So that's going to drive the price up, but how far up? I don't know if it's actually 7 players, but you're talking about a competitive situation where you may indeed be gutting your entire farm system. So I'm going to gut my farm system on the hope that maybe over the next 10 weeks, I can convince him that here is cool. And even if I do that, I've already been assured by his agents that he is going to go to free agency. Like, the chances of you bringing him in and 7 weeks go by and he's like, I love it here. And they're like, okay, $550 million for the next 10 years. Great. Thank you for the offer. We're going to weigh that against who we talk to 5 weeks from now.
Right.
Like, they're not going to take a deal until you get to free agency. So you already know You're in for a battle no matter how much he likes it here. To gut your farm system for that, to me, is bad math. And I'm still stuck on if Shohei gets here and he loves it, wouldn't he look at the team and be like, I really wish you had kept all those prospects.
Right. Because he knows these prospects.
No, absolutely. This is the industry,
He
Dibs.
watches Carson Wisenhunt every time out.
His agents do. They
Sure.
probably rep a bunch of those guys. Shohei does not. My point is this. Shohei does not want to join a gutted system. He wants a team that is going to be fruitful for 10 years. So aren't you potentially working against yourself in free agency by acquiring him now?
Depends on what you define as gutting your system, because I believe the Giants have more than 5 or 6 good players in their farm.
They do.
If you've got 15 or 20 or 25 good players in your farm system, then you're not really gutting your farm system.
But they're not top guys. If
you're not going to give up your top 7 guys in the farm.
If somebody else is, then you have to in order to acquire him.
Who else would? Because if the notion
The Rays.
is that the Rays aren't going to keep him, and this to me becomes the interesting part of this whole conversation, because according to your sources, the New York teams have no chance to sign him. So to me, the list of possible free agent destinations goes a lot smaller if the 2 New Yorks are out and Boston's maybe in and LA's in and the Giants are in and maybe Seattle's in. I don't know who else would possibly be in, because according to all reports, not only your sources, but everyone we've all talked to, he's a West Coast guy. He wants to be on the West Coast.
Well, the others will try. I mean, the Rangers will get a meeting.
Yeah, you'll try, but you won't gut your farm system for a 10-week rental. If you're the Rangers and you pretty much know that he's not going to sign with you for 10 years, then you're not giving up 6 prospects to get him.
See, I see it the other way. That's exactly the team that would acquire him, because what the Rangers or the Rays are thinking, especially the Rays, you're the Rays, right? You don't want to spend $500 million on a player.
You won't.
You don't have that. But what do you have? Well, you've got a really good farm system that keeps spitting out good stuff. You have a great record, and you have a chance to win the World Series right now. So they would do it in the old traditional way, which is let's acquire a good player to help us win the World Series this year. And that's their focus. Their focus isn't signing him long term. So
But I still don't think that they would offer up 6 or 7 of their best prospects.
I don't know. I don't know where that negotiation's going to go.
Plus, they would use him as an opener anyway. So immediately.
Well, by the way,
Otani, we're going to pitch you twice a week, just an inning each time.
Here's one other thing that I will say.
Totally.
They better all be considerations, because here's one thing that I will say. I have definitely been given the indication matters to Shohei. Wherever he ends up, let him do exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Now, that does not mean bark a lounger berry.
No, it means pitch once a week and play the other 4, play 4 of the other 5.
Right. Do you want a 6-man rotation? Do you want to pitch only on Tuesdays?
Exactly.
Where do you want to be in the lineup? How do you want this picture to look, Shohei? Let him answer that and then do it.
I can't imagine any of the teams out there in Major League Baseball wouldn't go along with that. And I think about Gabe Kapler, and this is another reason why I would love to have him in for 10 weeks, because Gabe Kapler can show Shohei Otani exactly what they do in terms of manager-player relations, because you've talked about it, and many people on the beat have talked about it. These players love playing for Gabe Kapler and his coaching staff. He's very transparent. He's honest. He's a former player. And I think if you could show Shohei Otani exactly how you would use him and what you're going to do to make him the best player that he can be, and you give him that 10-week look in the city by the bay, I do think that he's more likely to want to be here.
I might surprise you with this. I don't think Gabe is perfect with his relationships in the clubhouse. I don't think that. I'm not perfect.
I'm laying out so we can cut this.
I don't think he's perfect, number one.
So stubborn.
But here's the larger answer to that. I think we overrate how much the manager matters.
Oh, see, I think we underrate it in terms of exactly what you're talking about, which is, as a human being, tell me what you want me to do.
What are the chances Gabe Kapler is still the manager in 2035?
Quite good.
You think?
If this team is going to win at the level that you want to win at, Absolutely.
Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, he's young enough.
I mean, 2035 is a stretch. Let's just say 2030.
But I'm talking about the length of Shohei's deal.
Which is 10 years, probably. 10 or 11.
Yeah, 10 or 11. Okay, so 2034, 2033.
Sure.
Point being is, if I'm Shohei Otani and I made a list of things that matter to me, how many things do I write down before I get to the manager of the team that I join?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Oof. I think 10 to 15.
For me, number one is winning. Can I win that?
Yeah.
And the reports are that he wants to win. Of course, not every athlete, by the way, quote, wants to win like he wants to win. I think it was, Alex Cobb speaking at the All-Star game, talking about him being the most competitive person that he's ever met in his life.
He's very Durant-ish. Which means...
He's got a burner account?
Not that part of Durant.
Oh, sorry.
He's Durant-ish in that it's like, it's just baseball. There's nothing else.
Right.
There's nothing else in that life. There's some video games, got some friends. I like the beach. I got a girlfriend.
Baseball.
Ball.
Right.
What time's the game? 6? I'll be there at 11. Baseball.
Yeah.
That's it. So that's the focus. So, all of the other, the money.
The nightlife and the restaurants and the culture.
Doesn't matter.
But I do think in terms of baseball, so yes, baseball and being able to win is number one. Number two is the money, and the money's going to be there. So maybe that's not even on the list because you know that you're going to, like if you're Shohei Otani right now and you think about free agency and you think, I wonder if I'll get $500 million. Yeah, bro, you're getting $500 million.
You want to know what he's going to get?
Can you imagine what that would be like in terms of you and I worry, quote unquote, about this and that and money and oh my God, have you seen the price of milk? And guy's gonna get $500 million no matter what.
Oh, it's funny. Right? Everyone keeps asking, what's the contract gonna be? I have a new answer for it. Stop putting numbers on it. What's the new contract gonna be? Whatever he wants it to be.
Right, letters. Forget the numbers.
Whatever he would like it to be. That's what these teams will do. And again, this was supported by Bill Shakin, LA Times, who joined us last week on this topic. The two teams that are most positioned to handle that aspect are absolutely the Dodgers and the Giants.
The money.
Shohei being 500 is great. How about 600? I think there are two teams right now in baseball who are like, yeah, man, we're ready. You want 600? Okay, that's fine. That's the Dodgers and the Giants.
Not the Mets and the Padres?
Well, the Mets can do it, but again, off the table. I believe off the table.
And I don't think the Padres could do it without major roster maneuvering.
Yeah, it's like we don't have a reason to think that the Padres can't other than you just look at their payroll and go, they can't, right? They can't.
Well, Soto would be gone.
Well, the Padres would just do, but we know what the Padres do. Preller will walk in and go, we'll give you $700 million over the next 100 years. We'll Bonilla this thing. That's what the Padres will try to do, and I don't think that's going to speak to it.
No.
But, the Padres are not to be completely dismissed in this.
Well, they've made some of the biggest splashes in the past few years. So you're right. But I think in terms of if Otani is all about baseball and winning, then yes, it would be, in my opinion, beneficial to bring him in and show him the sort of winning culture that's been established here. Now, I know they haven't won the World Series with Zaidi and Kapler and Patilla and the rest of them, but they've been competitive, and the way they play, it's winning baseball. This team feels like it's a cohesive unit, and it feels like it's an organization where you could come in, and if you're the best player in the game, you could make the kind of impact to turn this team into a winner.
Let's go to the phones, and again, if you're a Giants fan, do you go for Shohei now or do you wait? 888-957-9570. There's also a really cool question on YouTube that I want to bat around a little bit that we'll go to in a second. But let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Hey, Matt, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Matt?
I'm just driving back from the city to the North Bay listening to you guys. And
sweet.
I listen all the time. So I just, first off, I'm having PTSD. I was listening to you guys during the Judge situation and then the Correa situation, and here we are again.
Here we are.
I feel like this is another sweepstakes, only the thing is, if you hear me out, I think that, like you said, the money's not an issue. you would probably have to mortgage the future in terms of the farm. And I think if you had 10 guys in the system coming down the pipe that are worth a Shohei Otani, then you don't need Shohei Otani. Shohei Otani is amazing, and he's losing in Anaheim. If you give away this amazing pipeline of young talent you might have in the minors to get him, then you're just Anaheim North.
Yeah, but Matt, you're looking at this from the baseball standpoint only, and it's way bigger than that. The Shohei Otani contract will pay for itself. And whether that matters to you or not, it matters to Giants ownership. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. But you just hit the nail on the head. That was my next point. I was saying anybody who wants this is doing it to sell seats, and we just go back to being Barry Bonds in the early 90s when we couldn't win, but look at all the home runs. And as a Giants fan, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I want to get back to it being a party at Third and King every game and having young homegrown talent saying, look at these guys, these are our guys, not we bought a shiny plaything so we could sell seats.
And some would say, including myself, why not both? So let's bat that around a little bit, because I'm glad you brought up Barry Bonds. The question on YouTube has to do with Barry Bonds and how he factors into all of this. So more on that coming up next. But again, would you do it now or would you wait? 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
Planning your next trip overseas.
on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing, Coach. I had nothing.
Can't do that right before we start.
I'm sorry. Welcome to the 3 o'clock hour. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Woo!
Yeah, your boy was.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's
Let's go
funny.
to Dibbs, half in the bag. Yeah, I had a nice week off, Mark.
Yeah. Half my.
Yeah.
You know what?
Well, sometimes you don't realize you're all the way in the bag.
You were the bag.
Yeah, until you look up. It's like, I'm in the bag.
I was day drinking.
Yeah, and afternoon drinking.
We
and,
gotta get a bag.
Totally.
We gotta get a bag.
Shout out my buddy Matt LaPelt, who I stayed at his house in Tahoe. Lovely cabin right there near Homewood. But, I was away from the wife and away from the baby. And so there were liberties that were taken.
Let it rip.
Liberties. Thank you. Anyway, it's good to be back.
So here's something else on this Shohei thing that I've really noticed. And I got to admit, I am both bothered by it and also acknowledging of it. It's honestly, quite frankly, a bigger issue. It's bigger than baseball. It's bigger than Shohei Otani. 888-957-9570. I think a little piece of it, was heard this morning on the Joes. Bonte's out this week.
So, the Morning Jost?
Spadonuts is hanging out with Shasky, and they're doing the Morning Joe. So these guys are chatting about the same thing you and I are talking about. And I get it. Everybody wants Shohei. I'm sitting here telling you I wouldn't do this. I think it's a bad deal. If the Giants do it, it's not that I'm not going to be excited the next day. I'll be very, very excited to see Shohei Otani play games in a Giants uniform. I'd also be terrified. I'd be terrified because, again, the napalm is Giants give up 5 prospects for Shohei, play for 10 weeks, get a wild card spot, get knocked out in the first round, Shohei bolts for the Dodgers. Now you're beaten, you're embarrassed, you're demoralized, and you're up a creek all at once. Okay? So that's what I really, really don't want. But the Joes are sitting there talking about this, and it wasn't about winning the World Series, and it wasn't about the next 10 years. They were both pro-Tani, which is our word for if you want to acquire him here in July.
As opposed to no-hey Otani.
Or just no Tani. Are you no Tani or pro Tani?
Okay, I'll allow it.
So they're both pro Tani, and the reasoning, the best way for me to sort of describe their reasoning was the Giants need to show their fan base and the rest of baseball that they're like serious, that they're real, that they are one of the teams. And I'm sitting there listening, and I'm getting all flustered. Shoulders are getting up a little bit because I'm like, that opinion to me is emblematic of an inferiority complex that is going through the San Francisco Bay Area right now.
Well, the Bay Area, I think just the Giants. I wouldn't say that.
Maybe, but it's also the city. The city.
Fine. Not the Warriors and not the Niners.
If you are a local, if you are homegrown like we are, you do not look at San Francisco the way you used to. And maybe that's just us getting up there. That's the way people, as you get older, talk. Well, it ain't like it used to be. Maybe it's a little bit of that. Maybe the political side of this has bled into us a little bit. Every one of our friends and family members who live in a different state. What the hell's going on out there in San Francisco? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a little bit of all of those things. But we've got an inferiority complex. This idea that, well, the Giants and San Francisco, we're not one of the big boys. And even, Nahigian before our show, how the hell are the Giants going to pitch Shohei Otani if the Dodgers are sitting next to him? How can they compete? We never used to think that way. What do you mean, how can we compete? What do you mean by that?
Well, the proof is in the pudding.
And in the industry, I don't think so. The Dodgers haven't signed any major free agents. They traded for them.
Right.
Yeah, Freeman, okay. And Correa said yes. So this idea that the Giants, like in the baseball industry, they do not view the Giants the way their own fan base does. Agents do not go, oh, that's cute. The Giants are over there in little poor San Francisco. We'll use them to drive up my price to the Dodgers. That's not how the industry looks at it. That's not how the players look at it. That's how we look at it. And I want to know where that came from.
Well, it came from repeated failures in terms of landing the big fish. And you can categorize it however you want to categorize it. And you could say that Carlos Correa said yes, but Carlos Correa doesn't play for the Giants. Yep. And that's just a fact. And you can look at Kevin Gausman, who the Giants could have signed. He was here, and they chose not to, and he's gone on to be a great pitcher.
But
and you would love to have him as a number 2.
But that's not a...
No,
that's
but
not,
the point is, and this is why you're looking at repeated failures. Aaron Judge and Farhan has come out and said he never thought that they had a chance to sign Aaron Judge. Well, yeah, you were right, and you didn't sign Aaron Judge. And Giancarlo Stanton before that, which was, I believe, pre-Farhan.
That was pre-Farhan,
And Bryce Harper and all the rest, as you've gone through, this regime has not shown the ability to sign any player to a long-term deal. And you can look at Carlos Correa and say, well, they would have, and they had pen to paper almost, and then they backed out because of the physical and all the rest of it. And that's true, but it's also true that Farhan Zaidi has never signed anybody to longer than a 3-year deal of any real heft. So I think that's part where the inferiority complex comes from. The other piece of it is the San Francisco piece. I moved to this city in 1994, 95, and the city that I knew then is completely different than the city I know now. And the city I know now is far better in many ways. For example, I worked at a place in Mission Bay when the stadium wasn't there yet. There was no Oracle Park. There was no Pac Bell Park. And that place was downright scary. You would go down there as a place really to hide bodies. If you were a murderer, that's where you would go to hide the body.
Yeah.
Down there, and this is, before you even cross the 3rd Street Bridge, there's all those warehouses. It's where you went to all the raves and all the rest of it. And obviously that area has been developed, and now it's vibrant with restaurants and all the rest of it. But downtown has become a lot more soulless than it was 30 years ago when I lived on 42nd and Clement, and I would take the 38 Geary to a job I had at KCBS. I was a production assistant making about $8 an hour or whatever I was making. You would get off the bus in Embarcadero. It was thriving. Downtown was happening. There was action. And now fewer people work here. Fewer people want to live here. Rents are still high. Everything's extremely expensive. This city, the downtown portion of this city, in my opinion, has lost its way in many different aspects.
Legit question, do we overrate the importance of said city proper, downtown? Because here we are with an inferiority complex going up against L.A., which has never had a cool downtown, ever.
No, but their downtown is way better than it was when I lived there in 1990.
And still nowhere near this one.
Right.
Just in terms of downtown. In other words, what you like about L.A., and I think that Shohei loves the beach, but the beach is 20 minutes away. I think a lot of these downtowns, you get in your car for 20 minutes, something cool pretty happens. That's here. Right. If you want downtown, I'd argue go to the Padres.
Sure.
And by the way, what do they talk about in San Diego politically? Oh my gosh, the freaking homeless problem is out of control.
Well, it's nowhere near as bad as it is here. And
they would argue with you.
Well, and you could look at free agents. Was it Seiya Suzuki?
Yes.
That's basically said, I don't want to go there because of the homeless problem.
Well, it wasn't because of the homeless problem.
It was the filth and the grime.
His wife was worried about the urban side of San Francisco, and I actually think that you've pointed out one of the things that's led to the complex we currently have. I think it's a 1-2 punch, maybe even a third one, if you will. I think we get a little bit too broad brush strokes with the Giants always finish in second place. Aaron Judge leaving the Yankees, that's a very different pursuit than, say, Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper is one where I'm like, you could have had him. You could have had him. Like, he was ready. and you just got outbid. You can criticize that one. Stanton wasn't coming. Judge wasn't leaving the Yankees. Correa said yes, and I'm blanking on anybody else who's approached a $300 million offer. They didn't get Soto. That was a trade that the Padres made. I think that they haven't landed that fish. There's the comments by Seiya Suzuki and his family about the nature of San Francisco, and Farhan's comment that he addressed on this show and said he feels it was taken contextually incorrect, but his comments that they've had a hard time sometimes bringing certain people to the Bay Area because we've even seen players who don't even want to come here for their 3-game series. And sure, baseball's like that. Yeah, there are guys who grew up in Alabama and they don't want to come here. I get that.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
But Shohei's not one of them dudes.
Exactly. And I wonder if he's here for 10 weeks, if he gets a better idea of the things that are the reality of San Francisco as opposed to the mythology of San Francisco in terms of, like you say, you come here for 3 days, you don't really get to see the best of any city over 3 days, and the prevailing negativity that you might have in your mind would carry more weight if you didn't live here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think you can go to any big city in America and find all kinds of dirty stuff and homeless and problems, just issues. I don't know if that speaks to someone who's about to make $500 million. He can go live wherever he wants and be all tucked away if that's what he really wants. We're sponsored by SC Johnson. We'll keep taking your calls on this, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
If the weather calls for rain, then the rain calls for mosquitoes. Keep them away with STEM. STEM is powered by...
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Look, it's a spirited conversation to be sure. By the way, somebody on YouTube, we'll play some sound from Eric Karros, who weighed in on Shohei to the Giants, both on FS1 and then on Steiny and Goo, except for no Steiny, no Goo. It was E-Dog and Kruger in earlier today here on 95.7 The Game. So play that for you in a sec. But someone on YouTube, and I apologize, the chat has now flowed to the point where I cannot see who it was who said it, but someone asked, if Barry Bonds were just heading into his prime and were a free agent right now, what would he get? And the only thing that could pop to my mind was this answer. Less than what Shohei's about to get. It's about the only way I can answer it. I mean...
Because he doesn't pitch.
Yeah, he's one player. Shohei's two.
Yeah.
And Shohei's,
honestly, he's not two. He's probably about 1.65 because he's not a full pitcher. He's not going to give you 34 starts. He's going to give you 25 starts. I believe if he pitches every 6 days instead of every 5, I don't think he's going to get you 34 starts.
I know he wants that going forward. I haven't really tracked exactly how the Angels use him. I can tell you so far this year, as far as, let's see, what are the standard? Boy, his baseball reference is different. You got to scroll all over the place. I'm like, no, the pitching part. Here it is. He has started 18 games already this year, started 28 last year.
Okay.
So, yeah, maybe
1.8.
Maybe you shave a little bit off, although most players are doing that anyway. I mean, look at the Giants.
Hard to find too many guys who start 30
games
times
anymore. Yeah.
I think 34 is the equivalent of being in a 5-man rotation. Basically, that'd be 170, or 33 would be about the same.
Yeah.
So, Otani, probably 1.8 players. But to your point, I don't think the Bonds is getting what Otani gets. But if you want to look at peak Bonds and the years that he was having in terms of the way we look at those numbers now,
he'd get $400 million.
He's getting $50 million a year, I think.
I mean, there's not really a comp for that yet. Like, what is the, Aaron Judge got 36 a year. I don't think Bonds is going to go to 50 if Judge got 36. Maybe that's because he's 30, whatever you have it. I mean, I don't know what age we would be talking about, but maybe just shy of 50, definitely north of 40. I think Bonds could command that for sure, but Shohei is going to command north of 50, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's tough to look at what peak Bonds is because there's Pittsburgh peak, which if you want to just look at the Pittsburgh peak, because that was the years before the steroid boom happened. And that peak Bonds, you're talking about a guy, his last year in Pittsburgh, OPS of 1,080, and he hit 311. His on-base was 456, which led the league. Slugging and OPS led the league. 127 walks led the league. He led the league in runs, and he was the MVP.
How many homers did he have that year?
He had 34. Only 34.
Gosh.
And then the next year,
that's
his first year with the Giants, 46 homers led the league. 123 ribbies led the league. 1136 OPS led the league. He led the league in total bases and intentional walks, and he was first in the MVP again. So, and that is 1993, which again is pre-juice. That's the PJ era. And then you get into his numbers where, he may or may not have been rubbed up by his personal trainer.
May or may not.
Allegedly, he may have been rubbed up.
Right.
And then his OPS goes 1379, 1381. And he hit 73 homers in 01.
I mean, some of the stuff you're saying is kind of why people get triggered about him not being in the Hall of Fame. This guy was a 1,000-plus OPS player before he even came here.
Before we even knew what OPS was, Mark.
Such a great player.
As a 25-year-old in 1990, he goes 33 and 114, an OPS of 970, which led the league.
Dude.
As a 25-year-old, his first MVP. 25-year-old Barry Bonds in his 5th year in Pittsburgh.
He was just a Hall of Damn Famer. He just was. He was the whole time, no matter what.
If you just took his Pittsburgh career, 7 years in Pittsburgh, that almost right there is a Hall of Fame career.
It's insane. The guy was just insane.
Yeah.
So
I get that.
We'll get back to yeah, you knew that already?
No. But in terms of what would that be if you took any one of his years with the Giants and said, all right, you're a free agent and it's 2023. What do you pay that guy? It's north of $40 million.
I agree. Yeah. Oh, it's north of 40.
It's more than what Judge gets.
Yes. Oh, gosh. Yeah, he's a better player than Aaron Judge.
Right.
Not even close. So Eric Carroll's former Dodger goes on FS1 over the weekend and predicted that the Giants are going to trade for Shohei Otani. This is not about what he's going to do next year. Predicted that the Giants would trade for Shohei Otani, which, by the way, the other aspect of the conversation we haven't had yet, I firmly believe that they won't. This is not something that Farhan or the Giants, quite frankly, I think they're going to do. And if you really force me into a corner, I would still bet that the Angels don't deal him. And I'll tell you why on that in a little bit, even though they should. I doubt that they will, but we'll see. But Karros, following those comments, hops on with Evan and Kruger earlier today and expanded to say this.
If he goes to San Francisco, one, I think San Francisco is going to be in the hunt come the offseason. You get a hold of him now, you've got 2 months to basically wine and dine him and sell San Francisco, how great the organization is, living in the city, all that sort of stuff. I don't know that, at least historically, if you look what's happened with San Francisco the last few years, just trying to go out and win the market on the free agent sweepstakes has not gone well, right? It didn't work with Correa, did not work with Aaron Judge. And it always seems like that's the one piece that kind of just keeps the Giants, at least, lately, from getting over the hump. Now, what are you going to give up? That's, you probably have to start with Kyle Harrison. That's number one. And then you've got, if I'm Farhan, I say, here's my list of top 20. You tell me what you want. And whether Bailey's involved in that, Matos, Luciano, I mean, it's going to take a handful. And yes, it's a gamble. There's no question it's a gamble because you're giving up something and you don't even know if you're going to be able to sign him. But I believe you'll have a better chance of signing him before he goes to the market. If he goes to the market and he doesn't have any experience with San Francisco, I think it's going to be tough to sign him. I don't know that there's going to be many teams in that market. And, everybody kind of expects where he's going to go. So that's why. Who else really benefits both ways by getting him early? I don't know. And it would be great for San Francisco. Start putting people back in the seats. The team's a playoff team, but you add him, then it becomes much more than just a playoff team.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'll say this. When he goes, hey, it's probably going to take you Kyle Harrison, I go, fine. And then he starts naming everybody else. Patrick Bailey? Have you not?
Don't want to lose Bailey. Yeah. I'd rather trade Harrison than Bailey.
Absolutely.
Bailey is now a proven commodity defensively.
At a catcher position.
Offensively, we don't know if he's going to be this good for his career. You hope so. But defensively, his ability to frame, block, and throw, he's already there. As a defensive catcher, he's the truth.
I mean, again, I just want to keep flashing for people. It's not that I play scared. You can't do that. You got to play big, and I understand. But just go through the process and realize they're going to ask for Harrison. They're going to ask for Bailey. They're going to ask for Matos, Luciano, and Wisenhunt, and probably another one. And even if you stopped and said, we're not doing 6, we're only doing 4 or 5 of those, and you give all of those up, and Shohei comes, and the Giants get into the playoffs, and they win a round or 2 or don't, it's like it would only feel good if they won it all. Anything short of that, and then he leaves, and you're sitting there with no catcher, you're sitting there with no starting pitcher to put next to Logan Webb in the near future. I mean, you sort of feel suddenly like you have no future. What the Giants have built in the farm system has taken all this time. 5 years of building blocks to put it in place where there are assets, there are actually players who are producing, they have injected life into this team, they have a good record, they're competing right now. You're going to give all of it up.
Not all of it.
You're going to give most of it up.
You're going to give up some of it.
For 10 weeks of a song and a prayer.
Right, as opposed to
Gosh, it feels like
no
a bad
song
bet.
and no prayer.
Yeah, it feels like a bad bet.
It only feels like a bad bet if you think that you can get him on the open market. And I look at this front office and what they've done on the open market, and they haven't landed a big fish on the open market. So I'm looking at it in terms of you want Shohei Otani. I think every fan would say, yes, we want Shohei Otani. We would love to be able to go to him right now and whisper in his ear and have Shohei say, yeah, don't trade anything for me. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming in December. I'm signing with the Giants. They're going to give me whatever I want, and I'm going to take it. I'm going to be a Giants come next year. Don't give up any prospect. That would be ideal, but that's not the way this works. And so, for me, the best way to show him what you have, I agree with Eric Karros in that bite you just played. You show him about your culture, your city, and your organization. And you know what? Maybe you make a little bit of a playoff run. You certainly would have to be a playoff team, and you'd have to go on some sort of a run, and maybe he gets the fever of what this Giants fan base can be when it's winning. And like you were there earlier this year, sold out crowds. Oh. The team was energized by the fans. The fans were all there. This fan base can be amazing.
I'm telling you, man, like even the way we're sitting here talking about it, the names that Karros just brought up, now here's an even bigger disaster. How about this? The Giants, 52-41, second best record in baseball over the last 60 some odd games behind the Braves. You acquire Otani. Karros is saying you're giving up 3 people on your major league roster. So here comes Otani. Who's catching? Who's playing center field?
Well, you're not giving up Bailey.
You're not?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, they're going to ask.
Well, of course they're going to ask, but you give up Harrison. So, you give up Luciano.
I got less of a problem. I have a problem with it, but less of a problem if we're talking about River Cats. But if you get Otani and somehow in the process the team gets worse, you give up 3 major league rostered players. Otani comes in. Here come the fans. We're selling merch, but we're falling into third place. And you don't even go to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Holy hell.
It's a risk.
A disaster.
It's a gamble. But I think
it's one I'm not willing to take.
It's one I'm willing to take because what we've seen in terms of prospects, and we can run down Harrison, Luciano, Wisenhunt. I'm looking at the MLB list. Grant McCray, Vaughn Brown, Reggie Crawford.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that stuff.
All I'm saying is we haven't seen any of these guys ever play at the major league level. So then we can talk about Christian Arroyo, and we can talk about all the other names in the past.
If you wanted to do 3 or 4 players and you start getting to number 11 and 13 on the list.
That would be Landon Roop.
Yeah, that absolutely.
I will not part with the Rooper.
Absolutely. But people right now, and maybe this is just bluster, but people right now are going, okay, look, we're going to do Bailey. You're doing Matos. You're doing Harrison. You're doing Wisenhunt. You're doing Luciano. Come on.
I'm doing
crying out loud.
Either Matos or Harrison. You're not getting both.
And what else?
Well, then you're going to get Luciano.
I mean,
fine. I think Marco Luciano is a guy who you'd rather trade him now than let him play another month because I think he's finding his level. And Kyle Harrison quietly has flattened out in Sacramento. The control hasn't been there.
You're talking about 3 starts, and you're also talking about someone who is still incredibly young.
21.
He's really young. Yeah, listen.
Does he have more value as a tradable piece, or does he have more value over the course of the next year and a half?
I mean,
that's a calculus you have. Like 3 years from now.
No way to know.
And I made the Zach Wheeler comp earlier, and Zach Wheeler was a young player when they traded him.
Yep.
And he went on to... He had some struggles in the bigs, and then he went on to be ace-ish, as I like to say. He's a borderline ace. And Kyle Harrison would trend to be the same kind of player. But if you could trade him for Otani and keep Otani,
it's just odd.
You would do that. It's a big if.
It's just odd because Farhan and all teams, quite frankly, have maintained one very clear thing, which is that you cannot sustain a winner in Major League Baseball if you do not have a homegrown core. It is the way financially, it is the way emotionally, it is the only way for a roster to really churn. And here we are with people lined up around the block to say for 10 weeks of Shohei Otani, you got to give up any hope of having a homegrown core while he's on the team. Like,
See, I think that's too dramatic.
Okay.
If your farm system is as deep and as good as you say it is, and I don't know these guys from Jairo Pomares and Carson Seymour, and I'm not a Larry Krueger here. I'm not a Larry Krueger acolyte. I'm not going to go that deep. But if your farm is as good as you keep saying it is, then you can give up 4 or 5 pieces, maybe even 5 or 6, and still have a competitive farm.
But which 4 or 5? If you're giving up the top 4 or 5, it's not, I don't think it's fair to a team to say your farm system, if it's that good, should be able to withstand that. Nobody's farm system is in good shape if they give up their top 5 players down on the farm. That's a lot. It's not just who we make the mistake, I feel, of going, well, what are they going to be? It's not just what they're going to be. It's the asset they are in any conversation that you may want to have. Right. The Giants have publicly stated we'd like a middle infielder who produces offensively. Well, too bad getting anybody to do anything anymore. You've given away all of your players in the farm.
You got Tyro Estrada. He's a middle infielder who can produce.
And he'll come back. And then, what about until then?
It's interesting you say that about the farm assets, because if you're not going to use these assets to make a big move, then you're just going to continue to Farhan Zaidi and backfill your 40-man and continue to shuffle out prospects.
It's not that at all. It's that those top 5 players, and I get, again, is Shohei different? Sure. But largely, the last 5 years, the idea of giving up top 5 prospects for rentals, 10-week rentals, GMs just won't do it anymore. Could this guy be enough to convince you otherwise? Sure. I'd give up one of them. And I'd give up, 4 prospects in the top 15, but I'm not giving up 1 through 5 and my catcher. I mean, Bowden today suggested that this is 7 to 10 players. You got to understand it from the Angels' perspective. We always only look at it from our perspective.
Right.
The Angels are giving away the only thing their fans show up to watch. They're not going to do it for some kid named Matos.
On the 17th of July. And as we get closer to the deadline, and the Angels continue to plummet back into Bolivia, as our famous friend Tony Bruno would say.
They're a mess.
Not oblivion, but Bolivia. Shout out the Bolivians. As the Angels continue to plummet, and they are facing the reality of what the future would hold. Let's say you get to August 1st, and you don't trade Shohei Otani. Well, he's leaving, guys. Artie, hey, Mr. Moreno. And I think that they do get a compensation pick of some variety. Woohoo! We get a pick.
That's
or
nothing.
You get 7 prospects. So as we get closer to the deadline, it's easy to say on July 17th, we want 7 to 10 prospects. And then on July 28th, it's we want 4 to 6 prospects. Right. And then on the 31st, it's we'll take whatever we can get.
Yeah, if you get to 3 prospects in the top 15, call me back.
Or even 3 in the top 5, I would do. Harrison, Luciano, and whoever else you want on my list. You don't get Bailey. You don't get Matos. And no Schmidt on Casey.
Yeah, no Schmidt.
Take your pick.
Andy Belmarin Keys. Hey, Andy, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. And how come you can't fish there anymore? What's the deal with that, Andy? What are you guys doing out there?
Sweating today.
Yeah, no joke.
95.
What's up, Andy?
I got to agree with Mark. How do you justify giving up all of these, however many they ask for 2 months or less? Now, here's my logic to that. And this actually goes to signing him permanently. You talked about the great years Bonds had, and he was incredible. And then Shohei's incredible. Guess what? The Giants never won with Bonds. They got into 1 World Series. The Angels have never won with Shohei. You have to follow tried and true. As you said, Mark, you got to build your system. You got to build it, keep going, and then you can add 1 or 2 guys, but you just don't bankrupt the whole system for 2 months. It's ridiculous. I just no logic. It's totally wrong. I would freak out if they did that.
Yeah, Andy, thanks.
Andy, hang in there, Andy. It's 10 weeks. It's not 2 months.
Yeah, 10 weeks.
And you're doing it with the thought that you're going to be able to keep him.
Well,
you're going to show him.
I just don't know that it matters. I mean, how much can you achieve? And he's going to go to free agency anyway. So even if in those 10 weeks, he's like, man, it is great. Well, now I'm in a meeting with the Dodgers.
Sure.
And they're going to make that look great, too. And I've lived in L.A., so I actually know that that's great, too.
Yeah,
and
but you don't know what
your mind
that
could be
clubhouse
changed again.
is like. You don't know what that manager is like. And
True.
you could at least, when you're weighing your options, one of the pros would be, I mean, if it turns out to be a con, like, I hate the Giants, well, then you got burned. But you feel like your manager, your general manager, your president of baseball ops, your clubhouse, everything about your organization would be a pro. So you show him what you got, and then as he's weighing his options in November, December, he can at least say, it was 10 weeks, and, we lost in the NLDS, but darn it, I really like those fellas.
So at his Dodgers press conference, maybe Susan Slusser or John Shea will get down there. Hey, Shohei, through your translator, could you mention why the Giants' pitch fell short? Well, I actually really wanted to go there, but this is a 10-year deal, and their whole system now has been gutted. I really enjoyed my 10 weeks there.
Right.
It was great, but I really want to win. And since we went out in the first round last year, and now, it really appears like there's not, the future's going to take a while. I'm about to be 30. I just don't have time for a rebuild. I want to win right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm devastated that they traded Landon Roop, who, by the way, is pitching great in Double A.
I bet
so he might be somebody on the go. 174.
Name's Landon Roop. That's a good sports name.
It's a great name.
I'll say this, and I don't want anyone to mistake it for small-time thinking. I do think when you go for it, you also have to weigh what's a disaster. And the Giants, as they stand right now, if they go for him in free agency with all $600 million of their dollars, and they don't get him, it's not the end of the world. It's not.
Until he throws on the blue.
No, it's still not the end of the world.
It's the end of the world if you have to face him 12 times a year and he's a Los Angeles Dodger.
No, yeah. I mean,
and it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you got to face him now. And again,
barely.
But this is the point Andy just made.
Twice?
Are people afraid of facing the Angels right now? No, they're lining up around the block. He's one man.
But you're not the Angels. You're talking about the Arizona Cardinals of the MLB.
I understand
it's an embarrassure of an organization. You know it more than anybody.
I know it
you
very,
covered
very
this
well.
team.
So my point is I want the guy as much as anybody. I really do. But the disaster is if you gut yourself in the effort and then don't get him. That's way bigger disaster than just not getting him.
It's a bigger disaster than you go into free agency and it's pom-poms, and he winds up a Dodger. That is the second biggest disaster. But it's a bigger disaster if you gut your farm. Gut your farm. You trade a couple of Landon Roops to be named later. It hurts.
I don't think it's going to be a couple. And by the way, that scenario that you laid out, second disaster, is the most likely outcome. It is. You go for him and the Dodgers get him. That's probably the number one answer on the board right now. So, I'd rather, if and when that were to happen, I'd rather have Kyle Harrison and Carson Wisenhunt and Patrick Bailey and Luis Matos.
If he's going to be a Dodger,
on my
I would
team.
rather not have traded any prospects for 10 weeks.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Plenty more of your pro Tani or no Tani calls 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
This is Matt Coger from West.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Steph Curry, the God. Alex Smith with some interesting thoughts on Brock Purdy. The great Peter Jacobson's going to join us later on the show.
Love it.
5 o'clock hour.
I got golf questions.
Stuck in Reno again. Not a bad place to get stuck. Apparently, he was supposed to fly out of Reno earlier this morning, and he is still there. I, too, once got the old flight delay in Reno, and I think I ended up with a free hotel room and $300 or $400 in flight credits going forward.
Cha-ching!
It's one of those few moments, very often when they come, we are looking for people who are willing to be bumped off of the flight. We're overbooked. Almost always, especially in today's day and age, we're like, no, I got to get to where I get back, right? I can't. And it was one of those rare days where I'm like, yeah, I don't need to be home tomorrow. So let's do it. And
please ring your call button.
Yep. Boom. Cash me out 3 times.
Nice.
Spend another night in Reno.
Cash me out one time.
And those are always interesting, too, because an hour before the flight, they make the announcement in the gate, and it's like, we're offering $350. And then half an hour later, it's like, we're offering $600.
You're like, yep.
Keep it coming.
Tick, 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 tick. So Jim Bowden wrote an article in The Athletic about a potential trade for Shohei Otani. And we'll go to the phones in a sec, but would you like to hear his specific proposal? Giants and Angels get together on a deal. Now, maybe this is not what it would take. And you're right. We sit here on July 17th, still 2 weeks to go. And maybe he's just talking to the Angels front office. But a specific deal between the Giants and the Angels. You ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. The Giants would get Shohei Otani.
I've heard of him.
The Angels would receive Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano,
okay,
Luis Matos,
sure,
Carson Wisenhunt,
that one hurts,
and Grant McCray.
According to MLB, that's prospects numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. According to MLB.com/prospects/Giants, in order: Harrison, Luciano, Matos, Wisenhunt, and McCray. That's your top 5 right there, Mark. All gone.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's a no?
That is going to be a no from me,
dog. That's a yes.
Are you?
It's a yes. Kyle Harrison.
Are you kidding me?
Harrison, 21 years old. Right now showing that he might need a little bit more time in AAA.
Sure.
And he has not been as meteoric in his ascent as we would have thought.
You're poo-pooing.
I'm going through the trade right now, Mark.
Kyle Harrison has been dynamically flying through the minor league system.
Until?
And is only age 21. Until what? You didn't like his start last week? He's fine.
He's been fine.
He's a little wild. He's 21.
Sure.
Meteoric rise through the system.
So far.
Yeah.
And now he is finding that AAA is a level that he's not able to meteorically surpass. He's going to be in AAA.
I don't know about that.
Probably until September at the
Control
earliest.
problems. Nobody's hitting him.
Right. Control problems.
Yeah.
He's erratic. He's wild.
He's 21.
Sure. Marco Luciano has been, he's been okay. He's homer or nothing.
Yeah, injury issues, strikes out too much.
Yeah.
Also 21.
Sure. But
and AA, which is notoriously a pitcher's league.
Okay.
But continue.
Marco Luciano has been less explosive and less exciting than Luis Matos, who is number 3 on our list. Now, this is the player that I would have the most difficulty parting with because you saw him in AAA. He was incendiary, and he's come to the bigs and shown that the big leagues are not too big for Luis Matos.
When do you remove a player from the prospect list?
Super question.
How many games do you have to play? Because I don't like Luis Matos is not their 3rd rated prospect. He's their center fielder.
Right.
That's their center fielder.
Correct.
Okay.
But I think that MLB.com, they go through and they add and they subtract players based on how long they're in the bigs.
Yeah, Schmidt has been removed.
Gone.
Schmidt's gone.
And
No longer a
Patrick
prospect.
Bailey is no longer a prospect.
Bailey, removed.
So I would imagine that Matos in the near future will also be removed.
Getting close.
Because, what was he at? 80 at-bats now in the bigs? Probably darn near.
Matos?
Maybe even closer to 100,
Oh, yeah,
huh?
maybe more.
Yeah. Carson Wisenhunt, he's got the unbelievable changeup, according to scouts. Carson Wisenhunt, he's a great two-pitch pitcher right now at AA. He's a guy who I think would project out to be a really good major leaguer. And Grant McCray, I don't know enough about.
He's in high A ball.
Right.
So all of these players are 22 or younger.
Correct, which is why the
they're all
Angels would
flyers.
want him.
Yeah.
So if you look at the 5 of them, and Matos is the one about whom we probably know the most, it would be likely that 2 to 3 of them become regular major league mainstays. That's the general percentage of prospects
It's also,
at this level.
To me, it's worth discussing what position they play. Kyle Harrison and Carson Wisenhunt are high-level left-handed prospects.
Yes.
Those guys are going to the bigs. I don't know if they're going to be great or not.
Right.
Those guys are going to the bigs. Matos already here, and Luciano we've been waiting for, or hearing about, I should say, for 3 years, even though he's still only 21 years old. Grant McCray, okay, whatever. Okay, like I'm sure he's fine. He's in high A ball. He's doing good. You know, he's got a kind of ho-hum season going. He's hitting about 250 with 10 home runs and an OPS of about 7.5. Great, whatever, that's fine. 22 years old, you're in high A ball. It's more even just the concept. 5 top prospects for 10 weeks? I mean, I honestly...
It's 10 weeks plus.
I find it to be, honestly, like, this is just for the way I would run a team. I find it to be ridiculous. It's an absolutely laughable offer, if you ask me. And I would say, if I were Shohei's agent, or if I were even Shohei, I don't want to join a team that just gave up its top 5 prospects. I don't want to sign with that team. Like, honestly, Harrison and Wisenhunt should be rotation pieces next year. They should be, if not this year.
Next. Harrison maybe this year. Wisenhunt as a AA guy, he would be more likely like if you wanted an extra lefty arm, a guy who's got wicked stuff, which he reportedly does have great stuff. He would be more of a September call-up just to have an extra live arm in the bullpen. Harrison, with his control struggles, I won't say control problems, but he struggled with his control, which is limiting his ability to come on and be a starter. You look at Keaton Wynn, who is back in AAA right now. He's come up and performed at the big league level. I think he would be a more bankable solution this year than Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison walks too many people, there's no doubt. I'm looking at his numbers, though, right now. Just chew on this. The idea that, his ERA is a little out of whack.
Was he mid-4s right now?
Yeah. Actually, 4.79.
Oh, God.
But check this out.
He's got to go.
In 56 innings, this is just at AAA now. 56 innings.
80 strikeouts?
92.
Wait, 92 and 56?
They are dancing. I mean,
that's almost 2 per inning.
Which is absurd.
Normally 1 per inning is considered like, whoa, you got some wicked stuff.
At AA, he was at 271, 186 Ks in 113 innings. The dude's got wicked, nasty stuff, and he's 21. You know what I mean? You don't usually give up a player, not even a player like that, for a rental. And you're going to give up 5?
And again, you're portraying this as a rental. And if you thought that this was a rental, you would not do the deal. And it would be laughable, but it's not. It's not necessarily a rental. What it is, it's an entree into getting the inside track on keeping the guy.
Which is?
And that's the only way you would do this trade. So for you to say laughable and 10 weeks and rental, if those things are all true, ironclad facts, then of course you don't do this. But if you believe as an organization that you bring the player in and you have a better chance of maintaining that player and signing that player by the very fact that you have him here, and what, Mark, you bring him in and you win the World Series, then maybe you have a real chance to keep him.
Like I just feel like the idea that you're throwing at me now is the same thing people say when they're going to the tables in Vegas. So here's what we're going to do after we go win $1,000 playing blackjack here in a couple hours. We're going to go out on the town. We're going to rent a limo, and we're going to this, that, and the other. 10 minutes later, you're broke. Like, all of the ifs, you're telling me, you're like, that is the core of your farm system for an if we convince him, and if that even resonates with him, and then if we get to free agency and he still likes it, and if somebody else doesn't get his attention during that free agent period. Like, this is, you're suggesting an unbelievable gamble.
But you're dealing
and if
ifs.
you're wrong, it is an epic disaster.
Well, you don't know that.
Yes,
because,
I do.
No, Luciano may never make it to the bigs.
That's not
and
the
Wisenhunt
point.
may never play.
I've already said
and we
it,
already
though.
know that Grant McCrae is a single A guy.
But they're
You're
assets.
talking about giant ifs, though.
No, I'm
These
not.
These are ifs.
I'm not. They're assets. That's the fallacy to me. And I see you. Like Ernie Chavez just said, you're acting like they're all starters. No, they're the assets. They're the core of what your flexibility of everything that you do as an organization. We have been sitting here asking for a farm system for 5 years, and now we've got it, and all of you want to give it away for 10 weeks of a couple balls in the bay and a big old maybe.
An asset is only as valuable as what you can get for it. A house is the
A
same
lot.
thing. So
what do you
if you've
think
got a
they get?
house, a 4-bedroom house, and it's listed at $2 million, and you sell it for 2.5, well, that house is worth 2.5. Even though the house really isn't worth more than 1.2, you got 2.5 for it.
Yeah.
So for me, these assets are only as good as, right now, what you can get for them.
And people think very highly of these players. I can tell you that.
Well,
Like
if they do, then you wouldn't have to trade all 5 of them for a 10-week rental.
Yeah, you would, because it's Otani, and that's the point. That's why I don't want to get into this derby. This derby is irrational. It's irrational because the guy is so generational, so iconic, so everything, so unique. He is the greatest thing we've ever seen, and that's what leads to irrational decisions. I don't want 10 weeks of Otani. I want 10 years. That's my whole point. And I think we're overvaluing how much these 10 weeks would convince him. That's my take on it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. If you were telling me to give up these 5 guys and I could have Otani for 10 years, I'll take him. But I don't think that this does that. Let's go to Gus and Tracy here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Gus, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
I'm just sitting in my car, just waiting for talk to you guys. Listen, those are big ifs, number one. Number two, I have to go with Willard on this one. There's no way in the world I'm going to give up my top prospect for maybe 2 months rental, and most likely he's not even going to want to stay here. So now you lose out on that. And my third point is he's twice as likely to get hurt because he's a pitcher and he's a hitter and he runs the bases. So those are way too big of ifs. If. I just wouldn't do it, you guys. There's no way I do that. I do it.
Yeah, Gus, let's throw this into the conversation. Thanks for the call. He has left his last 3 starts with finger pain. So those of you
pain.
Well, those of you who are also thinking, hey, you could get him and you could go win the World Series, or you could give up your center fielder and your catcher,
right?
And he could show up and not be able to pitch. That's also possible.
Or you can hold on to these 5 prospects, and Kyle Harrison can never find the strike zone, and Luciano can never become the hitter that you dreamed that he was going to be, and Carson Wisenhunt, he gets hurt, and Grant McCrae never makes it above single A.
Sure, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant in the process of trying to sign him. That's totally irrelevant. That's my point.
It's relevant, though, in terms of like overvaluing these assets, because these assets are only as valuable as they become if you keep them, or what you can get when you trade them.
Which is a ton.
Well, it depends.
Which is a ton. They're very highly thought of right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
So Kyle Harrison right now, is he more valuable right now than the player he becomes?
No way to know.
You hope not.
No way to know. Yeah.
You hope, because right now he is a super valuable asset. He's a top 20 prospect in the whole league.
Exactly, which is why I reject anyone who's being like, you're acting like he's going to be good for sure. No, I'm not. I'm telling you that right now, this is an unbelievable asset. And if you wanted to move him, you better get more than 10 weeks of someone. Just him alone. I'm not moving that guy by himself for 10 weeks of anyone.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just so like...
the idea
thinking is
you're not looking at the 10 weeks. You're looking at 10 weeks, which leads to 10 years.
Yeah, I don't think it does. That's where we differ. I know that. I don't think that's going to. He's going to go check out free agency.
Of course he is. But my thinking would be having him here, giving him that chance. It's a little bit like the show 90 Day Fiance, where you get 90 days and then you figure out if it's keeper, if it's not a keeper, and you hope that the 10 weeks goes so well that when he goes into the open market and you say, "Hey, Shohei, Dodgers are offering you $550. We're going to give you $550." And you know what, Shohei? You're locker. Remember all those good times we had? You and Webby and Cobby and all the fellas and Brebbia. Remember your time with Brebby?
And he'll look at you and say, "I don't understand English." And then the Dodger press conference is the next day. Gabriel in San Francisco with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Gabriel, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? I was just forming some beef patties for dinner. But Willard, I just want to say I agree with what you're saying. I think when it comes to a really big name, especially in regards to baseball, with the new shift change rules, I think the small ball is coming back. And to give up our whole farm system for a man like Otani, probably not in our best interest. However, when it does get to free agency, I think, yes, we need to make that push to go get him. But I don't see the risk and reward isn't there for right now, the trade.
Totally agree. Yeah, Gabriel, thanks. I just want to address everybody, whether it's YouTube, whether you're listening out there. I am not saying that the value of the top 5 prospects does not equal Otani. I'd give my top 10 prospects for Otani if I knew I was going to keep him. I'm saying that the top 5 prospects is not worth 10 weeks of Otani, which is the only thing that you're guaranteed. And I bet that if each and every one of you searched your own opinions on this, even if you got him, you'd still say it's less than 50-50 that they could keep him. So if that's how you honestly feel, I don't understand how this is honest. I don't even see how this is a conversation if that's what it costs. And we don't, I acknowledge you there.
Right.
I don't know that that's what it's going to cost. This is just Jim Bowden's thoughts on paper.
And 2 weeks from now, I do believe that the price that it's going to cost goes down.
Maybe.
Because the Angels are going to be faced with the reality, which the Angels probably have a 2% chance of keeping him, 98% chance that he leaves.
Oh, after the year?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's even being kind.
Okay, so let's put it at 99 out of 100 times. He's gone. So if you're the Angels and you get closer to the deadline and you realize 99% chance he leaves, you're going to bring down your asking price significantly in terms of the number of prospects. And I do think that if you bring in Shohei Otani now, you have a better than 50% chance of re-signing him. If you don't bring Shohei Otani in now, if it's just you and he's never been here against the Dodgers and he's never been there but he lives in L.A., I'd give you a 20 to 80% chance of getting him.
I don't think it's that big of a gap, number one. And number two, whether or not the price comes down in 2 weeks, I think is much more based not on how the Angels play. It's going to be how many teams are on the other end of the phone. Like if there are 10 teams ready to throw prospects for Shohei Otani, then the Angels go, pony up, boys.
Right.
That price better go up because I got 9 other offers.
But I wonder about that, and we talked about Tampa before and what other teams out there might be purely in the rental market, because the Giants wouldn't bring him in as a rental. They'd be bringing him in as a rental plus, a rental with hope.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think that Tampa or whatever other team out there.
I've heard Yankees. I've heard Tampa.
Sure.
I've heard Rangers, although the Rangers might think that they've got an opportunity this offseason. I'm a good manager. right. I know how to win. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike.
I missed that. I needed it.
You're on with Willard and Dick. What are you doing, Mike?
What's up, guys? I actually just got back from the PGA store getting my clubs re-extended. So, yep, I know. The drop. No, it was my birthday yesterday, and we played over at the Ritz-Carlton over in Half Moon Bay. So, not a bad day. Yep, there's the drop.
Look at you, Mike. Good job on whatever it is you did to become a billionaire. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so regarding all this, man, you guys made some, it was in a way when I was calling in, I was like, man, you guys hit a lot of points that I was concerned about. And I think it was also Gus from Tracy that said it. Do we really want to give up that many prospects for, let's say, a 1 year with a second-year option with all that money and then just letting our farm system go? Look, I have no problem letting the farm system go, but is it really worth it? Do we really think that we're going to make a World Series in the next 2 years? That's, difficult to say. This year, I don't know. Next year, I don't know, and it depends if, Otani ends up, opting in. The problem is, though, I have no problem giving and as much as I love Wisenhunt and McCrary, those would be the guys that I would want to get. I would be okay with getting rid of in the trade. I cannot say yes to Harrison and especially Luciano. I can't do it. And Matos, I love Matos. I'm just a boy band favorite, if you want to say, with him. I love the guy. I just can't really say that I can get rid of him. It's just more of can we get him for some minor prospects with, letting go of Wisenhunt and then also McCrary. I mean, I don't know, but I can't give up our top 5 prospects. It's not worth it.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. By the way, it's McCray, not McCrary, which is sort of belies the point. Some of us, we don't even know his name. But maybe this would help. What if I pitched it to you a different way? Remove the names. I don't care who the names are. I'm not giving the top 5 people in my farm system, whoever they are, for 10 weeks of a player.
Yeah.
I don't care if
you're stuck on the 10 weeks part.
Yes.
Because that's the only guarantee. But you're also...
It's the only probability.
But you're also putting probability on these top 5 prospects, and we're not going to use the names. You are.
I reject that.
No, I reject your notion of the 10 weeks because I'm not doing it. And Shohei Otani is a much better asset,
that
even for 10 weeks.
You will control nothing in November.
You'll control in August and September, and hopefully there's an October.
That'd be great.
And beyond that, so you have the known commodity for 10 weeks for sure versus 5 gigantic question marks about whom we know virtually nothing.
Right.
Other than the future.
But they're also assets that I can turn into all kinds of things because none of them have had a 23rd birthday yet. It's just... to me, it's just bad business. It's just bad. And wouldn't you predict, forget the whole conversation we've had so far, don't you think Farhan's not doing this?
Odds are.
You're not doing this.
You know why? You want me to tell you in 0 words?
Do your Cadbury cream egg commercial. Sponsored by Cars.com. We always got time for your phone calls. We got to relive the situation for Steph over the weekend as well. It's all still ahead on Willard and Dibs. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Oh, that's the sound of...
Illinois, B21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know this. That's actually a fun question.
Yeah.
Because people will look at what happened yesterday, and they're like, wow, my man Steph Curry is so good. He could be a professional golfer.
Easily.
Nope.
Mark, he's already been a professional golfer.
Great point.
It might have been the Nationwide Tour at the time. Now it's the web.com.
Yeah.
And now it's the Corn Ferry. I'm sorry. That
Right.
tour's changed names so many times.
Nike Tour.
All of that and more.
Whatever that is now.
I think it was the Nationwide when I played with a guy named Max Homa. And Lo Neal and I launched him into stardom. You ask Max sometime.
Yeah.
He was nothing until he played with us.
I know he's your text buddy.
Yeah, we text.
Check in with him. Ask him if Steph Curry could make it on the PGA Tour.
You know what? I will,
Yeah.
and I'll see if he'll join us. Well, I guess it'll be like midnight across the pond because he's getting ready for the Open Championship, which starts in about 36 hours.
Yep.
But Steph Curry has been a professional golfer, and I don't believe he made the cut in the Nationwide is on your side,
That is
web.com
accurate.
Corn Ferry.
That is accurate. Look, he's very, very good.
All right.
And he's also not dedicating any time to it, or I should say not a lot of time to it. He is dedicating some time to it. But if you missed it yesterday, American Century Championship, which I've already been on record a number of times saying, I think, for my money, probably the most unique, I'm not going to say the greatest, the most unique fan experience event that I've ever attended, because the accessibility to stars from so many different sports all at one time, and then the ability to potentially play blackjack with them later in the night, it's different. It is different. And Steph, for the last few years, has sort of been in the B group. Like, oh, he's really good and kind of compete and stay near, but he's not actually going to win the thing. And then the dude hit a hole-in-one on Saturday, and then he had this putt, courtesy of NBC yesterday on the 18th at Edgewood to win the whole banana.
Well, Steve, I guess Steph's got a shot at a buzzer beater here.
Yes, he does.
Time's running off the clock. Time to put up a shot.
He's done it plenty of times in his career. Again, Marty Fish has a par putt from a few feet away, but that doesn't matter if this goes in. This putt is for 6 points, and it would give Steph Curry his first ever American Century Championship victory.
He has been a thrill machine his entire career on and off the golf course. Can he do it again?
He's got a chance. Oh, it goes in! And Steph Curry is the winner.
All right. Okay. One of the voices you heard there on NBC was Peter Jacobson. He'll join us next hour. I just looked at this and his whole weekend. It went from this curling crazy putt that he made, I think on Friday, the hole-in-one on Saturday, this putt and the win and the hug to Aisha, and he's bouncing Cannon around on the 18th green. And I just looked at this and I went, my God. You know when people, whenever you do something great, oh, gosh, it's your world. We're all just living in it.
Yeah.
I think that phrase belongs to this man. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a life that appears to be so smooth, so talented, so joyous, so free from controversy, so free from what the pitfalls in which we all seem to fall. I'm sure there's stuff, because you don't know Steph Curry. We don't actually know the man and what's going on behind the scenes. But have you ever seen anything like this? I never, and even go to the greats. Does Michael Jordan's life look this fun? I know he's richer. Does he look like he's having this much fun?
I think at the time, and it's hard to do this, but if we go back to Michael Jordan at the time, and let's just put it at the time where he won 3 championships and decided, I'm going to go play baseball for a year. Right. Now, this was before or right around the time where his father was murdered, and you started to get a look into what Michael Jordan did when he was off the court, and Michael Jordan was never the humanitarian or the philanthropic presence that Steph Curry is, but Michael Jordan was simply a brand in and of himself. He was, part of making Nike what Nike has become. So Michael Jordan off the court, while maybe not as cookie cutter perfect, quote unquote, as Steph Curry, Michael Jordan, his life was pretty sweet in terms of the guy can do anything. He could go out and play golf. He was a good golfer, and he could go out and, he was running and playing poker and smoking cigars, and he played pro baseball. It's a little bit of a different personality, but in terms of like the charmed life aspect, he had a pretty charmed life at the time.
I don't even necessarily mean charmed. I mean, sure, we all want to be like Mike, but by the same token, I feel like when you listen to Michael Jordan talk and even listen to others talk about him, I mean, his most famous teammate hates him. Do you know what I mean? Like, Michael Jordan had a Hall of Fame speech where all he could do was rip other people. Like, there's nowhere near the joy. And I don't even know, like, whoever's life is better, it's not even about that. It's who's enjoying whichever life you have the most.
Joy is an interesting thing.
Steph Curry, it's like, what the hell is ever wrong here? What is do you have a bad day sometimes? Does it go to that dark space ever? I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
But you don't see it. You don't hear about it. You can't even talk to someone who's around Steph and have them say anything other than, yeah, that just smiling and happy and just perfect all the time. That's what everybody says.
And appreciative of, the fact that he had a definite leg up on the competition, being the son of an NBA player, and also humble enough to appreciate the gifts that he got from his mom and his dad, and the fact that he was raised by two loving parents. It never feels like he takes any of it for granted. And also he has an unbelievable sense of humility, Mark. It's like, you're the greatest three-point shooter ever. You're a 4-time champ, 2-time MVP, finals MVP, and oh, by the way, you're a unbelievably good golfer as well, yet the celebrations, when he makes the hole-in-one and he sprints to the green, and then he sprints back, and he's hugging every caddy, and he's high-fiving, and he's signing autographs. The way he carries himself is like a guy who truly appreciates how good he has it, yet he has the ability to not make it seem like he's rubbing our nose in it.
Yeah, it's almost hard to describe, but I'm looking at it through the lens of like what sports life has sort of either gone that smoothly. Sure, joyous, as I said, is a word that comes to mind, but just, it's that old question, if you could trade places with anybody, that gets a little convoluted. People want Michael's billions. Do you know what I mean? Like, for me,
Steph's not doing too bad.
Yeah, Steph making $60 million a year. You know what I mean? At a certain point, I'm like, it's just
plus whatever he got from Under Armour.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like at a certain point, doesn't it just become some numbers on a spreadsheet somewhere? Like, not like any of these dudes need to worry about anything ever when it comes to finances, and that number's only going to keep going up for the greats of the game. But this thing it is just. It appears flawless.
Well, it's interesting.
I'm sure it's not.
Well, the word you used is joyous. And yes, I'm sure he has bad days. And I'm actually looking at one of his bad days when he played at the Ellie Mae Classic and he shot an 86 in the second round. And he was dead last, missed the cut by 13 shots. He was 33 shots behind the leader after 2 rounds. And this is 5 years ago. So as we get into this discussion with Peter Jacobson, coming up here in about an hour, half an hour, it's a question that I believe will be a resounding no in terms of can Steph play with the big boys.
I always, and I think some people get this, if you play, if you don't, okay. But like you played Old Greenwood up in Truckee over the weekend.
Yes, Saturday.
Right? And then now that course is getting ready for a professional tournament.
In 3 days. We actually were the last group to play the course before they shut it down Thank you for the tournament that starts on Thursday.
And I'm sorry for bringing it up, but what'd you shoot again?
I'd have to go back and finish doing the math, Mark, because my calculator broke.
Okay.
I shot a 110, Mark.
And what do you usually shoot on just a normal round of golf?
I am a bogey golfer through and through, which means on a par 72, I'm right around 90, which means 85 on a good day, 95 on a bad day.
Okay. And
110.
You shot 110, in part because I'm sure you just didn't play well that day.
I stunk.
But Old Greenwood was set up for the pros. And by the way, it's one of these like lower level pro events that won't have a lot of the top players in the world.
The top players in the world will be over across the pond
Obviously.
at the Open Championship.
Right. So in other words, there's two kinds of golf courses. There's the ones they play, and there's the ones that we play. And they're completely different. So, and Edgewood, while difficult and set up for the tournament and all that, I've played it many, many times.
Whoop.
Sorry, I have.
No, it's a great course.
Knew a dude. Okay, but anyway, yeah, it's an unbelievable. It's my favorite course. It's incredible. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. It is a course where I find it difficult to, break 90. It's doable. It's doable. If you went and played where they're going to play the Open Championship this week, you and I would not break 100. There would be zero chance of us breaking 100. There would be zero chance of me not breaking 100 if I went and played Edgewood tomorrow. Whatever Steph just did, it's an incredible accomplishment. He did not the PGA Tour.
No.
It's a totally different sport.
Yes, and when I played Old Greenwood in the past, and it wasn't right before they were having the PGA Tour event, one year I shot a 91, one year I shot a 97. It's a tough course, but when they set it up for the PGA Tour and you don't hit it in the fairway and you're in what they call the rough, this is now 3 inches where you may not be able to see your golf ball. And so now, and these guys, they're still hitting the ball as far as they need to out of the rough, but guys like you and I, and more guys like me, I'm lucky just to chop that thing out of the cabbage. So Steph Curry plays at Edgewood, and he wins against a bunch of celebrities, and he plays great. He gets a hole-in-one. He makes an eagle to win it in walk-off fashion. He plays at TPC Stonebray in the Hayward Hills, and he goes 74-74 the first year, misses the cut by 11. The next year he goes 71-86, misses the cut by 13. So he's playing on those courses against the big boys, and he's more than a dozen shots away from even making it to the weekend.
And they're actually the little big boys. I mean, they're big boys, but they're not those big boys.
Yeah, you're talking about, players between 225 in the world and 400th in the world.
Here's Steph after the win yesterday.
It's very similar, just knowing, I have more time to think about it in this scenario. On the court, it happens a lot faster, but just being able to lock into the moment, knowing what the stakes were, accepting it. I've always dreamt of like a situation like this on an 18th green in front of a crowd like that to make a putt. And you just stick to the routine, have so much confidence in yourself, live with the results. Thankfully, it went in, which is insane. Been playing in this thing for almost a decade, and to know finally got a win, it's pretty special.
You know what? Listening to him talk right there from the ACC championship, it almost is like I think about it a different way. And this is one of the things I find really, really impressive about Steph, because I'm a big believer in like goal setting. Right? Put that thing out there and then chase it and believe that you can go do it. What goal has Steph set that he's not achieved? At least the ones that we know about. I mean, he wanted to he wanted to be an NBA champion. Nobody thought that he was going to be the one on an NBA team. A little 6'2", soaking wet, 200-pound guy, and he becomes this iconic change-the-game type player. But then Kevin Durant joins, and 3 rings in, he's still never won an NBA Finals. He's being told that your dynasty is over. What does he do? Boom. You go out there and do it. He wanted to win this. He went out there, and he did it. Again, I never make assumptions about someone else's family life, but my God, when you look at it from the outside looking in, does it not just look like the darn cutest thing you ever seen in your whole life? Right? I mean, everybody's just all over Instagram looking beautiful and having fun all the time. So I'm sure there's stuff. Every life has it. But I don't know that we've experienced something like this. Even the greats. Go through greats of the game. The LeBrons, you brought up Jordan.
Yeah.
Go over to the NFL, the Aaron Rodgers, the Brett Favre.
I kind of get a little bit of a bad
Tiger
rap.
Woods.
I had
Very
some off-course difficulties.
That's Tiger.
Thank
great
you.
example. It doesn't ever feel like this. I think there's
the one I thought of. I'm sorry not to cut you off, but the one not to cut you off. Peyton Manning is one that I thought about as a comp because what he's done in the comedy arena and what he's doing now as a commentator and kind of a jokester. He strikes me as a guy who has enjoyed doing what he's done. And even as a player, I mean, being a quarterback's a little bit tougher because you have to have that edge and you got to be a little bit of a tough guy. But he strikes me as a guy who's really kind of enjoyed his celebrity in many ways.
Good example. I do think, though, there were controversies that came up about some behavior when he was still at Tennessee. There were controversies that came up about PEDs showing up in a package at his house. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if they're quiet, Steph is one of the few, and I guess I could think of others but maybe they're younger in their career and they're not as big of a name. But how many is just like, there's never been a question. There's never been even
a whiff of controversy.
Well, even take Giannis. You know what I mean? Giannis was like, for a week, he was the biggest topic in sports media because falling in Game 5 at home in the second round was, quote, not a failure. And that became a big thing. And sure, people have had conversations about Steph being a product of his environment or what have you. But has there ever been this debatable conversation around Steph Curry?
Well, not in the last few years, certainly. I mean, before he became a champion, you could criticize him as, being fragile and he was unable to stay healthy with the ankle issues. But what he's done from 2015 all the way through now, even as you're talking about it, think about what he did for the Howard golf team, where he single-handedly funded that. And now he starts his own underrated golf league and everything he did for mosquito nets for people in developing countries and, freshwater campaigns and what he did with, I think it's Eat, Play, Learn in the city of Oakland, which is funny because my kids were working at the recreation department in Oakland. Shout out my buddy Brett in Redwood Heights. Because he came in and gave all this money, they changed the way that they did their summer camp, and they made it a lot less fun.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I would hold against Steph Curry. You ruined my kid's summer job.
Well, some people think he ruined the whole NBA. He's ruined everything for youth. You know this better than anyone.
CYO referee.
Youth basketball. How's that going since Steph Curry came on the scene?
If I had $1 for every little Johnny who dribbled behind the back for no real reason, it's like you're not beating your player and you're not going anywhere. I saw Steph do this. Well, I'm going behind my back.
Well, and the worst is when the kids are at the age where it's like, no, you can't even physically get the ball there from there. You can't get the ball to the rim from way back there. It is not only a low percentage shot for everyone not named Steph, it's a no percentage shot for you. But they're still taking it. Firing it up. I mean, little Jude's over at the park shooting threes all the time. He can make them every now and again, but it's like, why are you out there? What is that doing to your future in this sport that you go to the park and the only reason you go inside the three-point line is to go get the ball so you can bring it back out to the three-point line and shoot it again?
He's got kids hoisting all over the place.
It's unreal.
I was thinking over the weekend, one guy we should get on the show is your buddy who played in the same tournament, Brian Baumgartner, friend of the program.
Yeah, did he play again this year?
Kevin from the office.
Yeah. It's his favorite weekend. I'm sure he played.
He finished 80th, 1 point ahead of
Charles
Barkley.
Yeah. He is not a contender.
No, he's not. It's funny because I was looking at some wagers going in. Steph was 12-1 to win it. Marty Fish was plus 275. Makmoda was plus 500. And Joe Pavelski was 8-1 playing with Steph in the final round. The other interesting one was a yes-no prop on Charles Barkley. Would he finish in the top 70?
Oh, that's a
no. Was pretty heavy.
No. Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah, so
I just, and all of the timing of this, with Underrated coming out here in, I think, this weekend, right?
Yeah, I think Friday.
I think so. July 21st. Is that Friday? Yeah. It's coming out on Friday. I'm like trying to get through that Netflix quarterback thing before the Steph thing comes out because I don't do well when I got two things to watch at once.
Yeah.
Because you know me. It takes me about 8 weeks to get through 2 episodes. I am 2 episodes into quarterback. I got 6 more to go. We've only got 4 nights before we get to Friday. I do not like my odds, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
That's the goal. Have you been watching quarterback at all?
No, tell me about quarterback.
You don't know quarterback? On Netflix?
Yeah, talk to me, Mark. Sell me on quarterback.
Well, you were
I
on
saw
vacation.
I saw your email today about Kirk Cousins, and I read that. I'm like, this is not making me want to watch this Netflix show.
Why? Well, all I said.
Kirk Cousins is like, he's like not vanilla ice cream. He's French vanilla ice cream.
Okay, can I? And I'm going to blame. This is a way for me to say something, and I'll put it on someone else so it doesn't sound like I'm being mean.
Okay.
Okay. The lovely Christy. These are her words, not mine. Okay. We're watching quarterback together. It's like, Kirk Cousins is a dork.
And you co-sign on that.
He does come. He's kind of a dork.
Yeah.
He's a dork, which is fine. All of us, we've got some dorky tendencies.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? But like when you're stuck in a documentary with Patrick Mahomes on your left, and even the other guy who you're better than, and it's Marcus Mariota.
Okay.
But he's Hawaiian. So he's a Heisman winner. So there's just this level of
Kodaks.
like, right. There's this level. Thank you. Is that
His
why
whole
you,
personality.
Is that why you wore your big O today?
Actually, no, that's a coincidence.
Yeah, it's coinky.
Yeah, Kodaks.
Anyway,
So tell me about this documentary.
they're following those 3 quarterbacks around.
Oh, it's those 3.
Those 3, and it's just called quarterback.
Okay.
And it's on the field, mic'd up, and it's in the
From
home
last year.
It's
Okay.
It's all kinds. It's their whole career, and it's on the field. It's off the field. It's at home with the families. It's the story of where they've been, where they're going. I think the 3 levels that it's trying to get to are you've got the best player in the game.
Yep.
You've got one of the guys who's sort of in the middle, who's good, but hasn't gotten over the top. And then you got all the way down to someone who's struggling to keep a starting gig. And it's showing the difficulty, the fishbowl that is the quarterback position and the pressure that is on it on a daily basis.
And it's all 3 of them on each episode. Like now we go over and we look at Marcus and what's Kirk doing.
Bounces around to all 3.
Have we addressed Patrick's brother at all yet and that controversy? Does that make an appearance, do you know, in the 8 episodes?
I've only watched 2 episodes.
Okay. He was in Lubbock when he got his jersey retired at Texas Tech. I did notice that.
Okay.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
His brother was, okay.
Yeah, so it goes back to their colleges in some cases.
Okay, beautiful.
You know, but anyway, when I wrote that email, my point was, and this is just kind of as an aside, because Kirk Cousins has been so linked to Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Look, he's a good player. And you know, the way his coach talks about him, even in the documentary, like, yeah, he's a good player. But I think it led to a question for some people of like, well, what if Kirk Cousins inject him into the 49er current quarterback situation? Does it get better? Does it get worse? Are they a bigger favorite? Are they less? How does that make you feel? And I'm just like, I'm out on Cousins to the Niners. It's just, he's very good, but he's so uninspiring.
And he's pricey. So if you want to inject some Cousins into your team, that's going to cost you somebody, because the beauty of Brock Purdy, and if you want to take the contracts aside, to me, Brock Purdy is just a younger, less proven addition of Kirk Cousins.
Maybe.
I mean, neither guy is that eye-poppingly physically talented, but Brock Purdy seems to be pretty effective and efficient in terms of winning. But if you had Cousins and not Brock Purdy, that's an extra, $30 million on your cap?
Yeah.
It's going to cost you somebody.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Still ahead, your calls 888-957-9570. Peter Jacobson, a former great golfer, now broadcaster, who was on the broadcast on NBC watching Steph Curry do his thing. He is going to join us next hour, about a half hour away, but also coming up next, speaking of Brock Purdy, wait until you hear what Alex Smith said about him. We've got that coming up around the bend on Willard and Dibs. And if you're looking to learn new skills and be part of a community,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we were just talking about Steph and golf. Now, for a moment, let's talk about you and golf.
I gave up the game on Saturday.
Yeah, not you, Dibs.
Oh.
You, listener.
Oh.
Talking to you. You golf? You like to play? You like to beat Dibs by 30 shots in one round? Well, if you want to play golf with one of the shows at 95.7 The Game, you heard us last week talk a lot about the round that is coming a week from tomorrow at Berkeley Country Club. The rounds, I should say. A few more spots have opened up at Berkeley Country Club next Tuesday, July 25th. So you are invited to head on over to 957thegame.com and enter to win your way into those extra spots. So we do ask that only enter if you, A, like golf, you'd actually like to play, and B, you are available next Tuesday, July 25th. All you got to do is go to the contest page on our website to enter 957thegame.com for your chance to win. And if you do, we will see you there.
I am looking forward to it.
Yeah. We had a great time when we played there last time.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Great time. Great time. Didn't play too bad either. That helped. Dude, I got some work to do over the next 8 days.
Get out of here. You're a player. You're a stick.
But I haven't played.
Well,
dude.
I played 3 days in a row, and one day, first day was not bad. Good. Second day was I quit. I'm never going to play again.
I hate
Where
that
do
time.
I throw these clubs? I don't want to litter and throw them in Lake Tahoe. Can I just throw them out the window? You know what? I'll try one more time. Played Sunday. Played great, Mark. That was yesterday. So I'm back. I quit the game for about 18 hours, but now I'm back. I might hit balls today on the way home.
I got work to do, dude. I got some work to do. Okay. Checking. I want to make sure that that's false. Okay.
Of course. You have to always check these things. I saw the same thing you saw.
Check. 1, 2, sibilance. Check. 1, 2, sibilance. Okay. We're good here. So yeah, it'd be fun to see everybody out there next Tuesday at Berkeley Country Club. We cannot wait to get there. Okay, Peter Jacobson is coming up here in about 25 minutes. All-time great golfer. Now he's been an announcer for a long time. Really fun personality and was part of the group on the call with Steph Curry doing what he did at the great Edgewood Tahoe over the weekend to win the ACC championship. That is still around the bend. What about this? Alex Smith, one of those people in life, I feel like everybody likes him a whole lot more after he's gone. You know what I mean? Alex was not beloved as the perfect 49er quarterback by any stretch when he was here.
He was borderline hated.
Well, and dealt a bad hand for sure. Different offensive coordinator every single year. Then the Kaepernick thing happens, and everywhere he's been, he's a good quarterback when people want a great one. And so replaced by Kaepernick, followed by replaced by Mahomes. And then he goes through his experience in Washington and becomes an incredibly sympathetic figure. And I think people look back on him and have now forgiven him for the fact that he's not Aaron Rodgers. He's not. 49ers chose wrong, but he was still pretty good. And I certainly take his thoughts on the quarterback position. So this is interesting, I think. Alex Smith, via the Giants Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area, having this to say about Brock Purdy.
It's really between your ears. You got to be able to process a lot fast. There's not a great way to quantify that yet, right? I mean, there's in our interview process and the combine and all the weird tests you take. They haven't really found a great way to quantify that. And I think Brock showed he's got it right between the ears. It's not too big for him.
And you can tell that immediately?
I mean, this is a guy I know didn't get many reps in training camp. Yeah. Finally got backed up to number 2, so he's running scout team. You're still not getting many reps. And then to step in and just operate the way he did, it wasn't too big. You could see him dial in. And I know in that system there's a lot on the quarterback's plate from a processing standpoint. I think he showed enough that absolutely, he's got it. And again, height, 40, arm strength, that stuff really is secondary at the NFL level. And I think he's got the things that you're looking for to win sustainably. And again, accuracy, timing, and processing, number 1.
So that's with Mayoko on NBC Sports Bay Area and the 49ers Talk podcast. I mean, it's funny. You're listening to him talk, he's got that it thing. He can do all this, that, and the other. Does it lessen it when it's coming from Alex Smith? Because I do feel like some people are concerned that that's who Brock Purdy is. Good, but not great.
Yeah, it doesn't lessen it at all for me. It actually enhances it because Alex Smith came out of Utah as the number 1 overall player. So he was a good enough player to be seen by somebody, the Niners, as the best player in his draft class. And the guy ended up playing for 14 years for a number of different systems. And, you don't have to be the most proficient on the field to have a great understanding about what's going on as a quarterback. When you play that many games, and he ended up starting 167 games in the NFL, to me, you have a good idea of what it takes. Even if you didn't always show that you had the skills to do it, the guy was around long enough to be an expert. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Mike Dunleavy Jr. He played 14 years in the NBA.
It's an interesting comment.
He was highly drafted. He'd never made it, quote unquote, with the Golden State Warriors. He went on to have a good long career. 14 years in the association is legit.
It wasn't bad.
And if you look at Alex Smith's career, he had a somewhat of a Dunleavy-ian career.
I would take Alex's career over Dunleavy's without looking at numbers. But you're right in that we do this to players based on draft position. In other words, had Alex Smith been drafted with the first pick in the second round, how would you feel about his career?
Exactly.
You'd feel
a lot differently.
You'd feel a lot better.
And we think a lot differently about Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant. If, Brock Purdy was taken 3rd overall, then the expectations would be a lot higher even now after what we've seen in a short sample.
Well, and that's relevant to the Trey Lance conversation. And this is one thing that does interest me in terms of how the 49er quarterback position plays out, whether that means that Purdy just takes the reins and he's the quarterback for the next 7 years. Does he get hurt? Does Trey Lance get traded? Does he ever get his shot with the 49ers? All of those things. Let's say the 49ers do have, over the next 5 years, Kyle Shanahan remains the coach and the 49ers do have success. I don't necessarily know if that means the ultimate success, but they continue to be a playoff team year in and year out and compete for Super Bowls, but it's not with Trey Lance. In one form or another, he is not your starting quarterback. Should they be blamed for the pick? In other words, should a fan still be upset with what the 49ers did, which was clearly, again, under that scenario, a mistake, even if it works out okay at the position anyway?
Yes, is my answer.
Okay, why?
Because you could have had other players in those picks that would have been helping you, and maybe they'd be players who would help you more long-term than what you ended up getting for Trey Lance. It still goes down as a mistake, and it feels a little like the James Wiseman question because the Wiseman failed pick is offset in many ways by the fact you won a championship. James Wiseman didn't even dribble the ball one time in his second year, and you won a championship. And now you've traded James Wiseman, and he is not a bust, but it goes down as a failed pick right now.
Not yet.
Yeah. He may end up being a bust, which is fine, but right now it goes down as a failed pick. Brings me back to the Alex Smith question, even more so because you blew that pick. And we can look back now and all say they should have taken Aaron Rodgers. So many teams didn't take Aaron Rodgers. He fell to the end of the first round. But imagine if the Niners would have taken Aaron Rodgers, because the Niners, they weren't bailed out the way that the Warriors were bailed out in terms of winning a championship. The Niners still haven't won a title since long before they didn't take Aaron Rodgers.
Makes it kind of a fun guy to ask the question. So Alex Smith is asked, does Shanahan deserve blame for drafting Trey Lance?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get into that. I think if you were to say that, hey, listen, if we were just grading draft picks and if you were to play it out and he doesn't, and it's because Brock Purdy does, like, you've also hit on the last pick of the draft, which nobody else has to that level. I still love Trey's future. I think he's incredibly talented. I think he's a great kid that works really hard. And I think he's got, he was so young. He was 20 years old when he got drafted. His college experience was so unique. He's battled some injuries. So for him, he needs to block out the noise, block out the distractions, and continue to go to work and just become the player he wants to be and work towards that. And that's hard. That's not easy to do, especially as a young kid.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I didn't know that that Alex Smith also plays a musical instrument.
A little easy listening.
So
there.
yeah, he's like, "Come here, Mayoko, ask me some questions while I'm strumming on my guitar here on the golf range. Let's talk it out a little bit." I go back and forth on this a little bit. There's no escaping where we sit right now that the Trey Lance trade was a big old mistake. Right now.
Right now, it doesn't look good, Mark.
There's no escaping that.
You traded 2 firsts, actually 3 to move up, and a third, and you did all that to get Trey Lance, and Trey Lance has not been the guy to win the job and keep the job. He won the job. Last year, he got 7 quarters and got hurt, and as of now, that's all she wrote.
You know what's interesting, though? I mean, the fact that you don't escape that, but then something else happens in your favor and you're still a competitive team. If the 49ers win the AFC or the NFC West this year, if they go ahead and do that and we have another playoff experience and Brock Purdy has a solid, healthy year and all of that, I just don't even know. Do you have the bandwidth? Do you have the time and energy to go there? I guess this would be my point. I'm going to get mad at my team for bad picks if they make them all the time. I'm not going to get mad at them for bad picks if they're also mixing in good ones 65% of the time, which I believe the 49ers do, because this is how it goes. There's no coach, there's no GM, there's no team that doesn't have these. Now, this one's excessive. You make a huge swing and a huge trade, and then get somebody that doesn't work out. So that's really excessive. But if the 49ers weren't having success in the draft as a whole, they wouldn't be as good as they are. Look at all of the homegrown talent on this team. Look at all of it. I mean, it's all over the place. Their whole receiving core, Kittle, Warner, Bosa, on and on. So, I don't know. I excuse it. And I know that you're not supposed to do that. I do. Like, I bake in a third of your picks are just not going to work.
Yes, but I like what you're saying about baking that part in, but when you make big moves in the first round, those are ones that you got to hit on. And when you give up multiple first-round picks to make that big swing, that can't be a swing and a miss. Now, what I bake into it, Mark, is the idea that this team is still winning. And yes, you get credit for Brock Purdy. I'm with Alex Smith on that and the easy listening tunes with Matt Mayoko. When you hit on Mr. Irrelevant and he becomes a great draft pick, that becomes a part of your record as well. So yes, it's a big swing and a miss to use 2 first-round picks and a third to move up for a guy who right now looks like is not going to work out. Now, there's still time.
Sure.
And Alex is high on Trey Lance and his ability, and maybe he'll go on to be a player somewhere else. We don't yet know how this story is going to end with Trey Lance, but to me, the two things can be equally true. You do get credit for, and you look back at all of the late-round picks that have hit, but there have also been some high first-round picks that have missed. So you have to look at all of it on balance, but for me, when you use 2 firsts and a third to move up, that pick becomes a bigger value hit or miss than a 7th round throw in that gets you Brock Purdy.
Well, you missed on 3 picks.
Yes.
Early ones.
Actually, yeah, 2 firsts and a third.
Yeah.
Those all were misses.
Yeah.
And I just was looking at those drafts. Those picks all got traded to other teams.
Again,
the one first in 2022 wound up on a 4th different team. So first-round picks are kind of like, baseball prospects, where the value in that pick sometimes is greater than what the player ends up being.
Didn't one of the 49ers picks end up going to Kansas City for Tyreek Hill?
Yeah.
Isn't that right? Yeah. Yeah, so who knows where those things are going to end up.
But I would look at, like, Javon Kinlaw in 2020 in the first round as big a miss as what's happening with Trey Lance.
No doubt. No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. There's also this out of the 49er world, and I do think this is kind of buzzing beneath the surface, especially with people right now are definitely, I know this for a fact, they are making plans for their fantasy football drafts. That's late July.
Man.
Late July is when you start getting on the phone and where are we going? What are we doing? Let's get the draft together. And along with that, some of us, you start to keep a little bit, or at least even if it's just kind of a what would you do if kind of a question. There's no camp reports yet, but what would you do if you got the third pick in the draft this year or whatnot? And Christian McCaffrey is definitely on the table. He has rejuvenated his fantasy football image to where he's on the table to be the first overall pick in drafts. And here he is looking around the league, and it might be one of the reasons why he's one who's at the top of the board, because he is with a team that's happy with him, and he's happy, and he is going to get all of those reps. Around the league, the running back position is under assault. And Christian just tweeted this 4 hours ago. Quote, "This is criminal. 3 of the best players in the entire league, regardless of position." Now, who's he talking about? He's quote tweeting a rap sheet report that says no long-term deal for Saquon Barkley, no long-term deal for Josh Jacobs, no long-term deal for Tony Pollard with the Cowboys. They will all play on the 1-year franchise tag in order to play this year. McCaffrey may end up going down as one of the last dudes to get the big bag at that position going forward. Dalvin Cook doesn't even have a team right now.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about, but the reason why that could be the case, there's 2 reasons for it. One, when Christian McCaffrey came into the league, running back was still valued. If Christian McCaffrey was a rookie last year, he would probably be in a similar spot in terms of his long-term viability, with the exception, and this is interesting in terms of Austin Eckler and what happens with his contract, because Eckler is a lot more like McCaffrey than Saquon Barkley certainly is, and even Dalvin Cook, because he can be a receiver. And in this NFL that we now sit with, and forget the fantasy football, is it a PPR, is it a half-point PPR, whatever your league is, in actual real football, you have to have a guy as a running back like Christian McCaffrey. The days of the Ezekiel Elliott, take it 21 times a game and pound it, those days are over. You got to have a running back now who you can put in the slot, who you can throw it to 100 times a year.
Well, I think it's a really good point, because actually we're batting this around over the weekend, and I mentioned this to Ephraim, like we were talking about the top paid running back.
Yeah.
And he's like, you're not doing that anymore. They're not going to pay this guy. They're not going to pay that guy. And I go, well, McCaffrey got paid. He goes, that's not one position. That's 2. Like Christian McCaffrey is a lightweight Shohei Otani. In terms of how football works and the way the 49ers do it, I know that that's not a perfect comp. It's not like he goes and plays linebacker when he's done with the running back.
Right.
But you can move him around in such a way and do so many different things. You remember the game against the Rams. It's like, I can run for a touchdown. I can catch a touchdown. I can throw a touchdown. He's such a weapon. And so maybe that's why he is a little bit set aside. Or maybe it's like you said, it was just a while ago when people were still getting paid. Highest paid running backs for the 2023 season in the NFL.
What's our metric here? Is it average annual value?
Average salary per year.
Okay.
Average salary per year. Number 1, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
49ers, $16 million. By the way, if you had told me at any point in Kyle Shanahan's tenure that he would employ the top paid running back in the NFL, I would have laughed at your face.
Yeah.
I would have laughed at your face.
And I thought the same thing, which is why I was so stunned last year when they made that trade. And when you look at what they gave up and you look at it now after what we saw from Christian McCaffrey, and they gave up, a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth to get Christian McCaffrey, feels like a steal.
Oh, there's no question it was.
I mean, in the moment, it was like, injury concerns.
No, there's no question it was.
But now seeing him in this offense and thinking about their skill set guys, when you've got McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk, I mean, that is as nasty a quartet as you can find.
Number 2, Alvin Kamara, Saints, $15 million. Number 3 is listed on this site as Dalvin Cook, $12.6 million, Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
He has been released. He's not even on a team. Number 4, Derrick Henry, $12.5 million. Number 5, Nick Chubb at 12.2. And number 6 is the Bengals' Joe Mixon, $12 million, who just restructured his deal to stay with the Bengals. So he's out there at least, I don't know about a pay cut, but at least restructuring the money a little bit. And it all speaks to the same thing. Like, as part of the top 10 are those names that we just saw. Tony Pollard, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
They're all now going to play at around that $10 million mark this year. And, it's not that I feel for these guys, but if you look at the way the NFL is structured, we always talk about how the money is different there and not guaranteed. This is where my mind goes. If you got a high school athlete,
I'm totally with you.
Man, I'd be like, Coach, make him a DB. I got no interest. Do you know how old Zeke Elliott is? How old do you think he is?
Physically or chronologically?
No, just, like how many years
Physically,
around the sun?
44.
Okay.
Chronologically, I think he's 27.
You are exactly right.
On both.
And when I looked that up, I was shocked.
27, am I right?
27.
Oh, my God.
I go, doesn't it feel like he's 33? He's being treated like he's 33.
Yes. I mean, you're absolutely right. And the name I threw out earlier, Austin Eckler, I think will be a fascinating case study. I believe he's a free agent after this year. And last year, he had 915 yards on the ground, and he had 107 catches. So if I'm Austin Eckler, I'm going to, the Chargers front office and saying, guys, I want to just catch the ball this year. Can we make me a receiver? I'd rather not tote the rock at all. 204 carries, 107 catches. So if you're Eckler and you're going to be out in the market and he's making 6.2, I think the cap hits $9 million this year, which that guy should be making McCaffrey type money because he's an unbelievable weapon. But you look at the running back market, and I'd be terrified if I was Eckler.
Peter Jacobson, former golfer, great broadcaster, was on the Steph Curry broadcast over the weekend, joins us in 5 minutes. But yes, call me none surprised that Austin Eckler did not come to an agreement with the Los Angeles Chargers of San Diego.
Right.
They're not paying anybody, and they're certainly not paying a running back who is surprisingly, you ready for this? This is going to really blow your mind. Austin Eckler is older than Ezekiel Elliott.
No way.
Uh-huh. Yep.
You almost got me to swear again. Blank.
Austin Eckler turned 28 2 months ago. Zeke Elliott turns 28 later this month. Austin Eckler is older than Zeke. Doesn't it feel like Eckler's just getting started in the league and Zeke's been here for 22 years?
Completely.
That's how it feels. But anyway, Eckler's going to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. And you're right. You'll not come to a deal with the Chargers because they're not going to pay anybody. He's not going to want to get the workload that he normally has because he wants to get a big deal at the end of the year, and he doesn't want to look broken down. And he's in a really tough spot. He is on this list as well. No, he has not been released, but count him among the running backs who went to their team, said, I need a raise or I need to get an extension or paid, and the team went, yeah, nah.
Right?
Never mind.
And that's, you look at Derrick Henry in similar light. He has simply been, up until last year where, he had a little bit more of a quiet year, only 1,538 yards rushing. They have run that guy into the ground, and he's facing a couple of avoidable years, and he's going to be 30 years old. So you're Derrick Henry. You're about 150 days short of your 30th birthday. He's not getting anything on the open market. And all he's done is get the hard yards for Tennessee for his entire career. Yet you can't imagine any team, Mark, looking at Derrick Henry and thinking, we'll give you $4 and $75 million. Derrick Henry is going to be playing for peanuts.
Matt Miller, I know you know who that is, NFL draft scout. He's a big 49er fan, by the way. A lot of this is in response to a tweet that he sent out. And all the players follow Matt. And they're unfortunately not pleased with what he said. But what he said is really just mimicking what they do in the NFL. He wrote, been saying it for years, draft a running back, play that running back. If he's good, franchise the running back one time, and then rinse, repeat, draft a running back. Well, Derrick Henry caught wind of that earlier today, and he quote tweeted and wrote, at this point, just take the running back position out of the game then. The ones that want to be great and work as hard as they can to give their all to an organization just seems like it don't even matter. I'm with every running back that's fighting to get what they deserve. I mean, look at these running backs are running around like SAG-AFTRA right now. Meantime, the wide receivers are sitting with their feet up with cigars in their mouths because of Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk, $18 million a year, and then Tyreek reset the whole damn thing, $30 million a year.
Yeah.
He is almost doubling Christian McCaffrey. And let's be honest, is he double Christian on the field? Not even close. I'd rather have Christian on my team.
No doubt. And I mean, fantasy stats are fantasy stats, but I was looking at some mocks, and Christian McCaffrey has been taken second overall, third. I mean, he's first running back off the board. If you're in a PPR league, point per reception, you got to have a running back like McCaffrey or Austin Eckler. And I think about Derrick Henry, and yeah, he's made $45 million for his career, so I'm not going to cry over poverty for Derrick Henry, but 1,750 carries, Mark. They have driven this guy into the ground, and to his point, when he goes out on the free agent market again next year, he's not even going to sniff Christian Kirk money. He's more likely to be in Dalvin Cook's zip code as a guy who's going to be just looking for a gig.
How old do you think Derrick Henry is?
I looked. He's 29.
Yep.
But physically, he's probably closer to 45 much. You look at his carries, 378, 219, 349. I mean, he's left it all out there for Tennessee. And for what?
And by the Super Bowl this year, he will be 30.
Right.
He will have turned 30, and that is a wrap.
When you look at how many carries he had in college and what he's done for Tennessee in the pros in terms of the physical pounding he's taken. So as a running back, you're looking at this, and you're a rookie running back. What are you thinking in terms of your deal? Because you got a 4-year deal with a 5th-year option if you're a first-rounder. Then they franchise you. I'm 28. It's over.
I'm thinking of change of positions.
Exactly.
That's what I'm doing, man, especially with the punishment that they take. It's crazy. All right, Willard and Dibs, so glad you're with us. And we'll continue to take your calls, 888-957-9570. However, we've been looking forward to this. Joining us now, golfing great, broadcasting great, a big movie star as well, and happened to also be on the call on NBC yesterday as Steph Curry had his greatest golf achievement. That is none other than Peter Jacobson, who joins us now on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Peter, how you doing?
Hey, good. I'm at the Reno airport, a little delayed, so if you hear some noise around me, I apologize.
That's quite all right. We actually heard about this, and I decided that's like the most expensive place to have a delay ever. How much money have you lost waiting for your plane?
I actually played a few slots, and I won about $160.
Hey,
so I'm up. But when I'm done with you, I'm going to go right back to the slots and probably lose $1,000. You never know.
I love it. If you could swing by a Cinnabon on your way, I'm sure there's got to be one somewhere in that airport.
I'm sure there is.
Oh, gosh. Peter, tell us what you saw yesterday, man. Like, how do you put into context an active athlete in another sport doing what Steph Curry did over the weekend?
It's amazing for me. I've done this tournament now probably 8 or 10 times. Being a professional golfer, playing on tour, and then seeing these athletes and celebrities and actors and coaches come out and put on a different hat. They want to play the best golf they possibly can, and we have a wide range of ability levels. We've got some really bad players, but great personalities, but not good at golf. And then we've got really good players at one end, one of those being Steph Curry. So to be able to see what Steph did, it's probably one of the most exciting moments I've ever seen on a golf course in that type of venue. And I've played in majors, I've broadcasted majors and Ryder Cups, but what Steph did was truly remarkable.
And to watch him golf, and we've seen him in the old Corn Ferry Tour, a couple of Bay Area stops, and then we see him win up at Tahoe. You can't help but wonder, could Steph Curry make the jump? If he dedicated himself to golf, could he ever be good enough to actually get out there and make cuts on the PGA Tour?
Well, it's interesting you say that because I was around when a young Michael Jordan was playing on the Bulls. I was out in Portland. I grew up there. I was with Nike, so whenever he came to Portland to hang with Nike, I'd always play golf with him. And he got really good quickly, very much like Steph has. And everybody wanted to know when he was going to go on the tour. I don't think anybody with the Chicago Bull organization was going to allow that to happen, and I doubt anybody with the Golden State Warrior organization will allow that to happen. But I will say that if and when Steph's playing days come to an end, I think he's got a real shot because don't forget he grew up playing golf as a kid. I think that if he works on his game, he could probably be a pretty good factor on the Champions Tour when he's 50. We've seen him play on the Korn Ferry tournaments and he struggled. Could he get... I think this is a shot of confidence for him to be able to do it under the gun. I mean, we know he wants the ball in the last minute. The guy's a human highlight film, and he wanted it. He wanted another buzzer beater, which he had yesterday, and he drained it. But the jump from celebrity golf to the PGA Tour, that is a big jump. That's about as wide as the Golden Gate Bridge. So, and Steph knows that. He's very realistic about it, but he's got some skills. He's got some serious professional skills. All he needs to do is dedicate his time to it. But like I said, I don't think the Warrior fans or the Warrior organization is going to let him take a few seasons off to work on his golf game.
Yeah, I think, Peter, and we're talking to Peter Jacobson, golfing great broadcaster now, was following along with Steph Curry yesterday at Edgewood Tahoe here on 95.7 The Game. So, Peter, you know how fans are. They just look like golf holes. How would you describe the difference between a normal PGA Tour stop and its setup versus the way Edgewood Tahoe is set up for this tournament?
Well, Edgewood Tahoe, because it's at altitude, it's over a mile high, it plays short. It's probably 10% off the yardage. A PGA Tour event is probably going to play close to maybe 1,000 yards longer, which is a significant amount of yardage. So instead of Steph and all the other long hitters hitting wedges, you're going to see 7s and 8s and 5s and 6 irons. And that changes the whole dynamic because Steph is a really good wedge player. And that was predominantly what he was hitting coming down the stretch. And you can control a wedge, but when you're hitting hybrids and long irons into par 4s like they do on the PGA Tour, it gets to be more of a challenge. But that's certainly not to say that Steph couldn't figure that out. His golf swing is markedly better than last year, and it was last year over the previous year. And I think the most improved aspect of his game is his putting. He made clutch putt after clutch putt when he had to, and he looked so good doing it. He just looked so calm and collected, like he belonged.
Peter, can you take our listeners through what happened on the last hole as Steph and Marty Fish are coming down the stretch for the victory? And I imagine a Steph fan screamed in the backswing of Marty Fish. Like, how did that affect everything?
Well, the person that was the most upset about that was Steph, and it just goes to show you his sportsmanship and what a class act he is. The minute that Steph fan screamed and caused Marty to hit a smother hook into the trees, which prevented him from hitting the green in 2 and maybe making eagle or birdie himself, Steph was really upset. But he gathered himself. He hit a good drive. And Marty basically had to play defense. He put it back to the fairway, hit it on the green, and had to just 2-putt for a par. But I think the entire tournament and everybody watching was so glad that Steph made eagle. It would have been worse if Marty had made double or triple and lost shots, and Steph just made par to win. So Steph won like a champion, and he and Marty are good buddies, and he was as upset about that as anybody, which kudos to Steph.
Yeah, it's what happens when you mix all that altitude, fresh air with a little inebriation. There's an inebriation sensation out there for the fans, and they let it get the best of them, Peter.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is the hallmark of that event is the fun, fans, the energy, the excitement, and they're always giving back to the celebrities, and the celebrities give back to the fans. But I just want everyone to understand that on the last play of the game or the last hole, there's got to be a little respect because these guys play all week long with a chance to win. And here's Marty and Joe Pavelski and Steph. they have a chance to win. Let's show some respect to them, show some respect to the game, and just let them play one more hole unencumbered. And that didn't happen on the tee. But again, kudos to Steph. He stepped up, hit a great wedge over the tree, and he made an incredible putt for eagle to take the title.
Peter, can you also give a sense, like I get what you're saying, Marty Fish, Pavelski, but the star power of Steph Curry to have what I would guess is the biggest star in the field actually win? What does that mean for the tournament?
Well, it means so much. Like I said earlier, he reminds me of a young Michael Jordan. First of all, when I was with Michael a lot out in Portland, he was so kind and accepting of everybody around him. He smiled, signed autographs, and was just accommodating. That's Steph Curry. It's very rare to find a superstar with that type of personality and that warmth. That's Michael Jordan, and that's Steph Curry. So when Steph Curry comes out and he dominates the tournament, I mean, let's face it, he made eagles the first day, he made the ace on 7 the next day, and he made eagle at 4 and eagle at 18 on Sunday to win. I mean, that is just it's just incredible. Like I said, when we came on the air on Sunday, I thought, I'm having a hard time racking my brain trying to come up with another scenario in the game of golf that was as exciting as that hole-in-one. And then now, Steph topped it with the eagle at 18. I can't even, I didn't hit a shot, but I'm still riding high with what happened.
And you mentioned the ace, Peter, and that's where I want to take you in terms of how do we inject some of that enthusiasm onto the PGA Tour, because I watch each and every event. I'm a religious golf fan, a big fan of yours from many years back, and you were a guy who played with that personality. How do we get this new crop of pros to play with that Steph-like enthusiasm?
What's bothering me about golf right now is it's all about money. And golf is not all about money. It's about the community of the game of golf. So many people love golf. I always made sure that whenever I had a chance to win, I'd step back and I'd think about how I came from being a junior golfer to where I am now. I have a chance to win a putt, to win a major championship on the PGA Tour. And I always smiled to myself. And when I was done with that, but now it's time to give to other people. I just don't want money to be the issue in the game of golf that drives people away. I think some of the guys today, our tour guys, take themselves way too seriously. It's just a game. And you're playing for millions of dollars. You know, let's share that. Share that, at least try to bring the people from outside the ropes, inside the ropes with you, not figuratively, not literally, but figuratively, just like Steph does, just like Michael Jordan does, just like Arnold Palmer did and Payne Stewart. That really is the determination of the character of the guy.
I think that's really well said. Peter Jacobson with us here, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Peter, why is Barkley still so bad?
I don't think he believes in himself. Don't forget, he's down 65. So when you lose that kind of weight, there is a dynamic change in your swing and your impact position, which takes a little while to get used to. But Charles's golf swing is getting there. We just got to get it inside his head. Charles is one of my favorite people of all time. He is so kind and accommodating to everybody that nobody wants him to be inside the top 70 more than me. I bet on him every year to do it. It's cost me a few bucks. But that's okay. That's okay. I am on the Barkley train.
Yeah, he looked good. I think one round he was in the mix, and then tough second round, and it just got away from him there. He didn't quite cash in. I think the no in the top 70 was big favorite. So you would have had some nice coin if he was able to get in that top 70.
Well, as he said, don't forget, you ride the carts in the Pro-Ams, and then you have to walk in the tournament. And we're at altitude. We're over a mile up, and it was hot, and there wasn't much wind blowing, so he got gassed. A lot of guys get gassed because they're used to either running a basketball court or running on the football field. They're not used to that type of walking, constant walking like you see on the PGA Tour. Sounds stupid, just walking, but it can be fatiguing when you're walking between shots and you got to drink, you got to stay hydrated. But it's great to be able to see these great athletes and personalities cross over and play my game. And so many of them say, man, this is a lot harder game than the game I play.
Well, Peter, I'm glad you won your Barkley money back at the airport there. That's a relief. And thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a little bit.
You got it. You got it, guys. Thanks for having me on. All the best to you.
Yep,
Thanks,
as well.
Peter.
Yeah, Peter Jacobson on the broadcast, NBC, watching Steph Curry run around out there yesterday at Edgewood Tahoe.
And an endorsement for Steph Curry's game, although we're going to have to wait 15 years, actually 14 and a half years from now. He will be 50. He'll be Champions Tour eligible at that point, and he'll have to contend with Bernhard Langer, who just won a major at 65. So Langer will be 80 when Steph is 50. He'll still be doing it with his long putter.
You think so?
Oh, no doubt. Langer is ageless, but...
Who's the oldest dude out there right now?
Man.
How old do they get?
Usually not much older than like 65.
65,
I looked at Peter Jacobson's mark, and he stopped playing Champions events. His last one was 2019 when he withdrew from the senior PGA. And Peter Jacobson right now is 60. He's 69.
Okay.
So his last time
65.
was about 65, 66. But
yeah.
he said Steph could play, but not until he gets to be 50 and over. Which, that's an interesting one because Jerry Rice, I think, tried when he got to be 50 to play in the Champions Tour.
This I believe. They like to say he could play in the PGA Tour. No, sorry.
Right.
No. But could he retire and then essentially spend 10 years preparing for the Champions Tour and make it out there less competitive? Yeah, that's not an overly wild thought.
Right.
That's not crazy. That could happen.
And Peter made a good point about Steph playing golf growing up. So he's got that kind of golf DNA in terms of learning the game as a kid and playing a lot as a kid. So it's not like he's just a supreme pro athlete who picked it up in his 30s and now is trying to get good and got good. Steph's been playing literally his whole life.
Charles Barkley at Edgewood Tahoe, once upon a time. My guy, 16-year-old Abe, who's playing in a tournament in Pleasanton at Ruby Hill right now as we speak. Actually, he's probably wrapped his round by now. Hope it went well. Drive safe, young fella. But when he was, I think, less than 1 year old, so he was born in January, so when he was 6 months old, had him out there at the tournament, walking through the clubhouse because Bruno and I were working there. And Barkley, this is the kind of guy he is. Just out of nowhere, sees a baby coming through the clubhouse, walks right over, and Abe just puts a big old grin right up at Barkley. Barkley reaches down, hits his cheek. He goes, happy baby, happy baby, happy baby, and then just walked right back out. Never forget it.
That's so great.
Yeah, that's when he was 6 months. He's 16 now.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's man, it's one of those events where
that's kind of what I mean. Like you're just there, and like
great.
the biggest people in the world are like, "Hey, how you doing?"
I saw Chuck Liddell in the food court at one of those casinos, and you're just walking by, and you look, and it's like, man, dude, that's Chuck Liddell. And then you look again, and you think, oh my God, I thought he'd be much bigger. And then you look one last time, and you go, stop staring. That's Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, exactly.
That guy could rip me in 7 different pieces.
Getting uncomfortable.
It's super uncomfortable because you look, it's like, oh my God, and then you look again, it's like, by the time you look that third time, it's like, it's a little creepy.
I don't know if he's still doing this because it's so well documented, but the other thing that happens out there, like no joke, 1 year, a crowd gathers around the high limit room at Harrah's. And sitting in there, and you can only get to where you're looking from about what feels like maybe 20 yards away. But Jordan and Barkley are throwing down at a blackjack table. And from that distance, you can't really tell what's going on unless like there's a casino employee that can sort of see based on the chip denomination what's going on. And you're just like, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars exchanging hands in a 5-minute period. And it's kind of breathtaking and uncomfortable and nerve-wracking and also eye-popping and enthralling all at the same time to watch this go down.
They've got $50,000 on the spot for a hand of blackjack, and you get dealt a 13, and the dealer's got a king. And you're like, you hit 22.
Bust.
Oh, well. 50 large, down the toilet.
Can you imagine? But then the next hand comes up and you're like, double down.
Exactly.
Pow. It's just
get 120
crazy.
grand back or whatever. It's just, I'm going to split those 8s.
It's too much. It's too much.
It's way too much.
Yeah, but that's what it's like when money is no object.
And that's what it's like in that event where you could walk by and it's, Rod Woodson playing craps, or
totally.
The one that you always kind of hoped you would happen upon would be Marcus Allen with the microphone singing with the band, doing a quick little 4 or 5 song set.
Sitting down with Artie, the one-man party.
All that.
Oh, dude, I saw that.
So many of those.
That's the other Barkley sighting I've had up there. That dude will buy shots for everyone and then pour the bottle straight into your mouth. He will just stand up at the stage and everybody. He's a party man.
Yeah.
He's for real. Like his persona, ask Chuck. That's Chuck every minute of every day. Legend up there. Unbelievable.
I should have hit you up this weekend to reach out to Kevin from The Office, who you know him from your days. We had him on the show last year, or
probably when did the Niners play the Packers last year?
Oh, that's what it was.
That's usually when we have him.
Yeah, but
because he's a Packer fan.
We'll have to get him on again here. We don't have to do it now.
They play Green Bay this year? I don't think we do we? I don't play Green Bay.
I don't think so.
And by the way, you know what my question for him has got to be? Are you still a Packer fan? Because his Packer fandom was based on his friendship with Aaron Rodgers.
Gotcha.
He might be a Jets fan this year.
No chance.
I don't know.
Crossing over.
I'll text him.
No Packers on the schedule, but anytime we can get Brian Baumgartner on, Kevin from The Office, because The Office is now my wind down, we're going to sleep show.
Yeah.
So
my kids too.
They
watch it all the time.
We get in bed, baby girl's asleep, and up comes mommy. And it's usually I've been staying up late with this new shift, like 10:30, 11. Like 11.
Come on,
Coach, I'm up late.
I don't believe you.
So you go to the guide, and if there's no sports on, you got about 7 offices in a row.
Just hit The Office or whatever your sitcom is that gets you all comfy.
The Office is the one.
I'm a big believer in that before bed. Like do stuff, put a smile on your face, and go lay down and get yourself to bed with some stupid stuff.
So I get a heavy dose of Kevin, even though I've seen this one 5 times. You've seen them all. And then when I see the American Century, I always think, we need to get him on the show again. He was such a good guest.
I'm going to hit him up here during the break because I want to know if he's a Jet fan now.
Okay.
That would be kind of
perfect. They don't play the Jets either, but we'll get him on.
But wouldn't he go down in your view a little bit if he just fandom for hire?
Kind of.
Especially your boy. You're not a big Rodgers guy over there. Ayahuasca.
I don't know if you saw, but Rodgers played great. He was 5th.
He was 5th.
Fifth.
Yeah. I mean, some of these dudes.
I didn't know he was that good of a golfer.
Well, look, I mean, no secret here. Great athletes are great athletes.
You know who finished 58th with a grand total of 0 points because it's modified Stableford. Right. You get positive points for good, negative points for bad. This guy finished with a grand total of 0 in 58th place.
Okay. Who's that?
Iguodala.
0 points is not, it's not great.
Iguodala.
It's not great, but it's not embarrassing. It's way better than Charles Barkley. Where's Barkley at?
Iguodala.
You hate Iguodala.
Barkley was minus 37.
If Barkley had put up 0 points,
minus
you'd have been
32.
You'd have been like, that is so impressive. Iguodala does it, and you're like,
here's Iguodala's card.
You're a 0.
Iguodala, because I know.
What does that equal? 0 equals, what did he probably shoot?
He shot 87, 87, 84.
That's not bad.
He's not any good, though.
It's better than what you and I would do.
Don't perpetrate like you're a good golfer, Andre, because you're not.
I never shot 84 at Edgewood.
He goes double, single, par, double, double. He's throwing up doubles like I was throwing down doubles.
84. He shot 12 over par. That's not bad.
Couple mulligans, I'm
sure.
The
tournament.
He's not that good.
By the way, when we're sitting here on hoops, man, I was wondering. We didn't get your thoughts last week on Chris Paul, the starter, versus Chris Paul, the bench player. I saw this over the weekend with all of Joe Lacob's comments, and yes, I put my own voice to it. I was just reading what Lacob said. But the way I read it, I was like, ooh, he slipped, and then he tried to run it back because the whole Chris Paul, Kendra Andrews story, you coaching?
Yeah.
Right? Like that whole thing.
That thing blew up.
Well, Joe Lacob then came in his comments about acquiring Chris Paul, and he's like, this and that, and Chris Paul off the bench, or if he starts or whatever. And I was like, oh, you tried to save it. Like, Why are we doing this, Warriors? Why are you all running around in circles to protect Chris Paul from the truth? Like, he's coming off the bench.
He's never come off the bench even once in his entire NBA career.
He will here.
Oh, you coaching?
Yes.
You're coaching.
If they'll have me, yes.
Do you do a Steve Kerr?
I don't.
Yeah, neither do
Not
I.
really.
I didn't want to try.
I'm going to stay over here in my Gabe and Bochy corner,
I'm going to stay with Tiger and Nasally Tiger. And my nerdy Tiger, whatever you call my three.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like this whole thing ended up being kind of, I don't want to call it unfortunate. Nobody got hurt.
Right.
But Kendra was going with something that she knew to be true and then ended up sounding presumptuous because Chris was like, I don't know this to be true. It's like, yes, you do.
Well,
yes, you do.
I was off all week and monitoring the station here and there. You know, you listen when you can. I got the baby and whatnot. And I look at our social media feed, and it's a Steiny quote over the top of an Instagram intimating that
I know exactly
maybe
where
Steph
you're going.
Curry will come off the bench. And so I'm looking at that, and I'm like, this is the All-Star Week.
I mean,
this is All-Star Week content.
The defense that Steiny played the next day would make Klay Thompson drool.
Was he into a backpedal?
Well, he was like, I wasn't saying that was my opinion, but, and then there was the whole sort of angle of like, you know, would it be best or should he, because he's the kind of guy who could handle it.
Yeah. I just saw the quote
like,
tweet on
right.
Instagram, and I'm like, this is what we do on the All-Star Week.
Chris Paul's coming off the bench.
You coaching? I love that.
No.
I love that.
But he's coming off the bench. He's coming off the bench. 888-957-9570. We'll get to your calls and continue on the way to 6 o'clock right here on Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. There's a nice...
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How'd that all grab you, by the way? Being that you were out and about in a baby haze. Hope you enjoyed your week.
Yeah, it was great.
But the whole start, sit, notion, the furthering of at least the understanding of Chris Paul. Like, I will congratulate Steph not only for winning the American Century Championship in Tahoe. I dug the fact that he was willing, in a different setting, to hear from the Bay Area media, many of whom traveled up there, and answer Warrior questions, and said things such as, this team fits a whole lot better. And there's no more time to waste with regard to going for a championship. Some of that is paraphrasing, but all of that was clearly stated by Steph Curry this week.
Yes, and I think clearly directed at everybody on the team to put in the work and get better. I thought that second statement was kind of directed at Klay Thompson, like, look, my friends, fellow Splash brother, we need you to come in ready on day one, because last year he said that he didn't play basketball during the summer, and that didn't work. Klay came out and was awful for 2 months, and then he got into the flow of the season and played unbelievably well. And then whatever happened in the playoffs, was he fatigued? It looked like he was tired, and whatever happened was not good enough for Klay Thompson. And I think he was sending a message to Draymond and CP3 and the entire team of, look, we got Draymond back. We've got Klay. We added a veteran. This team does fit better, but we're running out of years, guys. We're running out of shots, and we all want at least one more chip, and we got to show up in the season. About 3 months away, by the way. October is when this all gets underway. The schedule will be out in about 4 weeks. When the schedule comes out, we can look at when they're going to face Washington and when are the Phoenix games and do they play on Christmas and all the rest of it. But before you know it, camp's going to be here.
Real quick on that, because of the way you said that, like, is that the first one you're going to look for when the schedule comes out?
Washington?
Yeah.
Not the first one.
Okay, good.
The first one you look at is Christmas. Are they still a Christmas Day team?
Oh, I think there's no question.
Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But who do you face on Christmas, and where is that game on the schedule? Because, there's 5 slots on Christmas. This past year, they had the marquee spot.
I hope they're playing the Kings. That's what I would like to see.
Yeah, that to me is
That's a
7:30 game.
That's a highly rated series. Maybe it is. And I'd be fine with that. The later you can play on Christmas, the better, okay? We got stuff going on during the daytime. People who don't watch basketball are trying to eat. They're trying to still open gifts when more people show up at the house. You want to nightcap that sucker, I'm fine with it. It's what the 49ers will do this year on Thanksgiving.
They got the third of 3.
Yeah, nightcap that thing, right? We know that. The Lions and Cowboys are going to get the first 2.
I think you're more likely going to get the Lakers. It's going to be Warriors-Lakers on Christmas.
That's fine.
And you put that baby in the marquee spot.
I guess. I don't know. There's something that feels stale. I like
one last showdown between LeBron and Steph, assuming that LeBron doesn't retire.
Not retire.
Because he had, some announcement that he made last week?
And then he said, I'm officially not retiring. We're like, we know.
Oh,
no one
man.
ever. Yeah.
Big sigh of relief. Christmas Day, you're going to want the Warriors to play early because the 49ers actually play a home game against the Ravens.
On Christmas?
Christmas Day night. It's Monday Night Football.
Sca-da-da-da.
Oh, my gosh. Where was I on that one? The Niners play on Thanksgiving and Christmas?
And New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
How about that?
What?
Yeah.
Has that ever happened before?
Never, I don't think.
Has a team ever played on both Thanksgiving and Christmas ever before?
New Year's Eve day.
Right. Ugh. Say see you later to your families.
They'll be all right.
No, but
so Monday night,
us too.
Monday Night Football. So 5:20 is the assumption there. Last year they had the marquee game 5 o'clock tip. So does the NBA, in their wisdom, their infinite wisdom, they would have to give them that 12:30 NBA Warrior game?
That ain't wisdom. Get them out of there. You put the Warrior game up against the 49er Ravens.
No, not against them. You put the Warrior game on early at like 12:30.
Yeah.
Because normally that 9 o'clock game is like Boston and Philly. It's a couple of East Coasters. And then you usually work your way back across the country. And then the 5 o'clock game, the marquee, last year they faced Memphis on, remember that one?
Absolutely.
The Christmas game,
and,
big game.
And did really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Clippers will be in the night game. That feels like that's their slot.
Yeah.
Clippers get to play at 7:30.
Clippers, Sacramento.
Maybe.
You put the defending champion Denver Nuggets at 5 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, I'm in on all that. I think that there's more, and maybe this is a geographic bias, I'll admit. I think there's more juice to the Warriors and Kings than there is to the Warriors-Lakers. The Warriors-Lakers, that's a couple of national brands, the two biggest draws in the NBA, and LeBron and Steph, and I get all of that. I understand that they faced one another in the playoffs and all of that stuff. I get it. But if you want to go back to those series and think about, A, which one was rated higher, and B, which one just led to a better watch, dude, the Warrior-Kings games were amazing. They were amazing. That series was incredible. There were close games. There were 7 games. There were performances on both ends.
Yeah.
Back, forth, body blow. Like Sabonis and Draymond. Come on. Give me that. What's our narrative if the Lakers are playing LeBron's playing stuff? Okay, for the 8 billionth time.
And if you're ESPN or ABC on ABC, you want that LeBron and Steph. This might be the last time.
But I separate those two. Give me LeBron in one game and Steph in another. That's what I would do because they're both draws.
Last year,
I hope they play
was
the Kings. Yeah.
76ers against New York was 9 a.m.
Yep.
Lakers and Dallas, the Luka game at 11:30. That's the game you probably want, although then there was Milwaukee-Boston at 2, Memphis-Golden State at 5, and then Phoenix and Denver was your nightcap.
I'm going to ask for Warriors and Kings at 2 o'clock.
Perfect. Dovetail it right into it.
Nice little pregame show
perfect.
for Niners-Ravens. Hey, family, I love you, and I will see you at 9 o'clock.
Kings aren't getting a Christmas Day game. No chance.
Why not?
Because they don't have enough excitement. They don't have enough of a draw.
Well, but you need, now I get that you don't need to play them at 2 o'clock, but West Coast draws, sure. Lakers, Warriors. I guess Clippers. Phoenix, that's a good call.
Not really West Coast. Phoenix, Denver.
Maybe that's your matchup.
Phoenix, Denver is a good game.
Yeah, or maybe
Memphis is a pass, although Ja will be back by then.
Maybe Golden State plays Phoenix at 2 o'clock.
Perhaps.
That'd be an option.
Yeah, and you do probably want a LeBron, Steph, split them up. That way you can you're more likely to get 2 games in there.
Do we know we don't know if the Warrior game on Christmas Day, which I know we don't even know if it exists yet, we don't know where it would be. Kevin Durant has still not played at Chase Center. Accurate?
I believe that is accurate. You gasped, Mark. I thought something was going on.
No, do that. Durant to Chase for the first time. Durant in front of the Golden State fans on Christmas Day.
Tough, though, because that would you wouldn't want to have that be at, I guess you could do it 5 Eastern, which would be 2 local time. Warriors don't want to have a 2 o'clock tip.
Hey, look, you want to go against the Niners? Do it at 7:30 then.
Yeah.
Do it at 7:30.
The Niner game won't be over.
And my good buddy, by the way, I don't know if I got a chance to report this to you yet.
Whoop.
Oh, actually, can I say this publicly yet? Anyway, John Bloom, he's Jewish, so he won't care. He can come, right? He can come.
I thought you were going a different direction.
Well, I do. Okay. There's a little announcement there, but I'll tell you off the air, and we'll save that for a little bit later next time we have him on when the Suns are coming.
He's going to become a religion free agent. Is he renouncing Judaism?
He's going to become our Chris Paul. No, he's not. He's going to become our Chris Paul correspondent.
Yeah,
he's going to tell us he's going to keep it real, Dibs.
I need that
on what Chris Paul's really like behind the damn scenes. That's what we're going to do. I love
it.
Yeah.
Is he coaching?
He's going to be employed. All right. We're sponsored by Cars.com. Also, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It will, of course, be the best of the game. A full hour of 95.7, the game's best content, hosted by none other than our own Mark Grandy. Dibs, it's wonderful to have you back.
It's good to be back.
Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I have no choice. I'm out of vacation days.
Okay, then that's exactly what it's going to be. So for Dibs and for Grandy and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
The
The unusual weather we've had this year can be affecting the comfort of your home. Defend against the elements with assistance from Golden State Window and Door. They offer a great variety of innovation and style engineered for years of energy-efficient performance. Visit goldenstatelumber.com and click on Windows and Doors. Talk with your contractor or designer and request an appointment from the homepage to explore the options in person. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep SUV is now during the Summer of Jeep event. Now well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xE for $399 a month for 36 months with $4,499 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31. Jeep is a registered trademark.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your kids safe is a full-time job. Whether it's putting on outlet covers, installing child gates, or gluing down your priceless vase. So Duracell made one part of childproofing simple. Our lithium coin batteries are the only ones coated in a non-toxic bitterant to help discourage swallowing. Your kid is safer, and you've got one less thing to worry about. Or glue down. Duracell, engineered for more. Available in 2032, 2025, and 2016 sizes.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
This is Matt Crowder live at the gas station on 41st Street reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss, are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you